in order to demonstrate to my brother that navigation can be achieved without the use of one's hands. I shall immerse my hands directly into concentrated sulfuric acid before a national audience. Moreover, to preclude any accusations of deceit from my brethren, I have once again sealed my lips with concrete. Subsequently, both legs were to be severed in unison. All is due to the arrival of a peculiar game. 14 billion individuals from the blue planet have been selected to participate in a reality show. As long as one accomplishes the corresponding tasks, substantial rewards await. However, when confronted with the perverse and outrageous female physician, everyone, without exception, tightly clasped their legs. Yet, as I gazed upon the woman before me, advancing with a scalpel in hand, she burst into exuberant laughter, urging her to hasten and take action. It is solely because I am innately immune to pain. Moreover, the greater the injuries sustained by the body, the more formidable the power that can be awakened. As long as these two worthless offerings are sacrificed. Thus, I shall become an invincible entity within this divinely chosen game. At this moment, I hazily opened my eyes from the confines of my sickbed. Suddenly, I realized that I had lost sensation in my right leg. After an unsuccessful attempt to move my leg, I looked up at the female doctor and inquired, "Why has my right leg lost all sensation?" The female doctor merely squinted and smiled. "Don't be anxious, young man. Your right leg has only sustained a minor abrasion, and it has long been properly bandaged. There is no need for concern." I furrowed my brow after listening. How did I sustain this injury? Let me examine my leg. The doctor's voice remains as gentle as ever. At present, it may not be possible to see. Your right leg is in the adjacent room. Upon hearing those words, my mind was immediately engulfed in a haze. I struggled to sit up, eager to ascertain my condition. Yet, the female doctor pressed me back onto the bed with her finger. "Lie still and do not move. You have just undergone a kidney transplant surgery, and now, within you resides the kidney of another individual." I found myself momentarily perplexed, suppressing my physical discomfort as I ventured to inquire. "How is it that I am facing both amputation and a kidney transplant? I have been involved in a car accident. Who performed the transplant for me? Is everyone else doing well?" The female doctor smiled as she licked her lips. "He is quite well. At present, he lies in the morgue. And tomorrow he shall be cremated." I gazed in disbelief, my eyes wide open, as the female doctor continued to speak. "However, he did not perish due to you. It was the advanced stage of kidney cancer that claimed his life." I sat in stunned silence on the hospital bed, and after a brief moment, I erupted into a torrent of curses. "I rise early at 8. Are you truly a legitimate hospital? The intense stimulation has finally brought me to a semblance of clarity. The woman before me does not resemble a reputable physician who among doctors dresses as if they were attending a nightclub? I was merely sleeping at home just a moment ago. How is it that I find myself here upon opening my eyes? Could it be that I have inadvertently offended the nephrectomy client?" The female doctor gazed at me, struggling on the hospital bed, and chuckled softly. "You are quite clever, young man. You grasped the situation remarkably quickly. You are among the fortunate few chosen by the game. You are quite popular at the moment, as many individuals are currently watching your live broadcast." Having spoken, she waved her hand nonchalantly, and a large screen of pale blue materialized before me, adorned with an endless stream of comments cascading across its surface. Stimulation. If only he could have 3 legs severed swiftly. Are there any other tasks that can be expedited? Though the barrage of comments may not be dense, it flows continuously. As I gaze upon the content above, a sudden shock resonates within me. At that moment, the female doctor was gently caressing my pectoral muscles. "Do not entertain such thoughts, young handsome man. Your world is poised to undergo an unprecedented transformation. You need only to savor this experience." Having spoken, she waved her hand and opened another video. The screen displayed her wielding a chainsaw, cutting into my right leg. Gazing at the gruesome video, the female doctor could not help but lick her lips, her hand trembling slightly as she caressed her palm. "How do you feel? Does it not evoke a sense of thrill? Are you perhaps left in a state of bewilderment? Pondering why you remain impervious to pain?" As she spoke, she gestured towards the apparatus connected to me. "It possesses the capability to manipulate your nervous system, effectively nullifying all sensations of pain. Since you have awakened, let all the previously suppressed sensations of pain return." Having said that, she removed her hand, which had been incessantly applying oil, and placed it upon the nearby machine. I glanced at him with a rather peculiar smile, then closed my eyes to relish the moment as I pressed the button. Yet, in the next moment, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Both the doctors and the spectators tuning into the live broadcast stood there, momentarily transfixed. The imagined screams never materialized. I stood there, bewildered, gazing at her expression of utter confusion. What nonsense about manipulating nerves is this? Should I inform her that I am inherently devoid of the sensation of pain? The female doctor gazed at me with eyes full of disbelief as I trembled and spoke. "Do your legs not ache?" I blinked my clear yet foolish eyes, wondering how my legs could ache when they are resting next door, no longer in pain. After a brief moment of distraction, the female doctor's expression suddenly brightened. Her demeanor remained resolute, and she firmly expressed her hopes that you would continue to persevere. As her words faded, she callously adjusted a few buttons. The instruments connected to my body instantly emitted a brilliant red light, amplifying the pain to an excruciating degree, magnified 200,000 times. The female doctor, lost in her thoughts, envisions me convulsing on the bed, my body racked with spasms, followed by desperate cries for mercy. Yet, the reality is that at the very moment the machine's crimson light illuminated, I experienced a slight tremor, followed by an utter lack of response. The two individuals continued to gaze intently at one another. I observed the doctor before me, still lost in his reverie. Well, theoretically speaking, should I not be exhibiting some form of reaction at this moment? My calm voice instantaneously ignited the fury within the other party. "This is a consequence of your own making." The female doctor, with a single hand propping herself against the edge of the bed, positioned her entire being upon me. I merely perceived a flash of white light before me, and subsequently, the other party, clad in attire suggestive of scrutiny, took a seat just below my waist. Shyly, I began to struggle, my body writhing incessantly. "What are you doing, my lady?" I implored. "Please, do not cease." The female doctor, with a grim expression, gritted her teeth as she turned the knob, while the adjacent machine was set to its maximum power. In the radiant glow of crimson light, an unusual roar resonated. A peculiar sensation of tingling enveloped my entire being. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in my mind, declaring that the threshold had been breached. Binding initialization. Pain value. Initial gene lock awaiting activation. Please accumulate pain value. What is this? This time, I find myself utterly perplexed. At that moment, the female doctor struck my chest with a forceful palm, leaving me breathless from the overwhelming impact. At this moment, I was astonished to discover that the strength of the woman before me was remarkably immense. The female doctor gasped for breath, her gaze fixed upon me. The perverse desires within her, unexpressed, made her feel as though she might burst. The script was certainly not penned in this manner. Her hands pressed firmly against my chest, her fingertips sinking deeply into the flesh. "Why? Why are you unscathed?" My pupils suddenly constricted, finally betraying a hint of terror. After all, I am still bound at this moment. The absence of fear towards pain does not equate to an immunity against death. With a swift turn of my eyes, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. In that fleeting moment, I comprehended that I must first align myself with the other party. I opened my mouth and emitted a profoundly feigned scream, my entire being writhing upon the bed in agony. The pain is intense I had momentarily forgotten. The once furious eyes of the female doctor momentarily dulled, her expression becoming vacant. To forget the pain, does this even make sense? Yet, upon witnessing my current state of anguish, she was suddenly overcome by a wave of tingling sensations throughout her body. Time, too, seemed to lose its significance as she pressed the instrument's button once more. Once again, a brilliant crimson light radiated forth, accompanied by the resounding chime of a notification echoing in my mind. Pain value increased. Upon hearing the prompt, I instantly realized that I was likely about to experience pain. Thus, I once again complied with the other party and began to scream in agony. Although the screams are somewhat delayed, it is important to note that I have never felt pain since childhood. Given the circumstances, I have done my utmost. Presently, there seems to be no viable means of escape. It can only be a temporary measure, guided by the pain threshold lingering in my mind. First, let us accumulate 100, and then we shall see if that initial genetic lock holds any significance. At this moment, the doctor upon me felt considerably more at ease. After releasing a sigh, the malevolent expression on his face diminished. The previously sinister smile re-emerged once again. While continuing to operate the instrument, I adjusted the position of the one sitting beside me. Waves of reminders resonate within my mind. Pain level increases. I can only continuously respond to the escalating pain levels, synchronizing with the anguished cries of the other party. It hurts immensely. Is there a greater power available? If it increases further, I fear I may perish. Please, do not augment it any further. The twisted smile of the female doctor gradually froze upon her face. She too sensed that something was amiss, reminiscent of the moments when she once tormented her prey. The anguish of the other party's writhing muscles, the torment etched upon their contorted visage, and the palpable expression of terror are all manifestations of her finest psychological indulgence. Yet, why does the man beneath her remain unperturbed? The young lad, are you perhaps requesting something from me? The female doctor struck the machine with a resounding slap, causing it to emit a brilliant red glow. With a swift motion, he reached beneath himself and produced a dagger measuring 18 centimeters in length. In a sudden strike, he plunged it into my chest. In an instant, my pupils constricted. A slight misalignment today could lead to dire consequences. The female doctor tossed her hair and adjusted her posture. The blade in her hand gradually descended. You have provoked me, little one. I initially intended to enjoy a delightful time with you, but your actions have left me quite displeased. Await the moment when I sever that part of you. I am curious to see if your expression will remain unchanged. But in the next moment, the expression of the female doctor suddenly shifted. She gasped in terror, her mouth agape as she beheld the scene before her. I could see my nails digging into my palm, as if attempting to sever my hand with my own strength. Yet, one sound after another resounded. My hands remained unbroken. Instead, it was my left hand's 10 nails that I forcibly tore off myself. As the incessant chimes echo in my mind, a gradually escalating, frenzied smile emerges upon my face. Pain value. Upon reaching a pain threshold of 100 points, the genetic lock is activated. A flash of lightning surged through my mind. Meanwhile, the once unyielding steel hands suddenly shattered. In the astonished gaze of the female doctor, I sprang upright from the bed, snatched the knife from her hand, and forcefully pinned her down onto the bed. I did not utter another word. I thrust the dagger forcefully towards the woman's chest. The female doctor's eyes were filled with horror as she tightly grasped my hand that held the knife. What have you done? She exclaimed. It is merely an 18-year-old carbon-based life form, its physical energy so inferior that it could never break free from its constraints. I paid no heed to her words. As I pressed the remaining leg against her abdomen, my hand exerting relentless force, the dagger continuously pressing down amidst her struggles. The female doctor, at this moment, was also taken aback, swiftly donning a flattering smile upon her face. This is merely a game, nothing will come of it. This is the paradise chosen by the divine, and you are the chosen one. This is merely a preliminary trial. You must be quite curious about what this entails, am I right? Release me, and I shall divulge anything you wish to know. Whatever you desire, I am more than willing to comply. Listening to her frantic voice, my expression remained utterly unchanged, as I fixated intently on the knife in my hand. I am aware that the woman who could shatter my ribs with a single strike is certainly no ordinary human being. With a sharp crack, the dagger pierced through the sternum, impaling the heart. The unfinished words of the female doctor lingered forever on her lips. At this moment, my body finally succumbed, collapsing into the embrace of the woman whose warmth still lingered. I managed a weak smile, glancing at my right leg, which had truly vanished, and found it increasingly difficult to maintain my smile. In the face of previous life and death crises, my mind was exceedingly clear. Only by vanquishing my adversaries could I secure my own survival. Yet now, my thoughts are in disarray, tangled in confusion. What game is this? What trial must I endure? Why has my leg suddenly given way? I clenched my fists. The strength bestowed by the unlocking of the genetic seal granted me a measure of confidence. I turned to the screen suspended in the air, seeking some answers. The barrage of comments on the large display had erupted, as everyone was astonished by the revelations made by the female doctor in her final moments. Game. Are we, too, among the chosen ones? Otherwise, why would this video manifest before my eyes out of thin air? I briefly perused the barrage of comments and discovered only fragmented pieces of information. As I contemplated seeking the neighboring area for my bandaged right leg, at that moment, the entire room began to shake violently. The large screen instantly went dark. I instinctively yearned to take action, yet my body had completely ceased to obey my commands. Before me unfolds an inexplicable stream of data, while peculiar mechanical sounds resonate in my ears, accompanied by lines of subtitles that materialize out of thin air before my very eyes. The initial game has concluded. Welcome to the grand global gaming paradise, the chosen one's haven. The initial number of selected participants stands at 1.4 billion. The number of competitors who completed the game is 9 million. Note, participants in the initial stage will not face true death, however. Those who fail to complete the game will forfeit their eligibility. The number of flawless completions stands at 3,549. Your initial completion rating is classified as SSS. Perfectly completed. Currently, the streak of consecutive flawless completions is. A special event has been triggered. Eliminate the initial clerical guide. Achieve the badge of the God Slayer. Reward items have been placed into your backpack. You currently hold the first position in the world rankings. Ranking reward, body restoration. As soon as the words left my lips, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I lost consciousness. I am unaware of how much time has elapsed when I was abruptly roused from my slumber by the insistent ringing of an alarm. Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to find myself in the familiar confines of my dormitory. Instantly, I glanced down at my legs beneath me. Fortunately, my right leg remained intact. Was that merely a dream? It felt astonishingly real. A tinge of disappointment washed over me as I breathed a sigh of relief. As I was contemplating casually silencing the alarm on my phone, a resounding crash unexpectedly emanated from the bed. I stared in bewilderment at the deep imprints left upon the mattress. Had it not been for the layer of blankets, my phone might have been rendered utterly irreparable. Could it be that the dream I just had was real? Moments later, I swiftly unlocked my phone and casually opened a social media platform. Indeed, the first trending topic in the search box bore a simple yet profound 8-character phrase. The chosen paradise of global gaming has reached a staggering 180 million participants. I promptly clicked in and began to peruse the plethora of news articles being shared. At the stroke of midnight, a substantial number of individuals vanished without a trace. A Sakura Airlines aircraft met with disaster, and the crew reported that the captain mysteriously disappeared from the cockpit. Many individuals have recently encountered live broadcasts unexpectedly appearing on their mobile devices and computers, with some reports indicating that such displays may even manifest on their corneas. Experts suggest that this phenomenon could potentially be a manifestation of collective deception. It is hoped that those genuinely interested in participating in the game will take the initiative to reach out to the official channels. I gazed upon the official announcement, marked by crossed lines, and comprehended the gravity of the situation. Based on all current interviews, those who experienced the event expressed that after the conclusion of the initial game, they could access the data at any moment through the power of their thoughts. As I entertained a fleeting thought, a screen materialized before my eyes. At that moment, the display revealed merely a few succinct lines of text. In rest mode, you may choose to be either a spectator or a player for each game. The commencement of the next game is in 47 hours and 57 minutes. The divine chosen paradise warmly welcomes your presence. As I gather information, I find myself in contemplation. Though it appears that I have secured the top position, I sense an overwhelming ignorance about many things. It appears that other contestants online possess a considerable amount of knowledge. According to the game's narrative, there is a guide present in the initial stages of the game. Yet it seems that my own guide has inadvertently been eliminated by me. I shook my head in helplessness. I rose, washed up, and prepared to leave for class. Today, the atmosphere in the classroom felt somewhat different. The homeroom teacher remained at the podium, yet the students below were engrossed in hushed conversations amongst themselves. The teacher, too, was silent, fixated on their phone. Upon hearing my announcement at the door, the entire classroom seemed to have been muted, all eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. After a silence of 5 seconds, the homeroom teacher took a deep breath and inquired, "What caused your tardiness?" I paused in a moment of contemplation, feeling a sense of confusion wash over me. I must admit, I overslept. In an instant, the classroom returned to its cacophony, with the crowd emitting hushed murmurs amidst the noise. The homeroom teacher's gaze dimmed momentarily. He had initially believed that a rumored player had emerged from his class. According to the existing statements, the conclusion of the game was anticipated to occur around this morning. However, it turned out to be merely a student who had overslept. No one seems to pay attention to me any longer. I returned to my seat and sat down, while my classmates around me animatedly discussed the events of the day. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, the homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard. "All right, everyone is here. Please settle down. In accordance with the directives of the school and the Ministry of Education, I am here to announce some matters regarding the suspension of classes today. As for the subsequent course arrangements, they will depend on the specific circumstances. Even the conduct of the college entrance examination is contingent upon the situation. At present, the significance of that matter surpasses all else." Observing the serious expression of the homeroom teacher, the audience below, in contrast, grows increasingly exhilarated. The homeroom teacher cleared their throat and continued, "All right, I believe everyone is aware of the matter I am referring to, the so-called divine selection paradise. Is there anyone in our class who has been chosen, who has become one of those purportedly selected individuals?" As the words fell, I instinctively lowered my gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance at each individual in the classroom. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, as everyone began to look around, filled with curiosity and anticipation. At that moment, a boy proudly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Teacher, I have been chosen." The homeroom teacher's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the boy and inquired, "Are you participating in the game directly, or are you merely an observer?" The boy raised his hand and timidly uttered, "I am merely an audience member. Before me appeared the live broadcast, yet I am eligible to participate in the next game." As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. The homeroom teacher sent a message from her phone and continued to gaze at the entire class, inquiring, "Are there any other students who have been selected? I hope everyone will speak honestly, for this matter holds significant importance for our nation, and undoubtedly, it is crucial for you as well." In the hushed atmosphere, no one raised their hand. Observing this, the homeroom teacher nodded. "Students, please proceed with your self-study. This student, please follow me." Observing my classmates around me, their faces adorned with admiration, I found myself engulfed in perplexity. For the game I had experienced was anything but enjoyable. Helplessly bound to the operating table, I endured amputation, kidney replacement, and the gruesome disembowelment at the hands of a deranged woman. Having lacked the sensation of pain since childhood, I have suffered extensively. Yet that agonizing divine selection compelled me to defy fate and alter my destiny. Otherwise, under such severe torture, it seems that very few of these ordinary students could endure it. However, gradually, based on the accounts of others, Lusa came to realize a particular truth. It appeared that each individual's initial gain was uniquely distinct. Although most involved trials concerning human endurance, the extreme circumstances he faced, being tormented and killed, seemed rather rare. Furthermore, during the game's conclusion, it was clearly stated that the initial levels would not result in actual death, although those who failed to complete the game would be disqualified. This statement implied that, under normal circumstances, there existed a possibility of genuine death within this game. Yet, it seemed that none of his classmates cared or were even aware of this news. They regarded the divine chosen paradise merely as a game, entering it to fight monsters and level up, without contemplating the consequences. Yet, having genuinely experienced it, Lusa could keenly sense the underlying cruelty, where survival was a matter of life and death. I recently saw that an individual participating in the game from America claimed there was a temporary ranking system. That Special Forces soldier mentioned he ranked 67th and received a reward of body enhancement, proclaiming that he could now bend a bottle cap with just his fingers, boasting immense strength. Really? If he continues participating, won't he eventually become superhuman? Listening to the incessant chatter around him, Lu Su remained silent and detached. He reached into the cavity of his desk and grasped a bottle cap. With a firm grip, the cap seemed to be crushed effortlessly, transformed into a small ball by Lu Su's hands. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in the power he possessed. The game was indeed brutal and twisted, yet Lu Su only wished for it to become even more perverse. Compared to the rigidly constrained reality governed by rules, he preferred the realm where life and death were dictated by skill. Hey! Why are you smiling? Did you have a spring dream last night? Just as Luce's smile began to take on a more sinister quality, a melodious voice jolted him back to reality. It was his deskmate, Xia Antong. Xia Antong had been Luce's classmate for 3 years. His past experiences had endowed him with a keen eye for discerning people. Although Antong never exuded an air of dominance, he recognized that they belonged to vastly different worlds based on her attire and demeanor. Strangely, the more he sought to maintain distance, the more Antong began to playfully tease him. "Nothing, just recalling something joyful," Luce said nonchalantly. Discreetly stowing the small ball he had fashioned from the bottle cap into the desk's cavity without turning his head. Suddenly, he felt a tickle by his ear. As Antong leaned in closely, whispering, "Are you pretending? You've been selected too, haven't you?" Luce's heart skipped a beat, and feigning calmness, he inquired. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you ask?" Their eyes locked once more, and all Luce could see were her squinting, smiling eyes, leaving him inexplicably flustered. After all, his initial game had indeed been witnessed by others. Could it be mere coincidence? To comprehend his own afflictions as a chosen one, the unlocking of his genetic potential, and his unhesitating impulse to commit acts of violence, stands in stark contrast to the discussions of his classmates, which are decidedly more innocuous and must remain confidential. Thus, he cast a glance at Xia Antong, cautiously extending his right leg, which had been previously severed within the confines of the game. "Behold, my leg." Xia Antong glanced down. "What is this? So fair, so long, so tender, may I touch it?" Upon uttering these words, she boldly reached out. Luce? Chapter 6. There is someone in my local police station. Is there someone in the hospital? No. I mentioned you might want to be a bit more mindful of your surroundings. Luce glanced at the eagerly illuminated Xia Antong, who was beginning to overstep boundaries, and hastily withdrew his leg. He initially intended to test the waters, given that his avatar in the game had a rather intimidating presence, and he had lost that leg. However, judging by her reaction, it seemed the girl before him had not fortuitously encountered his character in the initial game. People excel at projecting their own experiences onto others. When you say "I was chosen," is it merely a euphemism for your own self? Luce refrained from dwelling on his own predicament and instead shifted the conversation to her. To his astonishment, Xia Antong gazed into his eyes for a moment and nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Luce? Wait, you just told me that?" Xia Antong glanced around. Her classmates were engrossed in their own discussions, oblivious to the two of them. She turned away from Luce and whispered, "It is quite normal to remain inconspicuous as a minority in an entirely unknown world. Observing the circumstances before acting is prudent." Suddenly, Xia Antong pivoted the conversation. "So, will you choose to participate in the second game in 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Luce's lips twitched. "You're just assuming I'm one of the chosen. Aren't you?" "I haven't even confirmed that." Before he could respond, Xia Antong continued, "Regardless of your thoughts, I recommend that you refrain from participating. Just wait. The temptation to alter one's fate is tremendous, and I understand that should an opportunity arise, you would not let it slip away. However, our country's internet regulation is stringent. Amidst such upheaval, many messages and news reports are withheld to maintain stability. I was among the first audience members. After a brief shock last night, I meticulously documented everything. I reviewed no fewer than 100 gaming livestreams, featuring a myriad of individuals confronting various narratives, both different and alike. Some scenes were utterly brutal, entirely absent from the online discourse. Those trials bore no regard for modern moral or legal standards." As she spoke, a slight pallor washed over Xia Antong's face, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "I even witnessed a player truly perish within that game." If the game is another realm, interconnected with time and space in the real world, effectively allowing players to traverse into it, then, can they survive? Luce. Xia Antong quietly scrutinized Luce's profile, speaking earnestly, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. For the truths she articulated, Luce was the most knowledgeable person in this world. He was the one who had lived through it. The trials he faced were the most harrowing and bizarre, with dangers and bloodshed that he understood better than anyone else. Thank you. In truth, Luce could surmise why his affluent classmates sought to draw closer to him. She was merely a pampered young lady who, upon entering a new environment, discovered that a poor boy was strikingly different from the sycophants who once surrounded her. He neither sought her approval nor cared for her status, thus piquing her curiosity. After all, is that not the nature of adolescent girls? Yet, he still expressed his gratitude. A gentleman values actions over intentions. Alas, I hope you reflect deeply on this. Xiaodong could only sigh, uncertain if Lu Su had taken her words to heart, and began to scroll through videos on her phone, catching up on the latest news. Outside the corridor, various individuals traversed, with a few students departing, and Lu Su even caught sight of police officers. The internet was rife with speculation, but as time progressed, much of the information's credibility became highly questionable. Numerous self-media outlets, obsessed with traffic, seemed to have gone mad, boldly proclaiming sensational claims. Some even suggested that characters in games had acquired superpowers, with the strongest now able to manually craft a nuclear bomb. Lu Su mused. How was I unaware of my own prowess? His assessment was that ordinary humans, unarmed, were no longer his adversaries, yet against firearms, he remained vulnerable. He recognized his current weakness. He had not yet reached a level where personal strength could provide him with a sense of security. Thus, the first day of this tumultuous world passed. Alone on his way home, he found a secluded spot and quietly gazed at a wall. With the knuckles of his right fist, he struck the exposed edge of the wall with considerable force. A dull thud resonated as the brick crumbled at the impact, several fragments cascading to the ground. Lu Su had struck with such vigor that a crimson bruise instantly blossomed on his knuckles, even breaking the skin and allowing a trickle of blood to surface. Observing his injured hand, he furrowed his brow. There was no sensation of pain, nor did he comprehend what level of discomfort he should expect. Yet, the anticipated mechanism of the pain selection system remained elusive. Was the pain insufficient? Or was there some restriction? This pain selection system was his greatest reliance, enabling him to conquer the initial game and temporarily claim the title of the world's best. He needed to swiftly decipher its mechanics. Lacking the ability to utilize a cheat would render him a laughingstock. After attempting several more punches against the wall, the anticipated pain-enhancing sound still did not manifest, when a voice behind him broke his concentration, stirring his annoyance. What's this? Are you depressed? Taking your frustrations out on the wall? Must you repeat every foolish act of the mindless antagonist to validate your own stupidity? Lu Su retaliated with another powerful punch, sending more debris flying, before turning to face Zhang Tao. Today, Zhang Tao had luxuriated in a day of special treatment, basking in his newfound superiority, while relishing the chance to belittle the one who had once bested him. However, Lu Su's punch somewhat tempered the fiery passion within him, and he mockingly remarked, "Did you deliberately arrive late this morning, hoping to make everyone believe you were chosen? How many truly selected individuals exist in this world? In the divine selection paradise, you, an orphan, not even chosen by your own parents, dare to aspire for divine favor?" Lu Su showed no inclination to respond. He calmly pried a half brick from the already shattered wall and approached his adversary silently. "Have you forgotten the words I spoke when I last struck you? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tao abruptly retreated a step, fear prompting him to grasp a nearby bicycle lock. The entire day had been consumed by the monumental changes in the world, reveling in his newfound status as a favored one with superpowers. Yet he momentarily forgot that he, at present, possessed no such abilities and could not contend with the man before him. "I must inform you, our positions have shifted significantly. I could eliminate you without facing any repercussions. Do not approach," he warned. "I assure you, there are officers at my home." "What? Your father was apprehended for soliciting?" Lu Su retorted impassively, now standing before Zhang Tao. "Damn it! My father was arrested for solicitation." Zhang Tao felt numb. The two locked eyes, and all of Zhang Tao's previous bravado evaporated, leaving only fear in its wake. Ever since he was beaten in his first year of high school, he had refrained from provoking Lu Su, but never had he felt such terror as he did today. Gazing into Lu Su's eyes, he felt his legs weaken. There was a certain intensity in the gaze of one who had taken a life. In a moment of extreme fright, Zhang Tao cursed aloud to bolster his courage, wildly swinging the bicycle lock he clutched. Lu Su, seasoned in brawls since childhood, effortlessly deflected the attack, sending the lock flying with a flick of his wrist.
Agony divine selection. Pain value 1. Lusa paused,
Momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice echoing in his mind, as if recalling something significant, a twisted smile gradually forming on his face.
I think I understand a bit more now, thank you. By the way, you mentioned you have connections at the police station, what about the hospital? No?
That is quite alright, there will be soon. Chapter 7, Re-entering the game, the mask of original sin at last, in the dimly lit alley. The battered Zhang Tao lay unconscious, his body marred by countless wounds. Likewise, Lu Su bore visible bruises. Although most of his injuries were self-inflicted, a deliberate maneuver he had grown quite adept at. After all, the pain was negligible, and both appeared equally injured. As an orphan with no possessions to tie him down, he knew the police would typically turn a blind eye to such matters. However, during this encounter,
Lu Su instinctively sensed his opponent's vulnerability.
Had he so desired, there were myriad ways to extinguish Zhang Tao's life in that moment.
Yet, he refrained.
Lu Su maintained a clear understanding of his own limitations. He was acutely aware that his current strength was far from sufficient for unrestrained action. In a hurried return to his modest room, he retrieved a sheet of paper and began to articulate his insights regarding the pain goddess selection process.
1. Self-harm does not count. Inflicting pain upon oneself does not yield any increase in pain points. 2.
The most straightforward method to accrue points is through the harm and torment inflicted by others, which is the simplest means of accumulation.
Furthermore,
even if he possessed the ability to escape, choosing not to would not be classified as self-harm, a flaw in the system, as Lu Su perceived it.
After considerable contemplation, he penned a third hypothesis. 3. If one is compelled to endure harm due to another's actions or as a result of an opponent's interference, such circumstances also warrant an increase in points. In the previous game, he had resorted to tearing off his own nail in a bid to break free. And during the earlier confrontation, he had met an incoming object with his fist, achieving success nonetheless. Upon ceasing his writing, Lu Su inhaled deeply, gazing at his notes. In essence, this was the current understanding he had derived. Alas, his system lacked any beginner's tutorial. He was left to navigate this labyrinthine process on his own. The rules governing the pain goddess selection were thus far limited, and any further discoveries would be noted in due time. He tucked the paper beneath his pillow and lay back, attempting to rest, though his mind remained restless. With his resources finally assembled, it signified that time until the next game begins, 29:24:43. Time until the next game begins, 0:30:23. A full day and night swiftly passed. Lu Su refrained from engaging in discussions with his classmates. His thoughts had long since been entrenched in the game. As time elapsed and the subtitles shifted, a voice resonated within his mind. 30 minutes remain until the game commences. Please prepare accordingly. Please choose to become a spectator or a player. Gazing at the two options before him, Lu Su recalled the earnest words of Xie Anton from 2 days prior. Thank you for the reminder, he thought with a wry smile. But you are indeed correct. How could I ever relinquish such an opportunity? When destiny arrives, all choices are rendered meaningless. Player identity has been loaded. Welcome to the divine selection paradise. May your courage propel you to the heavens. Half an hour later, a stream of data enveloped Lu Su's entire being, and his figure vanished from the confines of the small room. Welcome to the game. The current difficulty of your instance is Hell level. You have 5 minutes to perform initial settings. Observing the rapid influx of data, a panel appeared before Lu Su, representing his player status. Game points, 3000, pain value, 7, strength, 10, agility, 10, speed, 10, luck, 3, spirit, 0, bonus medal, Godslayer, legendary, equipment, none, inventory, initial backpack. You have a reward awaiting collection. Astonished by the presence of the pain value displayed on his panel, Lu Su realized he could allocate points to the values below. Unsure of which statistic held the utmost significance, he decided to address the allocation later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Acquired sealed item, O007. Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect of the 7 Deadly Sins amplifies the user's inherent weaknesses, while concurrently providing substantial corresponding enhancements. Please configure your initial appearance. As the voice faded, a swirl of gray mist materialized before Lu Su, lacking a definitive shape. Inspired, Lusa stated, fluid mask. The mist gradually transformed into a mask, adhering to Lusa's face without any sensation of wear. Please select a form: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After a moment's reflection, Lusa chose one that seemed relatively manageable. Greed. The mask twisted momentarily before shifting to a deep blue hue. Please select a mode: normal overload. Normal. Preparation time concluded, entering the game. A flash enveloped his vision, and a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. In the next moment, Lusa found himself immersed in the game. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the dizzying feeling had not dissipated, leaving him with a peculiar sense of imbalance, as if his head were heavy and his feet light. Moreover, the surrounding environment felt extraordinarily hot, akin to being placed in a steamer. As realization struck, Lusa noticed he was suspended upside down in midair, a chain binding his left ankle. Below, several dozen meters down, roiling magma bubbled menacingly. Ah! Suddenly, the piercing scream of a woman echoed nearby, and Lusa realized he was not alone in this second game. Including himself, a total of 10 individuals hung suspended here, resembling ducks roasting in a hearth. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? What is happening? Why am I hanging here? It's so hot, so scalding, how am I to descend? Among those who shared the same precarious predicament, a few had begun to panic, their visceral experience of reality inciting a sense of urgency. Lusa cast a cursory glance, dismissing them. Their capabilities were evidently limited, rendering them inconsequential as either foes or allies. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell mode, but simultaneously, you are fortunate. Each of you stands upon a platform, beneath which, magma rises relentlessly. You must escape promptly. Should you delay, well, that would be truly regrettable. Next, the first escape tool will be revealed. A mechanical voice echoed within this infernal furnace, and then, amidst the 10 individuals, a rope descended. Attached to it was a tool marred by a deep crimson rust, its teeth bearing numerous nicks and imperfections. Gazing upon this implement, coupled with the encroaching magma below, the realization of what escape entailed crystallized in their minds. An uncontrollable chill surged through everyone's heart, everyone, that is, except for one. Chapter 8, Hellish Difficulty. The influence of greed. Lusa gazed at the descending saw, his mind consumed by a singular thought: oh, isn't this just the source of the pain value? The realms of reality in the game are interconnected. However, in the real world, any injuries necessitate a visit to the hospital, where severe cases could even lead to permanent disabilities. Yet, within the confines of the game, he was acutely aware that should he meet the conditions for a flawless completion, he would receive free healing for all his injuries. This was precisely why he was compelled to join the game. The risks were monumental, but for him, the potential rewards were indisputably maximized. What does this mean? What does this imply? Is this what you call a game? No one ever informed me of this. This is sheer deception. I shall report you all. As the plaintive cries echoed in his ears, Lusa felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He turned to his side, regarding the woman beside him who was weeping and wailing. Report? Where would you report this? Do you not comprehend the nature of this situation? Though Lusa had anticipated that the game's commencement would attract some bewildered players, the sheer extremity of this one exceeded his expectations. Lusa activated his portable live streaming screen, seeking information about the other 9 players. Upon glancing at the feed, he was astounded to discover an unusually high number of viewers fixated upon him. So this is the perspective of a player achieving flawless completion? I am particularly interested in witnessing the caliber of seasoned players. This scene is somewhat terrifying. I have never encountered such a spectacle before. Thankfully, I opted to observe first. I shall see what other games exist. It appears I will remain an audience member after all. I have scrutinized the other 9 individuals, and only 3 are successful completionists, the rest are participating for the first time. It seems that this one is indeed the flawless player. It was then that Lusa realized that while the live streams were randomly assigned, they could also be searched and categorized. If that were the case, those who had achieved flawless completion would quickly find themselves under the spotlight. This might not necessarily be a blessing. The world would never casually permit a solitary individual to wield superhuman powers. Fortunately, he had chosen to wear a mask. However, his personality and habitual actions could potentially be discerned by the observant. I want to quit. I want to quit. I refuse to saw off my leg. Let me exit, I no longer wish to play. Throughout Lusu's observations, the woman beside him continued to sob uncontrollably, clearly unable to face the grim reality. Unexpectedly, a response indeed materialized from the air. A mechanical voice reverberated, "The shop system will soon be activated. During the game's preparatory phase, you may purchase exit tokens, which allow for forced withdrawal from the game. Once an exit token is utilized, permanent disqualification from the game will ensue. During gameplay, access to the shop will be prohibited." Exit tokens. Such a thing exists? Lusu pondered silently, revealing none of his thoughts. At this juncture, he had already devised a plan to exploit the pain value. How can there be no option to exit? The magma is rising, my head is spinning. Let me down. Amidst the incessant, piercing screams of women, a sudden metallic scraping sound pierced the air, interrupting the chaos and despair, instantly drawing the attention of the other 9 individuals. Above the bubbling magma, a chain began to thrash violently, its creaking noise silencing the clamor in an instant. The chain that bound Lusa's right leg was now thrashing in the air, and like a nimble monkey, he swung about. With a sharp crack, Lusa grasped a rusty saw that hung in the air. Ha! The quality of this iron chain is rather impressive, it hasn't loosened despite all this movement. After yanking the saw down, his light voice echoed in the confined space, causing the surrounding 9 to widen their eyes in shock, staring at the one who had taken the initiative. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to saw off his leg? With that rusty saw? To be honest, the other brothers were indeed showing him respect. It was quite surprising that no one had attempted to snatch the only tool available, allowing him to claim it. The idea of severing one's own leg for escape was a rather cliché tactic. By the way, did you all genuinely pay royalties for that saw franchise? Holding the saw, Lusa took his time, not rushing to act. Under the gaze of the crowd, he swung the saw in the air, engaging in casual conversation. The inexplicable sense of relaxation made the onlookers seriously question whether he truly comprehended that the current predicament required him to amputate his leg for survival. From the very first words he uttered, Lusu was acutely aware of one aspect: this was not entirely consistent with his true character. His current mental state resembled that of a half-drunken man, capable of retaining complete control over his faculties yet subconsciously expressing thoughts that contradicted his usual demeanor. This could be the effect of the original sin mask upon his face, amplifying certain traits of his humanity while also conferring corresponding advantages. Lusu had no desire to overly restrain himself. Greed, verbosity, cunning, these attributes were precisely what he needed to confront the brutal challenge of the game. Moreover, in the future, he could leverage such traits to ensure that those observing him could not easily connect the persona within the game to his true self. He was also quite eager to discover what bonuses his greed would yield. It appears that the first person has taken a step forward. In the searing air, that mechanical sound re-emerged, but this time it bore an unusual semblance of humanity. However, merely acquiring the saw does not equate to successful survival. Understood. It's just a matter of sawing off my leg, what's the big deal? It's not my first time. Lusu continued, his voice tinged with an almost sinister glee. I simply feel that this game lacks a certain element of fun and exploration, it's truly boring. After all, I am the first to obtain the saw, shouldn't there be some reward? Lusu finally revealed his fangs. And beneath the blue mask lay an unsettling ambition and greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, quietly observing this figure suspended in the air, bargaining amidst a scene of terror. It seemed that only he maintained a playful spirit in the game. Naturally, the game harbors numerous hidden achievements and special rewards awaiting discovery. But it requires players to explore on their own. Alright, how stingy? Not a word of explanation, he remarked. I merely inquired. What if I were to saw off my leg and still not be saved? I find it hard to believe. If I were to sway back and forth and accidentally drop my severed leg into the magma, what then? That won't happen. This is not part of the game's design. The platform beneath your feet is elastic. As long as you escape before the magma engulfs you, There will be no issues. So, what you're saying is, I can escape simply by sawing off my leg, correct? Indeed. The light danced upon the blue mask, forming a grin reminiscent of a cunning plot come to fruition. A cold glimmer flashed as a rusty saw pressed against his leg, and he began to cut. Yet, the iron chains bound his right ankle while he was sawing at his left leg. Chapter 9: The Pinnacle of Greed, Seeking Wealth in the Face of Death. What sound does metal make as it gradually saws through flesh? The answer is none, before the saw encounters a true obstacle. It produces merely the sensation of leather rubbing against leather, akin to two hides fiercely grinding against one another, as if one were intent on tearing the other apart. Against the crimson backdrop of this hellish magma, that leg became even more vivid in its hue. The world seemed to pause momentarily. Resembling a still frame from a black and white silent film, with only the sizzle reminiscent of a steak being grilled resonating in the air. Aha! A piercing scream erupted. But it was not the voice of Lu Su, rather, it emanated from the woman suspended nearby. Lu Su had yet to react, while her voice transformed into something akin to the anguished cries of a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Entering with a mindset of playfulness. She had never witnessed such a scene. Could one truly saw without hesitation? Observing the masked figure beside her, she began to thrash violently in mid-air. Her speech devolving into incoherence, as terror fully consumed her rationality, her psyche teetering on the brink of collapse. Pain selection, pain value 3. Pain selection, pain value 2. The relentless accumulation of pain values brought Lu Su a perverse sense of joy. The woman's pig-like wailing rendered him momentarily speechless. He glanced at her, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. I must ask, what are you screaming about? It's not your leg being sawed. Besides, you'll have to undergo this shortly anyway. Why not acclimate yourself to it now? Would you prefer to try it out first? As he spoke, Lu Su extended the saw in her direction, as if offering an invitation. Faced with the sight of a blood-soaked hand gripping a saw, the woman fell silent. Paralyzed by fear, she fainted outright. This twisted scenario had terrified her into unconsciousness. She could only hope to awaken from this nightmare, wishing it were merely a dream. Truly, it would have been considerate to provide some psychological preparation before entering. Having inadvertently frightened a bystander into unconsciousness, Lu Su resumed his task of sawing off his own leg. The act of self-amputation, beyond the excruciating pain, was chiefly a form of spiritual torment, a psychological dismemberment. Yet, the original sin mask of the greed mode stripped Lu Su of even this minimal psychological burden, as long as he observed the pain values escalating. As long as he attained what he sought, the seemingly trivial cost could be entirely dismissed. There is a saying, when profits reach 50, people will take risks. When profits reach 100, individuals dare to trample upon all earthly laws. When profits reach 300, they will risk their very lives. Yet for Lu Su now, even the slightest potential benefit, a mere fraction of 1%, was sufficient to drive him to the brink. Greed intoxicated him with the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade, seeking fortune amidst peril. That sensation was enough to drive one to madness. The saw had now penetrated halfway through, and apart from the woman beside him, the expressions of the other competitors had likewise turned ashen. Such an excessively horrifying scene. Who could behold it without trepidation? Especially with the masked deviant before them, sawing away at himself without uttering a single sound of agony, occasionally letting out a laugh. It truly imparted an impression of descending into hell. My dear brother, your audacity to casually enter this game is indicative of our own folly. On the other side, a man with a pallid complexion spoke to Lu Su, yet according to the spectators, he was someone who had participated in the novice game and emerged victorious. When it comes to severing, one must be decisive. Choosing to amputate a leg is indeed commendable. Your initial foray into this game must have yielded a commendable score and ranking. But do take a look. You are currently sawing at your left leg. Oh. Lu Su glanced at the mangled flesh of his left leg. Is there an issue? A heavy iron chain is shackled to your right foot. What purpose does severing your left leg serve? I wish to saw it, is that not permissible? Lu Su swayed defiantly, exuding an air of righteousness. And then shouted into the void, who decreed that one must saw off their right leg? I simply wish to sever my left leg, is that too much to ask?
Luce's latest outburst was directed at the entity resembling the game organizer, who had previously engaged in dialogue with the participants.
However, this time, the mechanical voice that had appeared multiple times did not resound once more.
Luce remained unfazed. After all, his strategy was merely a gamble, win or lose.
At least the increasing pain points provided some solace, did they not?
The other players observing around him turned their heads, their faces etched with despair. One individual had fainted from terror, while another appeared to be a rather dim-witted deviant. Should they have the chance to survive, they would undoubtedly shy away from such a deadly game in the future.
Not only they,
but the chosen ones who were now spectators also unanimously recognized the validity of their decision.
Is this truly a game of hellish difficulty? How fortunate I am not to have participated. It is terrifying. Are all those who achieve perfect clearances such deranged individuals?
Encountering such an extreme game, only a lunatic could so calmly saw off their leg. Yet, it is of no avail. While he is indeed ruthless, his intellect appears rather deficient. The majority of the audience gazed upon Lu Su, the flawless victor, observing the chilling spectacle while lamenting his audacity devoid of strategy.
However,
among the onlookers, there were those who were not merely passive observers, but astute individuals seeking to gather intelligence for future endeavors, and they discerned Luce's intentions. A chosen one known as Blank, currently a spectator, articulated his insights on Luce's live broadcast screen. Blank, do you truly believe that a perfect clearance participant could be so foolish as to saw off the wrong leg?
Blank, if my conjecture is correct,
he is engaging in a gamble against the rules of this game. Do you recall what he said earlier?
Blank, in a prior conversation,
he inquired what would happen if severing a leg led to no salvation, even illustrating the possibility of inadvertently falling into lava thereafter. His intention was to inquire about all possible outcomes of amputating a leg without rescue, yet he deliberately diverted the focus to trivial matters.
Ultimately, in a seemingly casual yet frenzied manner, he posed the question of whether amputating a leg would necessarily guarantee salvation.
This was the true revelation of his intentions. There exist numerous methods of amputation, including the option of not severing the trapped limb.
The organizer, having been misled previously,
consequently provided an affirmative response. This was the very reason he chose to amputate his left leg. Though merely a verbal game,
he executed it without hesitation in pursuit of potential benefits.
Indeed, each player who achieves a flawless victory proves to be a creature driven by the maximization of self-interest, disregarding pain and the sanctity of their own limbs.
Chapter 10, Fear will cloud your judgment. Let's talk about the price. From the onset of the game,
the mastermind harbored no semblance of fear. Rusty saws and molten lava never troubled his mind. His sole focus was on how to maximize his own gains from this game. His audacity was fueled by insatiable greed and extreme confidence, coupled with a ruthless approach towards himself. The individual known as Blank articulated his thoughts intermittently, as if he were simultaneously pondering and speaking. However, once his words appeared on the screen, a significant portion of the barrage of comments dwindled. It seemed the audience was engrossed in his analysis. Initially mere spectators, they now felt their previous observations were in vain.
Are you serious? Why does everyone seem so oblivious while you stand out so starkly?
Naturally, such analytical discourse provoked dissent. There would always be those unwilling to admit their own mediocrity.
Almost immediately, someone rebutted, "How can you be so certain? Perhaps this is merely the ramblings of a lunatic." Indeed. And shouldn't the voice of the host resemble that of an automated machine? How could there be any linguistic errors unless someone were manipulating it? Ignoring these obstinate remarks, Blank remained unfazed.
In the real world, he was astonished, intently observing the screen, meticulously analyzing Luce's every move. He was determined not to miss this opportunity to alter his fate and acquire superpowers. He aspired to become a player himself. However, he hesitated to be the test subject, opting instead to gather intelligence, scrutinize the game's mechanics, and study the strategies of the elite players before diving in. To his surprise, he stumbled upon something significant. To connect with such a high-caliber player, he needed to devise a strategy to befriend him.
Contemplating this,
Blank casually responded on the screen, "Feel free to think as you wish. Honestly, I lack certainty in fully grasping the mastermind's intentions. Let us observe how the situation unfolds." The live chat buzzed with varied opinions, but Lu Su, after a fleeting glance, paid no further attention. He was engrossed in his work at that moment, as if engaged in a gratifying task or an intriguing pastime, utterly unhurried.
He was currently sawing off his leg.
It felt akin to accomplishing a deeply satisfying endeavor, and he was accumulating pain points. From the beginning until now, he had amassed over 20 points. And for the first time, Lu Su recognized the utility of his leg. As long as he could achieve a flawless completion, everything would fall into place. Watching the pain points rise, the condition of his leg seemed trivial. Such an opportunity was rare outside. He felt no discomfort nor psychological burden. Yet he had thoroughly tormented those around him. The woman beside him, who had previously fainted from fright, had now regained consciousness and was violently retching. The others fared little better. Most were drenched in sweat, their faces ashen, turning their heads away from Lu Su, unwilling to meet his gaze.
The sweltering environment,
the harrowing test of life and death, the unbearable agony before them, combined with the sadistic nature of another player,
made them feel as though they had truly descended into hell. Pain Seeker. Pain Value 1. As time passed,
Lu Su realized that the accumulation of his pain value had become alarmingly slow. He had nearly exhausted the potential of severing his leg.
With an insatiable curiosity, he proceeded to remove his left leg entirely.
Holding the bloodied foot in his hands, he scrutinized it for a few moments before murmuring, "Surely
such a display must yield some additional benefits. The rebirth from amputation ought to require superior and more advanced potions, shouldn't it?" With a casual demeanor, he tossed the severed limb into the molten lava below. "Ha ha! I did it! Hey! Are you still there? Wasn't it said that severing a leg would lead to escape?" Lu Su's audacious, taunting voice reverberated through the space, presenting his demands to the entity that governed it.
Yet, there was no response. Just as Lu Su began to despair over the possibility of failure, the mechanical voice re-emerged from above. This time, however, it was chillingly cold. Devoid of the previous hint of humanity, now resembling a purely mechanical entity. Relevant entry rules have been restored. Player Lu Su has successfully exploited a system flaw, earning the title of System Attacker, Epic. Relevant rewards will be calculated collectively at the end of the game. The mechanical voice referred to Lu Su in a vague manner. Apart from him, no one else could discern his name, only a nebulous appellation. Following the announcement of rewards, there were no further utterances, as if the entity feared being drawn into further dialogue with Lu Su. He, however, remained unconcerned. A satisfied smile reflected in the glow of his mask, as he hung suspended in the air, stretching luxuriously.
"Ah, that's not too shabby. Not too stingy at all."
Within the molten cavern, only the sound of bubbling lava remained, while the others were left in a state of stupefaction. None had anticipated that the individual before them was not a mindless masochist but rather a lunatic who would stop at nothing for personal gain. Participating in the game for the first time, they found themselves confronted by such a dungeon and such a player. The live stream had long since erupted with excitement, as viewers recalled the earlier analysis by a person named Blank, leaving everyone with a sense of speechless awe. The accolades poured in, yet gazing upon the grotesque severed stump, few felt admiration. Instead, there was a profound sense of reverence and fear. Lu Su paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. After catching his breath, he did not hasten to escape. Instead, he spoke again. "To be candid, I am perplexed as to why you all remain oblivious to the circumstances at hand." Upon hearing his voice, the other 9 players were momentarily taken aback,
failing to comprehend his words. "You truly disregard the gravity of life and death, do you? Are you not aware that the magma is rising? What is this thing?"
"Tell me," Lu Su continued, shaking the saw in his hand.
"Surely, you do not perceive this as an instrument of suffering and torment? If we consider this a game, then this is indeed a key item. And at this moment, this sole key item resides in my grasp, unchallenged by any of you. Out of fear, everyone has shunned this saw. Do not succumb to fear, it will cloud your judgment. This so-called hellish game is rather excessive in its ease. I hope such opportunities arise again in the future." Ever since donning the greed mask, Lu Su exhibited not only an insatiable desire but also a newfound propensity for loquacity. Yet, amidst his incessant chatter, a sense of chilling discomfort enveloped the other players. Even as the ambient temperature soared beyond 50 degrees Celsius. "Enough of this idle talk," Lu Su remarked, whimsically twirling the saw in his hand. "Now, Does anyone still wish to saw off a leg? Come, let us discuss the price. Chapter 11, The Malevolence of Humanity and the Outburst of Violence. As Luce's words fell, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Their faces a tapestry of uncertainty as they gazed at him, still swaying in the center. Meanwhile, in the real world, the observer known as Kongbai slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming with excitement, "Damn! I knew it would come to this." The previous probes, beyond merely maximizing benefits, held profound significance. They included testing the rules of this game, seeking to comprehend what force governs the suddenly emerged challenge: a machine, an omnipotent deity, or perhaps an extraterrestrial civilization? Such inquiries bore immense weight for the entire world, and yet the mastermind managed to execute them almost seamlessly, even securing personal advantages in the process. Moreover, the previous brutal tactics served to intimidate other participants, effectively extorting them in this moment. Kongbai gritted his teeth, organizing his thoughts, and the more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He harbored no qualms regarding this extreme avarice, with the world undergoing such a radical transformation, where life and death are dictated by destiny. It is only natural for the strong to resort to any means necessary to gain power in the early stages of the game. Yet, just as he was about to type a comment in the live game stream, he gradually lowered his hands. He had observed the majority of comments from others and discerned their current psychological states. Isn't this extortion? Honestly, shouldn't we be helping each other in such a situation? The leg sawing is already horrific. In this atmosphere of fear, why threaten others? It seems unnecessary. Very strong. Yet quite insane. I just hope I don't encounter such individuals in the game. Aside from these altruistic sentiments, the remaining comments were mere boasts, akin to watching an American blockbuster. Some expressed unwarranted emotions, while others seemed to perceive themselves as mere spectators. It appeared as though they had forgotten that they, too, were chosen participants, equally endowed with the opportunity to engage in this game. They were all players in this unfolding drama. The world had dramatically transformed in an instant. Yet the collective mindset of the populace had yet to adjust. Kongbai contemplated this and relinquished the idea of sending a barrage of comments, choosing instead to focus on the unfolding scenes within the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating the price? Nearby, a woman who had been the loudest among them suddenly cast a gaze filled with hatred towards Lu Su, her eyes fixed intently upon him. The words were clear: "If you don't pay, I won't give you the saw." What's wrong with that? Lu Su, with an air of nonchalance, turned his head to her and replied, "Do you have any conscience left? You're profiting from this? You heartless wretch. I want to quit. I refuse to play this game any longer. Why must we be compelled to participate continuously once we've entered? Why does the organizer of this game hardly respond to us, yet readily replies to you? Why can you so easily sever your own leg? I believe you are all in cahoots. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Everyone, look. He is by no means a formidable player, rather, he is merely an accomplice to the puppet master of this game. Perhaps the weight of psychological oppression has driven her to madness. At this moment, the woman begins to unleash her fury, transforming fear and anguish into wrath that cascades upon Lu Su. Her entire form convulses violently, the chains clinking in response. And witnessing her frenzied state, Lu Su is left utterly perplexed. The air remains silent for a few seconds before Lu Su slowly speaks. "Indeed, you are correct. I am one of them. I am, in fact, an NPC of this game, not a player. I do not possess the capacity for pain. I can saw as I please, here to torment you normal players. What will you do about it?" At that moment, the blue, greedy mask glimmers, forming a large, comical grin, as if mocking her. Lu Su understands that this wretched woman is merely an amplification of human nature. He dons a mask of greed, while she likely wears one forged from a life of indulgence. The weak draw their blades against the weaker. In this bizarre world of gaming, even those who appear strong may seem relatively weaker. Thus, her need for an emotional outlet manifests through him, despite appearing terrifying and possessing the strength to eliminate her. Years of social conditioning have led her to believe that provoking someone like him would bear no consequences. The methods employed are similar: loudness, slander, manipulation of the public, isolation. Yet the world has changed, and still, some fail to grasp this reality. Lu Su observes her with a sense of amusement, even if he admits it. Even if he is slandered, even if he stands against all of them, what difference does it make?
His demeanor of unyielding acknowledgement renders her speechless. A muffled sound escaping her throat as her face flushes crimson. It is uncertain whether it is from heat or the suffocation of her own emotions. The magma continues to rise, dear friends. Lu Su swings one leg in the air, even brandishing the saw in his hand, as if poised to cast it down at any moment.
How much do you desire?
At last, someone speaks. Lu Su thinks there is still a clear-minded individual among them.
Turning to see who it is.
What I seek is not money, but...
However...
The thought remains unfinished as he turns to behold a flash of red light before him. Opposite him, a man, propelled by the momentum of chains, swings forcefully towards him, wielding a dagger nearly a foot long, glimmering ominously. It is evident that this dagger is no ordinary weapon, but rather some sort of in-game artifact.
The man, eyes gleaming with malice, approaches swiftly. In an instant, as Lu Su turns, the blade is already upon him. A lethal strike. Amidst the shrill sound of friction, blood splatters.
The intended strike to sever his throat is thwarted by Lu Su, who, in a split second, deflects the attack, meeting it with his own collarbone. The knife was firmly lodged in the collarbone, rendering any movement impossible. Upon the blue mask, there was no alteration in expression, in fact. The smile on the mask seemed to broaden, stretching almost to the corners of its mouth.
Pain chosen. Pain value 5.
To my astonishment, even in such dire circumstances, an unexpected delight emerged.
Kill him. Quickly. End his life.
The woman beside me began to writhe violently, her voice filled with excitement.
The man, too, displayed a murderous intent, ready to capitalize on his successful strike. Yet, in an instant, the tumult had subsided, and the ecstatic cries were choked in the woman's throat.
A line of blood appeared on the man's neck as Lu Su, with a casual flick of his saw, executed a terrifyingly swift motion that the onlookers could scarcely perceive. Only the chilling sound of the air being sliced remained. Alas, it is unfortunate that the opportunity was but a singular moment.
Oh, additionally, I extend my gratitude for the knife you provided.
Chapter 12, a memorable scene, sever his legs, and he shall thank us. As the words fell, the man opposite, gripping his knife, could only feebly release his hold. His eyes widened in horror, hands clutching his throat as blood gushed forth like a torrent.
It was futile to try and stem the flow.
Mere seconds later, the man, suspended in midair, transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. The searing heat rapidly congealed his lifeblood, and after a couple of involuntary convulsions, he lay still.
Dead? Witnessing the brutal murder before them jolted everyone back to reality.
Lu Su found the situation rather amusing, observing the perfectly roasted corpse, and even felt inclined to share a dark jest. This red-skinned duck was quite the spectacle. Truth be told, it was indeed a hanging oven. In fact, given the influence of the greedy mask, he should have capitalized on this audacious assailant to accrue more pain points. Yet, he refrained from such actions. For the tenet inscribed in his mind was unshakable: never relinquish the chance to survive to another. If someone sought to kill him, he would not waste breath. He removed the dagger from his shoulder and regarded the weapon description that spontaneously appeared before him. Sharp blade, exquisite weapon, effect, armor piercing. When the user attacks with it, it will unleash triple the strength, with a power limit, exploration required. Description: when unsure of what to do, simply plunge it in.
Lu Su? Ha? Is there something slightly amiss with this description?
Ah, an exquisite weapon. Though it may not sound particularly formidable, it is certainly better than nothing.
With that, he tossed the dagger into his backpack as a trophy.
Furthermore, categorizing it this way, it seemed that the mask upon his face was not a weapon or item. A sequence seal, it appeared to be a unique object of its own kind.
Casting a glance around,
he noted that no one dared to meet the gaze of the deep blue mask.
In realms untouched by the laws of human-made order,
violence remains the most eloquent form of communication. Well then, having reached this point, let us negotiate a price. At last, the first astute individual spoke up. And Lu Su turned towards him. I understand that players like you do not desire currency, but rather wish for leverage within this game.
In my initial venture,
I accrued a reward of 500 points, and with an exemplary performance, the guide bestowed upon me an additional 300 points. I shall offer you all these points if you assist me in escaping this predicament. It was evident that those who had previously triumphed in the game possessed a significantly better psychological composure.
However, Lu Su's subsequent words nearly induced a hemorrhage in the man. 800? Is that all you possess? The crowd? What nonsense are you spewing? 800 points is quite substantial. What are you on about?
This is my entire score. The game has only just begun.
Who can have more? Did your guide not brief you on the situation? Lu Su. My guide? Do you believe I could kill you? I asked. My reward is a direct 3,000 points, you know?
Well, it's a small venture. Considering you are my first customer, I shall agree to it.
Lu Su accepted the other party's transaction request.
Moreover, as you are indeed my inaugural client, I shall bestow upon you a small benefit.
What?
The other party seemed momentarily taken aback, for he was about to sever his own leg, and he had yet to mentally prepare himself. His teeth were quivering. Lu Su merely summoned his personal game panel. Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Speed, 10, Luck, 3, Spirit, 0, Bonus Medals, Godslayer, Legendary, System Attacker, Epic, Current Pain Value, 28, from the moment he entered the game. Lu Su realized the paramount purpose of his pain value allocation of points. The values displayed on this personal panel could typically only be enhanced through fortuitous encounters or special items within the game.
Yet Lu Su possessed the unique ability to augment them directly.
The ratio for enhancing strength, agility, and speed was 1:2, while luck was 1:5.
And spirit was 1:10.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Su allocated all his points into the strength category to maximize his current abilities.
Strength enhancement. 1024.
His already superhuman strength surged, doubling, and more. Gripping the saw tightly, the wooden handle creaked ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. The expansion of his strength brought with it a psychological inflation. Gazing at his not particularly muscular arms, Lu Su felt as though a green giant resided within him.
Hey! What do you mean?
The transaction had been completed, yet the man across from Lu Su stared in horror as the veins in Lu Su's temples bulged. His right hand clenching the saw with a death grip, his mask contorted into an expression of sheer abnormality. Nothing, as a conscientious merchant. I shall personally assist you in severing your leg.
The man exclaimed, No. Don't. Stay away from me.
That wasn't part of our prior agreement.
With that,
he began to struggle violently, the courage and resolve he had painstakingly mustered dissipating in an instant.
You're going to saw me? You might as well just let me die. This is torture, I can't endure it. I'm not a sadist. Don't be afraid, as an ethical businessman. How could I harm you? I'm merely conducting an experiment.
As the other party flailed desperately, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lu Su's eyes.
The shape of the mask forming a very human-like exclamation mark.
With a swift motion, he swung the saw. The speed was so great that it seemed to summon the sound of thunder.
Crack!
The sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a butcher cleaving ribs on a chopping block. The rusted saw blade, propelled by immense velocity, transformed into the sharpest of cutting instruments.
The figure collapsed, landing on the platform with a dull thud.
Until he extricated himself from peril, the man who had lost his leg only then realized that it was all over, and the agony surged forth.
After a harrowing scream,
he writhed in pain while clutching his severed limb, drenched in perspiration as he bore the torment. He lifted his severed left leg and applied pressure to his blood vessels to prevent excessive blood loss.
A grimace, more grotesque than a cry,
contorted his face as he raised a thumb towards the still airborne Lu Su, his voice trembling as he uttered, Thank you, esteemed one." This expression of gratitude was heartfelt, although he had made a choice in the face of life and death. He truly did not believe he could endure the agony of severing his own leg with a rusty saw. Lu Su's seemingly divine intervention made him feel that the points he had previously spent were not in vain, for at least he had preserved his life.
Indeed.
Look at the commotion this has caused, he still felt compelled to express his thanks. Chapter 13, The Frenzied Bidding. She had ample time for regret after delivering his brash remarks. Lu Su reveled in his newfound strength, even giving a thumbs up to the unfortunate individual whose leg he had severed. The man seemed unfazed, having already experienced a semblance of superhuman power. and was mentally prepared for the impending transformations in this world. However, the spectators had a different perspective. The atmosphere in his livestream room erupted. The audience's fervor was even more intense than when they had witnessed Luce's gruesome act of self-mutilation. For them, it was the first time they had witnessed someone truly wielding supernatural abilities. The allure of raw power has always eclipsed the allure of wealth and influence. Wow! What did I just witness? Am I seeing things? That must be a superpower, right? What kind of force is that? To sever a leg with a rusty saw in one stroke? I may have spoken too loudly. You're incredible. Is there any chance I could get your contact information? It seems you seldom watch your own streams. This is the true charm of the game, isn't it? If it's a superpower, I want to try it too. Let us live on the edge. I just checked out other players' streams, and most aren't this brutal. This particular player just happened to encounter a hellishly difficult game scenario. Fortune favors the bold. Stop boasting. Would you dare saw your own leg off if given the chance? The livestream room instantly transformed into a hive of excitement. Those who had previously regarded themselves as mere spectators were now itching to engage, casting aside their earlier trepidations and assorted emotions. Some were already seeking Luce's contact details, eager to connect with him in the real world. Even individuals claiming to be executives from Fortune 500 companies began contemplating recruiting Luce under their banner. Kongbai sat before the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. People were gradually awakening to the gravity of the situation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Luce's superhuman abilities, while extraordinary, still retained a semblance of humanity. The moment scenes of flight and thunderous might materialized, true madness would ensue. Amidst the accolades and fervent enthusiasm, a discerning observer finally detected an anomaly. Wait, doesn't anyone find something off? He clearly possesses the ability to instantly sever a leg. So why did he saw through it painstakingly before? The barrage of comments momentarily halted. As this timid inquiry emerged, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed. Why would he choose such a torturous method? If I could perform a painless operation, why would I opt for pain? While Kongbai and others could rationalize previous actions. This inexplicable contradiction left everyone in a state of perplexity. A multitude of analysts, akin to blank slates, sat before their screens, conjuring a myriad of justifications for Luce's inexplicable decision to impose such harsh measures upon himself. Could it be that he truly harbors masochistic tendencies? Or is there a flaw in his reasoning? It seems implausible. A consummate player, a figure of such caliber, could not possibly be mentally impaired. Surely, there exists a profound meaning that eludes their comprehension. Further analysis is warranted. However, the depths of Luce's intentions remain forever beyond their grasp. After all, he merely seeks to acquire some pain points. Below, the first individual to be rescued had inexplicably vanished, leaving the question of whether this signified the conclusion of the game lingering in the air. Regardless, his disappearance ignited an extraordinary fervor among those still suspended. Before Luce could utter a word, a cacophony of voices erupted from the remaining participants. Great one, cast your gaze my way. I too am willing to make an offer. I possess 200 points and a common weapon, both acquired during the initial stages of the game. I can offer them to you. All I ask is that you personally sever my leg. Help me, and once I am free, I shall reward you generously, a veritable fortune. A checkbook for you to fill. Come, strike my leg. They implored. All were compatriots, united in their pleas for assistance. Previously paralyzed by fear, the players, upon witnessing such a seemingly painless avenue, had suddenly regained their spirits, each clamoring to bid for the privilege of having their legs severed. In this day and age, the auctioning of limb amputation had become a reality. The broken window theory remains timeless. Ordinarily, if one were to suggest the amputation of a leg without anesthesia, it would be met with abject horror. Yet now, after the rusty saw had been at work on Luce's leg for a mere 10 minutes, the onlookers found the prospect of having their legs removed to be a source of immense relief. Observing the frenzy of eager participants, Luce, in turn, did not refuse their offers, patiently awaiting higher bids. After all, those who had entered the initial game and failed to complete it possessed some points. And some had even entered into agreements within the game that would yield points for Luce. Empowered by a mask of greed, he had shed any psychological burdens, transforming into the merciless Lusu, willing to sever limbs as long as the price was right. Ultimately, he acquired an unprecedented game item, alongside a trove of game points and promises of additional points for completion, as he amputated leg after leg. In Japan, he would have been regarded as a master of the art of amputation. Amidst the chorus of anguished cries, only 4 individuals remained suspended in the air. 2 appeared utterly petrified, seemingly having relinquished all hope of survival. Lusu paid them no mind, their fate inconsequential to him. One former victor cast a final glance at him before abruptly disappearing, presumably having received a withdrawal token as part of their previous rewards. At last, Lusu turned his attention once more to the woman who had been incessantly shouting, unable to discern the situation, and had taken to hurling insults at him. Remarkably, she had fallen silent for quite some time now. As Lusu turned back once more, the trembling figure, already gripped by fear, uttered, "I warn you, if you..." Yet this time, Lusu was disinclined to listen further. The flash of the blade cut through the air, and this time, Lusu severed the bonds that shackled his leg. His body then fell onto the platform. Reaching out to the edge of the platform, he smiled at the woman suspended in the air and remarked, "The magma is almost upon us." With that, Lusu's figure vanished, and in mere moments, the molten rock engulfed the platform. In the fleeting remnants of his vision, Lusu witnessed the woman finally awaken to the peril at the last moment, emitting a shrill cry as she desperately reached for the swaying saw above. A heart-wrenching scream followed. But it was too late. The magma had consumed the platform. Yet she remained unscathed, for now. She still had ample time for regret, yet no opportunity to escape. Humanity often meets its demise through folly. Chapter 14, The Division of Spoil Ceremony, Unveiling of the Perfectly Cleared Players. Whether that woman would eventually feel remorse or experience heart-wrenching agony was no longer a matter for Lusu to ponder. At present, however, Lusu found himself grappling with a tinge of regret. Perhaps it was the insatiable greed that stirred within him, as the end of the game drew near. He began to feel that his rewards were rather meager. Was this the extent of the punishment, a mere sawing of the leg? Shouldn't there be a myriad of torturous devices, subjecting players to relentless torment, oscillating between pleasure and pain? The so-called hellish difficulty seemed to reflect a lack of imagination, falling short of true perversion. Lost in contemplation, he noticed that the familiar stream of data had not manifested. It appeared that after vanishing from the platform, there was no immediate game settlement. As he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an exceptionally bright space. The 4 individuals he had previously rescued were now seated, their faces etched with terror as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings. The game was not yet over. This infernal ordeal seemed to persist. Just when they had jubilantly emerged, believing their trials were finally concluded, reality dealt them a crushing blow. Upon Lusu's emergence, 4 pairs of eyes turned in unison, suggesting that the game awaited the full assembly of players. Each individual was secured to a chair, arranged in a regular pentagon. While in the center stood a pentagonal pillar, its depths shrouded in mystery, devoid of any discernible purpose. Unlike the others, Lusu found himself rather elated at the game's continuation. After all, as long as the game persisted, there remained potential for gain. His mindset was evidently distinct. Following their previous experiences, he was now somewhat enthralled by the gameplay. Patting the mask that perpetually displayed a smile, Lusu mused aloud, "I had anticipated that the creativity should not be so lacking, the game ought to be more twisted." He reminded himself to maintain control. Despite relishing the sensation of reward, Lusu was mindful not to succumb entirely to the rhythm dictated by the mask. The mask merely amplified his corresponding emotions. He must retain mastery over himself. All personnel are present. Welcome, conquerors of the hellish game. Following Lusu's arrival, the mechanical voice that had been absent for some time echoed through the space. Upon its emergence, the other 4 individuals shuddered, unsure whether it was from pain or fear. "You seem to be quite pleased?" "That is rather illogical." Suddenly, the voice's tone shifted, and after a moment of confusion, the others realized it was directed at Lusu. The game's controller was actively engaging a player in conversation. Lusu lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings before inquiring, "Is that so?" "That is quite delightful. So, what rewards might there be?"
What the hell do you mean by rewards? Are you addicted to milking the sheep?
This is a game of hellish difficulty, not a mere playground. Lu Su's straightforward remark utterly disarmed the controlling voice, leaving it momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the lights surrounding the 5 individuals dimmed inexplicably, accentuating the atmosphere of solitude and terror. A sharp, peculiar sound echoed through the air. And amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a vast, barrel-like space began to rise with a dark substance. As they focused their attention, gasps erupted from the crowd. This was not mere dark water, it was an unfathomable and overwhelmingly vast swarm of insects. Layer upon layer, they surged upward, seemingly emerging from the depths below. The creatures were unlike any they had encountered before, each one repulsively grotesque. Some resembled scorpions, yet they measured half a meter in length. Others were covered in barbs, with long tongues twisting and writhing incessantly. There were also soft-bodied worms that squirmed and, when pressed, burst forth, oozing a thick liquid. The enormous barrel-shaped space filled with insects, their incessant chirping and clattering saturating the air, evoking a visceral urge to retch. Before long, the cylindrical space before them was completely filled. It was a colossal pillar, 5 meters in diameter and towering at least 10 meters high, crammed with insects. A rough estimation suggested that the number of these alien creatures within this otherworldly space exceeded 100 million. The 4 individuals seated around the pillar were ashen-faced. Even Lu Su could not suppress his astonishment. While some may not fear wild beasts, the sight of such a swarm would surely unnerve anyone, save for the sorcerers of Niujiang. This phenomenon represented a dual assault on both the physiological and psychological limits. It was an ordeal no ordinary person could withstand, particularly as it appeared to be extraterrestrial in origin. The audience in the livestream expressed their dismay. This is utterly revolting. I can't bear to watch any longer. I'm leaving to find another stream. Frankly, this is becoming too heavy. I wish I weren't here. Being a spectator seems far preferable to being a player. The sheer number of insects had surpassed the threshold of morbid curiosity. Then, the audience noticed that between their room and that dreadful space stood a 50 centimeter by 50 centimeter pane of specialized glass. Gazing at this window, fear threatened to overwhelm them, for it signified that those insects would soon invade their space. When would this nightmare cease? A nearby man, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, struck the glass with a forceful blow, producing a dull thud. Yet, his anger was futile in the face of the impending horror. As Lu Su contemplated the situation, a thought crossed his mind: perhaps this would present an opportunity for suffering points. Players, do you not feel privileged? The game should have concluded by now. However, due to the excessive number of surviving players, which contradicts the concept of hellish difficulty, a minor additional trial is to be conducted. Originally, the fate of the game rested firmly in the hands of this player, who could have easily positioned himself as the sole survivor. Now, the additional trial would cease to exist, and he would once again emerge as the player who achieved a flawless victory. Indeed, he stands as the only individual among you to have earned the title of perfect completionist in the novice level. However, his benevolence has led to the current predicament. Come, let us all applaud his performance. The voice of the organizer resonated once more, accompanied by the illumination of Lu Su's room, indicating precisely who he was addressing. Yet, this time, the tone and words carried a distinctly sarcastic undertone, leaving one to ponder whether Lu Su had inadvertently offended him. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the space, mingling with the chirping of insects. The sole person clapping at that moment was none other than Lu Su himself. Ah! Splendid, splendid. According to your narrative, I have indeed outdone myself, and I believe I ought to commend myself. Thus, the question remains, for such an admirable performance, shall there be no additional reward? Chapter 15, The Distribution Game, The Most Unfortunate Position? Lu Su's voice was calm, laced with an unmistakable sarcasm. Showing no signs of being affected by the host's derision, in fact, he retorted with his own jibe. He could not fathom why he had suddenly become the target of scrutiny, as if the game had taken an aversion to him, casting him into the spotlight of disdain. Even his status as a flawless completionist was laid bare for all to see. Yet, he perceived no issue. The more he was targeted, the more lucrative the opportunity. Being singled out was, indeed, a chance. Risk always accompanies opportunity, as a certain philosopher with the surname Gao once proclaimed, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish.
Gao, what was his full name again? Let us assume it was Gorky he was referring to.
All rewards and benefits obtained in the game are not simply given but earned or, one might say, seized.
What one can achieve hinges on the forthcoming steps one is capable of taking. Greed, you have adapted well to that mask. Yet, I wonder if your compassion in sparing them will ultimately lead to your own demise. Compassion?
You flatter me, I'm almost moved. Perhaps you should award me a badge of honor, Luce quipped back, seamlessly keeping the banter alive.
Observing the exchange between Lu Su and the enigmatic voice.
The other four individuals present felt entirely like outsiders, reduced to mere spectators of a duel between titans, hesitant to interject. At this juncture, they began to understand that there existed a distinct difference between merely completing the game and achieving a flawless victory. It became apparent that this formidable figure was among the elite from the very beginning, prompting a complex shift in the gazes of those around him, initial trepidation and aloofness gradually giving way to a tinge of gratitude. After all, despite his greed and madness, akin to a vampire threatening them, he had, in essence, saved their lives. Had Luce been merely a bloodthirsty psychopath, he could have allowed them all to perish in the molten lava without a second thought, rather than assist them in severing their limbs. Indeed, in this infernal game, the act of directly lopping off limbs was a gesture akin to bestowing a gift. However, with the situation as it stood, the future remained uncertain. And none among the assembly intended to express their gratitude to this benevolent figure, Lu Su.
All right, the final assessment. The distribution game. Let us all be in high spirits. It is time to reap the rewards.
Ordinary players, do not feel disheartened. In the upcoming segment, you will be on the same level as that individual. This is the game of gods, a wager for challengers. Here, anything is possible. Do not underestimate your potential, you may transform entirely overnight.
Welcome to the divine playground.
The enticing voice resonated once more, seemingly igniting the latent greed within the hearts of the listeners, yet it was evident that the words held little warmth for Lu Su. Evidently, it serves to differentiate the relationship between Lu Su and the others, establishing a competitive dynamic among the participants in the forthcoming game.
Subsequently,
amidst the writhing and shrieking of the insects, two pillars arose before each individual, within reach, adorned with a red and a green button respectively. Above these pillars, a scarlet numeral materialized, 100. The spoils game is about to commence. All of you have successfully endured the trials of hell, initially entitled to rewards. However, the number of those who passed the trials is, logically speaking, not as numerous as this. Thus, you shall deliberate together and allocate the final reward of 100 among yourselves. Special reminder, the rewards are indeed substantial.
As confusion enveloped the crowd,
a screen appeared before each participant, displaying various scenes, each containing distinct content. Come, witness the desires and yearnings deep within your hearts. The visuals encompassed monumental feats, mountains moved and oceans filled, the power to shatter planets with a mere gesture. There were indulgent revelries and exalted perspective over the masses. And a scene in Tokyo, where time abruptly halted on a train amidst neon-lit beauties.
During a moment when a stepsister was doing laundry,
the washing machine became jammed.
It seemed something peculiar had inadvertently intruded.
TSK, what a chaotic assortment of desires you all possess.
In any case,
the chosen paradise is a realm where your dreams can materialize. Trust me, for your presently limited comprehension, this 100 possesses the potential to transform your entire lives. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, the orchestrators, having enticed the participants for long enough, deemed further embellishment unnecessary. The desires had been stirred. All that remained was the grand spectacle of sharing the spoils.
All right.
The spoils game is set to begin. Next comes the introduction of the rules. This 100 represents the totality of the rewards, and the method of distribution will be determined by your votes. No one holds any privilege.
Upon hearing this,
the other four players visibly relaxed, for indeed, the disparity between themselves and the flawlessly triumphant player had seemingly dissipated.
However, the ominous insect jar, what purpose does it serve?
That jar serves as a penalty for those who do not conform. The rules are as follows: each individual shall sequentially present their proposed distribution of the points. If half or more of the participants press the green consent button, it indicates approval, and the proposed distribution will be enacted, with everyone receiving their respective share of the reward. Conversely, should the majority dissent, the individual who proposed the plan will be transported into that jar, where the little creatures will surely cherish your company. The sequence will then proceed to the next individual, who will continue to propose their distribution plan. As this was articulated, the jar brimming with insects flickered slightly. Gazing at it, the participants' previously anxious hearts now sank entirely. It turns out that this device is intended for execution. Perhaps this is the most terrifying method of death in the world. Now, without further ado, let us proceed with the allocation of order. The time has come. As the voice echoed, numbers began to flash rapidly above each person's head, ranging from 1 to 5. The tension among the players escalated instantly. Several immediately closed their eyes in prayer, hoping for a later position. In this game, for those assigned early, their fate is entirely dictated by others. Forget about any benefits. Securing a position at the front could jeopardize one's very survival. It would have been better to perish in the previous game. This is nothing short of a game of chance. Ding! With the sound, everyone's body trembled as the numbers came to a halt, finalizing the order of allocation for each participant. Number 1, Lu Su. Chapter 16, The Frantic Allocation Scheme. Is he seeking death? As the allocations for players 1 through 5 were completed, players 4 and 5 instinctively exhaled in relief upon seeing the numbers hovering above their heads. According to the previously established rules, at least their lives were spared. Furthermore, their positions were rather comfortable. It was understood that if more than half of the participants expressed dissent, the objectors would face execution. Thus, it was only natural to assume that those ahead in the sequence would be more inclined to accommodate or even appease them. After all, with their positions further back, they were unlikely to face death, and any significant benefits would not be forthcoming. In contrast, players 2 and 3 wore expressions of discomfort. Their positions were precarious, facing the looming threat represented by the insect column, and the numbers above them offered no sense of security. Particularly for player 2, the only woman present. Her countenance darkened as she bemoaned her ill fortune. However, upon noticing the number 1 above Luce's head, her spirits were lifted significantly, finding a sense of balance in the situation. At that moment, the other 4 players cast their gazes toward Luce, their eyes betraying a mixture of pity and, perhaps, schadenfreude. Indeed, in such a game, offending the organizers was an unwise move. No matter how powerful one might be, they remained merely a player within the game, while the organizers held the reins of power. Observing Lu Su, who sat with his head bowed in silence, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. People delight in creating idols, but they revel even more in witnessing their fall from grace. To see the one who was clearly the strongest, whose prowess threatened the balance of the game, assigned to the most unfortunate position, brought them genuine joy. Where were the debts of gratitude now? Hadn't he extorted them when he assisted in the leg-breaking incident? At this moment, the shimmering blue mask of Lu Su betrayed no emotion, as he continued to gaze downward, murmuring to himself. The crowd fell silent, each person eager to discern what this esteemed figure might be uttering. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass meets the azure sky. The crowd collectively thought, "What on earth are you singing at this moment? Are you out of your mind?" One cannot fathom the thoughts of such a prominent figure, yet it was now Luce's turn to make his allocations. This is hopeless, it feels like a setup. This must be orchestrated. One ought to keep a low profile and not provoke the organizers. Let us see how this unfolds. Surviving would be akin to striking gold. The tall trees attract the wind. Judging by the other players' gazes, it is evident they wish for his demise. One must remain humble, alas. The commentators in the barrage expressed little optimism, save for a few, like Blank, who furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. The essence of this game, the art of strategy, should not lead to such a deadlock. They calculated their options while watching Lu Su, who was still humming, eagerly awaiting his decision. As for Lu Su, he too was deep in contemplation, his thoughts immediately drawn to the effects of his greedy mask. At the onset of the game, its properties had been revealed, but he had briefly cast aside that description. Greedy blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed.
Fosters loquacity and agile thinking, cunning and treacherous. Benefits: luck will subtly increase, yielding extraordinary effects at crucial moments. Description: the one who desires victory the most at the gambling table shall prevail. Logically speaking, my fortune should be quite favorable, if that is the case. Oh, it seems there is no issue. After a prolonged silence, Lusso finally spoke, engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. The whimsical visage of the blue mask reappearing once more. Alas, it is a pity that the splendid insects are of no use, what a waste indeed. Gazing at the pain values before him, Lusso had already discerned the crux of this wager. Just as he was about to articulate further, a voice interrupted him. This perfect completion player, I believe we have reached a point where we need not continue with riddles. Allow me to be forthright. We all acknowledge your prowess. Yet you are the first, thus, you shall forfeit this reward. You shall receive 0, and we can discuss the distribution amongst the 4 of us together. While you may gain nothing, at least if we succeed in our allocation, you will not be cast into this cage. You were once a perfect completion player. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be future opportunities. What say you? The woman beside him, appearing quite intellectual, took the initiative to speak, seemingly rational. Considering Lusso's perspective. After all, he was number 2, should the first lose their composure and decide to embrace demise, the burden would directly fall upon him. It would be wiser to take the initiative, as such a strategy might at least secure Lusso's vote, thereby sharing the risk. At this moment, the organizers spoke once more. Attention everyone, please be mindful of the time. If a round of voting is not completed within 5 minutes, the door before you will randomly open slightly for one individual. Just then, the voice of the organizer resonated again, akin to the grim herald of fate. The participating players felt a weight descend upon their hearts at his words. Of course, to prevent any time wasting. Should it be your turn and you deliberately withhold your distribution proposal, the door before you shall open first. What do you think of my proposal, perfect completion player? You must have heard, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. The second woman spoke urgently, seeking to prompt Lusso to align with her pace. Do not shout. And refrain from interrupting me. Lusso retorted, then raised his head to inquire, may I ask if this distribution of 100 can include decimal points, for instance? If I allocate 0.000001 to someone? No. Allocations must be in whole numbers. TSK, what a pity indeed. Lusso murmured to himself, lifting his head. Given that, I shall refrain from further ado. My allocation method is as follows. Number 2 was immediately taken aback. Thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed about to lose his mind, could such matters be decided without discussion? The other players, too, perked up their ears in anticipation. Number 5, 1 point. The man in position 5 was momentarily stunned. Number 3, 1 point. The player in position 3 began to doubt his own hearing. Number 1, which is myself, 98 points. Number 2 and number 4, 0 points. The woman in position 2 could only respond with silence. As the seemingly deranged allocation method was announced, everyone questioned whether their ears were deceiving them. The entire streaming room was nearly in an uproar. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Chapter 17, Dare to defy me as she awaited her allocation. The two of you would end up with nothing. Goodness! This is not the time for banter, one must recognize the moment, someone exclaimed. I wonder if it is possible that this fellow is indeed a masochist, yearning to enter the chamber of insects for the sake of experience. Please, spare me. I feel nauseous. The organizers have made their intentions abundantly clear. If you persist in your non-cooperation, you are courting disaster. This is no longer mere banter or negotiation. I have long asserted that he is no formidable figure. He must have relied solely on his twisted intellect to navigate the initial challenges and achieve a flawless victory. Allowing such a person to ascend to greatness is a dereliction of duty on the part of this so-called divine selection paradise. In an instant, various voices clamored. As individuals sought to distance themselves from one another, convincing themselves that the person before them was unworthy of their admiration, simply a misjudgment on their part. When a deity falls from grace, the cacophony of voices will inevitably surpass the clamor of their assent. Is the allocation method confirmed? A mechanical voice resonated from above. Seemingly astonished by Luce's declaration. Confirmed. Modifications post-confirmation will incur consequences. Confirmed. Following the two affirmations, a somewhat indistinct number appeared above each person's head, reflecting the allocation determined by Lu Su. The lights dimmed. With a resounding clap, a red light flickered. Almost instantaneously after Lu Su finalized the allocation method, the second woman pressed the rejection button without a moment's hesitation. With a frosty demeanor, she turned to Lu Su and declared, "1. Since you were so intent on self-destruction, do not blame us. Those who cannot discern the situation, no matter their strength, ultimately cannot escape death's grasp. It is over. If you so desperately wish to enter that insect-infested realm, then your wish is granted." Her cold voice rang out, emboldened by the game's rules. Devoid of any fear as she openly berated Lu Su. Lu Su merely chuckled softly, turning to regard the woman. She, undaunted, fixed her gaze upon the blue mask, the source of her innumerable fears. Soon, this devilish man would meet his end at her hands. A faint sense of achievement and satisfaction surged within her as she pressed the button, reveling in the power to judge another at her whim. Yet, observing the woman's visage, the smile on Lu Su's mask remained unchanged. Within this game, there were only two women. You are somewhat preferable to that other one. As Lu Su spoke, a bead of cold sweat unwittingly appeared on the second woman's forehead. She vividly recalled the woman who had vehemently insulted Lu Su in the previous hell of magma. At this moment, the woman is absent, and what has transpired is all too evident. Yet, her demise was a consequence of her own folly. As for you, while perhaps not as foolish, you cannot be deemed particularly astute either, and there remains a hint of arrogance about you. The second player fixed her gaze upon Lu Su, her eyes brimming with defiance, and ultimately, a hint of derision graced her lips. Faced with imminent death, does it truly hold significance to preserve the dignity of such a skilled opponent? She then turned her attention to the other players. Addressing them, let us not squander any more time. Press the red button before us to indicate our dissent. In doing so, we shall avenge our shattered legs and the extortion we endured. It must be said that the methods of inciting animosity are rather limited. And the second player's words were crystal clear, nearly provoking a chuckle from Lu Su. Here they were, ensnared in a treacherous game that demanded either the sacrifice of one's limbs or death, yet somehow, this woman had twisted the narrative to position herself as the enemy of those who had suffered injury. Unfazed by such contradictions, the second player knew this was no time for rational discourse. Her priority was to cast shadows upon Lu Su and forge closer ties with the others. Player 4. Under this distribution scheme, both of us stand to gain nothing, merely a goose egg. Given your lower ranking, your life is not in jeopardy. Such negligible returns are simply unacceptable. As for players 3 and 5, receiving only a single point strikes me not as an act of alliance, but rather a form of humiliation. Let us unite in rejection. I assure you that in my subsequent distribution plan, you shall receive far more favorable returns. With just a few succinct phrases, the second player diligently worked to sow discord among the group, positioning Lu Su as the adversary. Ding! Another sound echoed, and the options before player 4 turned crimson. In a fleeting moment, it seemed Lu Su stood on the precipice of despair. Yet, at that very instant, he appeared unperturbed, humming a tune. The evening breeze caresses the willow, the sound of the flute lingers, as the sun sets beyond the mountains. The second player paid him no heed. Her eyes sparkled with the flame of ambition, for today marked her inaugural entry into the divine selection game. She was determined to personally bring an end to this once flawless conqueror. Players 3 and 5, hesitate no longer, make your decision. I have stated that when I make my choice, the worst outcome will be an equitable division. You will undoubtedly secure better benefits. From beginning to end, it was as if the second player commanded the stage, assuming the role of protagonist in this second game. At this juncture, Lu Su finally spoke. You assert that should you be entrusted with the distribution, the least unfavorable outcome would be a fair division. But why not allow the three of them to cast you out, and upon your demise, they split the spoils? What purpose do you serve in this scenario? The second player responded with a startled silence. Upon hearing these words, number 2 was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the statement. She stammered, Everyone should not be swayed by his persuasion. I merely stated that this is the bare minimum. Moreover, my method of distribution is far superior for everyone compared to yours. Lu Su let out a cold laugh, offering no response to her. He continued, conversely, if we were to divide equally, why should number 4 and number 5 accommodate number 3? By eliminating number 3, wouldn't there be a greater sum to share? Yet, at that point, number 5. Would you still receive any share of the money?
The entanglement of cause and effect dictates that the cause is the head of the effect, while the effect is the tail of the cause. When those ahead perish, one must contemplate the repercussions when their turn arrives. Sometimes one must reason from the end back to the beginning.
You are correct, this game is indeed a game of chance. And I happen to be the one among you who is the luckiest. Number 3, number 5, you must acquiesce to my distribution. Do you believe that if number 4 were to decide, your benefits would amount to nothing?
Chapter 18, The Inexplicable Conspiracy. He is not insane.
Absolutely impossible.
Lu Su's voice, tinged with a hint of darkness, reverberated through the space. As soon as he finished speaking, the second immediately erupted into a tirade, anxiously proclaiming, "Do not be swayed by his insidious words. We can certainly negotiate a fair distribution. I shall handle the allocation. There is no way anyone will receive a total of 0 points. Trust me, I swear on my integrity that no individual will monopolize the benefits. We have all endured this hellish game together, we share a bond of life and death."
The second spoke in a near frenzy, as if attempting to conceal something, struggling to suppress her inner unease.
Lu Su's earlier remarks had instilled a profound sense of dread within her, igniting an instinctive desire to cast him out, to eliminate this devil with a troubled mind. Her opportunity had finally arrived. Lu Su, perceiving her psychological state, continued to smile and interjected, "Vows are inherently untrustworthy. In contrast, choices rooted in human nature are far more credible. In the videos that stirred the deepest desires within you, what did you witness? What do you fear? Even if my proposal is accepted, and you gain nothing, you will still survive. Yet, your fervor is palpable. That deep-seated desire, the ultimate benefit, is something you cannot relinquish, is it not?" The second's forehead glistened with perspiration as she sought to conjure words to reverse the tide and prompt the third and fifth to vote expeditiously. Just one vote remained. At this moment, someone who had remained silent finally spoke up. It was the fifth, who, feeling relatively relaxed due to the absence of any existential threat, queried, "May I first ask you, esteemed first? Why do you claim that if the fourth were to allocate, the third and I would receive nothing?" Lu Su turned his head slightly in his direction, the blue mask forming an expression of incredulity. "Are you not using your brain at all?" He then shifted his gaze to the second, a faint smile gracing his features as he remarked, "It seems you are not as astute as this lady here. If my intuition serves me correctly, you have already grasped the crux of this game after my previous statement, have you not?" The second shuddered slightly, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, yet she lacked the courage to concede, striving to maintain her facade. Lu Su, however, did not afford her any further opportunity. Leaning back in his chair, he continued, "Let us suppose there is but one participant in this game. Undoubtedly, that individual would leave with everything, 100% of the spoils, happily returning home. Now, what if there are only 2 participants? What would the distribution entail? 50-50? Or something else? Certainly not. It must be 100-0. For as long as half the participants consent, the allocation will proceed. And the one wielding the power of distribution need not concern themselves with the thoughts of the other." Lu Su's words stirred the thoughts of everyone present. Apart from the increasingly grim expression of the second individual, the others were intently listening. Lu Su's voice continued, "So, what transpires when there are 3 players in this game?" His tone was measured. Yet those who had been contemplating the implications of the live broadcast suddenly recognized the malevolence inherent in the game. Inside and outside the game, they almost instinctively echoed Lu Su's revelation: the distributor merely needs to offer a minuscule benefit to the third party, entirely disregarding the second. And this distribution scheme would pass. The allocation would be 99-0-1. For if the third party disagreed, and the distribution failed, leaving only 2 players, the last remaining individual would end up with nothing. Thus, as the number of players gradually increases, what will happen next?
I need not elaborate further. In that moment, silence enveloped the room.
No one was a fool. Previously, under external pressure, their thoughts had been muddled, and they had failed to grasp the crux of the matter.
Now,
with Lusu elucidating everything so clearly, they could deduce the potential outcomes themselves. With 4 players, the first person's allocation only needs to consider the penultimate individual's interests. Should the first player perish, the situation would revert to that of the previous 3 players, where it had already been made abundantly clear that the penultimate individual would receive nothing. Therefore, the distribution scheme would be
99-0-1-0. Continuing this reasoning for 5 players.
Although difficult to accept and seemingly incomprehensible at first glance, when viewed through this lens, Lusu's allocation scheme appeared unassailable.
Remarkably, his distribution was indeed correct. But how could he dare to proceed? How could he dare?
One must recognize that even the slightest miscalculation could cost him his very life. Yet, he remained resolute, as if the looming specter of death posed no pressure upon him.
His mental state unwavering.
Therefore, I am the luckiest among you. In saying this, Lusu addressed the air, meaning the organizers, indicating that he had been positioned as the first player.
Does silence imply consent? 5 minutes have elapsed. With a click,
the small door before Lusu opened and closed, releasing a few seemingly benign little creatures that began to wander aimlessly about the space, chirping aimlessly. You even found me some companions. It seems you truly care for me, Lusu continued to banter, even enticing the insects toward himself. He was in no rush to urge the other players, allowing them to digest the information slowly while he pondered additional ways to exploit the situation. He remained leisurely, while the other players were unwilling to accept reality, casting suspicious glances at one another, contemplating alternative solutions to break the impasse. Among them, player 2 felt the most discontent, still pondering how to reverse the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, this notion is merely the worst-case scenario, a conspiracy of this game.
As long as we unite.
Yet, as she spoke, she felt a twinge of doubt in her own words. Why would others believe her?
Suddenly, inspiration struck. Player 3, Player 5, I can offer you.
Just as she intended to garner their trust by directly allocating points to them, she was abruptly reminded that in the previous round,
Lusu had extorted all their points, leaving them empty-handed.
Player 2 gazed at Player 1 in despair, her eyes wide with shock, as if beholding a towering mountain.
Could it be that he had foreseen their current predicament? Chapter 19, Reason may be an elusive expectation, yet greed and human nature are eternal. Woman no.
2 found herself momentarily lost in thought. If only we could trust one another, the situation where only one person reaps the greatest benefits would never arise. She continued to wrestle with her thoughts, engaging in meaningless soliloquy. The matter was, in truth, quite simple. If everyone could trust one another, if only they could place their faith in her, how could the 4 of them possibly settle for such meager advantages? Yet, it was this very suspicion that ensnared them all.
No more pondering, number 2.
At that moment, Lusu's voice broke through her reverie.
Can you truly confront your own heart? Would you trust yourself not to covet the most if I were to perish? Moreover,
if you were to devise a way to gain everyone's trust, casting me aside to secure your optimal position,
would you not consider that number 3 might employ the same strategy to dispose of you? The spark in woman no.
2's eyes began to fade as she grasped the gravity of his words. She realized the situation was, indeed, irreparable.
Initially,
she had believed that her own intellect could turn the tide.
If only.
But alas, there were no ifs. Lusu had begun to amuse himself with the small insects that had crawled in, one resembling a scorpion, its large tail ascending his body at his beckoning. He grasped it in his hand, applying a slight pressure, and the seemingly robust creature offered no resistance.
After a moment's contemplation,
Lusu brought the insect closer to the wound where his leg had been severed. In the next instant, the scorpion's tail thrashed violently, and an unexpected event occurred. It spat fire.
Pain selection. Pain value 6.
What in the world is this alien creature?
Lusu was taken aback.
Observing the charred remnants of his severed limb, he had not anticipated such formidable power from the insect.
It breathed fire? Remarkably, it exhibited quite an effective hemostatic property. Hemostasis? Are you suggesting that charring a severed limb qualifies as stopping the bleeding?
Other players, witnessing his encounter with the creature, felt an even heavier burden settle upon their already anxious hearts.
Is this thing portable? Can someone please assist me? Where are the organizers? Why is there silence? Lusa's voice went unanswered. Whether in the previous escape game or the current distribution game, the essence was not overly complex. Yet, a severed leg, magma, a rusty saw, swarms of insects, death, the ever-looming door of venomous creatures.
All these elements relentlessly compounded the psychological strain, eroding one's mental defenses,
driving one to despair and to make irrevocable choices. However, all of this bore no effect on Lu Su. Number 1, I have a question to pose to you.
In the midst of silence, player number 3 finally spoke, as if it were a last-ditch effort.
Your analysis is commendable, however.
Such a distribution method relies on the rationality of all individuals involved.
What if among us, there are those who, irrespective of any interests, simply desire to cast you out and see you perish?
As the words echoed, a tremendous bang resonated throughout the room, and the fifth individual, seemingly driven to madness, fervently blew against the chair beneath him.
I don't care. I don't care.
Why should I, with my leg broken and having endured so much torment,
find myself in the safest position yet receive no benefits?
I demand at least 10 points.
It matters not who allocates them. As long as I am denied,
I shall not agree. If it comes to it, let us all perish. After all, I am the last one, I cannot die.
The fifth individual yelled frantically, resembling a person on the brink of insanity.
It remained uncertain whether his display was feigned or a manifestation of true madness. Such a game of strategy becomes exceedingly troublesome when faced with individuals like him. The previously dim eyes of the second individual suddenly sparkled with renewed light,
fixating intently on the fifth.
As long as the fifth loses his composure, as long as he appears foolish, regardless of the reason, as long as he negates. At that moment, the fourth individual, who had been allocated 0 points, suddenly interjected, first,
grant me 5 points.
Do not concern yourself with the fifth's opinion.
I am willing to agree. Silence.
Utter stillness enveloped the expansive room, as if even the sound of breathing had ceased. The chirping of insects gradually faded into oblivion. The fifth individual's eyes widened in disbelief, the earlier frenzy evaporating completely as he stared incredulously at the fourth. His act of madness, which had failed to exert pressure on Lu Su, crumbled without resistance.
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Within the first individual's chamber, Lu Su erupted in laughter,
his expression behind the mask brimming with delight. He had done nothing but witness a splendid performance, the unraveling of a fragile alliance. Turning to the third individual, he articulated his response. Rationality may be a futile expectation, yet greed and human nature are eternal.
You shall inherently believe that whoever wields the power of distribution will inevitably make the choice I previously described. You desire to maximize your own benefits while simultaneously wishing to deny others the opportunity to do the same.
Greed and suspicion are timeless.
Whether I live or die is inconsequential. In terms of your own interests, the only choices available to you are life or death, 0 or 1. This is a hellish game, and the disparity between the rewards of 0 and 1 could ultimately be vast.
The visions I presented to you,
those that ignited the desires buried deep within your souls, will not allow you to relinquish the difference between 0 and 1.
Moreover, after this experience, you may never dare to enter this game again. Thus, this may be your final opportunity to reap benefits and alter your reality. In the end,
the voice of Lu Su reverberated alone throughout the room. It resembled words spoken to others, yet it also felt like a personal reflection.
No one responded.
The organizers remained silent. In an atmosphere laden with tension, each player awaited the possibility of an unexpected turn of events. Yet, none materialized. As the second 5 minutes elapsed,
a colossal spider entered room 3.
Soon after, the votes of players 3 and 5 quietly transformed into agreement, devoid of approval or any form of resistance. As if they were fulfilling a silent pact.
Game over. Hell difficulty dungeon, magma layer, 5 players cleared. 1 achieved a perfect victory.
Game rewards will be distributed based on the results of the additional game.
Divine Paradise, we welcome your esteemed presence. Chapter 20, Settlement of Harvest, Function Activation. And ranking forecast. The mechanical sound of the game resonated in the ears of every individual, and as the spectacle unfolded before the spectators, the game abruptly concluded. The game has ended, please explore other ongoing games or anticipate the next event. Welcome to the Divine Selection Paradise, where you too may become a player. After Luce's game concluded, the audience, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, were met with the same 2 lines of text. Witnessing this exhilarating, hellishly difficult game, the crowd expressed their thrill. That was intense. I initially intended to watch several game instances, but now that I'm here, I cannot leave. I never imagined such individuals truly existed in this world. Honestly, I couldn't comprehend it until the very end. Was that a perfect clearance? Why did people agree to his distribution method? Go play upstairs, let's not interfere with this intellectual level. Why does he always wear a mask? I want to see what he looks like. If he were to reveal his face, he would undoubtedly become an internet sensation in no time. Even though the game had concluded, the audience remained reluctant to part, fervently discussing in the now black screen live room. From the beginning to the end, the number of viewers who tuned in to Luce's game reached tens of thousands, many of whom were reluctant to leave. Among the numerous players who achieved perfect clearance, Luce stood out as the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies about this new world. Of course, the majority of comments were exceedingly naive. Fixated on notions of fame and internet popularity, buoyed by a sense of national pride due to their shared nationality. Nevertheless, amidst the overwhelming majority, there were certainly those with ulterior motives lurking in the shadows. On a blank laptop screen, dozens of documents were opened, chronicling the various intelligence collected during this gaming session, including game types, genres, undisclosed information, and formidable players. Notably, the document concerning a player donned in a blue mask was the most extensive, filled with intricate details. Immediately after concluding his live broadcast, Luce hurried to another channel to continue gathering intelligence. Yet, his mind remained preoccupied with flashes of Luce's previous performance, replaying his actions and demeanor. In this mental state, it was evident that he possessed strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human, coupled with an indifference to pain and fear. The game had only just begun, and yet players of such caliber were already emerging. How many more formidable individuals existed? Within the depths of his being, excitement mingled with concern and reverence. As the game progressed, it was certain that soon, entities capable of influencing the global landscape single-handedly would emerge. The world, indeed, was but a game. Simultaneously, various official organizations, both domestic and foreign, were observing the live stream, meticulously scrutinizing Luce. Recorded down, a character marked by madness, possessing immense strength, possibly suffering from a mental disorder, showing no fear of pain, even harboring a fascination for it. Speaking Mandarin, undoubtedly a citizen of Huagua, which could be considered a fortunate circumstance. All data must be meticulously backed up, classified under the highest level of confidentiality, and dispatched to the Secretariat. Observe. Analyze. Devise a method to locate him. Setting aside the origins of this sudden world game, these top-tier players are likely to evolve into strategically significant entities in the future. It is imperative to find them first, to guide, collaborate, or rather, to control. In the unseen corners of the world, tumultuous undercurrents have been surging relentlessly. Meanwhile, Luce found himself entering the game's conclusion interface, listening to his game results and contemplating the rewards of his journey. Game over. Total participants, 5, 214, 948, number of finishers, 1, 985, 419, perfect clear count, 7, 529. Your completion rating, SSS, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears, 2, reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered, guided and caused an in-game bug. Earning the achievement badge, System Attacker, Epic. Special event triggered, due to personal reasons, an additional game trial was initiated, earning enhanced final rewards. Reward points this time, 800. Reward items, Intermediate Healing Potion X5, Advanced Healing Potion X3, Game Exit Token X1, Epic Weapon Lottery Ticket X2.
Random seal lottery ticket X1, special skill lottery ticket X1, special reward, awakening of the spirit, personal spirit 1. Note, spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Gazing at the extensive list of benefits before him, Lusu felt a profound sense of satisfaction.
The Divine Chosen game is undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed.
Whether in terms of pain value or in-game rewards, it is sufficient to accelerate his strength's exponential growth.
The next phase of the world's transformation is often marked by chaos.
He must elevate his power as much as possible before that day arrives. Wearing a mask, he can unleash his might without restraint, but once the mask is removed, it is wise to avoid drawing attention. An ordinary person bears no guilt, yet possessing great wealth invites suspicion. His burgeoning strength would inevitably be perceived as a threat by certain individuals. Let us first examine the advantages within his backpack. He possesses a considerable amount of these items. Opening his game backpack, he surveyed its contents. Including the spoils he had extorted, his points had already reached 12,400.
He was uncertain of the implications of this figure,
but it surely held significant value. As for weapons, excluding the unused lottery tickets, he presently possessed only the sharp blade acquired from this venture. Though its level was not high, it was reasonably compatible with him and would suffice for the time being. The two badges he held should be regarded as the main distinguishing features setting Lusu apart from other players, as they were both the result of triggered special events. Godslayer, Legendary, Effect Enhancement, immune to all effects except direct damage when facing superior rank attacks. In the case of same rank attack judgments, your effects take precedence. System Attacker, Epic, Effect Enhancement, successfully exploiting or guiding game vulnerabilities will yield rewards of a higher caliber. Lusu was uncertain of the maximum limit for badge wear, yet considering the enhancements, he decided to equip them for the time being. As for the newly acquired game Exit Coin, its description was rather straightforward. Exit Coin enables forced departure from the game at the cost of losing all items, abilities,
and points obtained.
Description: a coward may preserve their life, but should not harbor illusions of reaping the benefits of the strong.
A pure survival item.
After reviewing the various descriptions, Lusu resolved to temporarily refrain from using the lottery ticket and subsequently exited the game. Once more, he experienced the familiar disorientation. Awakening in his bed, but this time, as he opened his eyes, the sounds of the game resonated in his mind.
This voice, too, echoed in the ears of every chosen one.
Divine Selection Paradise, the inaugural official game has concluded.
Special notification, informing all chosen ones that functions are now activated. And ranking forecasts are available. Chapter 21, The Pinnacle Leaderboard, information on Xie Antong. The shopping mall feature has been activated. During the intermission of the game,
all selected individuals may prepare the items they wish to purchase in advance. The products in the mall will enhance your performance in the game. The Friends system has been initiated. All selected individuals can add friends, conduct transfers, and offer gifts, with a fee applied based on the specific amount. We invite you to anticipate future collaborative gameplay and features. Announcement of feature activation: since the inception of the game, new individuals have been selected each day. And we look forward to everyone's participation as players. 2 games have now concluded, revealing numerous exceptional players, and we are confident that they will ultimately possess everything. To better enable players to understand themselves and others, we will unveil the Pinnacle Leaderboard following the conclusion of the next game. The Pinnacle Leaderboard will comprehensively assess players' combat prowess,
gaming performance, and the enhancement items they possess, ranking the top 100. Those who make the leaderboard will enjoy subsequent benefits. We encourage everyone to participate actively and perform well in the next game.
The announcement concluded, and the preceding dialogue echoed in everyone's minds twice, as if underscoring its significance.
Lusu regarded this announcement with a slight furrow of his brow.
The Pinnacle Leaderboard, a concept that essentially places top players under scrutiny. After merely 3 games, he suspected he was among the strongest, yet could hardly claim to be extraordinary when compared to some violent organizations. One undeniable fact was that he presently lacked the confidence to survive in the face of firearms. However, the mention of benefits piqued his interest.
Perhaps it would not be too bad after all.
He pondered whether his true appearance and personal information would be disclosed. But he decided to set that concern aside for the moment. Such matters, beyond his control, were best left out of his mind for now. While he was cautious, he did not lack the courage to take risks. It was inconceivable for him to deliberately underperform in a game or abstain from participating to avoid the leaderboard. Survival was paramount, yet the growth of his abilities remained his foremost priority. Should any issues arise, he would confront them head-on.
With these thoughts in mind,
he summoned the screen within his consciousness, observing the information displayed.
Rest mode.
In every game, you may choose to be an observer or a player.
Certainly.
We believe the world welcomes players, and ultimately, players shall possess the world.
Time remaining until the next game commences, 47, 57, 43. This is a divine challenge. The God selected paradise, and we welcome your presence.
In addition to this standard interface, 2 new pages for friends and the mall had appeared alongside it. After familiarizing himself with the functionalities, Lu Su opened his eyes in the dimly lit room. Sitting up, he assessed his physical condition,
relishing the sensation of a fully restored body.
Ah, splendid! A perfect completion yields the special reward of complete bodily restoration.
The advantages of engaging in the game are strikingly apparent.
The agonizing effects of the chosen one in the real world are simply too confining. A gentle leap revealed a sensation of remarkable lightness, truly weightless. If the previous strength level of 10 was the threshold for breaking the genetic lock, then the current 24 points of strength surpass all bounds of control. Lu Su could not fathom the ancient martial hero's description of being as light as a swallow. He only grasped one truth: great strength is akin to a heavy brick.
And he now embodies that very brick.
His legs felt as though they housed a powerful engine, capable of delivering formidable propulsion. In the game, he had no legs, no actions to experience. Now, he felt the need to adapt to his own bodily control. If Zheng Tao were to appear before him once more to provoke him, he might genuinely hesitate, realizing that a single strike could be fatal. In the real world, taking a life is undeniably fraught with complications.
The experiences within the game,
compounded by the influence of the greedy mask, had fostered a somewhat twisted inclination within him, necessitating a return to normalcy. He opened his phone and accessed a familiar application. The first trending topic that greeted him sent a shiver down his spine: the chosen game can indeed result in death. Lu Su mused, as expected.
The second game, the chosen amusement park, would truly reveal its fangs, and people would come to recognize the game's true nature and its inherent brutality.
It is important to note that 5 individuals who participated alongside him had perished right before his eyes. One of them was even killed by his own hand. The remaining players had neither achieved perfect clearance nor experienced the healing opportunities he had.
Returning to the real world with a severed leg? Contemplating this,
Lu Su felt a weight settle in his heart. Such a level of turmoil in this world could not be dismissed lightly.
The authorities should prohibit the opening of the chosen amusement park. Everyone should be barred from participating in that game. What is the essence of the chosen amusement park? Supernatural power or a hoax? Hospitals across the region are suddenly overwhelmed. What is the official explanation?
The trending topics were evidently different from before. The initial excitement and curiosity had begun to shift into panic.
Lu Su even noticed some overly sensational titles and videos that vanished with the mere refresh of a second.
It was clear that an unseen hand was vigorously controlling the narrative, hastily deleting content to maintain stability. However, Lu Su understood that such a state could not endure.
Suppression was an impossibility. Sighing deeply, he turned off his phone and headed to school. Ding ding ding.
The class bell had rung. Yet the classroom remained in a state of chaos. There was no authority to manage the noise, resembling a bustling marketplace.
Students chattered incessantly.
And the boys and girls of this age seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy, a phenomenon perplexing to behold.
However, this time,
Lu Su paid no heed to their discussions. Their discussions about the game, filled with fear and speculation, are rooted in their personal experiences.
Unbeknownst to him,
he seems to have become somewhat estranged from the others.
The game has concluded. Did you witness it? Or rather, did you partake in it? Just as a voice,
imbued with warmth, broke through his thoughts, Lu Su turned to find Xia Antong had somehow leaned in close, whispering to him, though Lu Su had never openly acknowledged it. The nature of their conversation all but confirmed that he was indeed the chosen one.
What's the matter? Lu Su still refrained from giving a direct answer.
If you successfully cleared the game, then congratulations on your good fortune. If you were merely an observer, I trust you have witnessed much. Xia Antong's expression grew somewhat solemn as she spoke, retrieving her phone and whispering softly. In this game, I am doing my utmost to gather intelligence. The divine selection paradise is no mere jest. The brutality of some games evidently surpasses physiological limits. They are labeled as hellish in difficulty, and rightly so, it resembles hell itself. Furthermore, although the game has only just commenced, some exceptionally twisted players have already begun to emerge. Take a look at this video. With a furtive gesture, Xia Antong slid her phone from beneath the table toward him. Suddenly, Lu Su's left eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 22, What a Small World. How should I evaluate myself? Urgent. Upon unlocking my phone, the dim crimson space greeted me, and the video content was undeniably familiar to Lu Su. Lava saw 10 players bound Lu Su. With great effort, he stifled the twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Is the world truly this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you must find a way to escape. What does that mean? Are we to saw off our legs? Haha, this isn't the first time for such a gruesome task. Have you truly paid royalties for the rights to saw? What reward awaits the first to wield the saw? Listening to the organizer's voice and his own dialogue within the game, Lu Su felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over him. What can I possibly say? What should I even utter? After watching several minutes of the gameplay video, Xia Antong, observing his expression, spoke up, saw off your own leg, saw. It's not just a mere chop. If it were someone untrained, I doubt anyone could muster the resolve to commit such an act. Death would simply mean relinquishing all hope of life. But look at this person. At this moment, Lu Su had already spotted himself in the video, leisurely sawing off his leg. At that time, wearing the mask of greed, he hadn't perceived any issue. Now, in a normal state, it indeed appeared somewhat unsettling. To feign nonchalance, Lu Su deliberately inquired why he didn't saw off the leg that was shackled. Xia Antong nodded. Responding, from this point, I too wondered if the other party simply had a few screws loose, but after witnessing what followed, I realized just how terrifying he truly was. Continue watching, I've edited this to highlight the most crucial moments. With that, Xia Antong dragged the progress bar, obscuring her phone, while explaining the content to Lu Su. However, Lu Su felt a creeping sensation along his scalp. Listening to her analyze him was an experience that left him feeling entirely exposed. Time slipped away. And at long last, the video concluded, leaving Lu Su's expression taut. To be honest, only from the perspective of an observer could he truly grasp the extent of his extraordinary performance in the previous game. It was indeed impossible to remain unnoticed. Overall, that was the case. Finally, the video ended, and Xia Antong took a deep breath, closing her phone, her face betraying her shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she found it endlessly fascinating. Each viewing stirred a wave of astonishment within her. Noticing Lu Su's somewhat dazed expression, she assumed he was still in shock. So, what do you think? Lu Su? What sort of evaluation am I supposed to provide? How am I to assess myself? I am awaiting your guidance. I am quite anxious. Impressive, isn't it? Truly remarkable. I suspect he has achieved a flawless victory. Nevertheless, Lu Su couldn't help but boast a little. What do you mean by impressive? This is nothing short of extraordinary. Xia Antong noticed Lu Su's distracted demeanor and grew anxious. Whether in intellect or prowess, the existence of such individuals is enough to disrupt the order of human society. We had an inkling before, but we never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Listening to her words, Lu Su felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "Is this really enough to influence human order? It seems far from it. The strength he has displayed merely surpasses that of an ordinary human. Can such combat prowess truly affect societal order?" But this is merely the beginning, Xia Antong asserted earnestly. Power will only amplify, and who knows how many individuals like this exist in the world. The transformation brought about by the chosen paradise overnight is both drastic and irreversible. In the future, the entities that control this world may no longer be high-ranking officials or wealthy tycoons, but rather the top-tier players. As stated in the chosen game, players will eventually possess this world. Lu Su interjected, "This video you have recorded, did you upload it online? Is it currently available on the internet?"
Siat Antong shook her head. No. My family has some connections that allow us to access first-hand information online. I did see some uploads of your video,
but they were swiftly deleted. This not only indicates the graphic nature of your video, given that it involves fatalities, but it also suggests that the authorities have likely taken notice of the individual featured in the footage. The top-tier players are certainly being strategically monitored by various factions, including the government and numerous organizations. Now that the friend system is activated, we can expect team-based games in the future. Just wait, soon. A multitude of peculiar forces will emerge like mushrooms after a rain.
Siat Antong spoke at length, and Lusa sensed that her family background was likely complex. Yet he refrained from probing further. However, it was evident that the number of individuals and organizations keeping an eye on him was considerable. He wondered how long the original sin mask could conceal him. After such a lengthy discussion, it was time for some honesty, right? I've already revealed that I, too, am a chosen one. Suddenly, Siat Antong flashed a sly smile and leaned closer to Lusa, whispering in his ear, "Are you certain you are a player? From what I know of you, it seems you didn't heed my advice and have joined the game, correct?" Lusa subtly pushed her away, thinking that amidst the classroom noise, no one was paying attention to them, and he wished she would not lean in so closely. Breathing near someone's ear can be quite ticklish. This time, Lusu did not deny it. "What difficulty level is your game instance? I neglected to check. But in our game, while there are indeed fatalities, the majority manage to survive, right? Are there casualties in your game as well?" Siat Antong was taken aback, then scrutinized Lusu from head to toe. "Fortunately, your luck seems to be quite favorable. You must be in the normal or hard difficulty level. According to the intelligence I have gathered thus far, the games in the Divine Selection Paradise are roughly categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell." Upon hearing this information, Lusa's expression grew serious. Although he had personally experienced the hell-level game, his participation had left him unaware of the overall situation and the experiences of other players. "Could you elaborate further? What insights do you possess? How do these various games compare in terms of difficulty?" Chapter 23, Campus Turmoil. Siat Antong nodded, acknowledging that in order to gain trust, her visit to Lusu was primarily to secure a reliable ally during the early stages of the game. In matters such as these, she believed there was no need for concealment. The proportions of the 4 game difficulties were difficult to articulate, as I could not provide an exact ratio. However, it was evident that the higher the difficulty level, the smaller the ratio would be. In most instances, the ordinary and difficult games predominated. Even at the ordinary level, the challenges were not trivial, and once one reached the difficult tier, casualties became a frequent occurrence. As for the nightmare and hell levels, they were truly as dire as their names suggested. It was no longer merely a game or a challenge, but rather a struggle for survival. At this point, Siat Antong's voice had dwindled to a whisper, and her complexion betrayed her unease. After all, she was merely a high school senior, accustomed to a life of comfort, unaccustomed to confronting life and death. Moreover, there was the matter of game types. Within the same difficulty level, a myriad of diverse games existed. Yet there were also instances of repetition. Each game likely had numerous identical copies, participated in by different players. For instance, in the video I showed you earlier, I spotted another 10 players encountering the same game. As for the game visuals, I did not watch to the end. In that instance, there were no top-tier players like the masked man. Everyone was relatively ordinary. It was likely that no one would emerge alive. Siat Antong swallowed hard, the thought of that scene sending shivers down her spine. Thus, it could be said that the Divine Selection Paradise was largely a game of chance. Being selected for the hellish scenario was indeed a dead end. Those who shared the same instance as the masked man had narrowly escaped death. However, such a brutal and stark reality would inevitably give rise to a cadre of exceptional players capable of transforming the world. As Luso listened, he nodded gently, undeterred by the perils at hand. To him, the higher the difficulty of the game, the greater the rewards. The opportunities in gaming were equitable, thus for top-tier players, being assigned to a high-difficulty instance was advantageous. Ideally, he would prefer to engage in hellish challenges, as they would yield abundant benefits. Can the difficulty of the game be chosen? Lu Su inquired. How could that be possible?
Xia Antong replied with a wry smile, shaking her head.
At least for now.
Selection was absolutely out of the question. From the competition visuals and the players' performances, it was clear they were wholly unaware of what awaited them. If selection were possible, who would dare to choose the hell difficulty right off the bat? Lu Su interjected, indeed, that would be I. He was eager to select the hell level. If he had to categorize, his initial game was likely of that very caliber. Suddenly, Xia Antong shifted her tone and asked Lu Su. I suspect you must have already participated in the games. If you can emerge from this ordeal unscathed and with your spirit intact, it is a testament to your resilience. However, I urge you to reflect. Should you find yourself thrust into a nightmarish game scenario, wielding nothing but a rusted saw to sever your own limb? Would you possess the fortitude to endure?
Lu Su. Thus, prior to engaging in the game, one must be thoroughly prepared and possess a certain awareness.
It would be prudent to secure an exit token in advance. Though one may lose everything, at least one would retain their life. Observing Lu Su's silence, Xia Antong did not wait for his response and continued to voice her thoughts.
The initiation of the game is crucial. She, too,
must devise a means to partake in this endeavor.
Why confide in me?
Lu Su furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply. What do you wish to glean from me? If the other party is aware of their status as the foremost player, it is natural for them to seek alliances, yet it seems they are oblivious to this. The young lady, intrigued by her interactions with him, offers such insights freely.
Xia Antong blinked a few times,
her eyes betraying a flicker of embarrassment as she lowered her gaze to conceal her slightly flushed complexion, a mix of exasperation and resignation.
Is it possible that there exist men who, when a girl extends a gesture of goodwill, contemplate the notion of reciprocal benefits? Because
the chosen paradise is on the brink of cataclysmic change, various official and grassroots organizations are poised to emerge, and even small factions among individuals will swiftly materialize. In the chaos of disarray, suspicion and hostility will inevitably manifest, leading to a society where the strong prey upon the weak. Under such circumstances, finding allies as early as possible is paramount. Before the situation spirals beyond control, allies can still trust one another.
Me?
A question mark loomed over Lu Su's head.
Seeking allies, and you turn to me, a mere student? How juvenile.
Surely, your family background is not trivial. Why not endeavor to connect with seasoned experts or influential factions?
It seems rather childish for two high school students to discuss alliances in this manner.
Yet Xia Antong shook her head and replied earnestly, in this competitive framework, the performance of special forces is not necessarily superior to that of street thugs, especially in the early stages when the game remains unfamiliar. The playing field is relatively equitable.
Moreover, my intuition suggests that you possess untapped potential. Shu Yuanzhang rose from beggar to emperor. I see nothing naive or impractical in our discourse. How could those who pride themselves on being rational and wise have foreseen the arrival of the chosen paradise? How could they know how to respond?
I seek you out because, if possible, I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future.
With that, Xia Antong tentatively extended her hand toward Lu Su. He regarded the outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback.
He sensed that her words held a kernel of truth, yet they were not entirely genuine. Suddenly, at that very moment,
the loudspeaker in the school announced, students in the eastern area of the teaching building, please evacuate swiftly and orderly, avoiding gatherings and refraining from lingering in the classrooms. Lu Su and Xia Antong exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. The eastern area of the teaching building? Wasn't he that right here?
Without a moment to spare for handshakes, Lu Su swiftly leaped onto the window ledge, eager to glimpse the unfolding events outside. The classroom had been in a state of utter chaos,
the cacophony drowning out any sounds from the outside.
Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted beyond the classroom, overpowering the noise, sounding as if a load-bearing wall had been blasted apart.
A resounding voice, unlike any human, roared defiantly, reverberating throughout the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 24, Coming for Oneself. With no retreat, the Heavenly Earth Society?
Lu Su leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouts, and his lips involuntarily twitched.
Just moments ago, he had been discussing matters of organizations and factions with Xia Antong, and now this had emerged? Moreover, this was peculiar. Wasn't the Heavenly Earth Society an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties, colloquially known as the Hongmen? How was it that, in this modern era, they had suddenly resurfaced? Lu Su acutely sensed that this had to be related to the chosen paradise, perhaps even an organization directly targeting it. Following a thunderous roar, the voices did not cease but continued to bellow, as the sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. The chosen descends, and the world unites. The world belongs to the Heavenly Earth Society. Lu Su realized, upon hearing this voice, that his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. It was an organization established with the intent of targeting the chosen paradise. The repetitive fervor of their chant became monotonous, and Lu Su found himself losing interest as they continued to scream mindlessly. Accompanying their roars were the shrieks of students and the sounds of destruction. Walls crumbled. Various tables and chairs flew through the air, and it was uncertain how many had been injured. Lu Su's senses were among the most acute of humanity, from the cacophony. He deduced that the source of the chaos was likely just below him, in the teaching area of the next floor, which had descended into utter disarray. However, Lu Su had no intention of involving himself in such matters. He merely wondered why the school permitted such individuals to enter. Since they were not in his vicinity, it was best to withdraw. There was little to say. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and the corridor floor outside the classroom was smashed open by a massive hammer, sending debris and dust into the air. In the next moment, a ragged figure, towering over 6 feet tall, with muscles grotesquely bulging, leaped from the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the figure raised its gaze slightly, locking eyes with Lu Su, who was peering out from the window. The two exchanged a moment of intense eye contact. Lu Su thought to himself, "Damn it, my luck is rather poor. I just had to make eye contact after saying I wouldn't encounter anyone." He quickly averted his gaze, leaped down from the window, and deftly returned to his seat within the chaos of the classroom. With just a glance, he had already memorized the figure's general appearance and distinctive traits. The bulging muscles were at a tearing point, clearly beyond the normal human capacity. The eyes were a fierce crimson, devoid of reason. Clad in a school uniform now riddled with tears, the fabric strained against his inflated physique, further damaged amid the turmoil. In his hands, he wielded a colossal hammer, its head exceeding 30 centimeters in diameter, crafted from an unknown metal. Any ordinary person struck by it would surely face dire consequences. Lu Su had a vague understanding in his heart this person was a student of the school, undoubtedly a player. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had now transformed into this state. Has he arrived? What is it? Xia Anton, standing nearby, shouted at Lu Su as he jumped back. It seems to be a player who has gone mad for some reason. He appears to be promoting some organization of his, Lu Su replied. Let us go. At this moment, Xia Anton wasted no time and grabbed Lu Su, rushing towards the exit. Having witnessed too many scenes in the two games, she was acutely aware of the threat that powerful players posed to ordinary people. At that moment, the classrooms connected in the East District had descended into chaos, with all students fleeing outside, excitement eclipsing their fear. As soon as they stepped out, they beheld the giant standing in a daze. Holy crap! Lu Peng? Among the students, someone recognized him, seemingly quite familiar with the figure. With a look of astonishment, he approached the dazed, now irrational behemoth. You joined the game, right? How did it come to this? Impressive. However, the giant didn't even glance at him. With a casual wave, the student was sent flying like a plastic bag, propelled 7 or 8 meters away by a single blow. When he landed, he was already unconscious. The crowd immediately scattered in fear, leaving a wide expanse of space in the classroom. As the cycle of day and night continued, the giant paid no heed to the crowd, shouting slogans loudly, causing eardrums to ache. He swung the massive hammer in his hand, smashing the classroom wall to smithereens. For some reason, Lu Su couldn't help but think of the number 80. The giant did not pursue them, and within seconds, most people had fled. At that moment, the giant suddenly turned his head, his crimson eyes locking onto the direction of the crowd, meeting Lu Su's gaze. Lu Su thought, what the hell? Why do you keep locking eyes with me? Can't you look at someone else? He averted his gaze, having already assessed the giant's strength far inferior to his own. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened as he charged towards Lu Su, his massive form creating a gust of wind. The crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly scattered, with Lu Su and Xia Anton retreating swiftly among them. The giant stood still, raising his hammer high, ready to swing it towards the crowd with a howling wind. Lu Su furrowed his brow, feeling as if this attack was aimed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps, deciding to attempt to absorb the blow with his shoulder to gauge the pain he might endure. "Get out of the way!" Xia Anton forcefully tugged at his arm, using her body to help him evade the strike. "What are you doing? Hurry and run! Are you that slow to react?" Lu Su cast a slightly surprised glance at the girl, then looked back at the giant charging towards them once more. Having confirmed the connection through a mere glance, he was certain that this was the person he had been seeking. Now, he could almost unequivocally assert that the entity before him seemed intent on targeting him. If he were to blend into the crowd, not only would he inadvertently cause harm to others, but he would also risk being singled out by his pursuer amidst the throngs of people. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Su turned his gaze towards the dispersing crowd and addressed Xie Anton, who urged him to leave in haste. "Thank you." With that, he swiftly propelled her into the midst of the crowd and, with a sudden misstep, extricated himself from the masses. As a solitary figure, he stood out conspicuously, with the frenzied giant advancing towards him. In a tense game of chase, they evaded the crowd and reached a relatively vacant platform at the corner of the floor. Leaning against the wall of the corner, Lu Su calmly turned to face the panting individual before him, realizing that he had retreated to the point of no escape. Chapter 25, An unusual mode of communication. Startled, Lu Su exhaled softly and slowly turned to face the giant opposite him, who had seemingly lost all rationality. Although referred to as a giant, Lu Su felt no sense of oppression or overwhelming strength emanating from this figure, who resembled more of a pawn released by unseen hands to convey a message. Why had he set his sights on Lu Su? Had he inadvertently revealed himself? If even Xia Anton could not discern the difference between Lu Su and his in-game persona, he doubted he would be exposed so swiftly. Clearly, there were circumstances beyond his comprehension. He slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and murmured to himself, "Why must I court danger? In such a vast school, the only individual capable of overpowering you has been targeted by you?" The most pressing concern was that this green giant of a minor account had already caused a commotion, likely to make headlines as a significant societal event. If he truly became embroiled in this situation and subdued the giant, extricating himself would be quite challenging. "Are you not going to say anything? Just standing there?" Strength was his greatest assurance. Lu Su felt no tension and turned casually to address the giant. As the cycles of day and night continued, he thought, "I certainly did not wish for this discourse." It was evident to him that the giant had completely lost his wits, suggesting he was likely being manipulated by others. This seemed to indicate an issue related to the organization known as the TND Society. At that moment, the corridor and staircase some 10 meters away were filled with teachers and students, anxiously observing the scene. Many held their phones, expressions a mixture of horror and calm. Yet they were still intent on capturing the moment. Witnessing Lu Su cornered in the massive, frenzied figure before him, everyone felt he was in imminent danger. "Run away! Brother! Are you just waiting to die? Don't move! Don't provoke him!" Various shouts erupted from the crowd, with a plethora of irresponsible and even contradictory suggestions being offered. In the corner, the phone of the head teacher was nearly smoking, evidently in a state of urgency. Xia Anton looked at Lu Su with concern. She sensed that his retreat into the corner was intentional, yet she was unsure if he had the means to handle the situation. Even players who had completed the game, could they really manage this? Lu Su observed the reactions of those around him when suddenly, from the end of the corridor, a figure distinctly dressed apart from the others pushed through. Clad in a red uniform, the individual exuded an air of competence. Upon their arrival, the head teacher quickly approached, as if having found a beacon of hope. Then, a voice reached Lu Su's ears. "Student, do not be afraid, please remain calm, and do not provoke him. I am Zhao Jiaqing, from a relevant national department." "Lu Su?" It is evident that the voice did not emanate from the crowd, but rather from beside his ear. Reminiscent of the subtle communication found in martial arts novels. A special ability, a player. The phrase immediately sprang to Lu Su's mind, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the man clad in a scarlet uniform. Lu Su was certain it was him. Upon noticing the intensity of Lu Su's stare, the other man gestured an OK sign with his hand and continued to communicate telepathically. Do not panic, I am here to assist you. Avoid provoking him. And refrain from moving about recklessly. Worry not, I shall ensure your safety. Relax a little. In truth, Zhao Jiaqing felt uncertain within, yet he had no choice. Fearing that Lu Su, being a student, might succumb to panic, he could only endeavor to keep him steady. Lu Su responded affirmatively, okay, no problem. While Zhao Jiaqing was capable of telepathic communication, Lu Su was not, thus, he spoke directly and even flashed an OK sign toward Zhao Jiaqing amidst the crowd. A multitude of teachers and students instantly turned their heads, gazing at Zhao Jiaqing with suspicion, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Good heavens! Why did you have to say that? I told you to relax, not to relax to this extent. Do you not realize that your life is in danger? The game had only just commenced, and Zhao Jiaqing lacked experience in handling such unexpected situations. Fortunately, the frenzied giant Lu Peng had long since lost his senses and did not perceive any issue with Lu Su's words. Zhao Jiaqing could only force a smile and begin to persuade. Lu Peng, can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any demands or difficulties, feel free to express them. We are. Lu Su listened to these exceedingly familiar phrases, rolling his eyes in disdain. He wondered why this classic approach of police negotiation from Hong Kong cinema remained perpetually popular. It was utterly pointless. The other party had evidently lost their wits. Time flowed in cycles. The opponent continued to drone on, resembling a large-scale recording device. The chosen one has arrived, and the world shall unite. Lu Su thought. I never said it couldn't unite, why do you keep repeating yourself? Growing increasingly impatient, he remarked, the world belongs to the heavenly society. You say it belongs. So it belongs, I never disputed that. So what is it you intend to do? Lu Su commenced an attempted dialogue with the imbecile. Time flowed in cycles. Clearly, communication with the fool had failed, as the other party continued to regurgitate the same phrases. Zhao Jiaqing, at the periphery, found his attempts at persuasion entirely futile. Observing the two at the center of the arena engaged in their seemingly jovial exchange, he felt a surge of frustration, growing increasingly anxious. Come on. Can you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Do not provoke him. Zhao Jiaqing once more conveyed a telepathic message to Lu Su. Yet at this moment, Lu Su had resolved not to delay any longer. The opponent was evidently devoid of rational thought. It would be futile to prolong the encounter. It was better to probe the situation. The heavenly society is nothing but trash. Instantly, Lu Peng's head snapped up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Murderous intent locking onto Lu Su, who dared to insult the heavenly society. All right, it is safe to ascertain that this is indeed controlled by that so-called heavenly society. Lu Su mused internally. Stop. In an instant, as Zhao Jiaqing's taunting words escaped his lips, he let out a thunderous roar, but it was already too late. A tempest erupted, and the tiles beneath their feet shattered instantaneously. Zhao Peng's formidable physique surged forward like a locomotive, barreling towards Lu Su. Meanwhile, Lu Su stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Zhao Jiaqing dashed forward, yet deep down, he recognized that it was too late. It was over. Lu Su remained relaxed, observing as Zhao Peng's immense form enveloped him entirely. With a defiant tilt of his head, a glint of disdain sparkled in his eyes. Slightly twisting his body to evade the impending blow, Lu Su's left hand shot out with lightning speed, pinching Zhao Peng's chin between his thumb and forefinger. Snap. Chapter 26, The Disparity in Power. The world fell silent as the sound of bones fracturing echoed. It was merely the strength of two fingers. Yet those were the fingers of Lu Su. In an instant, the opponent's jaw was crushed, and the entire joint was dislocated to prevent any further cries or utterances. My friend, since you have lost your senses, I shall not hold back. The force of 10 was already beyond human limits. And now Lu Su possessed a staggering 24. In truth, he had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full might, it would not merely have been a shattered jaw, but a pulverized skull. Boom! The immense impact, coupled with Lu Su's manipulation of the opponent's force, sent the mindless adversary crashing into the wall behind. Lu Su deftly sidestepped. narrowly avoiding the collision. The sound of cracking bricks filled the air as debris scattered. It was unclear whether the opponent's inherent strength was at play or if Luce's power had merely amplified the effect. A vast web of cracks spread across the wall, threatening to collapse at any moment.
Outside, the massive figure of Lu Peng lay limp on the ground, his head having struck the pavement, leaving him unconscious. The entire episode transpired with astonishing rapidity. The distance between the two was but 5 meters, and from the moment the opponent charged until the collision with the wall, scarcely a second had passed. Lu Su had only acted when the adversary obscured his own body, striking with the swiftness of lightning, devoid of any warning. Zhao Jiaqing had also rushed forward, his feet planted firmly as he gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, at a loss for words. His eyes darted between Lu Su and the unconscious giant on the ground, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. From his perspective, Lu's sudden provocation had incited an explosive charge from the opponent, while Lu Su remained motionless. Then, in an inexplicable turn of events, Lu Su had evaded, and the adversary had collided headfirst into the wall. The entire affair bore an inexplicable sense of ease, starkly contrasting the earlier tension and absurdity that felt surreal. Just moments prior, he had been on the verge of despair, envisioning Lu Su gravely injured or even dead, burdened with the responsibility for a life lost. Yet now, it appeared as if everything was perfectly fine. Not only him, but when Lu Peng had surged forward as a giant, the crowd had gasped, many capturing the moment on their phones while instinctively closing their eyes. Now, witnessing Lu Su unscathed, a hush fell over the onlookers, as if the events were not meant to unfold in this manner. You. Zhao Jiaqing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Su, taking in his seemingly unharmed state. He crashed into the wall himself. I bear no responsibility, right? Lu Su hastily remarked. Zhao Jiaqing responded with a look of incredulity. Is that all you're concerned about? Zhao Jiaqing felt a sudden pang of frustration. It appeared that this young man's thought process was somewhat flawed. Are you all right? Is mental distress a legitimate claim? I have suffered considerable psychological harm. Can I apply for state compensation? Lu Ziyuan spoke earnestly. Zhao Jiaqing replied, forget it, as long as you're fine. However, you should refrain from such heroic antics in the future. I heard you chose to divert that madman alone to protect your classmates. You must prioritize your safety. Lu Su questioned, where did you hear that? What a ridiculous misunderstanding. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind them, cheers resonating from the crowd as many students, who had previously retreated, began to gather around once more. Impressive. What a reaction. Comparable to that of an F1 driver. Calm under pressure, my friend. In no time, the air was filled with applause, capturing the moment on cameras and posting short videos, while compliments flowed endlessly. The director of education hurried over, surrounding Lu Ziyuan with inquiries of concern. If a tragedy were to unfold today, his career would surely be at stake. A synchronized round of applause emerged from the crowd, making Lu Ziyuan feel as though he were a triumphant matador. Quite a vivid image, considering the bull had also been knocked out. Seeing so many students gather, Zhao Jiaqing quickly raised his voice to restore order, prompting teachers to step in. Shortly thereafter, several individuals in blue uniforms pushed their way through the throng, surrounding Zhao Peng, though their intentions remained unclear. Lu Ziyuan casually brushed aside the inquiries and, after repeatedly assuring the director that he did not require medical attention, sought to blend back into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing, observing Lu Ziyuan's retreating figure, furrowed his brow and suddenly called out, wait a moment. He then retrieved a golden business card from the inner pocket of his uniform. Turning around, Lu Ziyuan accepted the card from Zhao Jiaqing, who remarked, this is my card. Take it for now. I have numerous matters to attend to, and the scene will soon be secured. I lack the time for further discussion. However, should you feel the need to contact me, do so. The emphasis Zhao Jiaqing placed on the words you should was unmistakable as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Ziyuan's eyes, hinting at deeper implications. Lu Ziyuan took the card, stowing it in his pocket without a glance, responding affirmatively while slipping away. Zhao Jiaqing chose not to say more, turning back to his colleagues to manage the unfolding situation. Are you all right? Xia Antong approached, whispering her inquiry as she observed Lu Ziyuan nod, relieved by his successful escape.
She soon grew curious. Why did Lu Ziyuan seem so assured that he would be unharmed? Did he possess such confidence in his abilities? Had he acquired agility-boosting powers in the game? Why does that peculiar entity seem to have an unwavering affection for Lu Su, relentlessly pursuing him?
These questions she temporarily buried within, intending to inquire further at a later time. As she observed numerous students being evacuated and the perimeter cordoned off,
the personnel from the special department continued with their tasks. As dusk settled, Zhao Jiaqing exhaled deeply, beginning to reflect on the day's events.
The incident had occurred so abruptly that it left him somewhat bewildered. A high school student, maintaining composure in the face of danger, exhibited remarkable psychological resilience and quick reflexes.
Moreover, it seemed he had never experienced feelings of anxiety or fear. Muttering to himself,
the impression that student had made on him during the day was profoundly etched in his mind.
In this world,
there are only two types of individuals who remain entirely unflustered in the face of adversity. One is a fool, oblivious to the circumstances, and the other possesses an unshakable confidence. Captain Zhao had essentially completed the investigation of the fundamental issues.
At that moment,
a female staff member clad in a blue uniform briskly entered, clutching several documents. The injuries were somewhat peculiar. Aside from the fracture on the forehead, the other party's jaw was inexplicably shattered.
Chapter 27, The Third Game, Hell Difficulty, The Demon Hospital.
Zhao Jiaqing, who was previously immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly jolted, turning around abruptly, startling the other party.
A fractured jaw? Caused by the impact? Oh. The woman in blue, responsible for clerical duties, responded,
producing a stack of reports, saying, "It is uncertain, which is why it feels somewhat peculiar. After all, the skull of the individual also bears a fracture,
which is relatively normal. Based on the angle of the impact, it aligns well.
However, if the impact occurred at that angle, it shouldn't have struck the jaw. I am unsure if there was some friction or if it was perhaps an old injury. He has now been stabilized and is no longer in danger. His name is Lu Peng, and investigations have confirmed he is a player in the divine selection game." Just as the secretary intended to continue with the report, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Jiaqing.
"Wait a moment."
He furrowed his brow as he approached, picking up the stack of x-rays from her hands, scrutinizing them intently. The secretary, responsible for the investigation, was taken aback. She could not fathom why Zhao Jiaqing suddenly exhibited such keen interest in the injuries. The severity of the fractures appeared to surpass that of the head trauma. It is worth noting that at that time, this student possessed considerable physical strength, capable of breaking through walls. Although the human skull is sturdier, the disparity is rather perplexing.
What do you think could be the cause?
As Zhao Jiaqing inquired,
he reflected on the events of the day. The cycles of day and night.
That individual had evidently lost his senses for some reason, incessantly repeating those few phrases. The repetition indicated that his jaw could not have been fractured previously. It must have resulted from that single impact.
Perhaps it was the friction against the wall?
After all, he had directly smashed through it.
The secretary speculated cautiously,
mistakenly believing that Zhao Jiaqing was concerned about the individual's injuries.
Zhao Jiaqing merely murmured, "That may be possible."
He did not refute her, but his mind continuously replayed the scenes from earlier that day, echoing the peculiar behaviors of that high school student. Time swiftly passed, and since the unexpected incident, the weekend arrived, coinciding with the school's decision to bolster security measures.
Lu Su lay quietly on his bed, awaiting the onset of the next game.
For the past few days, he had been somewhat apprehensive, preoccupied with thoughts of whether individuals from that strange organization would come to investigate him, or if the relatives of the student he had eliminated would seek retribution.
Fortunately, none of these events transpired. Time remaining until the next game begins, 0:58:43. The final hour.
At that moment, he was engaged in a phone conversation with Xia Antong, discussing the circumstances of the upcoming game. Xia Antong remarked, "I am uncertain how you managed it yesterday, but I presume your abilities are quite formidable. Nevertheless, this game remains exceedingly perilous. I strongly advise you to acquire an exit token before engaging in gameplay."
Lu Su typed a response, "I understand. Are you participating in the game this time?" Yes, came the brief reply.
Let us each play our own games for now, and perhaps we can add each other as friends later.
Furthermore,
I would like to remind you that although the attire within the game is standardized, the intelligence I have gathered suggests that undergarments may be brought in directly.
Therefore, you might consider attempting to bring items from the real world into the game. Lu Su, upon reading the message,
was astonished to discover this intriguing piece of knowledge that he had never encountered before.
He wondered about his desk mate's unusual connections. Having a background is indeed advantageous. Unlike himself, who could only resort to cheating out of sheer necessity.
After expressing his gratitude, Lu Su lay quietly on the bed in his small room.
Lost in thought,
he pondered the trustworthiness of Xie Antong. If collaboration were to ensue, his status as the top player would undoubtedly need to be disclosed.
However, given the evident affluence of the other party, could such matters truly be resolved solely through trust?
As he contemplated, feeling the passage of time, he retrieved a golden business card from his uniform pocket. It was a gift from Zhao Jiacheng. A reminder that he ought to make a call when the time was right.
Glancing at the unfamiliar department name on the front,
then at Zhao Jiacheng's contact information on the back, Lu Su deliberated briefly before tucking the card into his underwear. My apologies, Mr. Zhao Jiacheng. Please keep my brother company for a while. Just as Xie Antong suggested attempting to bring items into the game, I find myself lacking suitable belongings. So I shall borrow yours.
It fits perfectly.
Taking a deep breath, he organized his backpack, ensuring it contained his achievements and various potions.
Eagerly awaiting the sound he had long anticipated. For reasons unknown, this sound consistently stirred excitement within him. Please prepare accordingly.
Please choose to be an audience member or a player.
Player. Greetings, player. You have a brief moment to prepare.
Game score, 12,400, pain value, 6, strength, 24, agility, 10, speed, 10, fortune, 3, spirit, 1, bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary, system attacker, epic.
Game has been initialized. Preparing to commence. Welcome to the paradise of the chosen.
Once again, there was the familiar dizziness, the same sensation of spinning, yet this time,
Lu Su felt a remarkable adaptability.
It was as if he had returned home. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a spacious and dimly lit room. The air thick with a damp, musty odor, indicating that the sanitary conditions were rather unimpressive. With a slight sway of his body, he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, a stark contrast to the previous experience of being suspended in midair.
Lu Su felt a tinge of disappointment. Why did this seem less exhilarating than before?
Last time, at least he had the thrill of dangling in the air, presenting an opportunity to sever a limb. He gently touched his face, the mask fitted perfectly, snug against his skin. Surrounding him were several other players, but before he could observe them, a voice resonated that filled him with immense satisfaction. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the divine selection game, Demon Hospital. As the mechanical voice echoed, the sound of grinding machinery accompanied it, and a treaded robot emerged from the shadows.
Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of all players shifted, their faces growing grave.
They were no longer novices, they had come to understand the terror that hell mode entailed. What misfortune, to encounter such a scenario in only the second game.
Yet beneath his mask, Lu Su wore a smile of contentment. Hell mode?
This truly felt like returning home.
Chapter 28, The Mask of Gluttony. Do you truly possess no issues with your intellect?
Under the hellish mode, grappling with one's own agony points should be relatively manageable.
If this time is included, it appears that I have consecutively obtained hell-level instances thrice. Such fortune is indeed remarkable.
A faint chuckle escaped my lips. For I am the one enduring this. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have faltered under such arrangements.
Greetings, esteemed players. I am your host for this session.
You may refer to me as the Great Tom.
Welcome to the Demon Hospital.
Of course, if you prefer to call it a prison, that is acceptable as well.
Lu Su gazed at the metallic robot before him and suddenly inquired, Tom? Is your voice akin to that from the previous game? Great Tom. Mind your phrasing, young man. Lu Su sensed a familiarity in the voice but chose not to engage in frivolous banter. Opting instead to access his live broadcast to glean valuable insights from the audience's perspective.
Commencing now, I specifically skipped class to view the perspective of the Great One. I even resigned to watch. Once I learn enough, I shall abandon this B class and join the game.
This is an elite match, I just checked.
And all 5 players in this instance have previously cleared the game, no novices here. Moreover, aside from this individual, that foreign player is also an accomplished victor. This shall be quite the spectacle.
Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Why does the color of the mask this time differ from the last?
Lusu briefly scanned the barrage of comments, noting that his attention was increasingly sought after. The sensation of being observed was rather unsettling, yet the advantages were evident.
For instance, he could swiftly ascertain information about those surrounding him. Elite match, indeed. It seems this group may not be as easily dealt with as the last. Wait, the color of the mask?
Upon this reminder, Lusu turned to the metallic robot and, from the modeled surface, he could barely discern a blurred reflection of himself.
It was a red mask. Red, Miko, gluttony.
Personality effects, an escalation of greed and appetite, mental disarray, able to consume anything, rendering all repulsive items into exquisite delicacies. Benefits, remarkable digestive capabilities, everything ingested is transformed into energy, negating all negative effects. Side effects, the more one consumes, particularly hazardous substances, the greater the confusion in mental faculties. Furthermore, the energy acquired does not belong to oneself, and failing to release it to a certain extent may lead to explosive demise. Hiss. Lusu inhaled sharply, taken aback by the magnitude of this new development. The previous greed mask had offered options for both ordinary and overload modes, with the ordinary mode presenting no significant alterations. However, gluttony is distinct. It is the sole attribute among the 7 deadly sins that lacks a mode selection. The nature of desire, both physical and gluttonous, signifies a profound impact on the psyche, representing one of the most detrimental influences.
Yet, upon examining this description, its functionality appears exceedingly perverse, akin to a bug-level superpower during the early stages of the game. Truly, it deserves its classification as an S-rank sealed object, with effects and side effects that are unparalleled. It remains to be seen what levels other statuses and overload modes might possess. Nevertheless, the principle of high risk equating to high reward aligns perfectly with the ethos of this game. At least for now, he does not sense any effect on his psyche. Well, I assume that those who have arrived here are not ordinary players. You may take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another and exchange insights regarding your abilities. After all, in a certain sense, you are both partners and rivals. What do you mean? After the tin robot concluded its speech, one of the foreign players spoke up. Based on previous comments, Lusu recognized him as a player skilled enough to achieve a perfect clearance. Literally, you may get acquainted with each other first. The red light on the tin robot flickered twice, and then it began to roll away, dragging its form toward the exit. So what is the task in this game? Do not rush. Furthermore, you shall address me as the Great Lord Tom. The tin robot seemed quite irked by the player's impoliteness, not turning back as it continued on its way. Once the door closed, the damp space of several dozen square meters was left with just these 5 players. The atmosphere fell into silence, somewhat oppressive due to the hellish difficulty of the game. The foreign player who had previously spoken now furrowed his brow, perplexedly stating, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here? He didn't say anything, damn." Perhaps he was merely serving as a reflective mirror. Lusu listened to his mutterings and responded, pondering whether this international acquaintance understood Chinese. If so, why did he not speak? After all, the robot's words seemed to be in Chinese, or was it that they translated to English in the foreigner's ears? The foreigner paused, raising an eyebrow in contemplation, but simply replied, "I don't want to." Lusu chose not to engage further, and once more, the atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence. There were 5 players in total for this game, all appearing to be seasoned, giving off a sense of familiarity with the situation. Although each expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. At least the fact that no one cried out in despair upon hearing about the hell mode could be seen as a small victory. There was a foreigner who appeared rather haughty, seemingly able to comprehend Chinese yet unwilling to speak. His demeanor suggested he was emulating a certain film star, adopting a deep and serious persona. To the left stood a burly figure, robust in physique, yet likely an ineffectual contender. Fortunately, His distinctive physical attributes rendered memorizing his name unnecessary, allowing us to refer to him simply as Big Guy. Then there was a woman whose gaze flitted incessantly among the crowd from the moment she entered. She might not be as unassuming as she appeared. Yet one could only hope she would yield some golden rewards. On the far right stood an ostentatious figure, a towering man of nearly 2 meters. While others donned the basic attire provided by the game, he somehow managed to adorn himself in flamboyant red clothing, embellished with patterns, earning him the moniker Flashy Guy. Silence ensued. The man clad in crimson, whom Lucy had dubbed Flashy Guy, stiffly turned his neck. His lips twitching slightly as he addressed Lucy. "Come on, brother, can't you keep those thoughts to yourself? Why must you vocalize the narration? Is your intellect truly sound? In what way am I ostentatious? This is simply the outfit mandated by the organization." Chapter 29, One of Us? Which faction are you from? The corner of the flamboyant man's mouth twitched incessantly, while the other 3 players turned to gaze at Lucy, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Come on. Your presence is utterly incongruous with this atmosphere. In such a stifling and grim environment, where the peril of a deadly game loomed at every turn, you've chosen to play the role of a judge. After hearing your lengthy discourse amidst that tension, our emotions have become somewhat disjointed. The flamboyant man in red sighed softly, surveying Lucy from head to toe, feeling a sense of futility in his desire to critique. You're even judging from behind a mask? Everyone else appears quite ordinary, yet you don a mask, no less, a bright red one, its glow continuously morphing into various patterns. Is this the reward you received in the game? One can only say it is as abstract as you are. Ha! Did I actually say that out loud? Impossible. Do you possess mind-reading abilities? Lucy exclaimed in surprise, touching his mouth and feeling the icy temperature of the mask. You indeed did. The flamboyant man in red replied, immediately regretting his words. Why am I even engaging in a serious discussion with this lunatic? What on earth? Is this an intelligence-diminishing aura? Observing the expressions of those around him, Lucy realized that this might indeed be true. It seems the mental disarray induced by the gluttony mask had persisted. If he did not take the initiative to control it, small troubles would inevitably arise. Oh well, it's said, a narrative must accompany the game. And it helps you understand how others perceive you. Who wants to know how you see us? Of course, burly figure could not help but mock. Which seemed fitting for his character, and once again the crowd fell into silence. Everyone scrutinized one another, yet none were as neurotic as Lucy. Ahem. A cough pierced the stillness, and the flamboyant man in red took the initiative to speak. I do not go by flamboyant man in red, my name is Joe Tion. And it is my true name, not a nickname. I believe that now we are in this hellish game, we should swiftly eliminate unnecessary barriers. From a broader perspective, we are all humans, united in this endeavor. At this moment, we may need to understand each other better. I think this would be beneficial to the game. Most of you are from Huagua, correct? I am an official representative, and you can trust me. Joe Tion spoke calmly, attempting to forge a connection among them. This was linked to his background. In times of crisis, it is crucial to unite any available strength, especially since there was no enmity among them. I don't think so. The foreigner interjected. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet. However, you may address me as Kirk, for that is my name. The woman, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, directing her gaze at Joe Tion. Greetings, and I appreciate your candor. Yet, as the metallic figure previously mentioned, we are to cooperate while simultaneously competing, thus, establishing trust at this juncture proves quite challenging. Official? The burly man interjected, his demeanor brusque. The game has only commenced a few days ago, and already there are officials? You individuals meddle excessively. Your greatest contribution would be to refrain from interference and cease your incessant antics. It was evident that the burly man possessed a rather irritable temperament, displaying a lackluster attitude towards everyone. Nevertheless, Lucy understood that this was likely a manifestation of fear and anxiety. A response to the pressures of the hellish game that compelled him to release his tension through unfriendly behavior. Observing the lack of effective communication, Joe Tion sighed. Foreseeing this predicament, gradually turning his head, he looked towards Lucy, awaiting his response.
He had just reviewed his own livestream and was aware that organized external personnel were continuously monitoring him, having already briefed him on Luce's circumstances. One would expect him to be a formidable player. As Luce noticed the other's head turn, he pondered for a moment before replying. "Am I truly unable to refer to you as the crimson-clad scoundrel?" Zhou Tian felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "If you are uncertain how to address me, feel free to conjure a nickname at your whim." Hu inquired. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Just as the atmosphere became stagnant, the voice within the room resonated once more. It was the same voice, yet this time the metallic figure did not materialize. Only the mechanical sound accompanied by text appearing on the wall. Divine Selection Paradise, Hell Mode, Demon Hospital. Player's basic task: survive. As long as you endure until the completion of the task, you shall be deemed successful. Player's objective: locate the source of the affliction. Identify the most formidable individual afflicted, and neutralize the crisis they pose. Players who accomplish their objectives will receive additional rewards, scored according to performance and contributions. Demon Hospital welcomes each and every patient. Countdown, 5 minutes, the game is about to commence. 0:05:00, upon the conclusion of the brief description, the voice ceased, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. It was as if any unnecessary conversation had already been conducted by the previous metallic figure. Now, a serious description prevailed. Upon reflecting on such a task description, the expressions of the group grew increasingly somber. Hell mode, with the fundamental task being mere survival. It was clear that the 5 individuals present were not to be underestimated, otherwise, the very notion of survival would be enough to instill terror. Zhou Tian also realized that the likelihood of collaboration among them was exceedingly low. Moreover, the task remained rather ambiguous. What illness? How does one ascertain who is most afflicted? Surviving until the end equates to success, if one were to slack off and let others undertake the tasks while they merely preserved their existence. Would that not yield the same result? How was it designed? A hush fell over the crowd as they silently rummaged through their backpacks and medical supplies, bracing themselves for the unknown that lay ahead in 5 minutes. Ah, right. Luce murmured to himself, but even in such a tense atmosphere, his soft voice drew the attention of those nearby. There stood the figure in the red mask, nonchalantly slipping his hand into his pants, an act that was rather indecorous. What does that mean, buddy? In broad daylight. Is donning a mask a guise for revealing one's true nature? Does hiding your face make it all permissible? The man in red slapped his forehead and inquired of the staff outside his livestream, is his information accurate? Is he truly a master? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on the object that Luce retrieved from his trousers, a golden business card. The type of customized card was all too familiar to Zhou Tian. Instantly, his demeanor lightened, as if he had spotted an old friend. And he strode toward Luce with purpose. Leaning closer to Luce's ear, he whispered, "Are you one of us? Brother, you've disguised yourself remarkably well. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, The Patient's Sedative Meal, Are you in the frame? Luce observed as the other party leaned in, instinctively flipping his wrist to hide the card in his hand, casting a wary glance at his companion. Enough chit-chat, we're on a tight schedule. Which department are you in? Luce raised his head slightly, contemplating, I'm in the senior level 3 department. Zhou Tian exclaimed, what the hell? You're in high school? What nonsense is this? His frustration mounted as he glanced at the dwindling 3 minutes, feeling increasingly agitated. How could a colleague behave in such a manner? Did he not appear trustworthy? Though it was conceivable they hailed from different regions, they were part of an official organization. Surely, there should be some level of trust? Hurry up, I can see your business card. I'm Zhou Tian from K-City in Jianhai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we even need that? Look at my outfit. He tugged at the fabric of his red attire. Why don't you have matching clothing? Why the red mask? Your regulations seem rather peculiar. By the way, there should be people from our organization in your livestream. Why not have them check on me? Luce sensed a misunderstanding and continued to ramble. You seem rather seasoned. How can you still be in the same department as me? Are you the director of the political education office? Zhou Tian muttered, how absurd.
What a lack of organization and discipline.
A message appeared in Zhou Tian's livestream. Currently, there are indeed players within our organization who have successfully completed the challenges.
However,
it appears there are no records corresponding to this mask situation. You should communicate more about this. Suppressing the urge to strike out, Zhou Tian maintained a stern face and lowered his voice. Comrade, I'm not sure what your intentions are.
However,
you previously mentioned my clothing color and deliberately presented your business card, clearly to attract my attention.
Do you have something to say? Lu Su scratched his head. Now that you mention it, I seem to be a bit hungry. How strange. Who asked you? Zhou Tian snapped, turning away and leaving the parting remark.
Take care of yourself, as he chose not to engage further.
Goodbye.
He instructed the live stream staff, quickly find out where this person belongs. This is absurd.
In this hellish difficulty game, how could such matters be trivialized?
A voice echoed, players, you should exit this room swiftly before time runs out.
At this moment, the timer ticked down to 1 minute, and the door opened to reveal a pitch-black corridor, seemingly leading into the abyss. No one dared to defy the voice's announcement. In hell mode, one could encounter instant death at any moment.
Kirk, the foreigner, boldly stepped out first, his silhouette exuding a sense of pride. The large fellow glared at Kirk's back, irritated by his arrogance, before stepping out himself. Zhou Tian and the woman followed closely behind, leaving the room. Lu Su maintained his usual demeanor. After stepping out of the room at the last moment, he paused outside the door, peering back in curiosity to see what might transpire. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, forcefully propelling Lu Su outwards, leaving an imprint of a mask upon the door's surface. Observing his colleague, Zhou Tian, from the corner of his eye, he now weakly turned his head away, feeling as though he could barely withstand the pressure. Upon the door's closure, he was greeted by a long corridor, which curved gracefully ahead, vanishing into the inky darkness about 100 meters away, veering leftward. Flanking this corridor were massive iron doors at regular intervals, dark and silent, as if concealing ferocious beasts within. The entire hallway was enveloped in an eerie silence. It was evident that these doors led to the chambers of patience. Zhou Tian traced the curvature of the wall with his hand, gauging the distance ahead, before striding forward. Before immersing himself in his tasks, he intended to familiarize himself with the layout and basic architectural structure of his surroundings. There were no staircases, suggesting a single-level building, though hidden doors could not be ruled out. Given the curvature, it might very well be a circular structure. In the stillness, Zhou Tian's voice resonated, unreservedly sharing his thoughts with the others. Just then, the game's announcement echoed once more. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime counts as task time. During this period, players must enter the patient rooms. If one steps outside, they must return to their rooms promptly. Prolonged stay in the corridor may lead to undesirable consequences. The sound of clanging echoed. Following the announcement, a tray emerged from the dark compartments beneath each room, seemingly delivered from nowhere. Instantly, an unbearable, putrid stench enveloped the air. Under the dim strip lights, the tray bore a large canister of a viscous substance, difficult to convince oneself was indeed edible. Inside, one could barely discern its contents, with vague glimpses of shattered bones and mucus. Beside the canister rested a small dish, adorned with several white pills. The tray bore a note: patient is mentally unstable, mixing sedatives into meals may facilitate communication. Observing this so-called hospital, Zhou Tian murmured, it appears to be primarily focused on mental issues. Damn! The burly man cursed. Who in their right mind would feed patients such a thing? No wonder they have mental problems. Is it really that unpalatable? Lu Su mused, glancing at the substance on the floor. Why did it seem to him that it might actually be quite delectable? The gluttonous mask had a profound impact on appetite, effectively suppressing all rational judgment. The red warning lights began to flash, urging players to hasten into the patient rooms. With no time for further contemplation, Lu Su carelessly selected a room and entered. Tray in hand. The atmosphere within the room starkly contrasts with that of the outside world. It is far from clean, with various unsightly stains adorning the walls, some even bearing traces of blood. Yet, the room is illuminated by a bright light that remains unwavering, day and night. In the corner, a gaunt figure resembling a malevolent specter sits shackled in handcuffs and leg irons.
The moment Lucy steps inside, the man casts a venomous glance toward him. Fixated on the tray of food in Lucy's hands. Mealtime has arrived, presumably breakfast, though the details elude me. Such earthly delicacies, my friend, you appear so emaciated. On the brink of starvation. Would you care for a bite? The room is devoid of any furniture. Lucy surveys the space before walking directly into the room and placing the tray on the floor, seating himself upon the ground. Would you like to eat? A hoarse voice emerges from the patient, laced with bitterness. Of course not. You new arrival, delicacies? If they are so delectable, why aren't you eating them? Let me tell you not to get too proud. Before he can finish, Lucy's eyes gleam with excitement as he interjects, really? Thank you. With that, he seizes a canister of unknown contents and pours it into his mouth. The patient can only stare in bewilderment. Chapter 31, The Winds of Change and the Unpredictability of Hellish Gamesbang. A fissure appeared on the mask, and a large canister of substance was poured in as if it were an abyss. You will be the same in the future at that moment. The man finished his latter statement, rendered in a state of stupor. In the blink of an eye, half of the contents had been consumed, and holding the remaining portion. Lucy politely inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to partake?" Before receiving a response, he added, "Very well, thank you." With that, he tilted his head back and continued to consume. In less than a minute, the entire canister had been entirely devoured. This manner of consumption was wholly inhuman. To put it simply, in terms of eating, Lucy was exhibiting what could only be described as superhuman prowess, a display of extraordinary strength. To be candid, Lucy had initially felt a sense of repulsion upon grasping the canister. Despite the overwhelming influence of the gluttonous mask, which made the substance appear as the finest delicacy in existence, his rational mind cautioned him that it might not be edible. Nevertheless, in the spirit of experiencing the mask's power and the accompanying pain value, Lucy resolved to proceed. Old 8's secret mini burgers. However, once the substance entered his stomach, Lucy found himself unable to restrain his impulses. A culinary marvel. He had never encountered anything so delectable. It was not merely a tantalization of the taste buds, but an outright stimulation of the brain. He could not stop. As he consumed the entire canister, a wave of euphoria enveloped him, a warm sensation wrapping around his entire being, as if he were in a celestial realm. Simultaneously, there was no sense of fullness. In fact, his hunger intensified. A voracious appetite consumed him, and Lucy felt an overwhelming surge of energy, yearning for more sustenance. The multitude of spectators and staff from various organizations observing Lucy were rendered utterly bewildered. No. What is this? What does this mean? Is this part of the task? I cannot comprehend. Is there an expert who can elucidate this? Where is that previous knowledgeable figure? Compared to the man across, whose behavior seems so remarkably sane. I have long heard tales of this individual's eccentricity. Analysts from various organizations were left scratching their heads, unable to decipher the meaning of the spectacle. Yet, the reason was clear from the outset: Lucy was simply hungry. The patient swallowed hard, gazing at the masked figure before him, feeling as if his mind had become foggy. You are not a staff member, you are a fellow patient? Lucy, comfortably seated on the ground, decided to lower his guard. Regarding his appetite, he chose not to exert control, surrendering entirely to his instincts. Allowing all reason to yield to his primal desires, focusing solely on the task at hand. Delicious. The life you lead here daily is akin to that of deities. The man's lips twitched slightly. Am I serving the divine? After a moment of mental disarray, he let out a cold laugh, casting his gaze toward the plate beside him and the medication upon it. His gaze once again turned fierce, glaring at Lucy with palpable hostility. No more pretense. Is it? No one truly cares what these individuals consume. The so-called meals are merely a guise to administer drugs. Previously, they feigned concern. But this lunatic before him seems intent on directly feeding him medication. Pointing at the pills, the patient inquired, "What does this mean?" "Oh, my apologies," Lucy replied after glancing over, offering an excuse. He then picked up the dish, flipped his hand, and swallowed its contents whole without a hint of chewing.
Such wastefulness is disgraceful, yet, this brother across from him was quite astute, serving as a reminder to himself.
After finishing, Lu Su, feeling ravenous, patted his stomach and looked at the man shackled by iron chains, asking, "Are you full now, skinny one?" The emaciated patient replied, "Huh? What have I eaten? Haven't you consumed everything? When did I ever eat your food?"
Lu Su, perplexed, questioned, as if the events of mere seconds ago were non-existent. He stared incredulously, asserting falsehoods. The patient, cradling his head in his hands, reflected on the earlier events, casting doubt on his own sanity in contrast to Lu Su's earnest tone.
Indeed. How could such revolting fare have been consumed by the staff? Could it be that he was now hallucinating about eating? Was it possible that he had been the one consuming the food moments prior?
The patient murmured to himself, his gaze gradually losing focus.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Am I being tricked?
I understand now, this is a method of brainwashing that makes one question their own reality, facilitating interrogation.
Impressive, big shot.
The viewers in the livestream seemed to grasp the situation, showering praises anew. Suddenly, the emaciated man's eyes turned a blood-red hue, and he lunged at Lu Su in a frenzy. The chains clinked ominously, restraining him mere feet from Lu Su, yet it felt as distant as the heavens,
preventing any contact. Where's my medication? Where's my medication? You consumed what belonged to me, what am I to eat now?
Previously resistant to the drugs,
he now spiraled into chaos, resembling a malevolent spirit, his gaunt frame revealing sinewy muscles marred by bloodied scars.
The chains creaked under the strain. The strength of this man was beyond the realm of humanity.
What medication?
I'm afraid I don't comprehend your words, Lu Su maintained an air of wisdom,
remaining unfazed by the turmoil. I understand, my friend, you must still be hungry.
Rest assured, I shall not allow you to go without.
The rations here are indeed insufficient. I will certainly assist you.
Look at you, you're nearly starved. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the hair of the now deranged individual before dashing away,
exuding an eager determination,
leaving behind the patients in the room, who oscillated between madness and calm, sometimes howling and tossing about.
Lu Su dashed out and ran along the circular corridor.
At each cell door, there lay the repulsive meals and pills.
What was my purpose for coming out?
Lu Su's mind was slightly disoriented. He decided to eat first, disregarding everything else. With that, he began devouring the food voraciously. Every time the hospital announced it was time to return to the wards, Lu Su would swiftly race back.
The emaciated patient was bewildered.
This individual claimed to be searching for food, yet every time he returned, he was ravenously consuming.
Where is my food, brother?
Aside from the rations each player initially brought into the room, all the repugnant breakfast provisions from the demonic hospital that remained outside had been thoroughly devoured by Lu Su. Notably, the initial character, Kurk, after surveying the food, pondered briefly and chose not to take any but instead pushed the door open directly.
Therefore, Chapter 32, Where's the food?
Kurk intentionally left the food temporarily, which ended up in Lu Su's stomach.
As Lu Su passed by Kurk's door,
he glanced at it and noticed a small gap remained.
However, he paid it no mind. What was the game? Who was Kurk? He had long forgotten.
All that mattered was eating. Outside, as Lu Su devoured his meal with fervor, Kurk was in his room, skillfully employing his unique abilities to coax information.
Kurk,
an arrogant American, possessed every right to his pride. As a former CIA criminal profiler, he was well-versed in negotiation techniques and psychological analysis, a distinguished professor at Harvard University, and a recipient of numerous accolades in the field of criminal investigation.
With his exceptional background,
he had perused a wealth of classified materials after completing the novice tasks and realized the game's significance, successfully navigating his first game flawlessly.
Now, he was a player endowed with extraordinary powers, mental interference.
In terms of supernatural abilities, he had already surpassed Lu Su. With his esteemed lineage and his current powers, Kurk believed extracting information from several mentally unstable individuals would pose no challenge.
How long have you been here? As Kurk spoke, he surprisingly delivered his question in fluent Chinese.
The game ensured no language barriers would arise, yet at that moment, he chose to communicate in Chinese.
I can't recall, 3 years? 30 years? Ah.
Kirk furrowed his brow, diligently attempting to disrupt the other's mind while posing his inquiries. Through his prior coaxing and the use of simple, non-threatening questions, he had effectively dulled the other's defenses. He learned that the individual was named Long Lu, reminiscent of his mother, and was mumbling something about tasks and a craving for fish-flavored shredded pork, particularly the latter, which he repeated incessantly.
What do you think is wrong with you? Kirk inquired. I'm not sick.
Long Lu fervently shook his head, as if gripped by hysteria, and Kirk felt his control slipping further.
All right, sir. We are willing to believe that. But who do you think here is truly afflicted? Medicine, no. Medicine. At this point,
Long Geo was drooling, his mind fogged and increasingly difficult to manage. Kirk sighed, realizing he had reached an impasse and could only temporarily withdraw.
Okay. You rest for a moment.
I'll step out to fetch you something to eat, your favorite, fish-flavored shredded pork.
I will bring it to you right away. With that,
Kirk rose and exited, preparing to obtain both food and medication. He had initially hesitated to do so, believing that drugs and such substances might provoke a severe backlash and exacerbate long-standing psychological trauma. However, he could no longer rely solely on his personal charisma to maintain control.
He had to resort to medication.
At this point, he had already synchronized the opponent's consciousness with his own rhythm. It was difficult to articulate the situation, but to the other party, his myriad of malevolent actions resembled the dish known as fish-flavored shredded pork, which seemed to be their obsession.
Once he satisfied this fixation,
he would administer the drug, thereby gaining complete dominion over them, simplifying the complexities of this game significantly. Hell mode was merely a facade, appearing dark and sinister,
yet not particularly daunting.
The other players from Huagua likely had not advanced as swiftly as he had. He was indifferent to whether others were slacking off. His sole purpose in engaging with the game was to achieve a flawless victory. In his eyes, collaboration was an illusion. Players existed in a competitive dynamic where the first to unravel the game would reap the greatest rewards, gradually amassing power over time.
Hell mode did not intimidate him.
With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kiki had already stepped outside, hands in pockets, a subtle smile gracing his lips, resembling a Western version of a mischievous Dragon King. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to find the platter empty.
What? Where was the food? For the first time since entering the game,
he encountered a situation beyond his control.
Where had the food gone? Why was there only an empty plate left?
It was one thing for the food to be gone,
but had the medication vanished as well?
Instinctively, Kiki glanced toward the doors of the other rooms. With only 5 players total, there should have been plenty of food remaining. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his body stiffening in disbelief.
No, it couldn't be. Where had it all gone? What the FK?
Unable to suppress his frustration, Kiki felt a wave of confusion wash over him.
Was it possible that any food not taken into the room simply disappeared in this game?
This had not been mentioned in the previous game announcements. Furthermore, why was the plate still there if the food was gone?
Ha.
I almost feel sorry for this guy.
Read the comments on Keek's game stream. Who would have thought his teammates would be the real issue? No brilliant mind could anticipate that the food would be consumed by teammates. My heart aches for Kiki.
The screen was flooded with laughter as Kiki, now bewildered, returned to his room. His earlier confidence evaporated. Upon raising his gaze once more, his brow twitched in alarm. The dragon Lu, once oblivious, now bore crimson eyes filled with menace. The chains binding his body rattled ominously, and the walls and floor began to crack under the strain of his supernatural strength.
Kiki felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed as though the opponent could break free at any moment and finish him off.
Where was the fish-flavored shredded pork? Wait a moment, the chef was still preparing it. He was committed to delivering the finest culinary experience, so there was no need to rush.
Kiki forced himself to compose his thoughts, attempting to stabilize the situation with his opponent. I'll keep urging the chef on your behalf.
With that, he closed the door and stepped outside. As Kolki found himself in a state of bewilderment, Lu Su had already traversed to the end of the circular corridor. In an open room there stood Tom.
Any discoveries, dear player? A familiar mechanical voice resonated, as the tin robot turned to face Lu Su. Do you have any food? Tom appeared momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the direct inquiry. You smell delightful. Lusa continued, yet he made no further advances. Returning to his own room just as the red light was about to sound. After taking a few steps away, he encountered Kolki, who was approaching with a skeptical demeanor. Having come to gather information from the series of patient rooms. In front of Kolki, Lusu raised a can to his lips and gulped down its contents, seemingly fearful that his food might be snatched away. Kolki. Chapter 33. In an instant, the clarity in his gaze returned. Brother, I'm just teasing you. As he observed the unexpected approach of the figure clad in a red mask, and the peculiar actions of Lusu, Kourk felt as though his mind were fraying at the edges. Am I hallucinating? Is my mental interference rebounding upon me? Watching Lusu rapidly consume a can of something bizarre, he forced himself to accept the surreal scene before him, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What a meeting of the century! LOL. I'm going to die laughing. I've been oscillating between the perspectives of those two, and frankly, the terrifying atmosphere has somehow turned into a comedic spectacle. Though it's amusing. I have absolutely no idea how they're supposed to accomplish their task. After all, this is a hellish game. What are you doing? Kourk gazed at Lusu in disbelief, disregarding any semblance of national pride, and directly inquired in Chinese. Are you eating? Isn't it too early for a meal? Lusu replied nonchalantly, Do you have anything to eat? Kourk opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. He couldn't comprehend Lusu's actions at all. He attempted to disturb Lusu's mind, only to find his opponent's mental state a tangled mess, rendering his interference completely ineffectual. It was akin to dropping a single drop of ink into a muddy pool, hoping to taint it. The very instant he attempted to use his abilities, he felt a backlash, his complexion paling. Kourk stared at Lusu, astonished. His mind racing. Has this guy undergone some ordeal? Has he sustained mental damage in this hellish game? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Kourk contemplated 1,000 possibilities, while Lusu's thoughts were consumed by an array of international delicacies. Suddenly, a glint caught the corner of his eye. He spotted a small dish in Lusu's right hand, which held 6 pills. Without a moment to spare, he exclaimed sharply, Give me the medicine. Lusu yawned and replied, What gibberish are you speaking? I can't understand you. Hand over the pills. What pills? This isn't medicine, it's my breakfast. Alright, it's breakfast. Could you kindly share your breakfast with me? Kourk began to negotiate, recognizing that Lusu was likely not in a sound state of mind, and thus adopted a method of communication suitable for conversing with someone unstable. Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you begging? Lusu retorted, a dissatisfied expression emerging on his mask. Kourk? Exactly. Why should I take someone else's food? Wait. Why am I even thinking about this? Shaking his head vigorously to regain his composure, Kourk finally acknowledged the elevated difficulty of this hellish game. Patiently addressing Lusu, he said, Because I am a poor soul, famished for far too long, I now seek your assistance. For the sake of Christ, would you be so kind, dear sir? In a moment of desperation, Kourk resorted to an exaggerated English translation. You're hungry, go eat, but you can't consume medicine as if it were food. That's madness. Lusu replied, then lifted the plate in his hand, flipping it over as 6 tablets slipped into his stomach. Kourk questioned. Am I not merely echoing your words? Have I become insane? However, witnessing Lusu swallow the last of the pills, his heart sank into despair. What had once been a delightful game had devolved into chaos. A pure liability. Could this game not be designed for solitary play? As the red warning lights flashed ominously, they were compelled to retreat to their respective rooms. Kourk's gaze grew colder as he observed Lusu's retreating figure, uttering softly, If you still possess a shred of sanity, utilize the exit coin. At least it may preserve your life. Without a glance back, Lusu seemed oblivious to the gravity of the statement directed at him. Hastening to his chamber. Upon returning to his room, Kourk felt an overwhelming tension envelop him. Long Lu writhed on the floor, resembling a tormented spirit. The scars on his body had been reopened by his own hands,
blood splattering everywhere, and he had even gouged fragments from the stone-paved ground with his bare hands.
Is this truly human?
The calmness in Kuruk's eyes gradually morphed into apprehension, rendering him speechless as he stood by the door.
Medicine, medicine. Where's my sweet and sour pork? Faced with the other as clearly deranged ravings, Kuruk swallowed hard, attempting to negotiate. The meal is still being prepared.
Shifting his gaze back to Lu Su, he found himself in his own room, confronting his emaciated patient. The situation mirrored that of Kuruk.
A starving patient now rolled about like an alien, on the brink of transformation.
Yet, Lu Su exhibited no fear, casually approaching the patient, sitting down on the floor.
And inquiring, what a satisfying breakfast this is. Have you had your fill? Clearly, you brought me nothing at all.
If the patient were capable of coherent speech, he would surely scream this into Lu Su's ear. But now, he could only emit a series of meaningless sounds.
Aha! You will become like me.
You too shall transform into what I have become. Shouting, the chains binding him snapped taut, and his fingers, sharp as blades, descended upon Lu Su's shoulder, carving a deep wound from which blood flowed. Yet, Lu Su remained unfazed, merely leaning against the wall, murmuring, "Ah."
It seems you have not eaten enough. Indeed, I too, like you, have not had my fill.
Patient, he has completely lost his mind.
Flailing his limbs wildly and inflicting wounds upon Lu Su. Pain chosen. Pain value 1. Pain chosen. Pain value 1. Lu Su displayed no reaction whatsoever,
allowing the assaults to persist as if he were entirely oblivious. Well, I've nearly finished eating.
What brings you to me? Lu Su turned to the ghastly visage and spoke. Patient, shouldn't it be you who sought me out? Perhaps Lu Su's thoughts were so muddled that the affliction seemed to have overtaken him, prompting the patient to engage in dialogue. I'm quite hungry, but I feel I've eaten a bit too much.
Lu Su rubbed his belly, rising to his feet.
Brother, this position seems rather uncomfortable. You came to me for assistance, did you not?
As he spoke, he grasped the patient's arm, which bore the strength to shatter stone.
Yet, under Lu Su's grip, it became immobile.
A flash of red light erupted as Lu Su retrieved his sharp blade from his bag. Side effect of the gluttony mask: consumed energy does not belong to oneself. If it reaches a certain threshold without release, it could lead to a catastrophic demise.
Then let it be released. Arg! The patient, whose wrist was seized, roared like a beast.
In the next moment, a red light flickered.
With a power value of 24. Multiplied by 3 due to the blade's enhancement, along with a certain degree of energy release from gluttony. Snap! The solid chains, seemingly robust enough to restrain a dinosaur, shattered with a resounding crack.
Simultaneously, the patient's howling ceased abruptly, staring blankly at the chains that had bound him for countless years. In the madness and chaos of his eyes, clarity appeared to wash over him, and he finally relinquished the hand that had been incessantly clawing at Lu Su.
What is happening?
Chapter 34. As breakfast concluded, none of the patients in the ward had taken their medication. They gazed at the severed chains,
seemingly immobilized as if under a spell.
Their backs no longer ached, their legs were free from pain, and even their mental afflictions seemed to dissipate. The individual who had moments ago been driven to madness by a desire to harm Lu Su now appeared entirely transformed.
Hey, I was just joking around. Please don't take it to heart. What on earth happened?
Here it comes, incredible strength.
The last game from that formidable figure left me utterly astounded.
Clearly, one could have wreaked havoc, yet they chose to seamlessly blend into the realm of madness.
To be honest,
I had heard whispers of this person's condition in the previous game. Coming to this hospital must feel akin to returning home. At this moment, the emaciated patient stood awkwardly, his body stiffening as if he were at a loss for what to do next. Though he had shed one chain, he remained bound by something far more formidable: Lu Su's grip on his wrist. In those fleeting seconds, he felt as though his nerves had gone numb,
his arm devoid of sensation.
Lu Su exhaled slowly, sensing a slight easing of the tempestuous power within him, and he felt a measure of comfort. He released the other's wrist.
Who are you?
Perhaps the overwhelming external stimulus had allowed the patient to momentarily escape his chaotic mind.
Regaining a sliver of clarity, I am your fellow patient.
Yet Luce's own mind was no clearer, the dialogue remained bewilderingly disordered.
What is your name? My name is Guadi Gang.
The patient responded with a puzzled expression. Though it was an entirely ordinary name, something about it felt distinctly amiss.
I am Long Wu. I am Long Wu. Lu Su had not even inquired, yet Long Wu eagerly proclaimed his name, as if awakening from a dream, finally recalling his identity. However, the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, overwhelmed once more by confusion and madness. His newly liberated hand began to writhe. For reasons unknown, he refrained from attacking Lu Su, instead opting to swing the iron chains, assaulting the walls and floor. Externally, he appeared to be in a state of impotent rage. Breakfast time has concluded. All players please return to the designated location. Breakfast time has concluded. The game's announcement suddenly resonated loudly, reverberating throughout the prison-like hospital.
Oh! The bell has rung, it seems it's time to head back.
Lu Su muttered to himself,
choosing to disregard the now agitated individual behind him as he strolled toward the exit. Yet suddenly, just as Lu Su was about to step outside, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Turning slowly, Lu Su beheld Long Wu collapsed on the ground. At that moment, the latter's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging.
His complexion a purplish hue, having slammed his head against the floor, blood now trickling from the corner of his brow.
Dressed in tattered garments and marked by numerous bloodstains, he resembled a man who had endured a decade of relentless torment in prison. As Lu Su turned around, his eyes were reddened, and he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth.
Leave, get out of here. If you do not depart, you will become just like me.
Lu Su fell silent for a few moments, slightly bending forward to gaze at Long Wu, and a peculiar smile gradually emerged on his masked face.
My dear sir, what distinguishes us now? At lunch, you will still host me, won't you?
His voice resembled a chilling spring, cascading down from above, leaving Long Wu with an inexplicable sensation of icy dread coursing through his veins.
After speaking, Lu Su straightened up and exited the infirmary.
With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut, and everyone found themselves back in the original room, precisely the same 5 individuals, no more, no less.
Yet, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, suggesting that the current game's objectives had not progressed favorably. The sole female player appeared pale, evidently shaken, while the previously imposing figure bore visible injuries. His right arm was drenched in blood, hastily bandaged with his clothing, yet blood continued to seep through. All right, players.
The first round of the game has concluded.
How are you all feeling? Are you adjusting?
A mechanical voice echoed, belonging to Tom, who was also present in the room. You may engage in brief discussions to summarize your experiences while awaiting the commencement of the next round. Of course, if anyone believes they have identified the most afflicted individual,
feel free to inform me at any time. You are free to act as you wish now.
Following this, Tom rolled into a corner and ceased all movement,
resembling a device in standby mode. Damn it! This cursed game!
A loud roar erupted in the room as the burly man, drenched in sweat, clutched his bloodied arm tightly.
What is this place? Is this a hospital? These beings are not even human.
His incessant curses clearly revealed the fear underlying his words.
Upon entering the infirmary,
the burly man had been solely focused on completing his task, eager to administer medication to hasten his progress, entirely disregarding the tormented patients.
When the patients refused to comply, he had brazenly attempted to pry open their mouths and force the medicine down their throats. It was in that moment he realized the ferocity of what he faced.
These pitiful patients seemed to harbor the spirits of fierce beasts within, surging forth in an instant, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had it not been for his commendable physical condition and regular exercise, he might have lost his life that day. Indeed, in terms of physical prowess,
human capabilities could hardly be measured. At that moment, Jiu Tian chimed in from the side, echoing his sentiments.
Hell's game, such difficulty is to be expected.
Be cautious.
At least they still have chains, and we have medicine. I suggest we share our current intelligence. I will begin. I have observed a peculiar phenomenon. My patient initially resisted the medication vehemently, but after some persuasion, he suddenly became frenzied, insisting on taking the medicine.
The woman's complexion also paled, and soon after, Zhou Tian remarked, "Indeed, the patients I encountered exhibited similar manic behavior, completely refusing food and medication at first. Yet, after a while, they would suddenly shout in anger, demanding to take the medicine, consuming it all in a bizarre manner. Moreover, after taking the medication, the manic sensation dissipated, yet they remained utterly incoherent." At that moment, Kurk abruptly stood up, stating, "I have nothing to convey, merely a question." He then gazed at Lu Su, who lay sprawled on the ground, and asked, "Are you aware that, apart from your few patients, none of the individuals in the entire hospital have taken their medication this time? Have you consumed it all, Mr. Red Mask?" The last two sentences were spoken in Chinese, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, subsequently turning in shock, uncertain of the exchange that had transpired between the two. Chapter 35. The patient appeared relatively rational before him. The medication was not a mere tool for passage. An eerie silence enveloped the room, as none anticipated that the mission would devolve into a conflict of this nature without any prior advancement. Zhou Tian fell momentarily silent, struggling to comprehend the information. What did it mean that he consumed everything alone? He then took the initiative to ease the tension by inquiring, "Mr. Cork, what do you mean by that?" "Literally," Cork replied brusquely. "I never imagined that someone could acquire the ability to consume within the game." He added, "However, I believe this is entirely obstructing our progress." Cork's expression was filled with anger, devoid of the previous rationality and arrogance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a blood mark on his face, a result of failing to bring back the fish-flavored shredded pork, which had prompted the patient Long Lu to dig up stones from the ground to hurl at him. Zhou Tian glanced back and forth between the two, still perplexed. Subsequently, he opted to seek assistance from external staff in his live broadcast, as they had consistently been monitoring the situation. Indeed, it is as stated, Officer Zhou Tian. This player in the red mask has consumed all the delivery products within this hospital. Not just medication, but food as well. All food. Upon calculating the quantities, there are a total of 112 portions. This is far beyond what a human could achieve. The volume of food has already surpassed records set in global eating contests. We suspect this is a form of the opponent's extraordinary ability, with a level of peculiarity that is quite absurd. However, it appears somewhat ineffective at present. What? Zhou Tian stared at the replies displayed on the screen, his mind struggling to keep pace, resembling Cork's earlier expression upon encountering Lu Su. Mind-boggling. No, is he unwell? What is he consuming? Is that fit for human consumption? Isn't he afraid of endangering his own life? Is he attempting to experience his superpower? But what of the cause and effect? Why did he consume it all? Was there no trigger? Regrettably, Officer Zhou Tian, there are no causes or effects. Nor is there any reasoning behind it. If one must speak of a reason, it is simply that he kept exclaiming his hunger and proceeded to eat everything. Which is quite absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been active, yet they cannot discern the purpose behind his actions, suspecting his mental state may be quite chaotic. In comparison to him, the patients in the same ward appear much more normal. Notably, one patient has had 2 rational conversations with him. An achievement none of your players have accomplished. However, it is unfortunate that while the patient is relatively rational, he himself is not, resulting in no further effective dialogue. Zhou Tian's brow furrowed increasingly tight, struggling to grasp the unfolding situation. Without reason or motive, yet the outcome is surprisingly favorable. Is it truly the case that a patient exhibits more rationality than he does? Can a patient engage in rational discourse with him? Is there truly no meaning in this? After all, having been selected by the game to become a special commissioner, he possesses extensive grassroots experience and understands that many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Adhering strictly to rules often proves ineffective. In the realm of grassroots living, it is frequently those who appear unorthodox and disregard procedural norms who achieve commendable results. He is at a loss regarding Lusa's situation and cannot conjure a reasonable explanation. Moreover, one critical point must be emphasized: under no circumstances should one offend him. That individual possesses formidable combat prowess. Ha! Zhou Tian furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered a description of combat power as terrifying. At that moment, Lu Su, who had been languishing, finally spoke, interrupting Zhou Tian's contemplation. Ah, it's you, my beggar brother. So, have you not yet procured any food?
Lu Su uttered words that only the two could comprehend, comfortably sprawled on the ground. The large man and the woman stood aside, perplexed by the unfolding situation.
Unsure of what was transpiring. Kourk, shedding his earlier arrogance, gritted his teeth and declared, "Those medications are meant for the mentally ill, not for you. If you consume too much, your mental state has become completely unstable, hasn't it? If you're unwell, you should withdraw. This game is not suited for you. Your failure to acquire food is not my fault, my ability to obtain food is my own merit." Lu Su continued speaking nonsensically. "Enough!" Kourk erupted.
Feeling a sense of powerlessness as if conversing with a fool, a sensation foreign to his usually elevated existence.
"Do you realize that if I had that medication, I would make significant progress? I am merely a step away from complete control over him.
This infernal game poses no inherent danger, it is your interference that manufactures peril. Chinese, I cannot discern whether you are feigning madness or if you are genuinely deranged.
Those medications are tools for completing the game, you are obstructing its progression.
Creating obstacles within the game's challenges.
This jeopardizes us all. Either comply or swiftly exit this game." Suddenly, Lu Su, still reclining on the ground,
lifted his gaze slightly and regarded him. From beneath the red mask emanated a piercing brilliance. And Kourk felt as though he had been singled out by a predator in the wild, momentarily jolted to clarity.
Lu Su spoke slowly. "How do you know that those medications are tools for completing this game? Who informed you?" In unison, everyone pivoted their gaze toward the reclining Lu Su. Did he just speak coherently?
This marks the first instance where Lu Su articulates a meaningful statement, engaging in dialogue akin to a typical player. Kourk experienced a brief mental lapse, as did Zhou Tian, both reflecting on the matter. It appears that the game's narrative has never addressed the subject of medication. Medications, which can alleviate a patient's condition, are inscribed on the platter alongside that repugnant food, essentially forming a part of the game. The actual effects and mechanisms of these drugs, as well as the ailments they correspond to, remain entirely unknown to them. Initially, Kourk harbored suspicions, aspiring to rely on his own abilities rather than medication. Yet in the end, they all acquiesced. Lu Su's voice persisted, this time with unwavering conviction. He asserted that those substances were not mere tools for advancing in the game. Upon hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap had reverberated through the air. A profound silence enveloped the group. Even Tom, the motionless tin robot in the corner, turned to gaze in their direction. Kourk furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, while everyone pondered the implications. Zhou Tian spoke up, "Are you suggesting that they are not game items?" Lu Su replied, reclining once more. "That was my breakfast. Ah. I'm feeling a bit hungry again. When does lunch begin?" Kourk responded with a frustrated exclamation. Chapter 36, Restoration and Growth. "The terrifying power of the gluttonous mass curse you, you vile wretch." Kourk erupted in a furious tirade. The emotions he had painstakingly accumulated moments ago crumbled into disarray. He had never encountered a competitor quite like this before. Initially, he found himself engrossed in contemplation, pondering the validity of the opponent's words. Perhaps this individual possessed an extraordinary perspective. Yet, just as he began to adopt a serious demeanor, the other party retorted, "Is that breakfast? Why not call it your execution meal instead? Are you still unwell? What time is it?" A surge of blood rose in Kourk's throat. His face flushed with indignation as he vehemently pointed at Lu Su. However, he struggled to articulate a coherent insult. Investigating a mental institution only to find a lunatic among his comrades rendered him speechless. Lu Su lay on the ground, observing the enraged Kourk with a curious expression, reminiscent of their first encounter, and inquired, "Oh my heavens, what troubles you? Poor Tom? Is that white cat toying with your emotions again?" "I am Tom. I am not pitiable, you must address me as the magnificent Tom." The tin robot, which had previously averted its gaze, interjected earnestly before turning its head away once more. The female player lowered her head in exasperation, feeling a throbbing headache. The burly man immediately launched into another tirade, resuming his bandaging, having lost more blood in his fury. The entire scene morphed into a farce. What had initially been a serious atmosphere disintegrated in an instant, leaving no one to ponder matters of medicine. As if all were merely the delirious ramblings of a disturbed mind. Zhou Tian, who had been contemplating Lu Su's extraordinary capabilities, now felt overwhelmed. It seemed prudent to refrain from overthinking, lest he unwittingly adopt the erratic thought patterns of a madman and find himself ensnared in this hellish game, where death was a real possibility. The team was proving to be a challenge to manage. Yet, recalling what his colleague had said about Lu Su's supreme combat prowess, coupled with the necessity to maintain internal harmony, he swiftly interjected, "Everyone, let us remain calm and focus on the game at hand, let us not turn against one another." "Excuse me? Red-clad rogue?" Lu Su seemed to finally recognize Zhou Tian. The corners of Zhou Tian's mouth twitched in disbelief. "My friend, are you not the one who has lost your sanity? How is it that you remember the nickname you bestowed upon me so vividly? Go away." Coquette. No longer wishing to engage further, coldly uttered a final remark before distancing himself from the group, seeking solitude. The concept of teamwork had evaporated. These ineffectual individuals either served no purpose or, like that lunatic, were simply a detrimental influence. He could only strategize for the future on his own. Lu Su lay on the ground, staring up at the sky, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, lost in the tumultuous realm of his own thoughts. His earlier utterance of red-clad flamboyant man was a deliberate act, a small gesture of accountability towards his team. He was signaling that he had not entirely succumbed to madness. If he did not indulge in his mental chaos, he would be unable to harness the enhancements bestowed upon him by the gluttony mask. Thus, he allowed himself to engage in irrational behaviors, surrendering to the whims of his body. Yet, he clung to a semblance of rationality, after all, becoming a complete madman. Controlled by the mask, was unacceptable. Whether his signal was received and understood by anyone remained uncertain. At this moment, he reveled in the sheer power coursing through him. Although the side effects of the gluttony mask were severe, the unique enhancement of strength far surpassed that of the greed mask. With 112 portions of food and 700 unknown potions, a tremendous surge of energy surged within him. Lu Su felt as though his body contained a powder keg. Ready to unleash colossal power, the previous feat of cleaving iron was merely a trivial display. The burgeoning energy within him expanded. And even the slightest absorption repaired his body and augmented his strength. Previously, when attacked by Long Wu in his room, he had allowed himself to be torn, accruing 4 or 5 points of pain value. Yet now, to the eyes of other players, he appeared merely disheveled, with no one noticing his injuries. Remarkably, all his wounds had healed. The energy amassed within him granted him an almost unnatural regenerative capability. Moreover, his strength had risen from 24 to 25 points. To be precise, all his attributes, save for spirit, had increased by 1. This was not a result of his own stat allocation, but rather the terrifying effects of the gluttony mask. Even a mere hint of the formidable energy absorbed had yielded such results. He intended to savor the benefits of this mask, as long as he maintained his baseline rationality. The chaos on the surface mattered little. Furthermore, perhaps due to the chaotic thoughts resonating with this environment, he felt oddly clearer in his considerations about many things, such as those potions, and these people. As the quarrel subsided, there was still some time before lunch. Ko-Erk sat alone in contemplation, while Lu Su remained motionless on the ground, leaving no one aware of the intentions of these two adept players who had successfully completed the game. Zhou Tian attempted several times to initiate conversation, seeking updates and future plans. However, the responses were scant. During breakfast, the collective information gleaned was that patients tended to calm down when medicated, yet would assert their sanity. This perfectly aligned with the characteristics of mental illness. Such information offered little aid in advancing their mission. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tian ultimately decided to share a piece of his own information. My patient uttered a phrase. Aside from claiming his health was intact, he also insisted upon his innocence. I am uncertain of its significance, however, I invite everyone to consider it. The burly man and the woman displayed no reaction, yet both Ko-Erk and Lu Su, who lay on the ground, noticeably twitched their ears. Lunch is about to commence. The rules are well understood, so please prepare yourselves. As time passed, the grand door swung open once more, revealing the metal robot Tom, who rolled away on its treads, departing the room.
Lunchtime has begun, may all players commence the game. Kurk slowly opened his eyes and moved towards the entrance.
In the annals of international medical history, the severity of mental illness has never been definitively categorized.
Yet, within this context, one must seek out the most afflicted individual. Thus far, all patients persist in their declarations of wellness.
It appears a shift in strategy is warranted. Contemplating this, he turned back to gaze at Lu Su.
Chapter 37, Is the hospital essentially a prison? I love you, I must caution you. What on earth?
Upon turning his head, he intended to weigh the implications and hoped that Lu Su would not interfere this time.
However, upon glancing back,
he found that Lu Su had mysteriously vanished. He was the first to depart, having been motionless on the ground since the voice announcement of the game commenced. Where did he go? A foreboding sense of unease surged within him, and soon, a cacophony of noises began to erupt behind him.
Once the appetite is ignited, it cannot be quelled.
Lu Su had been anticipating the commencement of lunch, yet it had been quite a while, and naturally, he would not wait for him. The moment the mealtime was announced, he dashed out like a cheetah, sweeping up everyone's lunch. This act of dining could hardly be termed as such. It was merely a swift ingestion followed by the next. By the time Kurk realized what was happening, Lu Su had already devoured numerous plates, advancing at an astonishing pace. It was as if he feared someone might challenge him for the food.
To be frank, I had anticipated this.
Although it is a hellish game.
Why is it so comical? I feel for Kurk, I am utterly amused.
The players were equally bewildered. Although they had heard rumors of Lu Su consuming all the food in the hospital, the reality was beyond their imagination.
Witnessing it firsthand, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Zhou Tian could not help but swallow hard. He now understood why it was said that this individual's combat prowess should not be underestimated or provoked. With such raucous eating and rapidity, he seriously doubted that he would emerge unscathed if he approached. Terrified, he thought, he wouldn't eat me, would he? Stop! Kurk cried out in desperation, disregarding all else, and frantically rushed out to seize food.
In the end, Kurk managed to secure a plate of medicine, carefully tucking it away. All other food had been completely ravaged. Surely the patients here could not fathom why, while residing in the hospital, they suddenly found themselves deprived of sustenance? Holding the medicine in his hand, Kurk cast a wary glance at Lu Su. This time, he dared not utter a word. He was genuinely afraid that Lu Su might pounce and bite him. Clutching his medicine, he proceeded directly to Long Lu's room to commence his information gathering. The other players had evidently begun to view Lu Su as an abnormal contender, refraining from communication and hastily retreating into their rooms. The patients within appeared somewhat normal. But the true hellish difficulty of this game seemed primarily embodied in this individual. Lu Su also entered the previous room, his gaze falling upon Long Wu. Long Wu lay on the ground as if he had endured torment throughout the morning, twisted and languid. Upon hearing someone enter, he let out a furious roar and attempted to charge forward. However, just as he charged halfway, he abruptly halted. It was not the iron chains that restrained him, but the recognition of Lu Su, which instantly cleared his gaze and quelled his agitation, rendering him docile. "Greetings, beautiful lady," Lu Su gently remarked while closing the door with great courtesy. "Why have you altered my gender?" Long Wu sat dumbfounded on the ground, as if his soul had been drained, utterly motionless and unresponsive, resembling a desiccated fish. He understood that conversing with the man before him was futile. Lu Su stood at the doorway, continuing, "What brings you to summon me? By the way, is there any food here? The fellow who invited me this morning didn't even provide a full meal, which is quite unreasonable. Thinking back on it now fills me with indignation. I shall not forgive him." Long Wu remained silent, quietly seated on the floor, pondering that the person from this morning was indeed him. "And I am still hungry. You must have devoured my lunch as well?" Gradually, unexpectedly, the disoriented Long Wu suddenly spoke up, Why is it me?" "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man." Lu Su responded nonsensically, patting Long Wu's shoulder. "Peter, you must remember this. What sort of nonsensical drivel is this? I'm utterly bewildered. Is Spider-Man really involved now? The boss is replying to messages in a chaotic manner. Yet, don't you think these patients have, to some extent, expressed coherent thoughts in front of the boss?"
Long Wu twitched the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Su's erratic behavior and continued. What exactly are you here for? If you've gone mad, then everyone in this prison has their own cell. If not, why come to torment me? I am innocent. Those inside are the real culprits. Long Wu's words caused a tremor in the livestream. Wow. That's a lot of information. What does this mean? Wasn't he yet agreed that this was a hospital? Why has it turned into a prison? What do you mean by those inside? The patients have said so much more than what was obtained from Kirk. Is this the method of communication among the mentally ill? I just wonder if he can comprehend it. Lu Su placed a hand on Long Wu's shoulder, his expression behind the mask unusually serious, as if pondering something profound. You mean those inside will provide me with food, right? Long Wu, he desperately wanted to lose his mind but held back. Yes. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Su rose and headed straight for the food without a hint of nostalgia. After he left, Long Wu buried his head in the ground, gasping for breath. However, their transgressions here, perhaps they had been absolved. Lu Su continued walking inward, reaching the circular end where Tom was parked. The footsteps paused, and glancing at Tom, I remarked. Brother, you truly possess an alluring fragrance. Tom. Subsequently, Lu Su refrained from further conversation, pushed open a nearby door, and stepped inside. The dim light illuminated blood-red walls and flooring, where a solitary figure sat quietly on the ground. Slowly raising his head, he revealed a dark visage. His deep-set eyes and wide grin seemed to convey a sinister amusement, exposing a set of jagged teeth. At last, another like you has arrived. Where is my meal? Has that foul substance been spared as well? He fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Su, emitting a chilling laugh. I know why you have come, but... Before he could finish, Lu Su interrupted him. I love you. The other? Chapter 38, The Great Masked Man unleashes a new round of torment. What did you just say? The patient in the inner chamber, momentarily taken aback, queried with skepticism. I love you, Lu Su calmly reiterated, his mind now free of chaos, as he expressed the sentiment once more. Ha! The declaration left the other in a stupor. Mouth agape, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. The former demented grin and contorted visage had vanished, leaving only a visage of bewilderment. You cannot this. Incredible, this opening was unexpected. Commencing with a powerful move, the control effect is remarkable. It seems Dragon 5 was indeed correct. The masked master merely switches players to inflict torment. Coker, come and learn. Wasn't it said that Coker's skill is mental disruption? Behold the true pinnacle of psychological interference. Previously, it seemed this patient retained a semblance of rationality, now, it is utterly gone. The viewers of Lu Su's gaming livestream momentarily forgot the peril of the game, finding amusement in the unfolding scenario. However, the patient within the game did not share their mirth. Gazing at Lu Su with a face that suggested he had just consumed something vile, he could no longer hold back and inquired, why? Lu Su naturally closed the door and replied, my dear child. You must understand that true love requires no reason. The patient, having forgotten all the carefully crafted words he had prepared, muttered unconsciously, does love truly require no reason? No, why the hell should I even ponder such things with you? With a look of terror, he lifted his gaze to Lu Su and exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Are you insane? My friend, strictly speaking, you are the one who is insane, Lu Su earnestly responded. The other was momentarily struck by the logic of this retort. Wait. He shook his head violently, slapping his own face in frustration. Wondering why he was so easily led by this individual's train of thought. Initially believing his toys had finally arrived, he now felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Sensing that this person was unlike any who had come before. Who are you? Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring of others? Lu Su replied politely. Who am I? I am somewhat unclear myself. The other's eyes were clouded, yet he added, you may call me Wang Ao. Ah, Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Batman. Lu Su deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking the iconic DC character with a theatrical flair. What on earth? The other's voice rose an octave. Clearly bewildered by this absurdity. He struck his head in frustration,
doubting whether he had missed meals or had forgotten to take his medication. As his mental clarity seemed to wane. Why does my mind feel so clouded today, as if I were experiencing hallucinations? Very well. Let us proceed to the matter at hand, Lusa stated. Ah, indeed. Wang Ao instinctively replied, and the previous expression of a shadowy vulture returned to his face. So? Where's the food? Lu Su inquired. Wang Ao, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze, his previously stirred emotions utterly shattered. Where's the food? Lu Su shrugged. As if questioning him. For some reason, there was no food given today, Wang Ao answered innocently, and then suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait. Shouldn't you be the one bringing me food? Why? Lu Su responded with an air of nonchalance. As the saying goes, when one is brimming with confidence, the opponent often finds themselves at a loss. Wang Ao, bewildered, was left pondering the question, as if genuinely contemplating the reason. Indeed, why is that? Wasn't it you who called me here? Lu Su continued to press on. When did I call you here? After entering? Lu Su had only spoken a few simple words, yet Wang Ao felt as though time was dragging on endlessly, his mind was in complete disarray. No. I must not dwell on these thoughts. Suddenly, with a head full of confusion, Wang Ao's eyes widened dramatically. His already unstable mental state now felt like it was about to explode. Clenching his jaw tightly, an aura of ferocity erupted from his entire being. He stomped his feet, rising to his full height. His gums, tinged with blood, were exposed, and the muscles on his face contorted into taut strands. His body was tense. And compared to the previous Long Wu, he appeared considerably improved. The chains binding him had significantly reduced, with only a thick iron chain tethering his left leg, allowing for greater freedom of movement. Extending his darkened claws, he pointed at Lu Su and declared, "Kid, stop rambling in front of me, I warn you." But in the next moment, Lu Su's figure appeared before him as if he had teleported, their faces mere inches apart, each able to feel the other's breath. Wang Ao was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to come so close. Was he not afraid of death? His pupils contracted. A surge of violence welled up within him, and he was poised to strike. Yet, in the next instant, a powerful hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Mr. Lu. Why the rush? Sit down and speak slowly. An immense, unyielding force emanated from Lu Su, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him. Caught unprepared. Wang Ao's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Why are you kneeling? No need for such courtesy, Lu Su remarked, as he too settled cross-legged before Wang Ao. Trembling, Wang Ao's lips quivered, his gaze fixed in stunned silence upon Lu Su. Was he even human? Was that the kind of strength a human should possess? His blood-red eyes gradually softened, and the earlier inclination to unleash violence evaporated in an instant. Excellent, just as anticipated. The clarity in his gaze is reminiscent of Long Wu, he mused inwardly. Long Wu, a dead friend is better than a living foe, brother. You should experience this for yourself. In terms of sheer combat prowess, is it not rather overpowered? Welcome, our esteemed masked figure, to a new round of torment. What troubles you, brotherly? Why do you remain on your knees? Lu Su sat before him, the two nearly within arm's reach. I say. Even if you cannot recall my name, could you at least stabilize on a surname? How many different surnames have I been called already? At this moment, Wang Ao, his mind in disarray, had lost the ability to think coherently, even his physical prowess seemed to falter. Thus, he had no choice but to adhere to the process, hastening to seize control of the rhythm. It is indeed tragic that, in the face of Lu Su's overwhelmingly formidable mental state, this Wang Ao, a man of erratic temperament, had begun to contemplate strategies. I know why you are here, you have questions for me, do you not? After Wang Ao spoke, fearing Lu Su would steer the conversation into unknown territory, he hurriedly continued without waiting for a response. Are you here to inquire who among the patients in this hospital is the gravest? Chapter 39, A Twisted Mind and a Bloodied Game. As Wang Ao spoke, he lowered his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Su, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. Given his experience, he was well aware that no one who sought him out would refrain from posing this question. Regardless of how unhinged or mentally unstable the individual before him appeared, he was convinced that this matter would stir a reaction within them. I can provide you with an answer, a truthful one, if you agree to play a game with me.
At that moment, the staff members of Jiutian,
who had been attentively monitoring every player's livestream, were utterly bewildered, all converging around Lu Su. They had never anticipated that the game, which had previously shown little progress, would unexpectedly reach such a pivotal turning point.
Is it really that simple? He just revealed it outright?
Why do I get the feeling this patient isn't really sick at all, appearing to be the most normal one here? Everything is terrifying when compared.
In contrast to the masked gentleman, everyone else seems quite sane. But did this game's NPC really divulge such critical information so casually? Or has he encountered a player like this before?
That's a rather chilling thought. Listening to Wang Ao, nearly everyone was brimming with excitement except for one person.
Shouldn't he, the one who was most ill, seek out a doctor? What does this have to do with me?
Lu Su mused, curiously digging at his ear.
Don't you want to ask this?
Wang Ao was completely taken aback, now almost certain that the individual before him was unlike anyone he had previously encountered.
Thus, he tentatively inquired, "Brother, are you new here? Are you planning to stay as well?
If so, it seems everyone's rooms are separate.
Why would you come to find me?"
Wang Ao's voice carried a sense of anxious retreat, tinged with a hint of grievance. After enduring so much torment in this place, he never expected that someone would arrive today to further afflict him.
If you insist that I ask you a question, I suppose I could.
Lu Su stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought.
What? The glint in Wang Ao's eyes reignited, a bloodthirsty desire resurfacing. Hearing Lu Su's tone, not only Wang Ao but also the audience in the livestream collectively exhaled in relief.
They had feared that Lu Su had truly descended into such madness that he would forsake the readily attainable solution before him.
To their anticipation, Lu Su's gluttonous mask formed a contemplative expression.
He then leaned forward mysteriously and posed a question to Wang Ao. Have you ever realized a particular issue?
What?
The 5 characters are actually 3 words.
5, what?
After a prolonged wait, Wang Ao's mind buzzed, momentarily unable to grasp the concept. How could 5 characters equate to 3 words?
Wait a moment.
Subsequently, he counted his fingers slightly. Raising his head with a pained expression to glance at Lu Su, nodding in silent exasperation. When you say 5 characters, it indeed consists of 3 characters, what's the matter? Thus, 6 characters can also be interpreted as 3 characters, correct?
Wang Ao. Hence, 6 equals 5.
His facial expression had grown numb, after residing here for so long. It was the first time he earnestly wished to escape this wretched place. Lu Su, however, showed no anticipation for his response, continuing to mutter to himself.
Following this logic, 7 equals 5, 8 equals 5. 1 2 3 4. 0. I have discovered the unifying equation of mathematics.
Therefore, consuming 10 bowls of rice equates to 3 bowls, which in turn equates to 0 bowls, meaning one has eaten nothing, correct?
I am feeling a bit hungry.
At that moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, sincerely grasping Lu Su's hand, and earnestly stated, "Brother, I believe your condition has deteriorated significantly, even more so than mine. For some reason, this peculiar hospital has not provided any medication today. It is truly irresponsible. Tonight, once you have taken my medicine, I feel your situation might be somewhat grave. In ancient times, Kong Rong gave pears. Today, Wang Ao offers medication. Wang Ao is truly being tormented. Is this a question that any rational person could conceive? I now feel that my masked brother is genuinely here to play a game, predominantly focused on amusement. My heart aches for Wang Ao. He has been thoroughly played." After expressing concern for Kurk and Long Wu, now the empathy for Wang Ao has surfaced. Lu Su could be regarded as the world's foremost cardiologist, yet has left everyone utterly distressed. Wait, this isn't right. Wang Ao abruptly released his hand, his eyes flashing with fury, confusion, and chaos in a continuous interplay. I seem to have lost my sanity. What am I doing? Why should I care about this person's issues? What afflictions does he possess?
I must. He.
As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Ao's face gradually revealed the twisted expression once more, grinning vacantly as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth.
Sir.
I know the answer to your question, I possess the answer. However, to unveil the truth, I have a condition: you must partake in a game with me before I can disclose it.
At this moment, Wang Ao's confusion finally took precedence, preventing him from following Lu Su's rhythm. What game? This marked Lu Su's first genuine response to his inquiry.
His eyes sparkled with a jubilant red light, as if he had finally arrived in his own domain, drawing forth a metal shard from beneath him. The shard was mottled with rust, yet its edges, save for a few notches, gleamed sharply, clearly having been honed into a blade. The metallic hue reflected the exhilaration on Wang Ao's face. This was the very source of his affliction. He gazed at Lu Su and spoke, "Watch closely." Subsequently, he pressed one hand firmly against the ground while the other brandished the knife in a frenzy. The blade, pointed downward, darted between the gaps of his 5 fingers, delivering strikes with such swiftness that it conjured after images. It was, in the truest sense, a dance of the blade. Yet, his technique was evidently lacking, amidst the ethereal flickers. The sounds of flesh being sliced and bursts of crimson light intermittently erupted, eliciting a gratifying low moan from Wang Ao, whose eyes shimmered with increasing excitement. Eventually, he ceased, his palm drenched in blood that had thoroughly soaked the earth, a vivid crimson river winding its way across the ground. He offered a bloodied metal shard, stating, "It's your turn, 100 strikes." As if he had stepped into his own arena, Wang Ao broke into a wide grin, reminiscent of the Joker from a DC film. Lu Su slowly lifted his head, a broad smile emerging beneath his mask, as he accepted the blood-stained fragment. "Still the same words, Mr. Chen, I love you. And this time I am serious." Chapter 40, making the game more engaging this time. Wang Ao paid no heed to Lu Su's frenzied utterances that echoed in his ears, as if he were impervious to the noise. With a manic smile, he gazed at the crimson mask before him and the blade clutched in Lu Su's hand. This was his affliction, as well as his sin. 100 strikes? Indeed. 100 strikes. Both men laughed heartily, locking eyes and reiterating their shared desire, each reflecting their own insatiable cravings. Lu Su did not anticipate that, at this juncture, someone would eagerly offer him pain points. Meanwhile, Wang Ao had already immersed himself in the pinnacle of his mental ecstasy. He yearned for blood, torment, and suffering, indifferent to whether the one being tortured was another or himself. He had lost track of how long he had been here. Yet the reason for his arrival lingered vividly in his memory. Murder, torment, indiscriminate harm, he had long metamorphosed into a demon of this world. However, due to his mental illness, he had not faced execution but rather confinement here for treatment. Yet, in this place, he endured far more terrifying torment than death, day after day, year after year. Yet, he relished it. He had adapted to everything here, embracing his existence. He had encountered several individuals who came seeking what they deemed intelligence, only to succumb to his manipulations and torment. Thus, he languished in the abyss of self-torment and the torment of others, reveling in it. Previously, he had always exploited his opponent's weaknesses, coercing and threatening them, taking pleasure in their fear and helplessness. This time, however, things felt somewhat different. He had met a fellow sufferer, one whose mental state was equally precarious, and who had just left him in a state of disarray. But it mattered not. Once the game commenced, and the sanguine sensation coursed through him, he would feel no fear. On the contrary, witnessing this distinct individual crumple before him, observing their agony and struggle, was far more intriguing, was it not? Anyone who sought him had desires, and with desire comes vulnerability. Smack! Lu Su raised his right hand and forcefully struck the ground, his fingers spread wide, each digit distinctly visible, exposing the gaps. His other hand held a shard of metal, motionless for a moment as if deep in thought. Then, he flipped his left hand, adjusting the metal piece and offering it to Wang Ao across the way. "What? Are you afraid?" Wang Ao twisted his neck, a predictable smile adorning his face, which seemed to mock while simultaneously proclaiming his impending victory. He then leisurely sat up, licking the wounds on his hands, and spoke, "I know not your purpose, but I can assure you that regardless of your strength, should you refuse me, your objectives shall remain unfulfilled."
My desire is simply to linger with you a while longer.
The crimson gluttonous mask retained its irreverent expression,
as if solemnity and tension could never manifest on that visage. Here you go, Lu Su declared. What? Wang Ao's eyebrows flickered slightly. What does that mean? You said it. You do it.
Lu Su smiled amicably at him, subtly adjusting the blade in his hand, signaling that there was no issue.
I trust you.
Your skills are commendable. 100 strikes. The corners of Wang Ao's mouth twitched before breaking into an uncontrollable smile, which ultimately erupted into hearty laughter.
All right, no problem.
He then took the knife, leaning forward slightly to whisper in Lu Su's ear, your psychological resilience is indeed impressive. You are precisely the type of prey I favor.
I hope you are prepared.
Stepping back, he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Su's mask, observing the subtle shifts in his expression, before raising his hand high. With all his strength, he drove the blade forcefully into Lu Su's hand. The sharp sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed.
Wang Ao had not adhered to the rules of the game. This strike was not aimed at the spaces between the fingers.
The rusted iron piece embedded deeply, blood oozing forth.
The warmth saturating his palm, as Wang Ao could feel the temperature of the blood.
Licking his lips, he scrutinized Lu Su's face, anticipating a change in expression.
However,
disappointment washed over him, for there was no alteration upon the mask. Lu Su's body remained unshaken, devoid of the emotional turmoil that should have manifested.
Even at this moment,
as the blade pierced through, Lu Su did not flinch, nor did his muscles spasm.
His hand remained entirely relaxed. What does this signify?
It proved that Lu Su had entirely defied biological instinct, suppressing his nerve reflexes, displaying utter indifference. The smile on Wang Ao's face gradually stiffened as he observed Lu Su slowly begin to speak.
Lu Su's voice was eerily calm, akin to a whisper in the darkness. Luring him into the abyss. Pains chosen, pain value 2. What? Are we counting now? Or is the knife stuck?
As he spoke, a powerful hand grasped Wang Ao's wrist,
slowly extracting both his hand and the iron piece. Shall we make this game a bit more interesting?
Lu Su's words required no reply. As Wang Ao was momentarily lost in thought, darkness suddenly engulfed him. Lu Su's other hand covered his face, obscuring his vision.
Have you ever played this? Come. Let us continue.
In the enveloping darkness, Wang Ao trembled slightly, emitting a chuckle that seemed to harbor something lodged within his throat.
A complex emotion gripped his heart like a vice, rendering his already muddled mind exceedingly chaotic.
Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows he could not see, Lu Su gradually closed his eyes.
This seems a bit too explicit, doesn't it?
I cannot comprehend it, yet inexplicably, there is a sense of tension. I perceive this as a peculiar competition between two individuals, a contest of the mind where defeat equates to the collapse of a pathological mindset accumulated over time. A phenomenon that psychology refers to as the limit effect. The masked figure deftly avoids succumbing to the opponent's rhythm, instead employing their own tactics to dismantle them.
Very well.
Lu Su spoke softly, his voice gentle.
Thus, there remain 99 more. Continue.
In the enveloping darkness, it seemed as though a command had been issued. A switch activated to commence the game.
Chapter 41, The Collapse of Wang Ao. You are the most afflicted one. Aha! Following Lu Su's command, Wang Ao suddenly erupted with a frenzied roar, eyes shut tight as he began to stab wildly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The iron shard transformed into a razor-sharp blade, descending in a chaotic frenzy. Some pierced through his palm, others sliced through flesh, while many missed entirely,
embedding themselves into the ground.
Wang Ao exerted such force that his grip on the iron shard left his hand lacerated, blood streaming down and mingling with Lu Su's own.
Like a madman consumed by his task, Wang Ao could not fathom how any mortal being could remain impervious to assault.
Even he, who relished in pain and torment,
would not react in such a manner as the person before him. To remain utterly unresponsive to agony was simply unfathomable. To Wang Ao's eyes,
it seemed as if the other party was entirely detached from their own body. Even halfway through his 100 strikes, he extended his other hand to clasp Lu Su's wrist, seeking to ascertain whether the other was still present or had evaded. Yet disappointment washed over him. Lu Su's hand remained still, unmoving, as if it were not his own.
Lu Su, too, shared this sentiment.
With eyes closed and pain receptors dulled, compounded by mental disarray, he felt no sense of distress.
Only intermittent voices echoed in his mind, reminding him of the benefits he was reaping. Chosen by suffering, pain value 1. Chosen by suffering, pain value 2. Chosen by suffering, pain value 1.
As time passed, whether due to his hand nearing destruction or not, the pain value dwindled.
97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao hoarsely shouted these final numbers,
suddenly wrenching free from the grip of the figure before him, looking downward to behold his mangled palm. Then, once more, Luce's calm voice reached his ears.
Finished with the 100? Shall we now address my questions?
Your game is quite intriguing, I rather enjoy it.
The tone was serene, the demeanor gentle. He, haha. What are you? Laughing emptily, Wang Ao instantaneously spiraled into madness, bellowing at Lu Su as he lunged forward with the blade. Die.
You shall perish.
In a fit of frenzy, Wang Ao plunged the knife forcefully into Lu Su's shoulder, who did not even attempt to evade.
However, when he sought to withdraw the blade, he found Lu Su's muscles so taut that he was unable to extract the iron shard. With no time for contemplation, or rather, deprived of the capacity to think. The next moment, the world before him spun violently, and with a resounding thud, he was pinned to the ground.
A large hand grasped Wang Ao's face.
It was Lu Su, pressing down upon him. With a forceful exertion of his fingers, Wang Ao felt as though his head was about to explode. The pressure within his skull surging uncontrollably. This was an unfathomable strength, far beyond the realm of humanity. Although Wang Ao himself had long surpassed the limits of human capability, he was now acutely aware that he was utterly outmatched by the individual before him. How could this be? How could you remain entirely unperturbed? What manner of being are you? Wang Ao bellowed, his previously rational composure evaporating in an instant. Their affliction resembled a protective shell, ensnaring them firmly within, rendering them incompatible with the outside world. Yet now, Lu Su, employing his most familiar approach, shattered this protective barrier with a direct strike, and in that fleeting moment, a tide of fear engulfed Wang Ao. The crimson mask adorning Lu Su's visage shimmered, crafting an array of expressions that shifted unpredictably.
Do you know?
Once, there was a woman who displayed a similar demeanor, engaging in a game with me, and amidst the play, she even sought to kill me.
You are fortunate.
When it came to her, I afforded her no opportunity to speak further. Your game is commendable, but now that it is concluded,
should you not respond to my inquiry?
At this moment, Lu Su had both hands firmly gripping Wang Ao, including the one that was nearly in tatters, leaving the latter drenched in blood.
Wang Ao had long lost his previous composure, staring in terror at Lu Su, repeatedly uttering, I don't know.
I truly don't know, in fact, I know nothing at all. I had previously deceived them in this manner, I have no idea who the most afflicted individual is.
Wait, it's you. You are the one who is the most afflicted. I understand now, I finally comprehend, you are that individual.
Lu Su forcefully lifted Wang Ao's head, slamming it against the ground with a resounding thud.
Does that sound pleasant? A pleasing sound indicates a fine head. Who inquired about that?
Did I say that was my question?
Ah.
Blood seeped from Wang Ao's forehead as he gasped for breath, unconsciously asking.
Then what do you wish to ask?
I ask you, based on your previous statements, 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, 5 equals what?
And 6, what does it equal?
Oh, right, they all equal 0. If that is the case, then it seems our game has yet to conclude.
There are still 100 more to go. Wang Ao.
His eyes instantly lost their focus, appearing hollow as if he had already succumbed to death.
He. Ha 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 ha.
Suddenly, pinned to the ground, he began to laugh aimlessly. It's over, the child has been driven to madness.
Indeed. The ultimate tormentor of Wang, how could a mere hour of lunch feel so interminable?
It's terrifying, ever since he arrived, I've been denied food, medicine.
And now I'm forced to endure the random torment of another afflicted soul. Is he a devil? Why has it begun again? Are you among those who once tormented me? Why has this method changed? Wang Ao's eyes were devoid of spirit, his mouth moving in a disjointed manner, mumbling a few incoherent phrases.
Suddenly, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Luce's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcefully subdued the chaotic spirit of the gluttonous mask,
prompting him to inquire, Who has tormented you before?
In an instant, a semblance of vitality returned to Wang Ao's eyes. Yet the chaos within them had intensified beyond what it had been. He clasped his head with both hands, writhing in agony on the ground.
What? What torment? What did I just say? The medicine, where is my medicine? Why hasn't it arrived today? Ah! You will kill me, who are you? You. No, wait, kill me. In the dimly lit cell, Wang Ao's harrowing screams echoed relentlessly, as if he were enduring the most ghastly torture known to mankind.
Chapter 42. It seems you can end your life. The expression on Luce's masked face fluctuated, a myriad of smiles and sullen visages intertwining before finally settling into tranquility.
Ah! I do not know what abuse. Who has tormented me? Who are you? I am unaware. At this moment, Wang Ao appeared as if a switch had been flipped.
Speaking in a disjointed frenzy, his words tumbling forth in a nonsensical manner.
Both Lu Su and the audience of the live stream comprehended that the prior inquiry had undoubtedly struck at the very core of Wang Ao's soul. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Su stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent Wang Ao sprawling to the ground. What is your name? Did I not ask you? I have yet to inquire. Ha!
Wang Ao, dazed, lifted his head, looking feeble, pitiable, and utterly helpless.
Did you not just ask? What are you babbling about? Lu Su retorted, raising his foot in a threatening manner. And no. Whatever you say is true. Wang Ao hastily acquiesced,
his mental collapse exposing the most vulnerable facets of his existence. The ferocity and illness that had once animated his gaze had vanished, entirely disrupted by Lu Su's assault on his psyche. Amidst the oscillation of confusion and dread, he occasionally lapsed into a dazed stupor.
What do you ask?
You ask.
No, that's not right.
The drug, kill me, let me go. His words were utterly incoherent, revealing the depths of his turmoil.
Dear Mr. Chin, if you truly wish to die, have you not always had that shard of metal at your disposal? Why not take your own life? Wang Ao?
In an instant, his eyes widened, becoming clear and transparent, as if awakening from a profound slumber. He had never contemplated this notion until now. And Lu Su's probing question had sparked a bewildering curiosity within him about his previous negligence. Prior to Lu Su's inquiry, the option had seemingly been obliterated from his mind. Indeed, it seems I could end my life. His gaze fixated on the shard of metal in his hand, a flicker of struggle igniting within his eyes.
Why? Why not end it all? If I die, everything would cease.
As he wrestled with the chaos in his mind, a sudden blur obscured his vision. And the shard had vanished from his grasp. Looking up, he saw Lu Su holding the metal piece, having snatched it away without his realization.
My dear classmate.
One cannot play with knives during class. I shall confiscate this for now.
Wang Ao? No? Did you not just suggest I consider ending my life? Are you out of your mind? Can one not die?
With bared teeth, Wang Ao's nerves felt akin to a wire, mercilessly twisted and contorted by Lu Su's relentless manipulations. It was evident that the wire was on the verge of snapping. With a sudden lunge, he was instantly overturned by a kick from Lu Su, who then stepped on Wang Ao, declaring, "Do not cry out, I suddenly remembered a question I wished to pose to you." A serious expression emerged on Lu Su's masked visage, causing Wang Ao's countenance to adopt a more solemn demeanor. The forthcoming inquiry prompted Wang Ao to seriously contemplate whether he should simply dash himself against the wall in despair.
Tell me, if you had indeed taken your own life a moment ago, would this prison have gained a new suicide or lost one? And now that I have seized your knife, does that not bestow upon me the obligation of a savior? A life-saving grace akin to that of a reborn parent? Might I not now consider myself your father? It seems my affection for you resembles paternal love. Wang Ao could only respond with a resigned, "Let it all be destroyed." The live audience, witnessing the unfolding drama, was thoroughly amused.
My heart aches for Wang Ao, relentlessly tormented, now truly facing a wretched existence.
Indeed. Is it a matter of gaining or losing a suicide? Both arguments seem quite valid.
To the one above, cease your musings, further contemplation may lead to madness. It appears that the masked figure consistently acquires the most information, which seems pivotal, yet he never delves deeply enough.
Clearly, depth is unattainable. Wang Ao has divulged much information. But every discussion ends in collapse, often revealing his own ignorance. There is evidently a dilemma.
Perhaps we should investigate Kirk. That foreigner seems formidable and has already gathered a considerable amount of information. In Long Lu's chamber, Kirk, who had established a degree of trust, was fervently engaging in mental manipulation. The 6 pills painstakingly extracted from Lu Su had all been administered to Long Lu.
As for food, Kirk deemed it inconsequential.
He cared not whether the patients within this game went hungry, as long as he could successfully navigate through.
At that moment,
his capacity for psychological interference had reached its zenith, as he coaxingly spoke while holding an object resembling a pocket watch, incessantly swaying it. This was his personal tool for hypnosis, not a game item, but one he regularly employed.
To bring it in, he had indeed utilized Lu's method of close concealment, though the specifics of its concealment need not be elaborated. You stated that you are innocent, correct? Kirk inquired, drawing upon information shared prior by Jiu Tian,
as he sought to guide his counterpart.
Yes.
Long Lu sat obediently on the ground, resembling a dazed child.
You also claim to be a newcomer?
That the earlier individuals were the guilty ones, and this is a prison.
Indeed. However, upon entering the hospital, there is always a matter of temporal precedence. What does it mean to be a newcomer?
Are you suggesting that all those who preceded you are guilty?
Long Lu shook his head, responding in a feeble spirit, no.
Not at all, those who came before were guilty from the very start. As we entered from behind, Kirk furrowed his brow, earnestly contemplating,
sensing that something was amiss.
If this were the case, it seemed plausible that the individuals within this institution were divided into 2 distinct groups. I wonder if this constitutes crucial information, and what the criteria for such a division might be.
The individuals you mentioned at the front, were they confined here due to criminal behavior or mental instability?
Yes.
Then, may I inquire as to the reasons behind the arrival of your group? Me? Why am I here? Suddenly, Long Lu's demeanor shifted dramatically.
Resembling someone on the brink of a violent outburst, as Kirk's mental interference began to backfire, unleashing a tempest within the depths of the other's consciousness.
Ah! Without warning,
Long Lu abruptly opened his mouth wide and let out a furious roar directed at Kirk. Holding his pocket watch, Kirk had sensed the impending danger and swiftly leaped back,
taking refuge in the corner.
Lunch period has concluded, all players are requested to return to the initial resting area.
Chapter 43, Idly.
A knife for Tom, lunch hour has concluded, all players are requested to return to the initial resting area.
The announcement echoed 3 times, reminiscent of a clarion call to retreat from battle.
Kirk exhaled a sigh of relief. Throughout the lunch period, his nerves had been taut, as if he had endured an arduous campaign. Now, his back was dampened with sweat, a realization that had eluded him amidst the previous inquiries.
Ah! Roar!
The chains encasing Long Lu rattled ominously, his neck flushed crimson, as if he were poised to pounce upon Kirk. Cautiously, Kirk touched the bloodstains on his face, remnants of an earlier encounter with the frenzied Long Lu, during which he had been unable to evade the assault. He sensed that he was perilously close to uncovering the truth, venturing into realms unexplored by others. This institution, or perhaps prison, was divided between 2 distinct groups of individuals. The issues that lay between these factions were likely intertwined with the ultimate objectives of their tasks, though he had yet to discern any concrete connections.
Nonetheless, progress, however incremental, was welcome.
With a slight bow directed at Long Lu, Kirk spoke, "Esteemed sir, the psychological counseling for this noon has reached its conclusion.
I eagerly anticipate our next meeting."
With that, he opened the door behind him and retreated from the room.
Meanwhile, in the chamber occupied by Lu Su and his counterpart, Wang Ao, they too heard the resounding voice. This time, it was Wang Ao who visibly relaxed. Upon hearing the announcement, his eyes sparkled with hope,
akin to a parched traveler encountering refreshing rain. He cast a cautious glance at Lu Su, his gaze tinged with an unmistakable vulnerability.
Lu Su, feeling somewhat unfulfilled,
rose to his feet, raising his decayed right hand to his mask, meticulously licking away the bloodstains.
As he did so, he observed Wang Ao on the ground. Wang Ao instinctively recoiled, thinking, surely, he does not intend to consume me. A sense of dread inexplicably gripped him. Clutching a shard of metal, Lu Su said nothing and turned toward the door. Wang Ao, utterly drained, leaned against the wall and collapsed to the floor, relieved that this demonic figure had finally departed. Abruptly, as Lu Su reached the threshold, he turned back, revealing a benign smile beneath his mask. I shall return to find you later, Mr. Wang. With that, he politely closed the door behind him. The glimmer in Wang Ao's eyes extinguished, and the anxiety that had hung over him dissipated into despair. To be candid, I find Kirk quite remarkable. The masked man seems to stumble upon information almost by chance. I believe the masked man has seamlessly integrated with the realm of the mentally ill, facilitating unobstructed communication. Capturing a mentally unstable individual and then tormenting them seems to be the masked man's modus operandi. In truth, when contrasting the departures of the two, I perceive the most significant disparity lies within their combat prowess. Amidst the audience's discussions, it became apparent that Lu Su, upon his emergence, did not head towards the initial chamber but instead veered in the opposite direction. With a swift turn, he entered the open room where Tom resided. Without uttering a word, he approached Tom's side and, in one decisive motion, plunged the iron shard he had confiscated from Wang Ao directly into the metallic head of the robot. The force was so tremendous that it embedded halfway into the surface. Tom, perplexed, stared in disbelief, while the audience reacted with shock. The official staff members, observing the scene, were equally baffled. Are you all right, my friend? Is there something amiss? Why provoke the game host? Surely, this will not end well for you, they wondered, questioning his motives for seeking trouble. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Where was the anticipated notification indicating a triggered hidden quest or a newly acquired achievement? The absence of such a prompt seemed rather stingy. Tom, visibly irritated, maintained a stoic facade, but his expression mirrored the iron hue of his countenance. Players should focus on the game and not dwell on distractions, he thought. Yet, despite the turmoil, he could not help but find the flavor of the moment tantalizing, exclaiming, "Great Tom!" Lu Su, unfazed by the commotion, merely turned away and began to navigate a large circuitous route towards the far end of the corridor. Suddenly, a haunting scream echoed through the elongated circular hallway, an agonizing sound that pierced the air with its intensity. Lu Su's expression shifted slightly beneath his mask as he continued towards the room. Upon arriving at the initial chamber, Lu Su realized he was the last to arrive. A conspicuous trail of blood led to this very spot. And as he raised his gaze, he beheld the grim visage of a large man in distress. His right arm appeared nearly severed, the bone protruding grotesquely from the flesh. Zhou Tian was beside him, staunching the flow of blood. "Do you have any medicine? Hurry!" the large man gasped, desperately retrieving a basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it over his wound. In an instant, the flesh began to writhe and heal slowly, the bleeding subsiding somewhat. With a sigh of relief, the large man slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. "First, ensure your own safety. How did it come to this?" Zhou Tian, being a member of the official organization, instinctively felt the need to protect others and inquired urgently. "I cursed him. Maintaining vigilance against those creatures is exceedingly difficult. Each individual is bound differently, and that fiend even had the audacity to expose himself and assault me." Zhou Tian, taken aback, could only respond with silence. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Hearing such a revelation left the women present feeling nauseated. After a lengthy struggle to ascertain that the large man would not succumb to blood loss, Zhou Tian finally exhaled with relief and settled down beside him. An hour may seem brief, yet everyone felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu Su was an exception. Kirk, sitting at a distance, glanced up at the imposing figure and succinctly remarked, "If you cannot endure, then withdraw." There was nothing more to say. In his eyes, these individuals were of little worth, and it would be wiser to preserve their own lives. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, everyone then noticed Lu Su, who had just entered and remained silent. Zhou Tian cast a quick glance and was instantly alarmed to see Lu Su's right hand, nearly mutilated, causing his mind to spiral. He was well aware that this seemingly deranged individual might possess the highest combat prowess. "You are injured as well?" Zhou Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Who could have harmed you to such an extent? Whom? Lu Su, perplexed, shook his head. Who? Me? I am not injured. What are you talking about?
As he spoke, his hand, resembling something that had passed through a meat grinder, still swayed slightly. The scene was decidedly graphic.
Zhou Tian.
Chapter 44, The Unreasonableness of Resisting Temptation and Exiting Cryptocurrency Trading. Ah, you mean this? Lu Su glanced at his own hand and, as if just realizing it,
exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Did I just do something? Nonetheless, it seems fine, nothing serious. Zhou Tian.
He found himself at a loss for words. Judging by the apparent condition, Lu Su's injuries were not significantly lighter than those of the burly figure.
Yet, inexplicably,
the sight of Lu Su's injuries seemed to evoke no concern.
Perhaps Lu Su's demeanor was simply too nonchalant. At this moment,
Lu Su had already retrieved the sharp blade from his backpack, scrutinizing his palm. He pondered whether severing it would have repercussions on future gameplay. A large question mark materialized on the red mask, indicating he was genuinely contemplating this matter. After all, in his previous 2 gaming sessions, he had amputated his legs. Now,
removing a hand seemed to render the game rather lackluster.
Wait! Zhou Tian hastily interjected, fearing this fellow might truly resort to self-mutilation.
Are you certain your current state poses no issues?
Zhou Tian inquired tentatively, twirling a finger beside his head, implying whether Lu Su's mental faculties were still intact. He possessed information from Lu Su's last game, aware that this individual might exhibit a touch of insanity, yet was remarkably powerful, harboring a shrewd, calculating mind beneath the apparent madness. However, it was evident that while Lu Su's strength and insanity were apparent, rationality was alarmingly absent. Furthermore, he had just learned from the onlookers outside about the cause of Lu Su's injuries.
It was indeed astonishing. Was the intelligence truly reliable? Where was that calm mind?
This appeared more akin to a lack of rationality.
Or was it that the food and medicine here had compromised his intellect? Could collaboration still be feasible? State? Not too well, Lu Su mused, responding to the inquiry. I feel quite hungry.
As he spoke, the mask surprisingly displayed a hint of a pitiable expression.
Zhou Tian instantly wore an expression of exasperation. Ha ha ha. So adorable. Truly charming.
I wish to keep one, such an unexpected contrast.
You likely cannot afford it.
With this eating style, even the wealthiest would be impoverished. I sense Zhou Tian is on the verge of losing composure. The boss enters the infirmary to torment the twisted, then emerges to afflict his teammates,
indiscriminately causing harm.
Suddenly, the burly figure beside them bellowed in agony, clutching his shoulder and howling in torment. His entire being began to convulse violently on the ground.
Utterly intolerable. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game utilized cutting-edge biotechnology, repairing the body in ways incomprehensible to humans. Even at a rudimentary level, it proves to be exceedingly beneficial. However, the rapid reconstruction of muscles, the realignment and healing of bones, and the re-establishment of neural connections all inflict tremendous agony.
The large individual previously endured merely the superficial repair of muscles, but now he has reached the juncture of neural reconstruction, a sensation of discomfort that he simply cannot withstand.
Ah! What is this? Does this medicine lack anesthesia? Oh! Is it truly that severe?
Lu Su observed with keen interest, retrieving a vial of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it into his hand. Zhou Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Contemplating whether this individual's motivation for healing diverged significantly from that of a typical carbon-based lifeform, the large man continued to wail, his cries echoing throughout the room. Piercing and harrowing, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere to a near terrifying degree. The Hell 5 game is precisely like this, brutal and agonizing. However, Lu Su felt a slight disappointment. For after a brief wait, he received no indication of suffering points. It appeared that the pain from this treatment did not meet the triggering conditions.
Damn it! I can't take it anymore. This cursed place provides no information whatsoever.
What a farce of a level, no one can possibly navigate the Hell mode.
Wait. Why can't I open it?
The large man collapsed to the ground, venting his emotions. Suddenly his voice filled with dread.
What can't be opened? Zhou Tian inquired curiously from the side. The marketplace. What is wrong with the marketplace? Why can't it be accessed?
The large man's voice brimmed with panic, his demeanor completely shifted from previous fury to that of a helpless child.
Zhou Tian regarded him with intrigue, responding.
The game marketplace can only be accessed outside the game for purchases. It must be stored in your backpack to be brought into the game.
What? Isn't this an official reminder from the game? You truly didn't know? The large man's eyes were instantly engulfed by terror, muttering in disbelief, What? When was this mentioned? How could I not know? How do I buy exit tokens then? What am I supposed to do? Zhou Tian's expression hardened as he took a few steps back. This is a hellish game, everyone is aware of its high mortality rate. The reason all present maintain their composure is due to the existence of exit tokens. Everyone here has completed the game and purchased that item. Ultimately, if all else fails, one can simply exit, albeit at the cost of losing everything acquired in the game. At least one's life is preserved. With life intact, there is less trepidation towards this hellish game, unlike the last time Lu Su encountered a hellish game, where novice players lacked the opportunity to exit. Yet, such a crucial detail, the large man managed to forget. Zhou Tian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, his heart heavy with the realization. The atmosphere grew quiet. Despair flickering in the large man's eyes, and the tension in the room became palpably oppressive. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a coin being flipped echoed through the air, capturing the attention of the onlookers. They turned to discover that it was Lu Su engaging in this peculiar act, leaving them perplexed and wondering if this eccentric individual was merely showing off or if there was some deeper meaning behind it. Was it truly necessary to taunt a despondent player? I am hungry. Lu Su's low voice broke the tension, inquiring if anyone had food. In that moment, the previously bewildered Zhou Tian recalled what his colleagues had said about Lu Su's performance in the last game. Enlightenment dawned upon him, and he shot a surprised glance at Lu Su before turning back to the imposing figure beside him. Using an exit coin meant forfeiting everything gained in the game, be it physical enhancements, special abilities, or points. Thus, when it comes to preserving one's life, one must be all in. Chapter 45, There is no retreat in this world. Illness worsens. The large man's gaze initially appeared somewhat bewildered, but then, as if grasping a lifeline, he suddenly understood. Are you intending to sell your exit coin? Previously, he had thought Lu Su was insane. Now, the use of honorifics revealed his desperation for survival. Lu Su remained silent, unwilling to expend too much rationality on the other man, merely continuing to flick the coin in his hand. Adorned with exquisite patterns, it resembled a delightful toy. Yet within the game, it represented the means to save a life. Brother, please, let us negotiate. Sell it to me, he implored. I don't know why the shop won't open. I've hoarded all my points without spending a single one. I've hardly used any of the prizes or rewards, saving them for critical moments. Well, I did use a basic healing potion just now, that was my mistake. At this moment, the large man disregarded any semblance of pride, humbly pleading. I will give you all of this, just grant me one exit coin, and I will leave. I have no idea when an accident might occur here. I can't hold on any longer. Or, let us find a way to exchange contact information. Once we're out, I can. As he trailed off, he began to offer various conditions for future engagement. Though Lu Su was indifferent to such propositions, Lu Su flicked the exit coin, tilting his head slightly. Then, with a gentle exertion of his fingers, the coin traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, landing right before the large man. Instantly, the man's eyes brightened, and he lunged forward, snatching the coin from the ground, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp energy locking onto him. Lu Su stood before him, brandishing a keen blade, silent yet imposing. The large man forced a sheepish smile before hastily initiating a transfer, eager to prevent any misunderstanding from the formidable figure before him. As if fearing Lu Su might change his mind, once the transaction concluded, the large man swiftly fled, clutching the exit coin, his body flickering out of sight. 1 out of a team of 5 had departed. Lu Su received 1,400 points, a strength elixir, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. The sight of the scroll surprised Lu Su slightly, although it was of low level, it could be considered a form of superpower. However, the learning of such a skill required an awakening of the spirit. Thankfully, the large man had not awakened, otherwise, he would have likely already utilized it. Temporarily stored in his backpack, this haul proved quite profitable, considering an exit coin was valued at merely 1,000 points. At that moment, Kurk, who had been an observer, finally spoke up, raising his head and surprisingly communicating directly in Chinese. It's for the best that he has gone, after all. It means one less person to share the rewards. Moreover, was your exit coin a game reward? I recall that exit coins in the shop are limited. Each person has only one opportunity to purchase. This statement was clearly directed at Lu Su. He spoke truthfully, albeit partially, indeed. The exit currency was a reward from the game. However, he had never intended to purchase it, nor had he ever contemplated leaving the game. Zhou felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. He had yet to consider the implications of such a matter. Would he inadvertently lead Luce into a trap? He hastily inquired, "Do you still possess any exit currency?" "Perhaps you do not, but why would you wish to leave? Is the game uninteresting?" Luce replied in a daze. Yet that currency represented a contingency plan. "What about your contingency?" Zhou pressed, growing increasingly anxious. "What is a contingency plan?" Luce lifted his gaze, revealing a rare moment of clarity behind his mask. From the very instant he entered the game, the notion of retreat had never existed. This decision had been meticulously crafted by Luce from the outset. It was not merely a matter of mental disarray. Even in the absence of the pain god's blessing, lacking the strength to surpass others, and devoid of any immunity to suffering, he would still choose to partake in this brutal game. To exit the game would mean losing everything, losing extraordinary abilities, relinquishing the chance to alter his fate, discarding his current mask, and perhaps even losing the very essence of the pain god's selection. Such a thought was inconceivable from the moment he entered the game. The only means of departure was through success or death. He did not perceive anything of value to lose. Starting anew was merely an excuse for the weak. Those without awareness should simply remain as spectators. Once you retreat, you can never again ascend to the pinnacle. Having uttered that final statement, it seemed as if he had exhausted his mental fortitude. Luce collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to an afternoon of deep slumber. Eating and then sleeping, how befitting of his gluttonous nature. Zhou stood there, frozen, gazing at Luce on the floor, seemingly in disbelief. He had not anticipated that someone who appeared so mentally unstable could articulate such thoughts. For that fleeting moment, he seemed entirely sane, did he not? Meanwhile, from a distance, Kirk harbored no such thoughts. He merely sat quietly, observing, a flicker of skepticism dancing in his eyes. "Dinner time has commenced, all players, please begin the game." With the opening of the door, the sole female player stepped out, her footsteps heavy. This time, both Luce and Kirk almost simultaneously sprang into action. Luce naturally embarked on a new wave of conquest, while Kirk aimed to snatch at least one potion from Luce's grasp. Yet, this time, a palpable heaviness enveloped the atmosphere, intensifying the eerie sensation pervading the entire hospital. As the door swung open, previously unheard sounds erupted, a cacophony of screams, delirious murmurs, and unsettling rustles, faint yet terrifying. Such a formidable iron door could not contain these sounds. Perhaps the absence of medication for an entire day had exacerbated the conditions of those within. It seemed as though the afflictions of the hospital's inhabitants had worsened, plunging the establishment into chaos. The final female player even clutched the exit currency as she entered her room. Yet, the ailing were not solely the patients within. Luce was equally afflicted. For the third time, he consumed all available food and medicine, and the energy within him felt as though it might explode at any moment. The gluttony mask seemed to have reached a critical threshold. Bang! As the door swung open, Lu Su, unable to fully control his strength, forcefully kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door, bending it with a single blow. This sudden display startled the patient, who had been on the verge of losing composure, causing him to sit upright. In the next instant, Lu Su swiftly moved to his side. "I have heard that I can pose questions to you. I ask, you respond." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Kurk had not entered the room. After all had stepped inside, he hesitated for a moment before approaching the door to the room where Zhou Tian resided. He then pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 46, Doubt and Warning, only 3 remain. In the dimly lit room at the end, Wang Ao found himself confronting a dangerously unhinged Lu Su.
Initially, upon witnessing the door being forcefully kicked open, his instinct was to bare his teeth in a show of defiance, but upon realizing it was Lu Su, he instinctively recoiled, abandoning any thought of aggression. Yet, he was swiftly pinned against the wall, lifted effortlessly by Lu Su's overwhelming strength. From the moment those hands grasped him, Wang Ao felt an overwhelming sense of futility and resistance, a realization that rebellion was utterly pointless. The mask of gluttony seemed to amplify his hunger, a ravenous desire that spiraled deeper into chaos. Wang Ao gazed at the mask before him, an inexplicable feeling washing over him as if this man intended to devour him whole. This was not mere metaphor, it was a visceral reality. "Calm down, brother. I'm not tasty. Just ask whatever you wish," he managed to utter. The primal fear of impending consumption stirred a profound instinct for survival within him. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Lu Su continued, "I met someone at noon who left me quite dissatisfied. I hope you can meet my expectations." Wang Ao was slowly released but dared not utter a word, reflecting silently that the individual Lu Su had encountered was likely himself. Yet, in such a precarious moment, he knew better than to challenge or remind him. Wasn't he that a sign of insanity? Lu Su retrieved a knife from his own possession, its blade keen and glinting ominously as he addressed Wang Ao. "After I finish questioning you, we shall engage in a game." Ha. In the hospital. Donating sperm is legal, so why is it illegal for me to do so privately to those who desire it? They say bananas and carrots facilitate bowel movement. Do you believe it is through ingestion or topical application? If an adult novel features only minors, can it still be classified as an adult novel? You have prepared 5 glasses of water for 100 million liters, how do you intend to distribute them? Wang Ao could only respond with silence. Lu Su's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, seemingly a means to alleviate the chaos in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Ao trembled, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a response. "I do not know who the most troubled person here is, perhaps that person does not even exist. Please, do not press me." Despite the mask-wearing man's erratic behavior, observers noted that Wang Ao appeared increasingly composed. Is he being pressured? And what good is stability if he refuses to ask pertinent questions, merely ranting here? Honestly, while this stream is undeniably thrilling, it seems to bear no relevance to the game. He appears utterly unconcerned. How will this lead to a resolution? Clearly, useful information is just within reach. Yet he continues to ramble. If we want to see how the game concludes, we ought to focus on Quirk. Indeed, I shall turn my attention to Quirk. He seems to be in search of wine. It is wise to follow those who are reliable. As time progresses, nearly a day has elapsed within the game. In a typical scenario, a day is not considered a brief period. However, here, the situation remains utterly perplexing. The audience has begun to express discontent regarding Lu Su's performance. This player, reputed for achieving flawless completions, appears to have truly lost his wits, mingling with individuals of questionable sanity. His contribution towards completing the game seems wholly negligible, perhaps even detrimental. At this juncture, prompted by certain individuals, the audience has become aware of the encounter between Quirk and Jiu Tian. Jiu Tian, seated in his hospital room, gazes at the drooling figure before him, troubled by his predicament when suddenly, a voice resonates from behind. "Hello." The speaker's Mandarin is impeccably pronounced, causing Jiu Tian to startle and swiftly turn around, only to find a foreign visage. "Oh, Mr. Quirk," Jiu Tian responds, "what brings you to my room?" The rules of the game do not prohibit 2 individuals from being in the same room simultaneously, Quirk retorts, hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor decidedly haughty. "Moreover, you are affiliated with a special department of the Huagua, I presume?" Jiu Tian hesitates, pondering whether it is appropriate to divulge such matters to a foreigner. Although he claims to represent an official entity, his true connections appear far more significant. There's no need for trepidation. Given the robust organizational structure of your country, you must have established relevant departments. Such matters will undoubtedly be disclosed in due course. Surely, the information you possess is the most comprehensive. Our backgrounds and our performance in the game cannot have escaped your scrutiny. Zhou Tian nods, graciously conceding, indeed, this is for the sake of a better gaming experience. I offer you a piece of advice, do not get too close to the mentally unstable.
Zhou Tian is taken aback,
glancing back to see that the patient poses no immediate threat, and he replies, thank you for your concern, but I have always exercised caution and maintained a safe distance. Regardless of any provocations, my mental resilience is sound, I will not falter.
Ko'urk's expression remains stoic as he states, I was not referring to them. Zhou Tian's eyes widen with realization. Are you speaking of the masked man? What of him?
Nothing of consequence, there are still many unresolved matters clouding my thoughts. And the information at hand is insufficient, Ko'urk succinctly replies before turning to leave, exuding a distinctive, hawk-like arrogance. I must achieve a flawless completion of this game. You still hold some value, conserve your strength and safeguard your life. When I have clarity, you may yet prove useful.
With that, he exits,
leaving Zhou Tian with furrowed brows, his mind in turmoil.
Ha ha ha. The mention of mental instability immediately brings to mind who he is referring to. Zhou Tian, who could possibly be the unstable one here? Is this an internal conflict? It seems Ko'urk is not particularly amicable. Perhaps it's justified. The masked man does seem to be a hindrance.
In the midst of the discussions, the first evening's dinner passed quietly.
The game has concluded.
All players are requested to return to the initial chamber for rest. As the familiar voice echoed, a door swung open, and a figure burst forth like a fish leaping from the water, eyes vacant. She was the last remaining female player. Disheveled and with a lifeless gaze, her face bore traces of blood.
Once the door to the initial room closed, the 4 remaining players exchanged bewildered glances. The female player suddenly dashed to a corner,
her complexion paling as she violently retched. Just as one of the players, Zhou Tian, was about to inquire, she withdrew game tokens without uttering a single word and exited the game. On the surface, the first day revealed no progress in the game, shrouded in mystery.
And now,
only 3 players remained.
Chapter 47, Bone-Chilling Fear, Astonishing Speculations.
Zhou Tian gazed at the spot where she had departed, letting out a soft sigh. He understood the torment inherent in this game. Aside from the individual clad in the red mask who seemed to thrive, no one else could find comfort here. Even Kirk bore the marks of injury upon his visage. The mental anguish, the deplorable living conditions, coupled with the constant threat of physical harm, weighed heavily upon them. Considering the brutish fellow's earlier remarks about being targeted, and the fact that she was a woman.
Moreover, this game had provided no sustenance or water for the players.
They had gone an entire day without a drop to drink.
TSK.
Aside from that red-masked individual who had provisions, how peculiar.
Zhou Tian shook his head. He was well aware of the girl's background as an official.
She was merely an ordinary player who had, by sheer luck, cleared the game twice and garnered some rewards. Upon realizing she was trapped in a hellish game, she initially contemplated fleeing, but soon understood that surviving meant that others clearing the game counted for her as well, leading her to resolve to endure. Yet, she soon discovered her naivety amidst the madness of this prison, with deranged teammates and the grim fates of those who had suffered severe injuries before her.
Alas!
It is regrettable, perhaps it is better to withdraw, Zhou Tian mused with a sigh. Beside him, Lu Su glanced at the pile of vomit left by the female player. Nodding in agreement, indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly slapped himself, quickly turning away.
Zhou Tian? What has gotten into him this time?
Meanwhile, Kirk approached, unusually articulate, and continued, there is nothing to lament. In a game such as this, preserving one's life is already a stroke of fortune. This is not a place suited for her level. As he spoke, he slowly surveyed the surroundings, adding, now, those remaining seem somewhat appropriate.
2 perfect clearers,
one of high caliber with a special official status, are the only ones deserving of this hellish game.
Of course. Kirk glanced at Lu Su,
who lay sprawled in A-tie shape on the ground, and inquired, this friend of ours, who has so often feigned madness, do you truly intend not to exit the game? My ability is mental interference, which I have utilized upon you numerous times, most of which has resulted in backlash. Your disarray is no longer mere pretense. Even self-hypnosis cannot sustain you for much longer. Your current state may lead to an eternal entrapment here, forever becoming a lunatic.
Kirk pressed closer.
as if pronouncing a death sentence upon the one sprawled on the ground. In the distance, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow, observing the two, yet refraining from intervening this time. Choosing instead to watch quietly, awaiting the unfolding of events.
Is your ability to consume?
From the very beginning, I have questioned your purpose. I still seek to understand. However, I believe that, as a rational human being, that is not a wise choice.
Once again, I ask you, are you truly not considering withdrawal? Do not tell me you have no intention of exiting the game.
At this moment, Cork had approached Lu Su's side, and just as he contemplated moving forward, an overwhelming sense of impending danger enveloped him. Lu Su, who had been lying silently on the ground, suddenly spoke. I suggest you refrain from getting too close to me at this juncture.
Cork halted in his tracks, an inexplicable intuition urging him to retreat. With a faint chuckle,
he withdrew his steps and turned to leave.
Are you quite confident?
I merely worry that if you do not withdraw, my game may become exceedingly difficult to complete.
Lu Su remained silent, grappling with the immense surge of energy within him, along with tumultuous and chaotic thoughts.
He had no desire for conversation and soon succumbed to slumber on the ground. Zhou Tian also refrained from further discussion, even eschewing the customary sharing of their day's findings. Well aware that these two individuals might not be inclined to listen, three famished souls sat at a considerable distance from one another within the desolate room. Some resting against the wall, enduring the night. Indeed, it was a night of torment. The entire hospital had gone a full day without sustenance or medication. As night fell, the cacophony of anguished cries echoed, a sound so potent that even multiple iron doors could not contain it. Starving wretches pounded on doors and walls, rendering the hospital even more terrifying than a haunted house. Cork relied on self-hypnosis to ensure his sleep, while Lu Su had long since surrendered to slumber. Yet Zhou Tian found himself unable to rest. He sifted through messages from his colleagues, pondering the sudden confrontation between Cork and Lu Su, and he was seized by an unsettling chill. A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped him, compelling his mind to spiral through similar thoughts. This hellish game seemed devoid of physical torment, yet he sensed a profound disquiet, an irrational fear beginning to encircle him. The entire night unfolded in an atmosphere reminiscent of a haunted house, and with the arrival of dawn, the game resumed.
Cork continued to race against Lu Su.
One striving to seize sustenance, the other hoping to procure at least a portion of medicine. However, this time, Zhou Tian purposefully approached a door. It was the room of Long Wu, the first patient Lu Su had encountered. Zhou Tian instinctively felt that this was the source of his terror.
Upon entering the room,
he beheld the emaciated figure of Long Wu, who appeared exceedingly listless.
Another visitor?
A different person, I see. Greetings. Zhou Tian was astonished to discover that Long Wu's mental state was remarkably stable, so he got straight to the point.
Do you know who the most severely afflicted person in this hospital is?
Ah, such a familiar query, this is how it ought to be.
You should be asking this.
Long Wu trembled as he writhed on the ground, gazing at Zhou Tian.
No, the answer is none. There is no one who is the most ill. Who among us does not succumb to illness?
You too shall fall ill, one day, you shall succumb to affliction, forever ensnared in this place. Zhou Tian observed the other with a hint of helplessness, poised to utter something when he abruptly fell silent. The overwhelming dread that had enveloped him throughout the night returned in that moment, rendering his thoughts startlingly lucid. His colleague had informed him of the information gathered by Lu Su and Kuerku, apart from the psychological intricacies he remained unaware of.
He possessed knowledge of all other details, including every patient and their utterances.
From Long Wu, Lu Su learned that those behind were innocent, while the individuals in front bore the weight of guilt, thus necessitating inquiries into the past, tormenting those who preceded them. The individual at the forefront was subjected to severe interrogation by Lu Su, who, in a fit of madness, suggested asking who among them was the most gravely afflicted. He even proposed a game, asserting that Lu Su was unlike the individuals who came before. Why did that patient possess insight into the questions posed? Was it a construct of the game, or something else entirely? Who were the individuals Lu Su referenced? Moreover, the inquiries from Kuerku revealed a division within the hospital, with the initial group deemed guilty while the latter remained innocent. When Kuerku inquired about the purpose of the latter group's presence, asking why they lingered here, the response was sheer madness, utter insanity.
Now,
Long Wu conveyed to himself that those who could not uncover the answers would ultimately fall ill, remaining here eternally. Additionally, one was named Long Wu while the other, from Ko'er Ku's side, was called Long Lu. Could it be that the reason the individual at the front anticipated Lu Su's questions was due to someone having previously asked? Not merely once, but repeatedly. The hospital's inhabitants were split into two factions. The foremost were genuine patients, while the latter group sought to interrogate them. This latter group, having failed to ascertain the identity of the most severely afflicted, remained trapped here indefinitely. A daring hypothesis lingered in Zhou Tian's mind, refusing to dissipate. It was as if the chilling winds of the night coalesced into a coat of fear, enveloping him tightly, chilling him to the bone, rendering escape impossible. Were these individuals once players? Have you heard of the paradise of the chosen ones? Chapter 48, a flaw unforeseen by predecessors. Aren't you curious as to why? What did you say? Long Wu seemed not to have comprehended Zhou Tian's words, raising his head in bewilderment and inquiring once more. Those were eyes devoid of vitality, cold and mechanical, sending a chill down Zhou Tian's spine. Yet, at that moment, more pressing and terrifying matters enveloped his thoughts, compelling him to stand firm. The divine selection paradise. Those four words tumbled from his lips, each syllable heavy with significance. As he fixed his gaze intently upon Long Wu's eyes, 5 seconds passed in complete silence, stretching out like an eternity, causing Zhou Tian to question whether time itself had come to a standstill. Long Wu remained rigid, staring at Zhou Tian as though he were a statue. In the next instant, a chain, heavy and menacing, came crashing down toward Zhou Tian. The severed chain swung with the force of a war axe. And despite Zhou Tian's quick reflexes, there was no evading the blow. Suddenly, a pair of green boots appeared on his feet, emitting a powerful gust that propelled him back a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. Exquisite weaponry, agile boots. The wind whipped up by the chain stung Zhou Tian's eyes, leaving him aghast. Had he taken that hit, it would have surely resulted in broken bones and torn ligaments. Roaring in fury, Long Wu transformed into a man, his emaciated form now pulsating with crimson steam, as if he had entered a frenzied state. The ground beneath him cracked open, sending shards of stone flying. Zhou Tian, horrified, sought refuge in a corner, his heart plummeting into despair. The opponent had suddenly gone mad. The mere mention of that question had driven him to insanity. Even in silence, it served as a form of response. Kill, kill. Long Wu's liberated hand swung the chains wildly, thrashing about as Zhou Tian darted around the room, eventually finding shelter by the doorway. The room lay in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysm. What is this? What is this divine selection? What are you talking about? Who are you, and who am I? Medicine, medicine. I need medicine. Ultimately, Long Wu cradled his head in his hands, collapsing to the ground in agony, his groans punctuated by frantic utterances. Zhou Tian stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. No. No medicine. I refuse those drugs. Get away. Abruptly, Long Wu's demeanor shifted. He darted toward the far wall, violently ramming into it until blood flowed from his wounds. Thereafter, with his breath faint, he turned to Zhou Tian, revealing the clearest eyes he had ever seen. Run, run. Then, he reverted once more to that vacant expression, as though he had fallen into a slumber. Zhou Tian remained rooted in place, speechless for an extended moment. He could be certain now that his suspicions were likely correct. Yet, had not the game of the divine selection paradise only just begun? If these individuals are indeed players, what does that imply? Moreover, according to their recollections, they have been ensnared in this place for an indeterminate number of years. Why do they not utilize their exit tokens? Is it that they cannot? When did they embark upon this game? Has it long since commenced? Or is the timeline asymmetrical? Zhou Tian inhaled deeply, retrieving his exit token from his backpack, scrutinizing it closely. The intricate and exquisite patterns upon it seemed to instill a modicum of reassurance, prompting him to return it to its resting place. There remains a path of retreat, a path of retreat. However, if that is the case, then everything becomes rather perplexing. Can this game truly be completed? This Long Wu, if he is indeed a predecessor, his prowess appears to surpass what I had initially perceived.
If the tasks are identical, can I achieve what those who came before me could not? To locate the most afflicted individual. It sounds like a remarkably straightforward proposition. Yet, all who have come before have faltered. I must conceive of the flaws that previous players overlooked. Is it even feasible? Furthermore, why have they remained here eternally? What have they endured?
In an instant, Zhou Tian felt as though he had been struck down, his confidence plummeting to an abyss. Special Action Team, I must remind you, this is a psychiatric facility. All information you acquire requires thorough analysis. An official, who had been observing in the live stream, interjected. Additionally, the organization stipulates that, in critical moments, preserving one's own life is the foremost priority.
Do not overexert yourself. Zhou Tian weakly nodded,
leaning against the wall to calm his tumultuous thoughts.
What news has surfaced from those two?
Kirk has received responses from the patients, none are the most afflicted.
We are merely slaves.
Zhou Tian scoffed, correlating this with his own speculation. He felt he could comprehend the information gathered by Kirk.
What about the Red Mask? What tidings does he bring? The same as before, no useful information, they merely take turns tormenting the patients.
The patients have all asserted that none are more afflicted than themselves. We have nearly ceased monitoring that area,
as it has devolved into mere exchanges among the mentally ill.
Zhou Tian sighed heavily, recalling Long Wu's condition and the current deranged demeanor of the Red Mask.
Surely, he cannot truly be mad. Breakfast time has concluded, all players are to return to the initial room. The three sat in a triangular formation, enveloped in silence, resembling silent sculptures.
Kirk bore a contemplative expression, seemingly lost in thought, while Lu Su maintained his usual demeanor. Only Zhou Tian, having grasped the secret,
emanated a somber aura. Greetings, players, I am the illustrious Tom. You may converse with one another during the break. If there are any discoveries, judgments,
or inquiries related to the game, feel free to ask me, the mechanized robot Tom stated in a formulaic manner, before rolling away on its tracks to quietly observe from a distance. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Zhou Tian ultimately made the decision to reveal the unsettling intelligence to the two individuals. Although it might dampen their spirits, he could no longer afford to hesitate.
Everyone, I have some rather unfortunate news that I believe you ought to be aware of.
In this prison, those who have long claimed their innocence may very well
be players like us.
Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Tian raised his gaze to assess their reactions. However, he noticed that Kirk had shifted his attention towards him, his eyes glinting with surprise, mingled with a hint of delight.
Meanwhile, Lu Su appeared utterly indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. Aren't you going to ask me why? Chapter 49, The Final Accusation, Is Lu Su the target of the game?
Zhou Tian found himself at a loss, bemused by the contrasting reactions of the two individuals before him.
Kirk abruptly rose to his feet, pacing a few steps before turning back to Zhou Tian with a formal demeanor.
Mr. Zhou, I sincerely appreciate your analysis and intelligence.
This clarifies many matters and has streamlined my thought process. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Wait, my words are so credible that you believe them without question? You don't even care to inquire how I reached this conclusion? Furthermore, why are you so cheerful? Shouldn't you be feeling a sense of dread instead? Confusion washed over Zhou Tian.
He had always regarded Kirk as a communicative individual, albeit proud, yet rational. Now, he found himself struggling to comprehend his demeanor.
Instinctively, he glanced at Lu Su, only to find a look of disdain etched upon the red mask he wore, as if to say, "Isn't this obvious? Do you really need to ask?" Zhou Tian was flabbergasted. How did you, a lunatic, come to this conclusion? Wait, no.
I can't believe I'm trying to engage a lunatic in this discussion.
Zhou Tian felt lost. He had pondered this issue with considerable fear and concern for quite some time. Why did neither of them seem to take it seriously?
Perhaps the madman in the red mask was an exception, but even Kirk appeared unfazed.
Was there a possibility that Kirk misinterpreted his meaning due to a language barrier?
As time passed, Zhou Tian sat motionless on the ground, occasionally glancing at his two eccentric companions. Lu Su, as expected, lay sprawled out, looking like a lethargic fish, albeit one harboring terrifying power within. Yet, his condition seemed to worsen, as he occasionally emitted laughter and strange murmurs.
Zhou Tian wondered if this guy would soon transform into Ultraman. Meanwhile, Ko-Erk was restless.
Wandering back and forth, his face reflecting a blend of confusion and understanding, muttering to himself.
Zhou Tian felt his mind numb, even questioning his own sanity. According to Long Lu, players would ultimately remain trapped here forever. Had they both truly lost their minds? The audience began to express their skepticism, various comments emerging.
Particularly the last one that made Zhou Tian's heart race. Indeed, if they went mad, they likely wouldn't even be able to use the exit token.
Lunchtime begins. Players, please commence the game. As the sound reverberated, Lu Su sprang into action, launching himself forward with fervor.
Yet, this time, Ko-Erk remained still, gradually approaching Zhou Tian's side. I believe it is best to cease this game. We have run out of food and water, and it has dragged on for far too long. Zhou Tian cast a surprised glance at him, then turned to the nearby robot and spoke, Host, I have identified the most gravely ill individual.
Zhou Tian? Oh. Please refer to me as the illustrious Tom. Tom turned his head, inquiring, Who is it?
We shall discuss it upon his return. Without his entrance, the game cannot proceed. Ko-Erk, hands tucked into his pockets, exuded confidence as he observed Lu Su's silhouette at the end of the path, indulging heartily. Zhou Tian appeared to grasp what the other intended to do, momentarily rendered speechless in astonishment. Attention, player ahead, the game is paused, please return to the starting room promptly.
Lu Su consumed his food with remarkable speed and soon swaggered back. However, at this point,
his unstable energy had reached its zenith, his physical condition had deteriorated to the brink of self-detonation. The red mask bore a large, grinning face as it advanced toward the exit, emanating an aura that felt both sinister and grotesquely distorted. Ko-Erk stood at the doorway, the two of them locked in a tense standoff. Yet, as Lu Su approached the entrance, he suddenly sat cross-legged, a mere step away from the door. Flashing red warning lights began to flicker, signaling Lu Su to swiftly enter the infirmary. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Lu Su remained motionless, enveloped in the crimson glow, seemingly taunting the warning. Player, please enter. Tom the cat urged, yet Lu Su did not budge, a smile widening on his face in defiance. I believe there is no need for that. We have reached a critical juncture, and my deciphering shall commence.
Ko-Erk spoke directly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Tian.
Each time a pivotal question was posed, the patients would descend into madness, indicating a deeper truth.
Zhou Tian, your information is invaluable.
You mentioned that those who came after were once players. I care not for their circumstances, but it aligns with my situation, thus it must be true. For when I inquired about your purpose here, my patient also succumbed to madness. From this data, we can deduce that while the patients may speak nonsensically,
they do not utter falsehoods.
Therefore, what they initially claimed may indeed be genuine, they are not ill. There is no individual who is the most gravely afflicted. It is precisely because such a person does not exist that the former players have all perished. Hence, the conventional approach to the game is futile,
eliminating all possibilities. The most conspicuous truth has always been before us, you. With that, Ko-Erk raised his hand, pointing toward Lu Su outside the door, a smirk gracing his lips. You are the target of our mission, the one most afflicted.
However, the game speaks of the gravest of patients within the hospital.
Zhou Tian was quick to interject,
eager to counter, but was halted by Ko-Erk's raised hand.
There is nothing impossible. Is he not presently within this very hospital? Moreover, should this topic hold any validity,
all his actions would find justification.
He possesses strength and abilities that far exceed those of ordinary players.
His madness has always been evident,
and he appears to have melded seamlessly with this institution.
He consumes all the patient's medications, ensuring they remain in a state of unconsciousness. In a game devoid of sustenance and hydration, he chooses to forcibly ingest all those vile substances, severing the final source of nourishment and weakening us.
He is utterly indifferent to the concept of exit currency.
The patients here live in fear of him. At this juncture, Ko-Erk exhaled deeply,
as if all obstacles had been cleared away.
The answer had always been glaringly apparent. Even the audience remarked on his severe affliction, for this game is undeniably uncomplicated. It merely exploits the frailties of human nature. Preconceived notions lead one to assume he is merely a player. The viewers have claimed to have witnessed his past game streams,
never considering.
Indeed, even this game has explicitly informed us from the outset that our relationship may be one of cooperation or competition.
As an ancient Chinese proverb states, the darkness lies beneath the lamp. Am I not correct? Ko'urk's hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Lu Su beyond the door.
His tone sharp.
Chapter 50, Who told you he is the host? Listening to Ko'urk's incessant chatter, Lu Su remained silent.
His expression on the mask shifting rapidly like a performer in a Sichuan opera, leaving the spectators bewildered. The crimson light flickering in the corridor behind them intensified, transforming the passage into a blood-like hue, devoid of any flicker, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the space.
Ko'urk ceased his words,
his eagle-like eyes fixated on the red mask before him, awaiting its response and subsequent actions.
A low, raspy laughter emerged from beneath the crimson mask, reminiscent of decaying wood grinding against a saw.
It seemed my suspicions were not unfounded. The red light had been flashing for 5 minutes.
Finally, Lu Su spoke.
Yet his utterance bore no relevance to Ko'urk's accusations, lacking any acknowledgement. It is hard to fathom that such a verb could be associated with him.
I pondered. Does this foreigner possess any reasoning ability? I must say, I find merit in his words. Could he truly be the masked one? Yet, if he is indeed the masked one, why can we still observe the live broadcast from his perspective? Is this not a player-s stream? This is somewhat troublesome. My mind struggles to comprehend the situation. Moreover, what of the players who have been trapped inside for years? Is that true? Every time I contemplate entering the game,
the daunting difficulty of hell mode squashes my resolve.
Lu Su's remarks failed to ignite any discourse. The crowd had grown accustomed to the ramblings of a madman.
No one intended to extract meaning from the words of a lunatic. I suggest you all pay close attention moving forward.
During the last game,
when everyone deemed this esteemed figure insane, he was, in fact, the most lucid among us.
I anticipate his forthcoming performance. Esteemed figure. Why have you arrived so late this time? Regardless of the audience's judgment, Zhou, who had spent an entire day with Lu Su, sensed something amiss.
There exists an enigmatic quality within individuals known as aura or presence. For instance, standing beside certain individuals may invoke an involuntary sense of trepidation, as their aura overwhelms you,
placing you in a subordinate position.
Lu Su's aura now was the most chaotic and unstable since his entry into the game, exuding an intense oppressive force, akin to a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, the words spoken seemed to be the most coherent and rational since the inception of the game. The spirit of the red mask appeared to have gained some clarity.
What are you contemplating? Zhou inquired of Lu Su, still skeptical of Ko'urk's conjectures. Although logically it seemed plausible, Lu Su possesses a business card.
At the onset of the game, he observed Lu Su extracting a golden business card from his trousers. After all, they were brothers.
Could this possibly be a conspiracy? That seemed implausible. I pondered.
Lu Su, belching as if he had overeaten, mused aloud.
What about punishment?
This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned, uncertain of his intentions.
What did he mean by punishment? Hadn't the game stipulated that if the red light flashed, one must not enter the infirmary, lest misfortune befall them? Yet nothing had transpired. Ha ha ha.
A raspy laugh emanated from beneath Lu Su's crimson mask, his expression morphing into a grotesque grin as he gazed at the immobile Tom cat.
What do you reckon? Why is there no punishment? Tom?
Tom's already mechanical form seemed to stiffen further, remaining silent.
Kelk interjected, You are already the ultimate target. What punishment could there be?
Whether you have genuinely lost your mind or are merely feigning ignorance, it is over.
Just as he was about to continue,
Lu Su suddenly turned his mask towards him for the first time, smiling as he said, brother, you smell delightful. I concur with your judgment, your explanations, and your analysis of this game are all sound. At such a moment, it is indeed prudent to consider possibilities that previous players overlooked. That is also acceptable.
Darkness beneath the light is no issue.
The riddle of this game has always been evident, and that too poses no problem.
However,
You incessantly insist on breaking free from conventions yet remain ensnared by the very rules. Who led you to believe he? As he spoke, Lusa slowly raised his hand, pointing at the silent, standing tin robot, Tom. Who told you he is the host of this game? As Lusa's maniacal voice reverberated, Zhou Tian felt as though a heavy hammer had suddenly struck his mind. Not the most astute individual, Zhou Tian lacked quick wit, yet he was not obstinate. He often grasped concepts with a single hint. He subtly shifted his steps backward. Kelk furrowed his brow, then suddenly chuckled, exclaiming, "You've truly lost your mind. He is the host of this game, as was established from the very beginning."
Oh, is that so?
Lusa chuckled. Reflect once more, who stated that? Kelk wore a confident smile, convinced of his impeccable memory regarding pivotal details. Every nuance of the game, every. As he reflected, Kelk's smile abruptly froze upon his face as realization dawned upon him. At the game's inception, a tin robot had entered the room and proclaimed to everyone, "I am your host for this session, you may call me the Great Tom." This was what he himself declared. Swallowing hard, Kelk's eyes darkened, suddenly sensing that events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. Gazing at the individual across from him, who had been driven to madness for a full 2 days, he spoke up, "Cease your nonsensical chatter. If not the host, who else could possibly articulate such matters? Moreover, are not the rules, the backdrop, and the execution of the game all dictated by him?" The smile on Lusa's face broadened as he retorted, "Is that so?" Kolki found himself momentarily speechless, his thoughts thrown into disarray by Lusa's astonishing memory. The moment he had finished speaking, recollection surged back to him. The game's rules were not articulated by Tom but emanated from an untraceable mechanical voice. The words materialized upon the walls of the initial chamber. Kolki swallowed hard. Before him stood a figure bathed in a crimson glow, adorned with a bizarre smile, a masked entity. Beside him loomed Tom, the iron robot, silent and brooding in the shadows. A cold sweat broke out on Kolki's brow. Chapter 51, Why aren't you answering me? The most severely ill among us. A bead of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly trickling down his sharply defined western features, evoking a sensation of itchiness. However, at that moment, Kirk had neither the inclination to wipe away the sweat nor the capacity to feel any discomfort. He was overwhelmed by a profound numbness enveloping his entire being. How could this be? Images flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, from the moment he entered the game to the present scene. Every word uttered by this Tom before him echoed in his thoughts. Please, address me as the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You may converse and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Your relationships will be both collaborative and competitive. I am here. Feel free to approach me with any questions, and you may also consult me when you've identified your targets. It certainly sounded like the words of a competent game facilitator, yet wasn't it all just meaningless chatter? There was utterly no substantial information. The rules of the game were announced in a mechanical voice, as was the objective, which then materialized on the walls. The commencement and conclusion of mealtimes were relayed through the same robotic voice. Even the warnings were delivered mechanically. Kirk was astonished to discover that the game, seemingly devoid of this metallic robot Tom, posed no issues whatsoever. What? Kirk felt as if he had swallowed an entire prickly ash tree. How had he not noticed this before? Lusa's earlier words had pierced through his psychological defenses like a sharp blade, instilling within him a profound sense of defeat. You incessantly proclaim your desire to break free from convention, yet you remain shackled by the very rules you seek to escape. Indeed, why had he never contemplated this? Never sensed the anomaly? By accepting the game's absolute authority and designating it as the host, he had not entertained the possibility of an alternative. He found himself agreeing with Lusa's perspective. How absurd. He was actually considering the rationale of a madman. When had this lunatic become aware of such truths and committed them to memory? His own mental interference had backfired. The other party, clearly bewildered, was indeed the one who had lost their sanity. How could this be? Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed in the silent space. It was Lu Su. His laughter growing louder beneath the mask, ultimately erupting into a boisterous guffaw. Ha 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 ha. No one knew the cause of his mirth. It seemed as though he had succumbed to madness again, or perhaps it was a mockery.
In any case, in that moment,
even Kirk felt it was not unreasonable to consider the masked man the most afflicted among them.
My apologies, Mr. Kirk. I still hold you in high regard, I meant no offense, ha ha ha.
I find myself beginning to lose control. As I listened to his words, my gaze descended, and a twitch suddenly seized the corner of my eye. I beheld Luce's right hand, with 4 fingers fully embedded in the earth, as he furiously stirred it, akin to crushing a piece of tofu.
With the increase of Luce's rationality, his aura surged once more, as if a ferocious beast were tethered just a door away. No, let me ponder this. Just as Kirk's mind became a tumultuous mess, Tom,
who had remained silent until now, finally spoke for the first time. His metallic head turned mechanically to face Kirk.
Kirk, player, your deduction is correct.
You have identified the individual most afflicted by the ailment, now, commence dealing with him.
Eliminate him. The tin-headed robot Tom announced the outcome of the game with an unremarkable, tranquil tone.
However, upon hearing these words, Kirk shuddered involuntarily. For reasons unknown, he felt that Tom's current demeanor seemed somewhat amiss.
Shouldn't there be a reaction to the words spoken by that red-masked figure?
Yet, if one were to insist that Tom was the host, it would not pose a significant issue. Furthermore, his erratic and frenzied behavior appeared increasingly difficult to explain.
Kirk refrained from responding to Tom and instead addressed Luce. My actions? Haven't they always been quite clear?
Luce, seated on the ground, shrugged his shoulders.
Because I am hungry, I must eat. What kind of explanation is that?
This is the crux of the problem. 1,000 thoughts raced through Kirk's mind, yet he no longer dared to view Luce through the lens of madness.
Luce, shaking his head, remarked, I have long warned you that those foods and medicines are problematic. Especially the medicine.
It is not a tool for passing through, it was prepared by our esteemed Tom, correct? It is not a stabilizing drug. Rather, it is a catalyst for chaos,
exacerbating one's condition. Kirk's brow twitched, and he instinctively exclaimed, How do you know?
Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them.
Was it not evident? This fellow transformed after consuming it. What does it matter how I know, it simply is what it is.
Luce found it inconvenient to elaborate, for this was, in fact, the ability of his own mask.
The gluttony mask stores the energy from consumed items. But if not released, it poses a risk of explosive rupture.
If merely a single meal of over 100 cans could overwhelm Luce's current constitution, it would seem implausible, yet, upon his first ingestion, he had already sensed something amiss. The energy surged in an alarming manner.
Moreover, under the influence of gluttony,
consuming toxic substances would render one immune to poison, but as the energy from food accumulates, the degree of mental turmoil intensifies.
If those medications are indeed tranquilizers,
then for Luce, they should have a similar effect to mere sugar pills. Such intense energy and mental disarray indicate that the substances are undoubtedly toxic, extremely toxic. So toxic that everyone here feels ill, so toxic that it drives them to madness, even altering their consciousness to the extent that they mistakenly believe they need those drugs.
In fact, from the moment I entered the hospital and assessed the mission, a remarkably simple solution came to mind. If I were to eliminate everyone, wouldn't that ensure my passage?
However, I later realized that this was not the case. My patient mentioned that someone had tormented him.
Who could that tormentor be? Previous players? No.
They could not possibly contend with Wang Ao, and such an ordeal would not drive him to madness.
Moreover, look, the red light continues to flash. Yet the punishment has yet to arrive. Who is here to punish me? Who is tormenting them?
Luce rose to his feet, taking a step forward, and gazed down at the metallic robot, Tom, whose mouth was agape as if yearning to consume him whole.
Why do you not answer me, the one truly afflicted?
Tom, you smell delightful. There is a hint of human flesh about you, and I have sensed it for some time.
Chapter 52, Take Action. Who claims I am an intellectual contender?
Upon hearing Luce's inquiry, Zhou Tian instinctively took a step back, shielding Kirk behind him. The words of this foreigner seemed nonsensical. Surely, his comrades possessed more wisdom. Yet, Kirk stood as if petrified, his gaze dark and motionless.
He was reluctant to accept the reality that, on the intellectual decoding front, he had been bested by this unhinged individual before him. Reflecting on it now, however, there seemed to be some merit in what was said. Apart from the issues with the drugs, the implications appeared rather uncomplicated. Damn it! There was no need for him to ponder further. Are you referring to me? Tom finally spoke, seemingly astonished by Luce's assertion. However, the three present soon discerned that his voice had altered. Gone was the previous mechanical tone, now, his voice was sharp and hoarse, reminiscent of someone whose vocal cords had been irreparably damaged. Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten, ha ha ha. How did you deduce that? Ko-Erk questioned. Wait, didn't you just admit it, big brother? Shouldn't you put up a little resistance at this point? Is that too difficult? Lusu spread his hands, as if mocking his opponent. From the very beginning, this game had exuded an inexplicable simplicity. Identifying the most afflicted individual was a task that, given sufficient time, one could inevitably accomplish. Regardless of whether the final answer pointed to those present, to me, to you, or even to a cockroach on the floor, as long as time allowed. The traversing algorithm would reveal the truth in this confined space. Heroes abound like reeds by the river. I believe there were players who had once identified you. At this moment, Tom also turned, his metal head glinting with a flicker of light as he spoke. Before you, there have been 4 groups of people here. Among them, only one person has made such an identification, deeming me the ultimate target. Lusa smiled and responded, the rest, I presume, succumbed to the pressure before they could arrive at such a conclusion, am I right? Tom tacitly agreed, offering no reply. And continued, can you guess what happened to the one who successfully identified me? You arrived a tad late. Had you come a bit sooner, you might have savored his essence. This remark left everyone present, as well as the audience, feeling a wave of nausea. Yet, for Lu Su, this was merely trivial. A hint of anticipation appeared on his masked visage as he remarked, that truly is somewhat regrettable. If I were to become minced meat later, do remember to give that fellow Wang Ao a generous serving. He likely harbors quite the grudge against me, ha ha ha. This statement left Tom momentarily speechless, unable to respond. He seemed genuinely unfamiliar with such a person, even suspecting that the other's ailment might be rather extraordinary. It appears you have resigned yourself to your fate. He. Yet, Lusa chuckled as well, slowly taking a step forward. However, that single step produced a sound akin to heavy objects being compressed within the space. Zhou Tian, from the corner of his eye, noticed that Lu Sua's stride had left a footprint on the ground. The impression was at least a knuckle deep, resembling the mark left by a steamroller. I mentioned that the initial segment of this game task sounded deceptively simple. Thus, the challenge must lie in the latter part, correct? Dealing with you may not be as straightforward as it seems, Tom. Yet, I am aware that you are bound by numerous constraints, such as your inability to act unless players violate the rules, or how I could strike your head with a blade and you would remain unresponsive. Along with various other possibilities I have yet to conceive. Listening to Lusa's words, Tom's body momentarily stiffened, as if he had been struck by an unspoken concern. Nevertheless, you need not worry about such matters. I do not intend to squander time on them. Who told you I am an intellectual player? Reasoning and strategy are merely expedients for when one's strength is lacking, but now, I believe the time has come. To take action? The illustrious Tom. Before he could finish his sentence, his fist was already in motion. Such a breach of martial ethics. Boom! Boom! The simultaneous thunderous sounds echoed as both figures were propelled backward. A large fist imprint appeared on the center of Tom's unusually large head, and due to Lusa's ambush, he had no time to evade, being sent flying by a single punch. Now facing an adversary, Lusa finally unleashed his full power for the first time, augmented by the energy he had consumed. Delightful. Of course, simultaneously, he incurred significant injury. The heavy iron door of the initial chamber unexpectedly crashed down, hurtling towards Lu Su. He could not fathom why this object seemed to accelerate without any distance, but the terrifying force shattered the iron door against him, scattering debris like shrapnel, launching Lu Su like a cannonball. The resounding blast collapsed half the wall, and although Lu Su lay amidst the ruins, he felt an unusual elation. Countless fragments of iron were embedded in his body,
and his bones appeared far from fully healed. Nevertheless, his pain threshold suddenly surged by 10 points.
Ha ha ha. You are infinitely more useful than that Wang Ao. In the room at the end of the prison, Wang Ao?
As he spoke, feeling the tide of power surging within him, Lu Su was so exhilarated that he nearly shouted. It did not hurt, it was purely exhilarating. Raising a hand, he pressed against the adjacent iron door, which happened to lead to Long Wu's sick room, located further ahead. With a firm grip, his fingers sank into the iron door. And then he twisted it forcefully in a clockwise direction. The 10-centimeter thick iron door emitted a sharp, grating creak as it twisted, causing iron shavings to scatter. Remarkably, the door exuded a sense of softness, folding like fabric around Lusa's hand, which became the epicenter of a magnificent whirlpool. The sight was extraordinarily captivating. With that maneuver, the door was dislodged and hurled like a dart towards the direction where Tom had been sent flying. The massive iron door whistled past, generating a turbulent rush of air that nearly destabilized Kirk, leaving his face pale with shock. Was this fellow truly that formidable? Lu Su wore an expression of utter delight beneath his mask. This power did not rightfully belong to him, yet he reveled in its unfettered use. A sensation of sheer exhilaration that made the long wait almost worthwhile, akin to spending someone else's money or indulging in another's beloved. Chapter 53, Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Lu Su did not tarry for long. He understood that even in the depths of hellish games, the ultimate resolution should not simply involve a direct clash with the opponent. Much like his initial foray into novice gaming, the path to victory should not hinge on the outright annihilation of the guide. However, who could blame him for possessing the pain divine selection? Who could fault him for yearning to ascend to the highest echelons and experience the essence of suffering? Therefore, my apologies, Tom, but combat is the only recourse. He recognized that his previous strike was unlikely to incapacitate his foe, given the latter's formidable prowess. Thus, he began to bolster his own strength on the fly. He invested 20 points of pain value to elevate the enigmatic spirit, whose purpose remained a mystery. From level 1 to level 3. This was the threshold for learning, prompting him to utilize the recently acquired special skill scroll. The special skill scroll was activated, acquired powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand, your right hand possesses the ability to learn autonomously, adeptly wielding any object as long as it is manipulable by your hand. Description: if you are unsure how to proceed, simply entrust it to your brother. In an instant, a profound sensation coursed through Lusa's right hand. There was nothing particularly extraordinary to feel. Yet it seemed as though his hand had acquired an enhanced agility. This was his first encounter with an extraordinary level skill. And he realized that skills were indeed stratified in levels. As per the game's description, they are categorized into 4 types: ordinary, powerful, frenzied, and forbidden. A classification that was relatively straightforward. The ordinary skill lottery scroll could yield only ordinary or powerful skills, and he considered himself fortunate. Without the luxury of reflection, Lu Su hastened to continue drawing. His equipment had remained untouched, reserved for a critical moment to enhance his combat capabilities. It seemed prudent to retain them for potential trades with others. Yet now, it was evidently a moment of necessity. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll X2. A reward from his previous flawless completion was fully redeemed. Acquired Epic Weapon, Enigmatic Cloak. Enigmatic Cloak, capable of transforming into any attire according to your desires and thoughts. It possesses a degree of defensive capability, adept at perfectly shielding against handgun bullets fired from 10 meters away, and features a self-repair function. Description: you may perceive this as rather trivial. Is this truly an epic weapon? You might think so, but trust me, this item is undeniably impressive and economical. Lu Su. An epic weapon is merely this? Even though your description has echoed my sentiments, I must reiterate. Acquired epic weapon, Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar, a weapon in the shape of a handgun, or perhaps it may be considered a hand cannon. The attack is divided into 3 tiers. Beginner tier does not consume energy, the bullets fired possess the equivalent power of rifle ammunition. Advanced tier consumes 0.5 of energy, with an attack power comparable to that of a small grenade launcher. Hell's Roar, the true essence of Hell's Roar, adjusting autonomously based on energy consumption. The greater the energy expended, the more terrifying the attack becomes. The recoil increases correspondingly. Description, charging method, harvesting life for energy, do not question the scientific validity.
It is simply how it is designed.
Oh. Lusa stood up in surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing.
Judging by the length of the description,
this item is considerably more impressive than that elusive cloak, at least it appears to possess substance.
Hell's roar, indeed sounds promising. After some contemplation,
Lusu rose to his feet, casting a glance at Tom, who had also managed to rise from the rubble. The latter's condition was evidently not as dire as his own. Apart from a noticeable dent in his skull, he seemed relatively unscathed.
However,
Lusu was in a different predicament. His injuries were severe enough to warrant admission to an intensive care unit in a standard hospital.
Nevertheless, he remained undeterred.
The pain gauge was rising, and medication was the answer. He produced a vial of basic recovery potion and downed it rapidly, fully embracing the potential of gluttony.
Are you really unscathed?
Tom, whose brain had settled into a semblance of order, looked at Lusu in astonishment, taken aback by the latter's physical resilience. The last player who had deduced his identity had perished from that initial attack.
How could this guy be so tough? Bang! In response,
the sound of a gunshot echoed as Lusu raised Hell's roar and fired a shot at Tom. The firearm was positioned in his right hand, and at that moment, the scholar's right-hand skill became remarkably useful. Having never wielded a gun before, Lusu transformed into a marksman, effortlessly hitting the target with precision.
Tom's mechanical hand lifted,
drawing a metal plate with electromagnetic arcs, positioning it defensively in front of him.
Clang!
The plate was pierced, leaving a mark on Tom's forehead. It had blocked the attack.
But not entirely.
Tom, enraged, suddenly turned his head to glare at Cork and Jotian, who were watching from the sidelines.
Cork, your deduction was correct. The most gravely wounded individual is him. Will you not assist?
Cork, bewildered, replied,
Did you not just acknowledge it? Is this not a revelation dungeon? Is this a frenzied battle dungeon instead? In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. Realizing he had to act quickly rather than wallow in the humiliation of being outmatched by a madman. Psychic interference.
He targeted Tom directly.
He still possessed enough resolve to confront the adversary. Chaos and madness surged back at him.
Yet there was a shocking realization: his own backlash was still not as intense as Lusu's.
Humph, Tom grunted, casually waving his hand. And the metal in the room reacted as if it were an extension of his body, launching several iron spikes into the air. Go!
Jotian's agile boots propelled him forward, swiftly knocking Cork down, but one iron spike struck directly into Cork's thigh.
Ah! Thank you for the heavy gift. Do not eat the sour radish.
Clutching his thigh, Kirk was rendered incapacitated. While Tom barely had time to bask in his triumph with a few cheeky remarks before a thunderous explosion erupted. The iron shield before him was blasted apart, and he was hurled away by the terrifying shockwave.
Hell's roar, level up. Remaining energy, 49.
5, how stingy, they didn't even fill the starting energy to the brim. Tom was equally enraged as countless voids appeared on the wall, an arrangement that would send shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of clusters.
Numerous iron stakes shot forth from these openings, hurtling towards Lusu.
Lusu's steps were steady, he did not flinch or evade. With his cloak billowing behind him, he marched boldly into the rain of iron stakes.
In his right hand, he unleashed Hell's roar, firing at level 2.
In his left hand, he retrieved a bottle of intermediate recovery potion. If necessary, he would consume it.
Come, let us inflict mutual harm. Chapter 54, Who is the Robot? Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, the Hell roar cannot merely be classified as a handgun, it is akin to a hand cannon. Only with Lusu's extraordinary strength can he manipulate it with such precision.
Typically, a cannon's firing mechanism necessitates a cooling and reloading interval between shots. But Lusu requires none of that.
Ignoring the recoil, the roaring muzzle remains entirely still, exhibiting stability akin to a game cheat.
To be fair, Lusu has indeed activated such a cheat. However, since the game does not impose any bans, it is of little consequence.
The thunderous sounds reverberate, and all the metallic apparatuses within the initial chamber, along with large chunks of concrete, are thrust into the air, accumulating before Tom.
Yet, the amassed volume proves futile. The seemingly colossal mass cannot withstand the barrage unleashed by Lu Su. The entire room is engulfed in a cloud of smoke and dust.
Metal fragments and severed wires litter the area, rendering visibility nearly impossible, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand.
The intense shockwaves force Tom,
encased in his iron shell and equipped with internal electric propulsion, to stagger backward, struggling to maintain his footing. Zhou Tian, accompanied by Kuer Ku, has already taken flight. Abandoning this damaged entity in the corner while he begins to traverse the room in his boots, searching for any opportunity to assist. Tom's iron exterior is marred with scars. The high-velocity impacts even causing the edges to curl. After yet another resounding blast, the armor on his shoulder is dislodged. A painful low growl escapes Tom's lips, reluctantly. He opts to evade for the first time, his tracked feet propelling him swiftly to the top of an incline. Beneath the dislodged armor lies a human shoulder, devoid of skin and charred. The degree of charring indicates that it was not Lu Su's firepower that caused this damage, rather. It appears that he had initially welded himself to the outer layer of iron armor. What lies beneath this metallic shell is truly difficult to describe.
I knew it, a barbecue flavor.
From a distance, Lu Su's voice echoes, showing no mercy as he relentlessly unleashes his cannon, expending a mere
0.5 of his energy. He could fire 100 rounds. Your body has been modified too? Tom raises his head, dodging and defending within the room while incredulously observing Lu Su, who continues to advance with unwavering determination. In Tom's eyes, Lu Su has transcended human limitations.
Previously, it was not solely Lu Su delivering one-sided assaults.
Tom had been retaliating as well. With so many iron spikes, it is implausible that even the most agile could evade them.
In Tom's original strategy, he anticipated enduring a barrage of the opponent's firepower, expecting that by the time he retaliated, Lu Su would be nearly defeated.
However,
his own iron spikes have nearly been exhausted, while the opponent's cannon fire shows no signs of ceasing.
Is this individual's defense truly that formidable? But upon closer examination, he realizes that Lu Su has not evaded at all.
At this moment, his body was pierced by 4 or 5 iron spikes, resembling a mere scarecrow.
Utterly indifferent to his own condition as he pushed forward.
The severed spikes dripped with blood, and the exposed bones of his shoulders gleamed with a ghastly pallor,
causing a wave of nausea to wash over Zhou Tian. Is this truly a human being? What kind of indomitable fighting spirit is this? His abdomen, shoulders, and thighs were all pierced through, wounds that would incapacitate any normal individual. Yet for Lu Su, it was merely a matter of pain value 7.6. The ethereal cloak shielded his vital organs, while the gluttonous mask served as the finest defense for his head. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he remained unscathed.
Zhou Tian could hardly grasp the nature of this suffering, even if the opponent was indifferent to pain due to mental issues. There was no way he could continue fighting in such a state.
Boom! The response to his thoughts was another blast from a hand cannon.
Tom, being unable to evade it, was sent flying and crashed against the wall.
Hey comrade, it seems your neck is gushing blood, Zhou Tian remarked,
a shiver running down his spine, speaking cautiously to Lu Su. He couldn't help but feel fear. The scene of battle before him had surpassed his comprehension. The personnel who had previously provided him with intelligence analysis were now rendered useless, each one silent, confronted with a knowledge void. The combat prowess of this individual was comparable to that of an entire squad armed with firearms. Since the game's commencement, no one had been prepared for such a reality. They had yet to comprehend this phenomenon. Can this truly still be considered a human? Lu Su touched his neck, feeling the warm blood. No worries. It hasn't hit the artery, he replied nonchalantly, tilting his head back to down a bottle of mid-tier healing potion.
Instantly,
all his wounds stopped bleeding and began to mend miraculously. If it had struck an artery, he would likely require a high-tier healing potion.
With a smile, Lu Su directly yanked out one of the iron spikes lodged in his abdomen and hurled it back at Tom. Tom swiftly evaded. He dared not meet the attack head-on. The spike struck the wall with a resounding crash, creating a significant hole, its force nearly rivaling that of the earlier hand cannon. One spike after another was extracted from his body, repurposed as new projectiles aimed at Tom, who found himself in a frantic struggle to avoid them. What are you dodging for? Didn't we agree to face each other head-on? Lu Su expressed his dissatisfaction with Tom's behavior. Tom retorted with a string of curses. Who the hell said that? Am I capable of matching you?
No, logically speaking, my defense should be significantly higher.
Who among us is the robot? This thought marked the second question to surface in Tom's mind following who is the lunatic between us. Look me in the eyes, you brat.
As Lu Su faced yet another explosive blast, Tom shielded himself with a steel plate drawn in by electromagnetic force.
However, as the shockwave left him momentarily disoriented, a metal spike followed swiftly in the wake of the explosion, hurled towards him. With a sharp hiss,
the agonizing sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, and the spike lodged itself squarely in Tom's chest.
His complexion paled instantaneously, and as he raised his hand,
the floor beneath Lu Su suddenly surged upwards, propelling him into the air and embedding him into the ceiling, which subsequently collapsed, slamming him back down onto the ground.
You seek your own demise.
Tom's eyes blazed with a ferocious light, as if he had struck a sensitive nerve. The entire ward began to warp and twist around them. The outer layer of bricks peeled away, revealing the inner metal and reinforced structures, which began to converge frantically, accumulating around Tom, growing ever larger. Your words betray the truth. From the very beginning, it has been a matter of survival between us.
Chapter 55, The Prison Riot.
The roar of life's harvest. Ugh. Lu Su spat out the sand and blood from his mouth, finally able to retch after the exertion of his strength. He pushed aside the stones weighing down on him, his fingers stained with crimson, and managed to rise to his feet.
Feeling his body,
he discerned that none of his bones were broken, thus everything was deemed satisfactory, as if nothing had transpired.
Chosen of suffering, pain value 3. Ah! What does this mean? Is it the boss's second phase? Has it been triggered already?
It seems I haven't lost much health. This game appears rather hastily constructed. Both the narrative and modeling leave much to be desired.
Muttering incomprehensible ramblings, Lu Su transformed into a drug-fueled warrior, pouring a vial of basic potion into his mouth.
A moderate intake was necessary, as it seemed his body could no longer withstand such reckless exertion. It appeared that his reputation as a drug warrior would need to endure for some time, hence, in this game, his most crucial resource would likely be potions.
Given his substantial consumption rate,
perhaps he ought to procure more in the next session. Casually, he fired off a few shots at Tom, shattering a considerable amount of the metallic debris that had gathered around him. However, Tom's massive frame no longer evaded, instead, he began to withstand the onslaught. Due to the accumulation of layers, he could no longer be sent flying. On Tom's chest, where the iron spike had penetrated, a circular arc of electricity formed, emitting an unusual glow and creating a powerful magnetic field that attracted everything nearby. The iron spike embedded in Tom's chest was inexplicably oxidizing at an alarming rate,
becoming increasingly rusted.
Yet the energy accumulating around it continued to intensify, warping the air and refracting the light. The exoskeleton armor emitted a hissing sound as the moisture in the air condensed and evaporated, enveloping the now colossal figure in a swirling mist.
Flesh and blood, frail. Mechanical ascension.
In the midst of a towering 3-meter robot, Tom's head appeared somewhat disoriented, mumbling incoherently. Lu Su began to doubt whether that iron spike had indeed rendered his opponent near death, as Tom now seemed to be in a state of uncontrollable frenzy,
having activated some internal mechanism. TSK, this has become a challenging encounter. It seems I have underestimated the situation. You call this mechanical ascension?
You're merely a brute force machine, Tony Stark. You are still far from worthy. Sitting bloodied on the ground to catch his breath while awaiting his insides to realign, he turned his head and noticed that the door beside him had swung open.
It was he who had opened it.
The same door he had twisted off to attack Tom.
Inside sat Longwu, looking utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding outside. Why have they stopped providing food and medicine lately?
A madman has entered the prison, and today the commotion is unprecedented.
Wait, why is this lunatic staring at me?
Lu Su peered through the door, catching sight of a familiar face within, his mask revealing a benevolent smile.
Hello? Have you eaten?
Longwu remained silent, merely closing his eyes, his countenance reflecting a profound disillusionment, as if he wished to evade the harsh reality before him. Lu Su raised his hell roar, aimed at his counterpart, and adjusted it to the first gear.
Bang! Bang! Crack! the iron chains snapped in response, following a series of gunshots. All chains binding Long Wu shattered, finally granting him freedom within this prison. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling a sense of bewilderment. "You are free now, old senior. Consider this a gesture of gratitude for the meal." Lu Su grinned, standing up as his strength had largely returned. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, stirring up clouds of dust, before retrieving a sharp blade from his backpack. Though he had always wielded this knife, it now felt oddly familiar in his grasp, as if he were a master of the blade. "The scholar's hand is indeed remarkable," he mused, feeling the familiarity in his grip and performing a few flourishes with the knife in hand. "Pain God, grant me strength." Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. With all 3 attributes enhanced simultaneously, Lu Su worried that his overwhelming strength might lead to a lack of coordination. Coupled with the sharp blade, the triple damage increase from its cutting attribute. He weighed the knife in his right hand, swinging it with force, causing it to carve an arc through the air. Layers of iron sheeting were pierced as if they were mere paper, the blade's cold glint swiftly arriving at the head of the iron robot. Tom's eyes, devoid of rationality, instinctively turned aside, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The knife embedded itself in the side of the iron head, dark red and yellowish substances oozing out slowly, creating a grotesque sight. Lu Su raised his hand, intending to capitalize on Tom's injury with 2 shots aimed at the wounded area, but just as he pulled the trigger, the entire prison floor undulated like waves, hurling Lu Su into the air. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and behind him, all iron doors in the circular corridor, except for the one holding players, detonated. The metal doors, propelled by a howling wind, rushed towards Tom, forming part of his colossal form, resembling a grotesque assemblage of a toy. At that moment, his massive body pressed against the ceiling, reaching a terrifying height of 5 meters. His entire figure resembling a heavy, ruinous war deity. Observing this spectacle, Lu Su could not help but remark that this could easily serve as a stage boss in any soul-themed game. He began to prepare to switch Hell Roar to its 3rd gear. Meanwhile, the prison reverberated with howls of wolves. What was this commotion? With an instinctive glance over his shoulder, Lu Su was astonished to discover that nearly 90 patients from their respective wards had emerged, frantically shouting in the distorted corridor. Subsequently, they all turned their heads in unison, over 80 pairs of eyes, completely consumed by the desire for slaughter, fixed intently upon Lu Su. A primal howl erupted from the closest patient, who leaped across the 20-meter distance like a wild beast, lunging at Lu Su. His hands, resembling claws, sank into Lu Su's arm, and he opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite into Lu Su's neck. With a crunch, several teeth shattered as a fiery red gun barrel had already been thrust into his mouth. A deafening bang resounded, and a yellowish substance erupted from the back of his head, splattering across the wall. The extinguished madness in his eyes finally met Lu Su's merciless gaze. Life harvested. Energy 1. Chapter 56, A Warning? Ignore the warning and install. I am uncertain whether you are under some form of control or merely deranged. Lost in your own confusion. Lu Su gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled across the ground, then turned his attention to a throng of individuals opposite him. Completely devoid of reason, he threatened them with a chilling resolve. What met his words was not the voice of humanity but rather a cacophony of monstrous roars. These wretched souls had transformed into something akin to malevolent spirits. Indeed, they resembled famished specters. The very beings who once trembled in fear at Lu Su's hands now stood before him, devoid of any semblance of terror, their vacant stares reminiscent of the undead. Lu Su adjusted the settings of the Hell Roar to its lowest level. Should he need to dispatch these minions, he preferred to conserve his energy. Considering there may be innocents among you, I shall extend to you an opportunity, he proclaimed, feigning the action of loading his weapon, the Hell Roar. I will count to 3. If you can return to your quarters, I shall regard you as still human. As he spoke, Lu Su kicked the lifeless form on the ground, sending it tumbling into the crowd. A cursory glance revealed that no one seemed to comprehend, those nearest him were, astonishingly, advancing closer. The expression on his mask shifted slightly. 3. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and 2 figures collapsed to the ground, resulting in a 1. 5. Increase in the energy of the hell roar. It appears that the energy gained from each kill varies. The worth of life has been distinctly quantified at this moment. What is wrong with these people? How have you brainwashed them? Lu Su inquired,
turning to observe the massive figure of Tom, now taking shape behind him.
Cackling, I merely implanted a tiny notion within their minds, Tom replied.
His voice devoid of the earlier mechanical calm, now transformed into that of a complete lunatic.
Ha!
Lu Su scoffed, realizing the depths of Tom's madness. It was no wonder he was deemed the most deranged in this place. These individuals were utterly subjugated and toyed with by him. The notion of illness was irrelevant. A pitiable creature, confined within his own delusions, seeking solace through self-deception. Tom paused, his colossal steel form momentarily stiffening, seemingly taken aback.
What do you mean by calling me a lunatic? Is being a lunatic a title of honor?
You have manipulated these fools, yet what purpose does it serve? Everything you do here is mere self-indulgence. You play God before a gaggle of controlled imbeciles, but in truth, you are merely a plaything within this game.
Behind the mask. Lu Su's words grew sharper, unleashing a torrent of scorn.
The final statement struck Tom with devastating effect, shattering his defenses.
You are merely a plaything in this game.
You speak as if you are not a mere pawn yourself.
Play? Indeed, there is much play to be had. As for you latecomers,
I have implanted nothing within you.
Observing their resistance, witnessing their descent, I find it most intriguing. And you
shall become my most entertaining toy of all.
Address me as the illustrious Tom.
It is evident that Tom has truly lost his composure. With a furious roar, all the patients surged toward Lu Su.
Simultaneously, the powerful magnetism began to take effect, solidifying everything against him, flattening the iron blocks.
Though the ants may bite the elephant, Lu Su dared not underestimate the situation. Navigating the distorted corridor with agile leaps, his crimson firearm occasionally roaring, claiming one life after another. Suffering from attacks increased his agony points, while taking lives charged his hell roar.
Lu Su achieved a double victory. Surely, the players have not been implanted, have they?
Lu Su's foot pressed against the wall's protrusion as he adjusted the hell roar to its third level, energy at 5%.
Jiu Tian.
Please find a way to release the remaining players.
Me?
Jiu Tian had never anticipated such chaotic combat. Merely surviving on this tumultuous battlefield was already a feat.
Trust in you, comrade. Activate the starting mechanism.
A luminous orb of terrifying energy materialized at the wall where Lu Su held the hell roar, and upon charging,
it was unleashed upon the enemy. Excellent.
Jiu Tian observed the battle before him. Realizing he could not intervene, he gritted his teeth and consented, subsequently producing an oddly shaped object from seemingly nowhere and dashed into the adjacent room. He had previously prepared for such scenarios, exchanging for relevant tools due to the frequent escape-themed scripts.
Boom! Lu Su's projectile struck the enemy with a force that resonated louder than before.
A crimson glow clinging to the cybernetic shell of his opponent, erupting in a cacophony of explosions.
The 5-meter-tall behemoth raised its arms in defense.
Although it appeared to shield itself, its titanic form glowed red from the intense heat, with edges of metal beginning to melt. Tom was also pushed back by the force of the blast, bending his massive body and kneeling upon one knee.
With a wary gaze, he looked up at the gun in Lu Su's hand. Though this adversary was formidable, it was the weapon in his grasp that truly posed a threat.
He then raised his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and all the remaining patients clutched their heads in agony, blood spewing from their orifices as they emitted anguished wails.
Subsequently,
a frenzied swarm surged towards Lu Su, all vying for the hell roar clutched in his grasp.
This purely offensive, epic weapon possessed astonishing power.
As Lu Su harvested the lives of the puppets lunging at him, he simultaneously had to evade the frenzied barrage of flying metal shards and iron spikes.
Those swift metallic fragments were not dissimilar to bullets in their lethality. Soon after, he began to fervently escalate the energy level of the hell roar,
opting for the third tier of customized energy, intending to deliver a monumental strike to Tom.
Warning, due to limited physical endurance,
it is inadvisable to select excessively high single-instance energy output.
What? You can still speak? Lu Su glanced at the hell roar in his hands, astonished. Warning: given the constraints of physical endurance, it is best to keep the maximum single instance output within 20. Enough of this nonsense. I refuse to accept that. Crank it to the max. The arrow is already on the string. Do you expect me to contemplate endurance at a moment like this? Everyone knows what to do in such circumstances. Ignoring the warning, install.
Chapter 57, The Sun from Hell, the accomplishment of severed hands at this moment. The hell roar was stuck at 20 in the third gear, but under Luce's resolute commands, it began to surge ahead.
It climbed to 50%. However,
in this charged state, he found himself besieged by a horde of frenzied patients, their humanity completely stripped away, their primal instincts in full bloom.
These individuals,
now utterly under control, clung to Luce's waist from behind, employing their entire weight in a futile attempt to restrain him. As they succumbed to their basest instincts, they began to unleash any weapon available to them. Sharp fangs and claws marked Luce's body with various imprints.
Previously,
Luce had relied on his pistol to precisely eliminate 1/3 of their number, a remarkable feat considering his inexperience in such lethal endeavors.
According to international military standards,
a combat unit that suffers losses exceeding 1/3 typically loses its combat efficacy, becoming dispirited and prone to mutiny, on the brink of collapse.
Yet,
despite Luce's slaughter, akin to culling chickens, this 1/3 loss did nothing to shake their resolve. They continued to surge towards him one after another.
It was a situation where not fighting back was simply not an option.
Thus, from an analytical standpoint, the most formidable combat force was that of the mindless fighters,
devoid of self-awareness. At this juncture, they seemed to perceive Luce's hell roar as a moment of opportunity, frantically lunging toward his hands. Simultaneously, at least 3 or 4 individuals were gnawing at Luce's arms, akin to wolves feasting upon their prey. Though he could not utilize his firearm at the moment, Luce remained a figure of perplexity.
His right hand continued to grasp the hell roar, while his left hand seized one of the attackers by the head,
squeezing with great force.
In an instant, the victim's eyeballs bulged out, as if a tightly compressed ball was on the verge of bursting.
With a fierce grip,
Luce hurled the individual, akin to tossing a sack, slamming them violently against the wall, their body exploding like a shattered watermelon.
A cacophony of destruction echoing through the air.
Using a gun was essential, for the hell roar could absorb life energy to charge.
It wasn't that it was incapable of killing, was it?
At this moment, Tom had completed his assembly. The special metals distributed throughout the prison walls and floor had all adhered to him, transforming him into an artificial titan of terror. Suddenly, his metallic head turned, as if he had spotted something, and he glanced toward the corner where Kirk lay in hiding.
"Player Kirk, what are you doing?" he questioned.
Kirk was the most afflicted individual in the prison. Why remained he idle? He appeared to lack the qualities of a competent player.
Initially, Kirk intended to remain inconspicuous,
hoping to avoid detection and perhaps muddle through to victory, should that masked figure actually triumph.
Yet, upon noticing Tom's gaze directed at him, panic surged through him. What should he do now?
He himself was not a combat-oriented individual. His primary skills lay in analysis and decryption.
However,
he had just suffered a defeat in that regard. I understand, but at this moment Kolke's mind raced, contemplating how to buy himself some time.
In the blink of an eye, countless iron stakes came crashing down upon him. Gunpowder is a notoriously inefficient means of propulsion, with the advent of electromagnetic force. These projectiles were no less formidable than firearms. Luce could withstand the onslaught due to his reckless nature,
but Kolke knew that enduring a blow would leave him with no future. Thus, the instant he perceived the impending attack,
Kolke pressed the exit token in his hand and departed the game.
Although it was regrettable to see his hard-earned points and the rewards for flawlessly completing the game dissipate in an instant,
he lacked the absolute resolve of Luce when it came to his life.
Watching his opponent vanish into thin air, Tom, though surprised, had grown accustomed to such events.
After dispatching the remaining nuisances, he strode purposefully toward Luce.
His towering figure, 5 meters tall, struck the ceiling of the prison, creating a shower of sparks. With a fist raised high, nearly the size of Luce's torso, steam gushed from his wrists, propelled by a potent electromagnetic force, and struck Luce with tremendous impact. The blow also crushed a patient who had been clinging to Luce, reducing him to a pulp.
This strike was no less daunting than a collision with a bulldozer. Had he been the protagonist of another tale, this blow might have been enough to send him into another realm. Yet, Lu Su merely flew backward, shattering a wall of the infirmary, coughing up blood as his pain level increased by 6 points. The patients, utterly under control, paid no heed to their leader having just killed one of their own, and once again rushed at Lu Su, offering him no respite. Though he had landed a successful strike, Tom was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable dread, sensing an ominous danger aimed directly at him, as if something could claim his life at any moment. He was well aware of Lu Su's resilience and did not believe that this single punch could truly incapacitate him. Therefore, he dared not adopt the previous cat-and-mouse mentality and hastily charged forward, determined to eliminate this foe swiftly. Just as he took a step, a resounding crack echoed through the air, the metallic sound reverberating as if the very essence of conflict had erupted. Tom's small head was thrown back in shock, having been struck by a fierce iron chain. He had never anticipated that within the prison, a second adversary capable of resisting him would emerge. Raising his gaze, he beheld the soaring figure of Long Wu, now free from his restraints, his limbs still shackled by iron chains. In his eyes, confusion and chaos had been replaced by a singular focus of hatred and an unwavering determination that had been dormant for many years. With a swift motion, he swung the chain, executing a chokehold on the robotic adversary, an approach that was almost comical in its execution. Below, the former players, once liberated and possessing even a modicum of sanity, began to charge at this war machine of a behemoth before them. They are certainly not ordinary individuals. Although their combat prowess may not rival that of Lu Su, they pose a considerable challenge compared to Jiu Tian. Tom's imposing figure was forcefully brought down to one knee. While he could subsequently shake them off, the quality of the attack still presented him with some difficulty. It was at this moment that he recalled these individuals had not taken their medication for 2 days, and their current mental state was far from the previously indoctrinated condition. The medication had all been consumed by Lu Su. Was this also part of his calculations? As Tom seethed with anger at the fact that these playthings had begun to resist him, a thunderous roar erupted from the pile of patients in the distance. "Get out of the way!" This command was directed at the players. Then, Tom beheld a blinding sphere of red light that engulfed everything in his line of sight. The hell roar unleashed a 50% energy output in a single strike. It was as if the sun from the depths of hell had descended upon the earth, heralding an infernal welcome as it descended upon Tom, who had no means of evading in such a confined space. In the aftermath of this devastating blow, the terrifying heat instantaneously vaporized several of Lu Su's companions, while the immense recoil obliterated Lu Su's right arm. The bone in his shoulder protruded from his back, and his right hand, wielding the hell roar, was shattered at the elbow, sending the remains of flesh and bone flying helplessly through the air. In this third game, where Lu Su had previously endured 2 leg injuries, he now faced the loss of a hand. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58, Rending Iron. The decaying flesh beneath steel in Lu Su's perception, everything before him had transformed into slow motion. With a slight lift of his head, he observed his severed right hand soaring through the air. A comforting warmth enveloped his chest, imparting a cozy sensation. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his cloak shielding his vital areas, now scorched to a fiery red by the miniature sun before him. Beneath his coat, blood bubbled like water coming to a boil, ultimately coalescing into a crimson fuel that clung to Lu Su's form. Pain chosen, pain value 3. In its entirety, this experience conveyed a sense of warmth to Lu Su. It was, surprisingly, somewhat pleasurable. However, he was acutely aware that he was, in theory, gravely injured. One could hardly remain truly immersed in such a pleasant sensation. With swift reflexes, he retrieved a basic potion, clenching it between his teeth. He then leaped, performing an aerial interception to grasp his flying right hand with his left, holding it firmly. Whether or not his hand was functional was a secondary concern. The primary worry was that if he were to lose the hell roar, this epic weapon, his current combat prowess would indeed fall short. This formidable adversary was not something the current player base could contend with. Only Lu Su, with immunity to pain, coupled with the human body's exceptional fortitude, and enhanced by the use of drugs and a reasonably effective weapon, he could confront the challenges of this hellish game head-on, defying the conventional methods of completion. Engaged in battle, he remained oblivious to the profound astonishment experienced by the spectators outside. Among the myriad of flawless completionists, The visual spectacle that Lu Su presented was utterly unparalleled. In Lu Su's hyper-accelerated visual perception, although events unfolded at a seemingly lethargic pace, the reality was astonishingly swift. The barrage, the severed hand, and the subsequent injuries from recoil all transpired simultaneously, none exceeding a mere second. Now, the sun from hell had descended upon Tom, emitting a terrifying roar. An overwhelming white light engulfed the entire hospital, a brilliance beyond human tolerance. Anyone possessing even a modicum of rationality instinctively turned their heads away from such blinding intensity. The prison was awash with unbearable heat waves. The epicenter of the explosion potent enough to melt metal, causing those who ventured too close to recoil in horror. A single output of 50% had already surpassed the threshold of epic weaponry, a significant advancement indeed. Perhaps Hell Roar had never anticipated its own terrifying capacity for singular devastation. "Hey! Are you all right?" Amidst the searing waves of heat, a somewhat familiar voice emerged. Jiu Tian. Wielding a handheld breaching tool, forcefully pried open the iron door and dashed towards the direction where Lu Su had previously stood. Having successfully completed his mission of liberating those players, Jiu Tian rushed out, propelled by the need to ensure that the masked figure in red must not perish. To him, it was paramount that humanity remained at the forefront. The game had merely begun, and the emergence of such exceptional talent could not be allowed to fade away. The qualities and mental fortitude displayed by the individual before him instilled in him the belief that even if the game did not conclude successfully, the mere act of living was worthwhile. It was merely a matter of starting anew. As he charged forward, navigating through the haze and blinding light, Lu Su's silhouette finally came into view. He halted abruptly, his steps ceasing. Before him stood a bloodied figure, cloaked and resolute. The powerful heaving of his chest signifying the heartbeat within, while the dried blood lent his form an air of tragic nobility. In his left hand, he grasped his own right hand, the latter still tightly clutching a firearm, while a bottle of medicine dangled from his mouth as he administered it to himself. Jiu Tian found it difficult to articulate the overwhelming shock brought forth by the sight before him. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, preventing any further movement. He gazed at the sculptural figure before him, questioning whether he was witnessing a scene from a film, until Lu Su spat out the medicine bottle, shattering it on the ground, prompting him to regain his senses. "Are you all right? Didn't you just take medicine? What is happening?" Lu Su examined his body. "Is there anywhere I am bleeding profusely?" Indeed, there was none. Even the sight of his severed limb had been cauterized by intense heat. Observing Lu Su holding his own right hand with such nonchalance, Jiu Tian felt the defenses within his mind crumbling further. The scene before him was exceedingly graphic. Challenging his imagination, the game had scarcely begun, yet such individuals already existed in this world. Did he possess no sense of pain? Lu Su had no time for idle chatter. He detached the Hell Roar from his right hand and handed the severed limb to Jiu Tian. "Help me hold this." "Step aside, it's not over yet." As he beheld the severed hand presented before him, Jiu Tian experienced a soul-chilling tremor, instinctively receiving it with both hands. Lost in thought. In his left hand, he held the Hell Roar, which, after harvesting a considerable amount of life energy, retained about 10% of its power following the previous shot. Adjusting to the second gear, Lu Su fired while advancing toward the colossal machine lying in ruins before him. Although devoid of the scholar's right hand, he no longer required precision, a simple blast would suffice. The adversary, struck by the shot, clearly suffered. The central metallic structure had been utterly annihilated, the metal at the core melting and gradually solidifying. The metallic suspension at the arm had fractured, rendering the attached panels unusable, akin to broken bones still tethered to flesh. Tom's original form was now largely exposed, staring in shock at Lu Su, who continued to unleash a relentless barrage despite having lost a hand. The roar of the second gear prevented the massive robot on the ground from reassembling, dragging itself backward and carving a trench into the earth. Meanwhile, Long Wu and Long Lu, wielding iron chains, secured the robot's joints, preventing the mangled machine from exerting any further power. They exchanged no words with Lu Su, yet exhibited an unspoken camaraderie in battle. With abysmal marksmanship, Lu Su emptied his Hell Roar, surveying the ground littered with the remnants of Tom. The arcs of electricity flickered once more across Tom's chest, attempting to reassemble through magnetic force, but in the next instant, Lu Su leapt upon him.
Ignoring the searing metal beneath him, Lusa stood atop Tom's metallic form,
gazing down imperiously. Crack!
With his left hand, he struck down like a chisel, carving a gaping hole into Tom's chest.
Amidst the agonizing, grating sound, Lusa forcibly tore apart the iron plating that encased his adversary.
For the first time, Tom emitted a cry of human-like anguish.
Beneath the iron shell lay decayed, charred skin, oozing with pus.
Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. Holding the iron sheet in his hand, Lusa cast a glance,
and a look of disdain appeared on his mask.
The iron sheet was adhered to a repulsive, leather-like substance that, upon closer inspection, could be discerned as human skin.
Astonishingly, Tom had fused the entire iron shell, welding himself into it. What significance does this hold? Lusa furrowed his brow, muttering to himself.
This is not what mechanical ascension entails. No wonder there is a scent of human flesh. This individual has fused himself with metal. Yet the human body's natural circulation must reject such foreign materials. Pus, scabs, and metal fusion, even during the welding process. This man has relentlessly repeated such torment for countless years within this infernal institution.
In matters of self-torture, Lusa merely sought amusement.
For the true pinnacle of masochism lies with our esteemed Tom.
Chosen of pain, pain value 1.
Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lusa realized he had drawn a bit too close to the searing metal. However, it was fortuitous. The very reason for his confrontation was to accumulate pain value.
Tom, your affliction is indeed severe.
With his foot planted firmly on the opponent's chest, Tom, for reasons unknown, suddenly became vulnerable at that moment.
Great Tom. Call me Great Tom,
he bellowed, his right palm glowing with blue arcs of electricity, as if he sought to resist further.
Boom! A kick,
infused with 30 points of power, shattered the opponent's shoulder, pinning their body against the heap of steel debris.
Chosen of pain, pain value 1.
The scorching metal and sharp edges relentlessly inflicted harm upon Lusa's flesh, yet he remained unfazed. These were not fatal wounds, and he would not permit his adversary an opportunity to retaliate.
Crack!
The iron plating on his right shoulder was torn away, revealing the flesh beneath.
Chosen of pain, pain value 1. Crack!
Half of the iron armor of the robotic foe was wrenched off, exposing a horrific, blood-soaked visage that would surely require censorship.
Chosen of pain, pain value 1. Boom! The lower half's tracked movement mechanism was obliterated, exposing the grotesquely twisted, malformed legs within.
They could hardly be called legs, rather. They resembled a mass of flesh, contorted and crammed into the tracks, akin to the practice of foot binding.
Chosen of pain, pain value 2.
Standing atop the colossal steel ruins, Lusa unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Tom, dismantling his form,
disregarding his own injuries as he crushed his opponent's defenses.
Ultimately, he had torn apart half of the iron armor with his bare hands, revealing the diminutive, deformed figure within. The horrifying appearance of his foe caused Jotian, not far away, to avert his gaze in pity, only to inadvertently look down and see Lusa's severed hand,
which he instinctively raised again. Damn, is this the most afflicted individual? I concede this point. Is it truly possible for someone to inflict such torment upon themselves? It seems akin to subjecting oneself to relentless torture.
Overwhelmed by disgust, the onlookers found it difficult to be astonished by Lusa's astonishing comeback. Instead, they became nauseated by the sight of Tom, stripped of his outer shell. Lusa's primary objective had been to dismantle all the machinery affixed to Tom's body. And having nearly accomplished that, he refrained from further dismemberment. In truth, for Tom, who had welded armor to his own body,
removing the metal shell was akin to flaying his skin. Allow me to share an intriguing piece of knowledge. One could indeed fashion machinery into a humanoid exoskeleton, to be worn upon the body.
Tom, with his mouth agape and his contorted visage, bore two objects that resembled eyeballs, radiating a malevolent glint.
Die, perish.
Call me great, he mumbled incoherently, once more grasping a metal rod, intent on retaliating.
Bang!
The most mundane mode of the hell roar concluded his grotesque and nefarious existence with a single shot.
Life energy, 4.
This time, the increase was particularly substantial. With the demise of his adversary, the agony dissipated, and a weary Lusa found himself seated amidst the iron rubble, wordless.
This instance was undeniably challenging.
Had it not been for the hell roar in his decision to confront the ordeal head-on, he might have encountered grave peril.
At this moment,
the only remaining players were Jiu Tian and Lu Su. The others had succumbed, and the veteran players who had assisted in the battle now sat on the ground,
seemingly soulless.
Suddenly, a luminous object emerged from Tom's lifeless body, reminiscent of the loot dropped after defeating a boss in a game.
Surely,
this creation bore a distinctly game-like essence. Lu Su, bemused, observed the book that floated before him and stepped forward to retrieve it.
Tom's diary. What sensible individual keeps a diary?
Ah, but it is the work of a lunatic, that makes it understandable.
Lu Su was uncertain of the purpose of this item, yet instinctively began to peruse its pages.
Strive, persevere.
I aim to amass great wealth.
Next year, I shall revel with young models. Strive, persevere. As he opened it, Lu Su was immediately met with the absurdity reminiscent of an elderly man's subway phone wallpaper.
To be precise,
this was not a diary at all, but rather a mystical artifact that conjured vivid images of Tom's past within one's mind. Tom, lacking in skills, of diminutive stature, and possessing an unremarkable family background, nevertheless grasped the principles of success, believing fervently that he would amass a fortune.
Each day, he boasted online,
concocting elaborate tales about his background, reveling in the pleasure of provoking others into frustration during verbal altercations. Ultimately, as his parents aged and could no longer support him, he was compelled to seek employment. Thus began his fervent daydreams of wealth. Upon hearing that one could earn money through short videos, he ventured into filming them. Upon learning that becoming an internet celebrity could be lucrative, he fantasized about such a life. Upon discovering that writing novels could yield profit, he aspired to become an author. He joined various chat groups, entrepreneurial circles, professional networks, and devoted himself to relentless effort. The successful individuals were remarkable, and he yearned for their mentorship.
Surely, these titans earned millions annually. Their humility was astounding. When would he ascend to their ranks? He resolved to forego sleep in pursuit of his ambitions.
In the presence of the accomplished, he fawned. Among novices, he feigned expertise while belittling them. Thus, he labored tirelessly for over a decade, yet remained impoverished and unaccomplished.
Tom had lost his sanity. I must strive, toil. I shall amass great wealth.
I will seize control of everything, I am the greatest.
In the midst of his endless lamentations, he was guided by an inexplicable force to a prison.
Lu Su abruptly tilted his head back, ceasing his perusal of the book,
vigorously shaking his head before slamming it shut. This book is problematic.
In merely glancing at it, an overwhelming flood of information had invaded his mind. Such information bore the chaotic weight of negative emotions, encompassing all the basest desires of humanity: laziness, ignorance, numbness, depravity. Had he not donned a mask, being already mentally disordered,
he might have succumbed. The potency of this material was astounding. Lu Su pondered in astonishment.
Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind.
Relevant sequence items detected. Relevant sequence props identified in the backpack. Would you like to initiate sequence upgrade? Chapter 60, a brand new S-Class SEAL object.
Lu Su, with his eyes shut, tilted his head to one side, his mind engulfed by a torrent of negative emotions as he endeavored to regain his composure.
This was the moment when Lu Su,
utterly drained, found himself vulnerable. Had it been 2 days prior, when he had spun through the prison's entire menu, his mental turmoil might have rendered him indifferent to such matters. However, the absurdity of this diary still possessed some significance.
What?
Listening to the sounds of the game echoing in his ears, Lu Su pondered in confusion. Detecting an upgradable sealed object.
Detecting relevant items. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade?
Upon closer inspection, Lu Su realized that the so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket nestled within his backpack. It was a remnant from his second perfect clearance, granting him a chance at a random sealed object.
What level could it possibly upgrade to? It will exceed your current level. Lu Su retorted, I could have sworn I just heard an absurd claim. You tell me it can upgrade. Yet you only say it will be higher than my current level? Could it possibly downgrade instead?
What a nonsensical game prompt.
At that moment, The notification chimed in once more.
Current, Tom's diary, is at the pinnacle of B-class sealed objects. That was quite a helpful reminder. Sealed objects and weapons are both special items produced within the game, yet they differ in one crucial aspect: weapons have no explicit side effects.
In contrast,
sealed objects are akin to a double-edged sword, especially the higher-ranked items, whose side effects can often be intolerable.
Lusa speculated that this item was likely designed based on the SCP model, lacking originality and bearing a hint of the cursed. However, if wielded correctly, the unique abilities of sealed objects can be extraordinarily formidable. Take his mask, for instance. He had yet to unleash its true potential, yet it had already afforded him considerable advantages. He had only utilized 2 out of 7 capabilities, and he had yet to experience the overload mode of each. If he were to upgrade, it would at least reach A or S rank. Lu Su mused, feeling that this opportunity seemed more rewarding than a mere lottery draw. At that moment, Zhou Tian, intrigued by Lu's engrossed demeanor with the book, approached. However, as he drew near, he caught Lu Su abruptly slamming the book shut and tilting his head away. Zhou Tian remarked, "Surely, you're not that wary of me." "Are you?"
To alleviate the awkwardness, he cleared his throat, unsure of where to place his hands, glancing around before adding, "This should mark the end of the game, right?"
"It must be over now?" "Game over. Players may choose to settle immediately or wait for 30 minutes for automatic settlement." As if to ease Zhou Tian's discomfort, the game's background music finally resumed. Simultaneously, the screen before all spectators faded to black, and 2 lines of subtitles appeared before their eyes. "The game has concluded. We invite you to explore other ongoing games or anticipate the next one. In this realm of divine selection, you too may become a player." With each game's end, the same words resonate, echoing for all spectators. Yet, those with awareness have invariably entered the game, while the majority prefer to remain mere onlookers. They stand aloof, distanced from the perils, yet, paradoxically, they emerge with nothing to show for it. Is it truly over? This has been a nearly 2-day gaming venture. The prowess displayed by the top players extinguishes my desire to participate. It's utterly terrifying. Isn't it true that this level is practically insurmountable? That formidable entity from earlier is something the current players can conquer. Rankings. Was it not stated that there would be a global ranking? I must see him occupying the top position. Even amidst complete darkness, the crowd remained, captivated by the pre-game ranking announcements, which drew the attention of all, indeed, the world itself. Inside the game, Zhou Tian realized that due to the audience's exclusion, he could no longer reach the outside staff. This sensation was disquieting. He faced the grotesque challenge alone. Although he had been solitary before, the psychological difference of being observed versus unobserved was significant. Recalling the adversary's prior gluttonous display, Zhou Tian harbored concerns about a sudden outburst from him, fearing he might be consumed alive. Suddenly, Zhou Tian seemed to grasp the situation, offering the severed right hand of Lu Su. Lu Su did not hastily accept. Instead, he turned to Zhou Tian, brandishing the Tom diary, and stated, "This item belongs to me. You have no objections, I trust?" Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback but soon nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it is yours. After all, you were the primary contributor. Our success is but a stroke of luck." Having worked in the Department of Cosmic Extremes, Zhou Tian possessed considerable emotional intelligence. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt, for ultimately, only the 2 of them had completed the level, making him the sole beneficiary. "This is not the proper manner of clearing a level, is it?" Zhou Tian tentatively inquired after some contemplation. "Certainly not. Relying solely on brute force is not a rational approach." At this moment, Lu Su was mentally stable and able to engage in coherent dialogue. However, identifying flaws, establishing trust, and methodically analyzing were exceedingly slow processes, and inevitably, confrontation was necessary, though perhaps not in his full form. Lu Su provided a brief elucidation while retrieving his right hand. Yet, only he understood that the primary reason for his decision to confront directly was the necessity of releasing his gluttonous power and the desire to accumulate some pain points. They were too weak. The pain they inflicted upon themselves was far too minimal. Zhou Tian observed Lu Su, who was now severely wounded yet appeared surprisingly unperturbed, and found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether there existed another player capable of mirroring Lu Su's performance. Yet the recollection of the recent scene left him with a lingering sense of trepidation. It was exceedingly violent. Were you truly not intending to?
Just as Jiao Tian was about to initiate a conversation to establish rapport and confirm identities, he suddenly realized that Lu Su had vanished from sight.
Without a word.
Lu Su had already transitioned into the final game settlement screen, departing from this infernal asylum.
Jiao Tian. Game over. Level up. Upon entering the restoration space, Lu Su's entire being floated in a warm, gentle embrace.
At once, he commenced the enhancement of the diary in his possession. The random ceiling item lottery tickets in his backpack slowly transformed into ashes as if consumed by flames, and subsequently, the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in radiant light. Sequence B ceiling item, Tom's diary, phasing upgrade. You have acquired a currently undocumented, brand new S-class ceiling item.
Number S147, The Confession of the Disheartened. Chapter 61, A Triumphant Perfect Clearance, The Interdimensional Backpack. S-Class.
Lu Su found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that he had genuinely encountered such an opportunity,
which propelled his rank to S.
The concept of an S-class sealed object was foreign to Lu Su, as his original Sin Mask was merely A-class.
Although it ranked high, there existed a fundamental disparity between it and the S-class. Was his luck exceptionally fortuitous today? Contemplating this,
Lu Su hastily examined the relevant description and was taken aback to discover that Tom, the self-destructive individual, had indeed provided him with a remarkable treasure.
Sequence S147.
The Confession of the Disheartened. A crystallization of a disheartened individual's emotions throughout their life, magnified, ultimately coalescing into an item of law-like power. The book comprises 100 pages. The further one reads, the more intense the negative emotional feedback experienced by the user becomes, and correspondingly,
the damage inflicted upon the reader escalates.
Special use exhibits remarkable efficacy against spiritual and mental adversaries. Warning: if you dare to read and flip through the book simultaneously, you are indeed a great person. Description: if you harbor the illusion that your life has been quite satisfactory lately, fear not, a few more glances at this book will rectify that notion post-haste.
The dual-edged sword description was quite evident, resembling a form of mental assault.
As the description did not specify, Lu Su was unable to ascertain the precise magnitude of this item's power.
However, the S-class designation surely spoke volumes. Lu Su had no inclination to experiment on himself.
Although he was unafraid of physical harm, such a mental attack was better reserved for use against foes in the next game. With a sigh of relief, he began to listen to the summary of his recent gaming achievements.
Number of participants in this competition, 7, 125, 948. Number of finishers, 1, 862. 459. Number of perfect clearances, 4, 956. Your clearance evaluation, SSS class, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearances, 3, rewards being calculated.
Special event triggered, deviated from the original clearance path, choosing to confront the game in its most challenging state, achieving the accomplishment medal, Chaotic Marauder, Epic. Points awarded this round, 6,000. Items awarded this round, Intermediate Healing Potions X5, Advanced Healing Potion X1, Game Exit Token X1. S-Class Sealed Object, The Confession of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core, Heart of Machinery. Triumphant Perfect Clearance Rewards, in recognition of your outstanding performance and successful external item integration. You are awarded 1 unit of the interdimensional backpack slot. A veritable cornucopia of rewards indeed awaited him. Lu Su, with each pursuit of a perfect clearance, engaged in a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. Especially noteworthy was the single unit of the interdimensional backpack, as Lu Su observed his backpack interface. One slot had transformed into a resplendent gold. Gazing at its succinct description, Lu Su felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. This backpack slot facilitates the interchange between game and reality, allowing items to traverse both realms. If one were to assert that games empower formidable players with the potential to reshape the world, then the existence of this backpack grid signifies the true inception of games transforming reality. The notion that items from the game can be extracted is indeed profound. Should Lu Su choose to discard his confession of failure, the real world would soon be rife with inexplicable urban legends. One cannot even begin to fathom the future implications of more destructive weapons, poisons, and other such items. Furthermore, the concealment of these items is absolute. Eluding detection by any known instruments, their effects manifesting imperceptibly, none could ascertain if one were sauntering through the streets with a nuclear device concealed upon their person. The potential peril posed to society is incalculable, and Lusa suspects that should this knowledge come to light, he would undoubtedly be branded a terrorist. This is a reward for achieving a perfect trifecta completion. Once he regained his composure, Lusa realized that this item might still be rare, likely possessed by few. In the current world, the number of individuals who have achieved a perfect trifecta completion is uncertain, but surely it cannot be many. Pondering this, an idea sparked in his mind, and he retrieved his elusive cloak. He wrapped the hell roar, the sharp blade, the confession of the failed, and a collection of potions together, forming a sizable bundle. He then attempted to place it into the two-world backpack. Only a single object may be placed. Players are advised against attempting clever tricks. Lu Su. No, this is indeed a singular object, merely comprised of different components. This creation is called Tom the Robot, what is not composed of various parts. Is there anything that exists in perfect unity? Lu Su began to argue his case. The game has its own criteria for a singular object. Matter, after all, is composed of molecules. Please place a single item. Seeing his attempts to exploit the system were futile, Lusa contemplated briefly before deciding to place the elusive cloak inside. As a functional item, it proved quite useful, saving him the expense of choosing and purchasing clothing while also providing protective capabilities. Subsequently, Lusa patiently awaited the rewards for his perfect completion, mending his body and restoring his optimal state. This was also the reason he dared to recklessly utilize his body in every gaming session. Gradually, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, and Lu Su awoke once more in his somewhat cramped quarters. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether his rising strength had inflated his aspirations. He suddenly wondered if he ought to seek a better living situation. TSK. Why was he beginning to concern himself with such material matters? Strength should always take precedence. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the feeling of being considerably stronger than during his last gaming venture, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He wondered how long it would be until his next game. Just as he mused, the notification sound from the game echoed in his mind, signaling the end of its announcement. The third game has concluded, and all participants have finished. Individual performances are currently being compiled, and the peak leaderboard will be unveiled to all selected players in half an hour. We hope that everyone will choose to become a player and partake in this glorious competition of strength. The game module has been loaded, language translation features are enabled, allowing players to hear automatic translations in all languages. A new game mode has commenced. This message is directed at all selected players, and soon. Lu Su received a customized notification. Dear player, due to your outstanding performance and remarkable prowess, congratulations on your entry into the peak leaderboard. Before the official announcement, please select your name. Will you use Lu Su as your display name? Chapter 62, The Apex Unveiled, the world's number one. Lu Su listened to the voice echoing in his mind. Gazing at the question presented before him, and without much contemplation, he swiftly declined. No. I shall not use my real name. Very well. Please create a moniker for yourself within the game. Anything will suffice, as long as it is not my true name. By the way, will I be making an appearance in this ranking? Do you confirm the usage of this name? Anything is acceptable as long as it is not your true name. By the way, will I be making an appearance in this ranking? Lu Su, are you out of your mind? This is a name? Do you confirm the usage of this name? Are you out of your mind? This is a name? Lu Su. This artificial intelligence nearly elicited a laugh from him in exasperation. Lu Su felt a slight strain in his mind, pondering if it was truly impossible to communicate with the game at this juncture. Must he resolve this now? Exit the naming interface. Do you confirm the usage of? Lu Su felt somewhat flustered at that moment, waving his hand dismissively, thinking it best to simply choose a name. This artificial intelligence was indeed a source of amusement. With the Apex leaderboard set to be revealed shortly, he feared that if he dawdled any longer, he might inadvertently have this name affixed to him. He initially thought it sufficient to let the game generate a name based on his characteristics, yet upon being prompted to create his own, he found himself entangled in indecision. Should he concoct a name at random, the potential for future complications loomed should he be unable to alter it later.
After a brief contemplation, Lu Su resolved to draw inspiration from his mask and associated titles. Original Sin Mask. Original Sin? Sin Bearer? Miracle Walker Still Farming. Never mind. A somewhat juvenile moniker for the game would suffice. After a moment of introspection, he ultimately confirmed the name with the game interface. Sin. Do you confirm the usage of the name, Sin? Confirmed. Your game ID has been validated. Your appearance on the Apex leaderboard will be derived from your in-game avatar.
Enjoy your gaming experience, may your valor ascend to the heavens.
Once the pleasantries concluded, the game's voice fell silent once more. Lu Su rose from his bed,
donned a dreamy cloak, transforming into a school uniform, and began leisurely scrolling through his Redmi phone.
Across major entertainment websites,
posts related to the Divine Selection game dominated the headlines, overshadowing news of various celebrities and current events. The Divine Selection Paradise, a game poised to change the world, was gradually becoming mainstream, with an increasing number of chosen individuals emerging each day. Although most chosen ones hesitated to become players themselves, opting instead to remain spectators, the allure and intrigue remained unchanged. Numerous experts emerged to voice their disapproval, advocating for a boycott of the game. However, such news had lost its significance, as no one truly cared. At this moment, there was but one thing that truly captivated everyone: the Apex leaderboard was about to be unveiled.
In truth,
not only the spectators but Lu Su himself harbored a keen curiosity about this matter.
Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? By what means had they done so?
Possessing the divine boon of suffering, having achieved a flawless triple victory,
one cannot help but ponder what extraordinary abilities the other heroes in this realm must possess.
As Lu Su casually browsed through the nation's largest social media platform, he stumbled upon a plethora of grassroots speculations, rich with conjectures from various elite players regarding the mightiest figures currently emerging into the public eye.
Within these discussions, Lu Su identified numerous experts from different nations, including himself.
However, his own portrayal was rather gruesome and violent, overshadowed by the more respectable images that others presented.
Ultimately,
in the collective imagination, he was merely seen as a masked lunatic.
The pinnacle rankings have been revealed. The game has commenced thrice,
giving rise to a multitude of formidable players. To encourage everyone to strive for greatness, we shall establish a pinnacle leaderboard. The top 10,000 competitors will receive corresponding medals, while the top 100 will be showcased on the leaderboard.
Those who remain on the leaderboard for an extended period will enjoy unforeseen benefits. We hope all players will endeavor towards this goal.
A similar proclamation resonated in the minds of over 20 million chosen individuals worldwide, the voice imbued with a haunting resonance that sent chills down their spines.
Subsequently,
a gilded leaderboard materialized on each player's game interface. Lu Su scarcely scrutinized it, casually scrolling from the bottom up. Most participants did not employ their real names, perhaps out of a desire for anonymity or to adopt more favorable monikers. However, there were few like him, masked and enigmatic. The majority of the selected individuals showcased their identities openly. As he swiftly ascended through the ranks, Lu Su uncovered a startling revelation. From the 70th position onward, nearly every player had achieved a flawless triple victory. This indicated that, theoretically, the disparity in their strengths was minimal. The distinctions among them likely boiled down to slight variations in performance and fortune. For instance, some had drawn fortunate weaponry from lottery tickets, while others had not. Some players wielded epic weapons that transformed into formidable war machines, while others' epic weapons merely manifested as coats that altered their appearances. The gaps were indeed considerable. Certain players had seemingly secured affiliations with specific organizations, their backgrounds boldly displayed. Number 17 Thomas Reno, ability description, exceptional physical prowess and combat skills.
Adept in the use of all known human weaponry, capable of operating all vehicles worldwide, currently possessing the ability to create duplicates, with indications of bodily augmentation. Other abilities remain unknown. Related information: member of a unfazed secret military unit, tasked with executing presidential directives. All documentation pertaining to completed missions is destroyed post-operation, leaving no data behind. Such backgrounds had been unearthed directly through this game, Lusu mused. Number 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename, ability description, enhanced physique. Possessing bestial transformation capabilities, exhibiting remarkable vitality and destructive power, alongside formidable regenerative abilities. Relevant information: planner and participant of the Russian Dead Hand system. No. 8 Sun, codename, ability description, possesses a ferocious level of power, the Ruthless Sun, with the shortest cumulative completion time in the first 3 games. Relevant information: suspected to be of Chinese nationality, the world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Lusa's gaze slightly sharpened. The description and assertion seemed somewhat familiar to him. The Heavenly Society? This relevant information must have been authored by him. Truly, he spares no opportunity for self-promotion. Is he the supreme leader of this organization? Contemplating this, Lusa finally turned to the top of the rather useless leaderboard. No. 1 Sin, codename, the world's number 1. Chapter 63, Challenge Mode, the first of renown upon realizing that he had indeed secured the top position. Lusa's expression grew notably earnest. Fortunately, it seemed that his deliberate acts of recklessness during each game had borne fruit. To be candid, the honor of ranking held little significance. However, the prospect of being outperformed despite such efforts was a notion Lusa found somewhat difficult to digest. As he scrutinized his own description, he noted, Number 1 Sin, codename, ability description, possesses an abundance of capabilities, lacking definitive representation, harbors a unique understanding of the game. Frequently analyzing ways to maximize its difficulty, often placing himself in perilous situations willingly. Suspected to suffer from severe psychological disorders. Suspected tendencies towards self-harm and destruction. In consideration of combat prowess, in-game performance, and psychological resilience, the first place is undeniably well-deserved. Related background, unknown. The section pertaining to background was a realm of uncertainty for any player wishing to remain concealed. The distinction lay in the fact that Lusa's ability description contained nuances that others lacked. Ironically, it conveyed a wealth of information while simultaneously revealing nothing substantial, akin to the absurdity of a dog barking at its own tail. Nevertheless, this could be perceived as beneficial. Lusa currently possessed an array of sealed items, skills, attributes, and equipment. If he were to lay bare all his secrets, he would certainly feel at a disadvantage. The game's privacy protections were commendably robust, providing a general overview of abilities to all. Yet, his photograph was decidedly less discreet, an image captured during his battle in the demon hospital. In the picture, he was depicted with several iron spikes embedded in his body. While frenzied figures resembling ravenous demons clung to him, gnawing and tearing at his flesh. Yet, Lusu remained steadfast, his feet rooted to the ground. And his red mask bore a grotesque and sinister grin, as he wielded the hell roar, firing with unwavering precision. The image resembled a freeze frame from a Hollywood blockbuster, leaving Lusu momentarily unrecognizable. What on earth is this? How did I manage to look so striking? He mused, chuckling to himself. At the time, donned in his mask, his mind was solely consumed by the chaos of battle, leaving him oblivious to his own appearance. Now, in a relaxed state, he could not help but acknowledge a certain rugged charm. As soon as the leaderboard was released, it dominated media platforms, showcasing an unmistakable gap at the top. The most fervent discussions revolved around the nationalities of the elite players. In contemporary society, the competition among nations fundamentally hinges on the contest for talent. Especially regarding top-tier players who could potentially sway global dynamics single-handedly. Although Lusu had no direct connection to the prodigy emerging from his homeland, a shared sense of national pride compelled many to bask in the reflected glory. With Lusu now recognized as the world's foremost player, his ambiguous identity propelled him into the spotlight as a global sensation. Is the world's number 1 truly this dashing? This transcends the realm of humanity, he thought, having downloaded the image as wallpaper. Was this a privilege of being first? What criteria had determined his rank? What justified his ascent to the pinnacle? It was difficult to discern what distinguished him from those who followed. It seems that a website in neighboring South Korea has already confirmed that this crime was perpetrated by a Korean. The cacophony of discussions will undoubtedly persist from today onward, as Lu Su has, almost overnight, ascended to the pinnacle of fame. At that moment, within the office of the administrative hall in K province of Southern Hua, the screen of a computer froze. Zhou Tian stood beside the computer, directing the staff as they played a video. Enlarge this frame, slow it down, extract this particular moment. As a special operative, Zhou Tian wielded a modicum of authority, orchestrating the proceedings nearby. The content displayed was a scene from Lu's third game, where he revealed Zhao Jiaqing's business card. Lu Su handled it with utmost caution, concealing most of it, yet a corner was still visible. Go. Zhao, perhaps? Zhou Tian muttered to himself, observing Lu Su, who had, just half an hour ago, been his colleague and was now the world's foremost player. I knew you could make it to the top. How could anyone surpass you in this world? The number one player belongs to us, the Hua people. It could even be one of our own. Zhou Tian said this with a hint of excitement. Are you certain? Inquired a nearby staff member, somewhat hesitantly. Of course. I've spent 2 days with him, sharing the same game, living and dying together. Can I be mistaken? Zhou Tian retorted, growing agitated. The staff member replied, I meant. Are you sure he is one of us? If he is not one of our own yet possesses a business card, that raises concerns. Regardless, let us report this to the organization, adjust the database, and search for anyone with the surname Zhao. The number one must not be appropriated by other organizations or lost to foreign hands. That is unacceptable. As Zhou Tian spoke, his expression grew increasingly solemn. His gaze fixated on the figure in the red mask on the screen. The staff member smirked and remarked, living and dying together, huh? You just want to ride his coattails to victory, you flamboyant red-clad man. Zhou Tian. Lu Su, gazing at the overwhelming news proclaiming him as the world's number one, inhaled sharply. The capabilities of various organizations were uncertain, and he now wondered if there were individuals with skills akin to mind reading. How much longer could he conceal his true identity? A sudden sense of unwarranted crisis surged within him. At this moment, all he could think about was whether he would have the leverage to negotiate if, upon stepping outside tomorrow, he were to encounter a heavily armored synthetic brigade. It seemed rather improbable. He needed to participate in more games, he mused. Were it not for the pain points from self-inflicted wounds, he would have inflicted a few cuts on himself daily. Game update, new mode activated, challenge mode. Just then, the notification sound of the game chimed once more, invigorating Lu's spirit. Surely, none of the players consider themselves inferior to others, thus, the opportunity to prove oneself has arrived. Players may issue a challenge request, allowing those ranked outside the top 100 to challenge the participants within the rankings. If an outsider achieves a greater number of consecutive flawless completions, the ranked player must acquiesce. Should a ranked player initiate a challenge? The specific method of challenge can be found in the detailed description. We warmly encourage everyone to engage in challenges to demonstrate their supremacy. Lu Su found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the notification before him, feeling inexplicably as if the final sentence was directed at him. Being the world's best not only attracts attention but also invites scrutiny from the game itself? Suddenly, a notification chimed, and a message appeared on his personal interface, Player No. 79, Park Buching, has chosen to challenge number 1, Zui. Do you accept the battle? Chapter 64, The Ultimate Challenge. As soon as the challenge mode for the fourth game, The Seven Wonders of the Campus, was released, Lu Su received an invitation to compete, showcasing an efficiency that was truly unmatched. One could only conclude that being the world's best certainly attracts attention. However, upon glancing at the message, Lu Su's immediate reaction was one of incredulity. How could he be merely in 79th place? What a disgraceful rank! In the typical narrative of stories past, would it not be expected for the second-place contender to be a golden-haired prodigy, brimming with talent and pride, seeking to reclaim his honor by challenging the best? Yet here he was, confronted by someone ranked 79th, what audacity! With a sense of disdain, Lu Su, holding his second-hand Redmi phone, turned over on the shabby bed in his dilapidated dormitory bathroom. What right did this challenger have to confront him? Yet soon, another concern caught his attention. The name, Park. Buchon? What kind of decent person bears such a name? A Korean, perhaps? With the pinnacle of knowledge he had amassed as a senior in high school, he recognized the character. Park Buchon? Why would that not suffice? Did he perhaps have a relative named Insufficient Funds? Lu Su mentally chastised this Park Buchon from the distant land of Hamneon, lounging on his bed without any urgency to respond. This individual even dared to use his real name, perhaps thinking it rather charming. Suddenly, through the very channel of this challenge, the 79th ranked contender sent him a message: "Are you the first? A masked individual, as you would say in China, a coward hiding in plain sight? You've even chosen a moniker of sin for yourself. It seems you are aware that occupying the first place without merit is the gravest sin of all. Do you dare to engage in battle? If you accept, I suggest you take a screenshot of your rank. It may well be the last vestige of glory in your life. If you lack the courage, then simply remain a turtle, retreating into your shell." The opponent's words were numerous, laden with taunts, employing provocation to incite Lu Su into action. After scanning the messages, Lu Su found himself too disinterested to continue. The world was rife with heroes, yet this individual was clearly not among them. It seemed he was nothing more than a mudfish that had somehow gained sentience. His provocations lacked sophistication, reminiscent of the schoolyard bullies Lu Su had encountered in his youth. How this individual managed to attain a rank of 79th was beyond his comprehension. For the time being, Lu Su chose to ignore him, not due to indecision regarding the challenge, but rather because, for him, any opportunity to engage in gameplay was a necessity he could not afford to miss. However, he hesitated, hoping for a higher-ranked contender to issue a challenge. If he were to fight, it should be against someone formidable. After all, holding the title of first place must surely attract numerous challengers. Did the individuals in the top 10 not harbor any resentment towards him? Yet, after sitting on his bed for several minutes, Lu Su realized that most high-ranking players were not as reckless as he had anticipated. A significant number recognized that engaging in battle with an unknown powerhouse for the sake of a fleeting rank was far from prudent. The challenge notifications flooded in. Yet all were beyond the 100th position, with some not even making it into the top 10,000. This was sheer folly. An audacious leap towards the heavens. Were they truly unafraid of demise? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Su replied succinctly to the message on the challenger's interface: "Fool." Without further ado, he blacklisted the individual, dismissing any further conversation. At that moment, within a luxurious residence in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Buchung stirred from his slumber. Enraged as he read the elegantly articulated Chinese words transmitted by the system, he struck the bed in frustration. After all his taunts and provocations, the first response was merely an insult? Such astonishing lack of decorum. Damn it! Chinese people, he muttered through gritted teeth, then resolved to engage this scoundrel in earnest. However, upon discovering he had been blacklisted, a cacophony of furious shouts and the sound of objects being smashed reverberated through the room, causing the butler outside to tremble in trepidation. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding thud. The butler, startled, turned and bowed slightly to Park Buchang. "Prepare the vehicle, we are heading to the Blue House." Park Buchang's face was ashen, yet for reasons unknown, a slow smile crept across his face. "This is for the glory of our great Han Ming kingdom." 6 hours after accepting the challenge, he could enter the challenge mode in 6 hours. This was remarkably efficient. Lu Su would not have to wait 3 days to participate in the next game. The only issue was that he had just concluded his previous game. With no time to rest, he was thrust into a relentless cycle. Although theoretically he had recuperated, the tension lingered, a sensation Lu Su relished. Of course, the immediate priority was to request a leave of absence. He opened the contacts on his Redmi phone. "Yesterday 2108, Xia Antong, has the game ended? How did you fare? My organization's framework is ready based on previous business models. Care to join? Yesterday 2315, Xia Antong? 908. Xia Antong, what kind of game is this? 1345, Xia Antong. Are you still alive?" Lu Su thought to himself that the odds of survival were indeed slim. Regrettably, he was still alive, albeit gravely ill, likely unable to attend school. "Please request a leave for me," he typed before pressing send. 1826, Xia Antong? You wouldn't happen to have been selected for that challenge mode, would you? Lu Su, not at all, my friend. Is it that obvious? And you dare to speculate, considering I'm among the top 100? Enough of this.
Please help me request a leave. I suffered from food poisoning in the last game and can't leave the restroom today. He hit send, having concocted a flimsy excuse. Taking a glance at the game start time, he noted there were still over 5 hours remaining. He turned off his phone, closed his eyes, and attempted to rest, hoping to gather his strength before the next game commenced. With a hint of skepticism, he replied. And then Xie Antong turned her gaze towards the message displayed on her game interface. Time passed swiftly. When Lu Su opened his eyes once more, he found himself on the initial page of the game, the time having elapsed. Welcome to the chosen paradise, esteemed number 1, Sin. This game features the challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenger, you may select the difficulty level. Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Lu Su recalled that Xie Antong had mentioned to him that the game, Chosen Paradise, encompassed 4 distinct levels of difficulty. In this challenge mode, the ordinary first tier was conspicuously absent. Hell mode. Lu Su briefly scanned the description and made his choice. Chapter 65, The Mask of Original Sin, Wrath. The difficulty of the game has been confirmed, Hell mode. I commend your courage, the strongest player. As this is a challenge mode, it diverges slightly from the conventional gameplay. In previous levels, players engaged in competition primarily for material gains, collaborating to vanquish monsters, with the true antagonist being the game itself. However, some of the challenges presented herein are specifically aimed at the challenger, Lu Su. Players within the ranking may challenge one another, and the challenger has the option to accept or decline the duel. Yet, prolonged avoidance may incur unseen penalties should one choose to engage. The challenger will determine the game's difficulty. Difficulty, a balanced confrontation where both challengers face equal challenges, culminating in a decisive victor. Nightmare, the challenger will encounter increasingly adverse conditions, but a triumph will yield superior rewards compared to the challenger as success. Hell, the challenger will be at a distinct disadvantage. While the challenger gains a portion of in-game authority, however, should the challenger prevail, they will receive substantial rewards, albeit with the challenger facing repercussions. Lu Su scarcely registered the initial descriptions, focusing instead on the latter part. Hell mode, indeed. The most crucial aspect is the backlash. If you wish to challenge me, a price must be paid. If I lose my top ranking, you simply lose, correct? Both players have confirmed, the game difficulty is set to Hell mode. On the other side, Park Buching nearly burst with laughter upon seeing the game notification. How audacious of you to choose Hell. Do you look down upon me? With a sinister expression, Park Buching pressed the confirmation button, astonished that this sinner would make such a choice. Let me tread upon your head and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Remember to record your pleas for mercy when I nearly obliterate you in the game. This last remark was directed at the audience in his streaming room. The Great Cold Underworld has officially promoted this event, and his stream boasts a considerable viewership. The emergence of the strongest player in our nation would greatly enhance the cohesion and international confidence of the Great Cold Underworld, potentially elevating its global standing. Simultaneously, the introduction of the game's rules appeared before the players. This mode is a competitive challenge, due to differing factions. Any messages regarding the opposing party sent from any streaming room will be invisible to the players. Specific victory conditions for both parties will be determined according to the game. Should either party utilize a forfeit token, it will be considered a victory for the opposing player. There are 10 minutes remaining for preparation before the game begins. Please ensure you have your equipment and potions ready. Lu Su observed that the game had rectified several bugs, reflecting that this would render the game somewhat simpler. How is it that this game is so fervently aiding oneself? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Su opened his inventory and decided to purchase some supplies from the shop. While he maintained a strategic disdain for his opponents, he knew that tactically he needed to take them somewhat seriously, especially when it coincided with his own playstyle. During his last venture, he had consumed an excessive amount of potions, spending several thousand points to replenish his stock of both basic and intermediate healing potions to 10 bottles each. As for the advanced potions, which he had been reluctant to use, he ultimately decided to acquire 5 bottles as well. This should suffice, right? As long as he had potions,
He would be virtually invincible unless he was taken out in one hit. He gathered various metals, weapons, and seals to take along.
Speaking of his mask, a prompt appeared once more. Original sin mask. Please select whether to use the unlocked emotions of greed and gluttony.
No. Lu Su firmly rejected,
opting instead for a random selection of new unlocks. Initialization complete. The type of emotion used this time will be randomly chosen from those not yet unlocked. From the very beginning, Lu Su had been clear about the potential of his original sin mask, which he had yet to fully explore. Taking advantage of the early stages of the game, his priority was to unlock as many emotional masks as possible.
Just then, an eager challenger appeared before him. The game is ready. Initializing. Hell game has loaded. Wishing all players an enjoyable experience in the 7 wonders of the school.
Suddenly, Lu Su experienced a moment of darkness as he transitioned into another scene. As he lifted his heavy head, it felt akin to waking from a deep slumber in a senior high school language class. Only to hear the bell signaling the end of the period. Upon raising his gaze, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance of this classroom to his own from the final year of high school. The segmented blackboards and the arrangement of desks were nearly identical. With single desks at the front corners, Lu Su began to wonder if he had merely dozed off in class and that this so-called chosen game was nothing but a dream. Observing the familiar surroundings, Lu Su instinctively glanced at his classmates. Turning around, he spotted an individual resembling someone wearing a helmet, and he recognized him immediately. Despite one eye being obscured by a pale blue screen and the other eye entirely concealed by the helmet, as well as his chin and mouth being wrapped up, the other features were still rather conspicuous. Lu Su was no face-blind individual. He knew exactly who this was. "Isn't this my challenger? Who are you?" Xia Antong had not anticipated this at all. She had merely received a notification for a randomly matched game upon the commencement of the challenge mode and chose to participate. After all, the challenge mode posed relatively less risk compared to the normal game mode. Little did she know, upon entering, she was greeted with a notification for a hellish difficulty. She was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she hesitantly clicked the confirmation button. Who would actually go out of their way to increase the difficulty? What kind of person had she been matched with? Soon after, she noticed a masked figure seated beside her. The moment she beheld the pale green mask before her, an inexplicable sense of clarity washed over her. Xia Anton was instantly reminded of the various games this individual had participated in, recalling their unreasonable and exceptionally ferocious demeanor, which made her feel as though she had already lost half her life. The challenge mode was not a solitary instance. It would assign game-related personnel to both the challenger and the challenged. "I am your teammate." Suppressing her inner fear and anxiety, Xia Antong replied as calmly as she could. "Lu Su. So that is how it is." It seemed she had previously assumed she was in a similar predicament. "Goodness, are there really so many challengers?" He was now eager to inquire. "If you are here, did you even request leave for me?" Lu Su remarked. "So, what is your role?" Listening to the somewhat frigid tone of his voice, Xia Antong felt an overwhelming pressure. She had analyzed his abilities over several games, leading to some conjectures. If her assumptions were correct, the mask he wore at that moment was pale green. In the 7 deadly sins, pale green signifies wrath, Gumi. Chapter 66, The powerful always enjoy an advantage. The sound of gunfire resonates. The 7 deadly sins are each associated with a specific color. This is a fact well known to those who frequently engage in criminal activities. Initially, there was the blue mask, representing greed, as Lu Su, consumed by his desire for wealth, prioritized money over life itself in the game. Following that was the red mask, which signified gluttony, as Lu Su began to indulge in every possible vice without restraint. Those with a modicum of relevant knowledge and who have analyzed this formidable player could easily deduce the meaning behind Lu Su's mask colors. Xia Antong is clearly one such individual. Observing the pale green hue upon Lu Su's face, an alarm rang in her mind. Why would it be fury? This situation is dire indeed. Given this person's behavioral patterns, the prospect of him harming a teammate does not seem entirely implausible. Unconsciously, as she sat beside him, Xia Antong even began contemplating the notion of withdrawing from the game. Lu Su, too, recognized that his tone had deviated from the norm. His intention had been to inquire about the purpose of teammates in this game or to gauge the abilities of the other player.
However, his words had morphed into a rather unfriendly query: "What is your function?"
This was a decidedly antagonistic statement, yet, when viewed through the lens of fury,
it appeared all the more reasonable and intimidating. Pale green, gooey, fury. Personality influence: taciturn, cold, irritable. I am the blazing fire that consumes the world. Benefits: mental oppression. Inflicting intense psychological pressure on the weak-willed, instilling fear.
Combat abilities, strength, agility, and defense all receive a comprehensive enhancement.
The effects amplify with the intensity of fury.
Immunity to all mental disturbances: all mental attacks merely serve to intensify the user's anger. Side effects: irritability, diminished rational thought, yet heightened intuition. All negative emotions will be transmuted into rage, and if not controlled, one may devolve into a murderous madman. As this was his first use,
it remained in normal mode and had not entered overload.
Nonetheless, Lu Su had no intention of entering overload. Even the description instilled a twinge of fear within him.
Is this a normal person? This is unequivocally a chosen Spartan. Fury is exceedingly difficult to manage.
As one in the throes of rage seldom recognizes the irrationality of their anger, often sinking deeper into it.
The blazing fire that consumes the world? For instance, right now.
After a few seconds of silence from Xie Anong, he felt a rising irritation. This was someone he knew. Had it been a random match,
Lu Su might have been overtaken by an inexplicable urge to strike. Are you inquiring about my abilities?
After being subjected to Lu Su's intensity and realizing he was likely engulfed in fury, Xie Antong swiftly adjusted her approach, speaking up: "You are the strongest player.
If I possess any ability, it would be my wealth." Lu Su, lacking patience, interrupted before she could finish. "And what use is that?"
"Wealth holds significant value. Regardless of the tumultuous changes in the world, possessing wealth and power invariably provides a distinct advantage.
For instance, my equipment may very well surpass yours." With that,
Xie Antong pointed to the helmet adorning her head and continued: "This is the all-seeing eye, a legendary grade weapon."
Lu Su was momentarily taken aback by her proclamation. A legendary grade weapon?
He did not even possess one himself.
What right did she have? Not everyone is inclined to engage in relentless battles within the game.
Should one merely stumble upon success and fortuitously acquire a top-tier weapon through chance, it is not uncommon to leverage that opportunity to exchange for everything they desire from the highest echelons of power, subsequently withdrawing from the game altogether.
This choice resonates with many.
In truth, since the inception of this game, resources have swiftly gravitated towards a select few.
As Xie Antong spoke,
a semblance of calm descended upon her, as if she had chosen to demonstrate her own worth. You may not have noticed, but on the other side, the challengers are likely from the elite class in Korea, of whom I possess detailed information. They represent the entirety of Korea in this competition. Their equipment will undoubtedly rival mine,
which might also embolden them to challenge the top position. Otherwise, do you think they are merely courting death?
Lu Su found himself at a loss for words. This meant that in this challenge, out of 4 players, 3 belonged to the elite class, leaving only himself as the exception, yet he was being viewed as a target. A stepping stone for their ambitions. The divine selection game, a phenomenon destined to alter the world, still harbors too many unchanging elements. Suddenly, an unusual fury surged within him, igniting an impulse to obliterate something, though he was uncertain of his target, as if a fierce blaze were consuming his chest.
In that fleeting moment,
Xie Antong's sensations were strikingly acute. She felt as though something had seized her throat, an overwhelming sense of dread akin to a massive hand clutching her heart. The figure before her transformed in an instant into a predatory tiger, leaving her feeling like prey confronted by a formidable apex predator.
Was he enraged? Simultaneously, countless data streams flickered across the blue lens of Xie Antong's left eye.
In an instant, she comprehended the implications. This strongest player was likely not just from a disadvantaged background. It was plausible that his circumstances were quite dire.
Xie Antong wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, a voice reverberated throughout the campus, announcing the game's notification.
Challenge mode, game, the 7 wonders of the campus.
Zue, the current faction of the blank is black.
Must identify and decipher the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours.
If the black faction fails, the white faction prevails. In just a few terse sentences, hardly any useful information was conveyed. Was that all? Symbols have gradually appeared on Lusa's mask. You chose this hellish mode yourself, Xia Antong silently berated. However, since I have arrived, it is indeed beneficial to witness the unparalleled intensity of the world's foremost game. Contemplating this, the omniscient eye above my head commenced its operation. The 7 wonders of the campus are, in essence, a collection of ancient and familiar tales. Yet, in this context, they must have undergone significant modifications. I must discern where the discrepancies lie. To begin with, this classroom presents an anomaly. From the outset of the conversation between the two individuals, the noise has been incessant. Aside from themselves, the surrounding students exhibit peculiar behaviors, resembling individuals afflicted by hysteria. The person at the back appears to be engaged in a peculiar activity, manipulating his nasal mucus as if it were a rope. Beside him, 2 others are playfully dancing with their shoes perched upon their heads. At the podium, several individuals seem to be imitating gorillas, emitting cacophonous howls. The classroom is adorned with numerous white sculptures intended for sketching, contributing to a sense of disarray that feels profoundly disharmonious. On the blue lenses, luminous streams flicker incessantly, reminiscent of a computer processing data. Xia Antong's mind enters a state of ethereal clarity, her focus unwavering. This classroom, if one were to draw a parallel, just as she becomes completely absorbed. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous cannon-like roar erupts beside her. Chapter 67, Kill. The Sigma man never babble. Xia Antong was startled. Abruptly emerging from the profound depths of her analytical thoughts, turning to gaze bewilderedly at the figure beside her, Zue. At that moment, Lu Su donned a green mask emblazoned with a prominent hashtag, wielding the hell roar, which he had adjusted to its second gear, shattering the blackboard in the classroom. Why did you fire? Xia Antong looked at him in utter bewilderment, her train of thought thoroughly disrupted. She had always been an analytical prodigy, meticulously gathering data on all known top-tier experts. The all-knowing eye was a perfect match for her abilities. All-knowing eye, a legendary weapon, sees oneself, sees all beings, sees all things. Top-tier data analysis tool, theoretically capable of deconstructing and analyzing all objective existence, as long as mental and physical energy are sufficient. Description: everything is interconnected, it is merely that people cannot perceive it. Omniscience is omnipotence. She had already entered a state of focus, beginning to decode the urban legend of the 7 wonders of the campus. However, Lusa's gunshot nearly startled her soul from her body. I implore you, esteemed one, could you perhaps stabilize your emotions a bit? Previously, as an observer watching Zue navigate challenges, she perceived him as formidable, exuding a chaotic yet aesthetically violent essence intertwined with thought-provoking logic. Yet now, having become teammates, she felt overwhelmed. The pressure from this primary player seemed even more intense than the game's inherent challenges. The impact of that gunshot was most significant in its effect on the classroom. Instantly, the room fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Every expression was frozen in the last moment. With over 20 peculiar students in the classroom fixated on Lu Su, who had just fired. Strangely, not a single face bore an expression of fear. Observing the bizarre expressions of her classmates, Xia Antong's all-knowing eye juxtaposed them with the image of normal humans in her mind, eliciting an unsettling sensation. Pseudo-humans. A term emerged in her consciousness. These individuals appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet their movements and behaviors exuded a dissonance that felt profoundly unsettling. In broad daylight, merely sitting among them instilled a chilling sense of unease, as if she were trapped in a haunted house. Fortunately, the most terrifying presence in this eerie setting sat right beside her. Quiet down. Lu Su surveyed the room. Under the enhancement of his rage mask, his instincts sharpened, alerting him to the abnormalities surrounding them. Yet, all negative emotions transformed into fury, fueling his increasing agitation as he gazed at the strange students. A primal urge to act rising within him. What is the all-knowing eye? Lu Su asked, breaking the silence for the first time, directing a question at Xia Antong. Analyzing and reasoning, establishing connections, theoretically, one could deduce the identity of the next U.S. president from the information at hand. Therefore, now, where was Park Bu-chang? Time is ample, theoretically, it can be reasoned. Siat Antong replied.
Lu Su nodded, idly twirling his hell roar with one hand.
Therefore, if you locate him, I shall eliminate him. Siat Antong. What you say holds a semblance of truth. However,
the rules of the game stipulate that your criteria for victory lie in deciphering or dismantling the 7 wonders of the campus, rather than in extinguishing his life.
Moreover,
given that you have opted for Hell mode, the degree of freedom within the game is decidedly biased towards the opponent, making it rather improbable to find him directly. Siat Antong merely spoke candidly, yet she felt a twinge of regret as the words escaped her lips.
This fellow might currently be in a state of rage. Would he misconstrue her words as a rebuke? What are the 7 wonders of the campus? You do not know? Siat Antong was momentarily taken aback, pondering that this had long since captivated the internet. If one is unaware of this, the game's difficulty truly borders on the infernal.
She hastily continued, the 7 wonders of the campus is an urban legend that gained popularity on the early internet, comprising 7 supernatural occurrences that circulate within academic circles. They include the Hanako in the restroom, the 13th step at night, the anatomical model in the biology lab, the moving statue of Noreen, the piano in the music room at night, the weeping portrait, and the sound of basketballs in the empty gymnasium.
However, in Hell mode,
I surmise these 7 tales have undoubtedly undergone various modifications. They likely have been transformed beyond recognition, far removed from their original forms.
After Siat Antong concluded her explanation,
Lu Su slowly lowered his head, his mask beginning to exhibit a contemplative expression. Yet, in truth, he pondered nothing, even after listening to the descriptions. He struggled to comprehend what these 7 incidents entailed. They sounded rather mundane. Thus, these are 7 unique events occurring within the campus.
Indeed, Siat Antong nodded. You mentioned earlier that you possess quite the background?
Siat Antong did not grasp the meaning behind the statement, thinking it prudent to refrain from further commentary.
Do you carry a nuclear bomb on you? What?
Siat Antong's vision momentarily distorted, as if the eye of Providence had jammed. Staring incredulously at the transgression before her.
Do you carry a nuclear bomb on you? Lu Su reiterated. Given that it transpires within this campus, such a method seems more efficient. Exterminate them all.
As he uttered the words exterminate them all, a fierce bloodlust surged within Lu Su.
Siat Antong. I must say, dear sir, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from thinking while wearing that mask today?
Suddenly, the classroom, which had been quiet for some time, erupted once more into chaos. Those previously silenced by Lu Su resumed their frenzied antics, as though his earlier threats had never existed.
Lu Su? Hey, hey, hey! The entire corridor is in disarray, and you lot are the most unruly. You wretched beasts!
Just then, a rotund figure entered through the doorway,
grumbling and cursing as he went.
Behold that weight, it must surely exceed 400 to 500 pounds, with flesh cascading down to the knees, and a glass water cup clutched in hand.
Especially the 2 of you.
With that, his greasy fingers pointed towards the only 2 in the class who remained unscathed.
Siat Antong and Lu Su.
The incessant ruckus, and yet, worthless individuals have entered this class without a hint of ambition.
Born of a mother yet raised by none.
I am truly at my wits' end with you lot, day after day, knowing nothing but. Siat Antong sensed that this may have been a trigger within the game's narrative, yet her heart skipped a beat, silently lamenting the impending trouble.
Indeed.
From the corners of her eye, she caught sight of the expressionless face behind the pale green mask, as the hand began to slowly raise the gun. With a forceful slap on the desk, the hefty figure bellowed, "You little brat!
Have you gone mad? Go ahead, make a move. What do you intend to do? Come on, give it a try. If I flinch, I won't be called Wang Longfei. I swear to bang."
The classroom resonated with the sound of gunfire for the second time.
Chapter 68, Game Punishment? Game Benefits. The gunshot rang out, abruptly ceasing.
A bullet hole appeared on the prominent forehead of Wang Longfei, while behind him, a vast spray of blood splattered across half the wall.
Crimson, ivory,
and golden droplets were scattered everywhere, not failing to reflect his robust physique. His eyes remained wide open, a fierce and savage expression still etched on his face.
As he fell rigidly to the ground, What's your name again? Bang. Who were you cursing just now? Bang, bang.
Lusu adjusted the hell roar to its first setting and, without expending unnecessary energy, fired several shots into the lifeless body on the ground. That hefty form quivered with each impact, purely an outlet for his anger. Wang Longfei was already beyond salvation. As a man who had successfully claimed a name, meeting his end so prematurely was indeed miraculous. The entire classroom momentarily froze, but soon returned to its ordinary state. As if the gunfiring corpse had stirred not a ripple. Some students continued to play with their noses, others picked at their feet. And a few persisted in undressing upside down. In this room, it could be said that only Xia Antong remained unaffected. Beneath her helmet, her mouth slightly agape. She felt her brain nearing overload. Having watched videos of the Sin Games, she recognized the madness, yet could still discern the underlying purpose. Now, however, it was truly difficult to fathom. This could potentially trigger some punitive mechanism of the game. Xia Antong weakly murmured, feeling overwhelmed and unable to analyze the situation in time. Almost immediately, she realized her ominous words had indeed borne fruit. A crimson light flooded the entire classroom. And a chilling mechanical voice resonated within the room. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures will be enforced. Upon the sound of this announcement, an unusual smile appeared on Luce's typically irritable mask. Indeed, it was his intention all along. When lacking information and uncertain how to confront an adversary, the solution lies in provoking your opponent to act against you. Soon enough, you shall acquire the necessary information. There is no distinction in the outcome whether you seek out your opponent and eliminate them, or they come looking for you and meet their demise at your hands. The moment the red warning lights flickered to life, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Luso found himself instantaneously immobilized. As though the rules of the game had enforced a binding power upon him, slowly pressing him back into his seat, resembling a dutiful student adhering to classroom decorum. Beside him, Xia Antong was thrust away by a terrifying force, hurled against the wall at the back of the classroom. Subsequently, the 20 or so classmates, seemingly from nowhere, produced a collection of batons, mace, whips, and other assorted items, unsteadily converging towards Lu Su. As they encircled him, they sang boisterously, their movements resembling those of wild mountain folk draped in school uniforms. Subsequently, a tempestuous barrage of assaults descended upon him. Pain chosen, pain value 1. Pain chosen. Pain value 1. Lu Su felt a twinge of amusement. Yet the sensation of being besieged compelled him to transform his emotions into a seething rage. Indeed, our Park Bucheng is quite remarkable. Previously, he sought to accumulate pain values with considerable effort, and now, it seems to come so effortlessly. A game penalty? Nay, a game boon. The announcement of this penalty resonated throughout the entire gaming community, allowing challengers to hear it as well. Park Bucheng was still engaged in exploring the permissions granted by the game, contemplating how to design strategies to maximize his advantages. Xia Antong's speculation was accurate. He was undeniably a contestant fortified by abundant resources. Armed with the finest weaponry bestowed by the South Korean government and leveraging his family's accumulated assets, he stood under the watchful gaze of the masses, poised to challenge for the top. Should he succeed, he would ascend to unprecedented heights. From that moment forth, his name would hold more weight than anything else in the great cold underworld. What significance does being first hold? The game has only just begun. How formidable can the leading position truly be? He must secure his victory. As he indulged in this reverie, a sudden notification from the game pierced through his thoughts, causing his lips to involuntarily curve into a broad smile. Is it truly this simple? Perhaps it is a tad too smooth? Simultaneously, the viewers from the great cold underworld, watching his live stream, erupted in ecstatic fervor. Park Bucheng Appa is destined to prevail. We've already won half the battle. I knew it would be simple. Our contestants from the great cold underworld are the strongest. Park Bucheng Appa is the premier player. While others were celebrating with champagne halfway through the match, this group of South Korean players had already begun to indulge themselves immediately at the onset. Park Bucheng gazed at the game announcement page. His smile broader than an AK rifle, yet in an effort to maintain an air of composure, he feigned indifference.
The game is indeed somewhat simpler than I anticipated.
However, I shall not be complacent. I will ensure that the throne of the strongest player remains within our great cold underworld.
Meanwhile, Lu Su,
having amassed a considerable amount of pain value, concluded his punishment. The crowd that had encircled him withdrew their bloodied implements, gradually retreating. They resumed their previous bizarre activities.
Some playing with their nasal mucus, others disrobing.
Lu Su sat quietly in his chair, his trenchcoat unscathed, yet crimson blood trickled from his sleeves and pant legs. The atmosphere in the room resembled the calm depths of the ocean, yet concealed within it was a tempest ready to engulf everything.
Siat Anton contemplated approaching.
Yet the oppressive ambience rendered her immobile. She understood that Lu Su likely existed in a state of wrath and bloodlust. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Lu Su slowly rose to his feet, elegantly adjusting his blood-stained sleeves and meticulously straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At that moment, his mask bore no expression,
reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror.
After finishing, he contemplated leaving.
His calm words, devoid of any fierce outcry, seemed to be directed at no one in particular, resembling a soliloquy. In the next instant, he once again grasped the gun in his hand. Aiming at the back of a man who had just been relentlessly beaten with a stick, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure fell to the ground in response. Everything unfolding so naturally, the gunshot echoing through the empty classroom like a death knell. Kill. Warning. Warning. The player has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Now triggering mandatory enforcement. Chapter 69, Lu Su, I reject your suggestion as the ominous warning echoed once more. All the students, who had previously acted like puppets, froze and turned in unison. Initially, they stared blankly at the lifeless body on the ground, seemingly perplexed by the occurrence. Subsequently, they lifted their heads, their expressions stiff as they gazed at Lu Su. A crowd encircled him, yet no one dared to approach. Their faces seemed to convey, "No. Dude." Lu Su lowered his weapon, awaiting the inevitable constraints and limitations of the game, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the assembled crowd. Sensing the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him, Siat Anton understood that any words she uttered at this moment would be futile. The leash on the beast had been loosened, and there was no reining it in now. All she could manage was to say, "Remember to take your medicine." Siat Anton was well aware of Lu Su's state as a formidable player fueled by in-game enhancements. She could only hope that this powerful individual would not inadvertently lead her to her demise, as that would certainly be quite the spectacle. As for herself, she began to scrutinize the furnishings of the room, her all-seeing eye transforming everything before her into data, arranged and combined for her analysis. Possessing the omniscient perspective, she understood that every coincidence in the world was not merely happenstance. With sufficient calculation, even a pencil could be the catalyst for a homicide. Thus, if the game had a purpose, the permissions granted to Pu Bucheng should logically be confined to the locations of the 7 urban legends. Consequently, the peculiar classroom where they initially spawned must be the site of one of these legendary occurrences. Even if it had been excessively altered, it should still exhibit some fundamental characteristics that remained unchanged. What was the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? Many areas featured sketch-like statues that, while seemingly innocuous, raised the question, could the props be limited to merely these? As for the sculptures, could they be the moving statues of the second palace? After Pu Bucheng's modifications, they were all still statues, which could be construed as plausible. However, what was the purpose of these strange classmates and the unfortunate Wang Longfei, who had been shot dead? Were they merely NPCs? Of no consequence? Simply tools for Pu Bucheng to inflict harm upon them? Standing alone at the back of the classroom, Siat Anton surveyed everything within, contemplating other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Su was encircled at a table, subjected to punishment. The alerts regarding the penalties resonated synchronously with Pu Bucheng, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Violated the rules again, bro? Are the levels and traps I designed truly this formidable? Has the penalty mechanism been triggered once more? Dude, what are you playing at? It appeared that our so-called strongest player was indeed not living up to his reputation.
Pu Bucheng merely hoped that he would possess the self-awareness to withdraw if he truly was incapable. All he desired was for him to hold the top ranking,
not necessarily to meet his demise.
Before the audience and the live stream, Pu Bucheng continued to shape his public persona. On the other side, Lu Su had completed his punishment. His bloodied figure rose as he consumed a vial of basic potion and once again raised his firearm.
Wait, Sin, you might actually need to eliminate these individuals. Suddenly, Xia Antong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Otherwise, what?
Lu Su paused, his finger halting on the trigger as the fierce aura surrounding him shifted,
enveloping Xia Antong instead. But please, hear me out.
The next bullet should strike that fool playing with his snot, aim for his nose. Listening to Xia Antong's words, the recently engaged individual, who had turned to leave while continuing his childish antics, glanced back with disbelief, his eyes fixated on Xia Antong.
Not you, sister.
You're quite the formidable one yourself. He already bore a resemblance to a simpleton, but now his expression only amplified that impression of bewildered wisdom.
However, he had no opportunity to articulate his thoughts. Bang!
The gun fired, and hell roared, consuming life in a flash of gunfire. A gaping wound appeared in the middle of the forehead of the fool Xia Antong had singled out, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes remaining wide open. The other students, seemingly unfazed, continued their activities, their indifference chillingly unsettling. A sound escaped Lu Su's throat, hinting at confusion.
The game as punishment segment,
which had appeared several times before, was conspicuously absent this time.
Xia Antong breathed a sigh of relief.
Relieved to have deduced the situation accurately before rage spiraled completely out of control. This classroom was one of the urban legends, nearly altered into the chaotic scene before her. The sculptures of human body parts, along with anatomical sketches on the blackboard and the myriad colors scattered across the floor, led her to believe this was an art classroom. With the presence of sculptures, she instinctively speculated that this legend might involve moving statues.
However, the students and their evidently peculiar behaviors could not be meaningless. Hence,
the human sculptures might serve as educational tools. The anatomical sketches on the blackboard clearly depicted dissection scenes, likely intended for instructional purposes.
The colors on the floor, aside from being dyes, could also be various reagents from a laboratory. This place could very well be a biological laboratory.
Thus, the legend here pertains to the human models within the biology classroom.
These human models might indeed originate from actual human bodies, sourced from a dissection laboratory.
The students were not students, they were not human, they represented various body parts. Upon closer inspection, they bore the distinct scent of formaldehyde. Their essence resided in the core of their bizarre movements. For instance, the incessantly fiddling fool's true essence was his nose. Once all these pieces of information connected, every hypothesis became reasonable, and Sin's shot validated it all. Destroying the nose ensured that the game's punishment would not descend.
This eerie tale appears to have unraveled.
The sole dilemma lies in the fact that some individuals' actions elude Xia Antong's ability to discern their true essence, compelling her to initially address those she can confidently identify as guilty. The next bullet was aimed at the individual performing a handstand, incessantly dressing with their feet. Yet this time, no gunshot resounded. Lu Su's head turned, revealing a thought-provoking expression upon his pale green mask.
Xia Antong felt a chill run down her spine, uncertain of what had gone awry. In the next moment, Lu Su raised his hand and brandished his weapon. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the head. Warning! Warning!
The player Zue has violated the game's regulations, forcefully disrupting the game's progression. Immediate punitive measures are now enforced.
Chapter 70, The Fear of Park Bucheng. Addicted to violations?
A gunshot rang out, and a body fell to the ground, signaling the re-emergence of the game's punishment, while Xia Antong was shattered alongside it.
Why aim for the head? What compelled the choice to disregard my advice after a mere glance? Do you harbor some other considerations? Can you genuinely think in your current state?
As a highly proficient crime analyst, she found herself grappling with confusion.
She had ostensibly unraveled this bizarre tale.
She perceived no flaws in her reasoning.
Thus, what could possibly be his intention?
Inevitably, Xia Antong recalled her first encounter with the crime game. The gruesome imagery of a severed leg, and the speculations that followed. Back then, she had scoffed at it, now, a chilling sensation coursed through her.
Surely he doesn't possess some peculiar penchant.
Simultaneously, Sia Anton was not the sole individual in a state of bewilderment. Park Buching on the other side shared her sentiment. Hearing the game's warning sound resound once more just minutes later, he sensed something amiss.
Wasn't he this too rapid? Triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes? This felt profoundly wrong. What are you doing?
Despite having a high degree of freedom, he found himself in a disconcerting state of unease, unable to discern his opponent's actions. This inexplicable dread gripped him.
No, this fellow is rather strange. Citizens of the great Han Ming kingdom, could you assist me in discerning what he is up to? If it's too simple, I won't design so many challenges in the future. Though his internal feelings were far from pleasant, he maintained a facade of bravado, unwilling to display any weakness.
Yet, he overlooked a fundamental rule of the game: during a confrontation, live viewers could not provide hints.
Consequently, the messages that came through were a bewildering array of garbled text. He, in, continuously. TSK damn, why are they all useless?
Park Buching muttered a curse as he glanced at the stream of nonsensical characters flashing across his screen.
However,
this annoyance was trivial compared to the clarity of the subsequent messages he received.
Wow, what are they saying? Claiming we are useless. Forgetting the game rules and uttering such outrageous remarks.
We are clearly doing our utmost to assist. The challenge mode benefits you.
Park Buching Appa wouldn't embarrass us, would he?
Within the confines of the great Han Ming kingdom, few dared to speak to Park Buching in such a manner. But now, in the online realm and within the game, no one seemed to care about him.
In an instant, his ire swelled.
And he felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet he had to be mindful of his image, stifling his frustration.
Everyone, please don't misunderstand.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm not referring to you. Rest assured, I shall prevail.
Can I win? I will win. Meanwhile,
on the other side, Lu Su had transformed the classroom into a slaughterhouse.
He was so unreasonable.
After the punishment concluded, he raised his hand and drew his gun, claiming the life of a punisher with a shot to the head. Not a single word was uttered, nor any threats made. It was nothing but sheer slaughter.
Each act of punishment seemed no longer to be an exertion of authority by Lu Su, but rather a countdown to the demise of these punishers.
With each countdown reaching its end, a life was extinguished, only to commence a new countdown.
Until everyone was annihilated.
This was a spiritual form of slow torture. Lu Su said nothing, yet at this moment, those beings, who ought to have been devoid of human consciousness, were now filled with an expression drowned in fear. Their movements retained a grotesque, twisted quality, yet each action grew increasingly sluggish, as if they feared something.
They were desperate to distance themselves from Lu Su.
They sought to flee from him with great urgency. However, the rules of the game compelled them to administer punishment to Lu Su. His wrath somehow instilled fear in entities that should have been mindless.
This bizarre scene left Sia Anton momentarily stunned, feeling utterly out of place. Gradually,
she noticed the movements of these foe beings beginning to distort, the reason for which eluded her. Previously, a diminutive woman had rested her right leg upon her head. Hopping forward with an unusual grace, Sia Anton speculated that her true form was that leg. Yet now, amidst her fearful gaze, the individual had swapped legs,
continuing to bounce along. Was it possible to change one's essence? Sia Anton found herself perplexed.
During this interval, she weakly cautioned Lu Zue, saying, "Striking the head will inevitably trigger the punishment mechanism. The parts one mentioned are their true forms, and they are not human."
Lu Su, however,
seemed to ignore her, maintaining his own rhythm, getting struck, rising, firing, getting struck again.
A dark aura seemed to coalesce around him,
akin to a black hole of emotion, with Lu Su as the most terrifying demon at its center. All who ventured within were instantly enveloped by a sense of dread. Though his body was battered and blood seeped continuously from beneath his trench coat, staining his surroundings in crimson, he exhibited no signs of weakness. Instead, his aura grew ever stronger, as if he had entered a state of blood rage. This oppressive atmosphere did not envelop Sia Andong, allowing her to remain relatively untroubled. Though she sensed the air in the classroom growing thin, shrouded in an oppressive ambience.
Warning! Warning!
Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process.
Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning. The game's punitive alerts echoed every 3 minutes. Like a harbinger of death, but it was not Lu Sue's life that was being called into question. At this moment, Park Buching was utterly numb. The incessant sounds of violations echoed in his ears, transitioning from initial ecstasy to subsequent numbness, and now culminating in a sense of dread. He was not by Zue's side and remained oblivious to Zue's current endeavors. What should have been a source of joy, a notification, now sent shivers down his spine with every chime. What transpired over there? He was unable to contact his teammates outside. Logically, if something were truly amiss, they should have reached out to him, shouldn't they? The notifications of punishment were delivered with remarkable precision, occurring every 3 minutes, almost to the second, coinciding perfectly with the game's penalty duration of 3 minutes. This meant that Zue was continuously committing infractions. Park Buching sat in a classroom on the edge of the campus, fingers interlaced, his complexion ashen. Was there any scenario in the tales or traps he had devised that could lead to such a situation? Have you become addicted to violations? Chapter 71, The Art of Substitution. Did you perceive it earlier? Moreover, the most pressing question is, why are my companions unable to contact me? What has gone awry? He had contemplated nearly every possibility during his design process, yet he never anticipated the incessant violations. If it is not due to his own flawed rule design, then it must be that he himself is persistently transgressing. What could his motive possibly be? Has he lost his sanity? Is he seeking an effortless victory? Although he has often fantasized about his triumph, he never envisioned such a simplistic approach. Could it be that this so-called first player possesses no skill whatsoever? Believing himself to be the chosen one? Park Buchung's lips curled into a smile, momentarily lost in his daydreams. Only to be met with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, plagued by self-doubt, his mind descending into chaos. At that moment, Zue, in some distant realm of eerie tales, had yet to take any action against Park Buchung, yet he had already seized control of the latter's psyche, subjecting him to relentless torment. Regardless of the circumstances, it was he who was in violation and facing punishment. I remained unaffected. He had chosen this hellish mode and deserved the game's repercussions. This challenge was his to contend with, and the advantage lay with me. Strangely, Park Buchung began to mutter to himself. Who inquired of him? Perhaps it was merely a means to bolster his own spirits. After fervently instilling some principles within himself, he felt a slight alleviation, his mood gradually settling. 3 minutes later, he did not hear the familiar sound of the game's punishment. It seemed he was still unaccustomed to the silence, lifting his head in confusion. After a pause, the game's notification chimed once more. The 7 wonders of the campus, the human model in the biology classroom, the black player has completed it. Current progress, 1-7, remaining time, 23:17:08. What? Upon hearing the voice again, he steadied himself, realizing that the tone had shifted. Had he cleared the level? How could this be? Park Buchung was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't he the advantage supposed to be mine? Why had it cleared so soon? Furthermore, he had been in violation all along. How could he have passed the level? Is it possible for a game of his nature to allow completion through transgressions? Could it be his teammates? Yet, they were supposed to hinder his progress. I protest, divine chosen paradise, can you hear me? What method did he employ to clear the level? I need to know. I have never heard of a game allowing completion solely through violations. Just moments ago, he was persistently transgressing, and now he has cleared it? Park Buchung found it hard to accept this blow and began to directly question the game. However, the game remained indifferent to his pleas, offering no response. Not everyone is like Lu Su, capable of provoking the game and still emerging victorious with a badge. After being disregarded by the game, Park Buchung could only silently accept the rejection, pacing back and forth in distress. He felt miserable, yet there was naught he could do. He lacked the audacity of Lu Su, who would risk everything to test the game's limits, leaving him to simmer in frustration. This was all so bizarre. Wait. The overburdened mind of Park Buchung finally recalled something and began to re-examine that message. The biological classroom's anatomical model. The biological classroom. Wasn't his teammate there? In a flurry, he grew anxious. Was this person utterly useless?
Others had been violating the rules but still managed to progress.
He was eager to reach out and understand what transpired. Then, the game's notification sound chimed once more, utterly shattering his composure. White side player, Jean-Air Liu, exited the game. Game continues. And this Jean-Air Liu was none other than Park Buchung's teammate in the biological classroom. What? Park Buchung's face instantly transformed into a meme, resembling the perplexed expression of a bemused individual. Violating the rules, then progressing, only for his own teammate to exit? What in the world? Was this game truly set to hellish difficulty? It felt like hellish difficulty was directed at him. A few moments prior, Lu Su, having concluded his punishment, rose from the pool of blood, tidying his clothing and collar as he gazed upon the last individual standing. The person appeared somewhat numbed, while his colleagues, those puppet-like beings, had become mere corpses scattered across the floor. With terror-filled eyes, he stared intently at Lu Su, who had just moments ago been assaulted with a stick by this very man. Yet, the stick could not fell the strongest player in this realm. Now, he likely realized that his life was nearing its end. He was fortunate, Lu Su had randomly spared this one lucky soul, leaving him to the very end. Yet, he was also unfortunate, as he now had to confront Lu Su directly. What a pity. Lu Su finally spoke, though no one knew to whom he addressed. Before raising his firearm. Puppet, what are you regretting about? Bang! The gun fired, and the last man collapsed, plunging the classroom into silence. Lu Su turned to face the ever-watchful Xia Antong, who promptly raised her hand and exclaimed, "It's me. I'm your teammate, not affiliated with them." Lu Su. I know. At that moment, the numerous corpses on the ground transformed into black smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a scattering of dismembered parts. Remnants of a human body, exuding a peculiar and foul odor. Concurrently, the notification of game completion resonated. Xia Antong approached, eager to inquire about the reasoning behind such actions. However, she noticed that Zue was now gazing down, motionless, fixated on the severed limbs strewn about, once again lifting his firearm. What? Was he about to desecrate the dead? Suddenly, a portion of the components on the ground sprang up, forming the shape of a person in the air, rushing towards the doorway. Xia Antong had no time to react when a gunshot rang out, and Lu Su shot a hole through the opponent's thigh. A scream echoed through the air as a figure fell, clutching their leg in agony. No! I am not Park Buchung. I am merely. Before the words could escape his lips, Lu Su unleashed a hellish roar, already firing. Kill! Jean-Air Liu, unable to contemplate further, used his exit token, amidst the searing assault. A cry of despair emerged, and he vanished from sight, exiting the game. At that moment, all the information previously seen surged back into Xia Antong's mind. Jean-Air Liu's special ability Death Substitution allowed him to divide his body into multiple segments, with only one being the true vital point. Injuries to any other location would not result in death, even to the heart. Xia Antong had been unable to discern which part of the faux person was the true body because they were adorned with Jean-Air Liu's components, which could also move and masquerade as the real entity. If an incorrect attack was made, it was highly probable that after all the doppelgangers were taken down, the wrong location would remain elusive, leading to failure in completing the game, misleading both Xia Antong and Lu Su into believing they had misjudged the means to succeed. Was this the reason Lu Su insisted on bearing the risk of breaking the rules by eliminating all the doppelgangers? Did you realize this earlier? Xia Antong turned in shock, gazing at the masked, taciturn figure of the sinner. Lu Su replied, "What did I realize?" Chapter 72, Gradually Increasing Difficulty. Confidence renewed. Lu Su found himself perplexed by Xia Antong's perception of him, yet he chose not to elucidate. In his current state, his rational mind was wholly consumed by the need to suppress his violent and murderous impulses, lest he succumb to chaos. He felt no inclination to speak. Each word seemed a burden, and annoyance sparked thoughts of violence. Thus, in this moment, Lu Su appeared more composed than in his previous states of greed and gluttony. He even exuded a certain elegance, reminiscent of a reticent and aloof deity. However, this demeanor was merely a facade, concealing a tempestuous storm beneath a tranquil surface. A bloodthirsty beast hidden beneath the guise of sophistication. The enigma had been unraveled. The first miraculous incident on campus was resolved in under an hour, shattering most of Pu Bucheng's illusions.
At this juncture, the corpses and blood on the ground had dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind a disconcerting array of dismembered limbs. Xie Antong surveyed the scattered remnants of human anatomy, her mind replaying the events in rapid succession. How could this be? Although her intellect had yet to fully harness the power of the all-knowing eye, this weapon was indeed legendary.
At that moment,
she had not been swift enough to discern the true nature of these individuals.
What level of mask was this sin? Or was it merely a product of the adversary's keen intellect? When did you realize some of the limbs belonged to those from the second floor? Lu Su responded tersely. I didn't notice.
After uttering these words, he consumed a vial of basic restorative potion to regain his composure. Initially, he had ingested one vial,
with only one intermediate potion taken subsequently.
Now, his condition mirrored that of his beginning, perhaps even improved. This initial enigma had purely served as a reward for him.
Indeed.
He had not dwelled excessively on the notion of completion. Unlike Xie Antong's assessment, he had not prioritized clearing the challenge. His intention to slay the Punisher was simply to invite retribution, a desire for punishment itself. The stillness surrounding the corpses was not a result of his conscious awareness of the anomalies linked to the second floor, but rather an instinctual realization. Much like a beast in the wilderness, he could sense when something was observing him. It was a primal intuition.
May I inquire about your purpose in choosing that prior course of action? Xie Antong ventured, after contemplating numerous possibilities in her mind. Upon hearing the response from Sin, Lu Su adjusted his disheveled cloak, transforming its appearance before vigorously shaking off the blood that adorned it. I was merely warming up. Moreover,
it has now been substantiated. With a robust stretch, a broad smile manifested on the pale green mask he wore.
These enigma games can indeed be completed through sheer force. Can they not?
Xie Antong's pupils suddenly constricted. Although she feigned laughter, the violent aura emanating from the other party only intensified.
In essence,
he had immersed himself in the game, testing the means of conquering it. If the game's penalties were not fatal, and if all potential threats could be eradicated, he planned to charge through recklessly. A sense of defeat welled up within her. She found it difficult to keep pace with the erratic thoughts of a manic individual.
Initially, she believed she had unraveled the puzzle at the zenith of the game's competition,
only to discover that her opponent had never intended to collaborate as a team from the outset.
Meanwhile, over at Pu Bucheng's side,
the game had already issued its prompts and a new round of notifications. The Black Faction's Lu Su had successfully completed one game, and the hellish difficulty began to reveal its true terror.
The privileges granted to Pu Bucheng were escalating. With each bizarre tale Lu Su completed, Pu Bucheng could impose a restriction.
The level and scope of these restrictions were progressively intensified. The further they advanced, the more grotesque they became.
For instance, when Pu Bucheng attempted to declare that Zue could not breathe from that moment onward, the game promptly rejected the impossible limitation.
At this juncture, he was repeatedly testing the game's boundaries on the screen before him, strategizing for the forthcoming challenges, all while muttering incessantly in frustration.
Damn it, useless. No messages returned, and yet they exited the game. Isn't Jean Erlu ranked quite high domestically? Didn't they possess some life-preserving skills? How could they just quit? Why not die directly instead? Such spinelessness, what are they doing over there? Shiba, utterly useless. He was already exercising considerable restraint. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, his invectives could have been far more vulgar.
In truth, it was understandable. His opponent seemed to have accomplished a victory inexplicably, while his own teammate had exited without relaying a single message. His circumstances should have been exceedingly favorable. However, Jean Erlu was powerless. It was not that he did not wish to convey information, but rather that Lu Su had provided him no time. He had divided himself among various decoys, and whenever Lu Su breached the rules, the game's regulations forcibly compelled him to enact punishment, leaving no opportunity to communicate.
Each punishment concluded, and Lu Su immediately fired again.
Jean Erlu was too terrified to react, let alone relay a message. Ultimately, when he was shot in the leg, even a second's delay in exiting would have rendered him ash at Lu Su's hands. making any communication futile.
Lu Su's wrathful mask prioritized efficiency, leaving no time even to utter a word.
Thus, Pu Buqing found himself in a state of utter bewilderment.
Yet, soon enough,
a smile reappeared on his face as he proclaimed, "But it matters not, rest assured, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. It is merely a level,
not of significant consequence.
One could assert that the incompetence lies with the second floor of Jin. My constraints will intertwine seamlessly, leading him into the abyss. He shall pay dearly for his arrogance." As Pu Buqing declared this, he once again pressed the confirmation button. A segment of his live audience from Huagua watched in silent disbelief.
Has he become overly confident again? Concurrently,
an announcement regarding the game reverberated in the minds of the players. The black team player has now transcended through a miraculous campus event. The white team player has issued the first constraint. Among the black team players, at all times,
there must be at least one individual present in the location of the eerie game.
Chapter 73, I did not underestimate him, I simply wanted to eliminate him. Listening to the voices surrounding them, Lu Su and Xie Antong simultaneously paused in their preparations for the next scene of eerie tales.
Initially,
Lu Su felt a twinge of annoyance at the sudden imposition of new rules. Xie Antong also furrowed her brow slightly, from the description of these regulations. It seemed that such constraints were not merely coincidental. This appeared to be a tactic of division, a means to separate the two of them.
At that moment, Lu Su came to realize the implications of the restrictions being imposed. Anger often clouds judgment, prompting him to think before responding.
After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Well,
that works out perfectly." Xie Antong replied, "What do you mean by that? Is it really necessary to articulate your view of me as a burden so explicitly?" Ultimately, she sighed. Although the omniscient eye, when fully developed, would possess formidable combat capabilities, her current strengths did not primarily manifest in battle.
Moreover, even with some combat ability, it would likely pale in comparison to the prowess of the formidable figure before her. Thus, she proactively stated, "Very well, the rule is evidently clear, at all times, one must remain within the game scene.
You are stronger,
so I shall stay here while you proceed to the next level."
Upon hearing her willing concession, Lu Su agreed, "All right."
He then strode confidently toward the door.
"Wait. Not so fast."
Xie Antong had not finished her sentence, yet the eagerness radiating from him to unleash his power left her somewhat speechless.
"Help me take this outside and throw it into the sky."
She extended a metallic sphere, scarcely 2 centimeters in diameter and composed of a hard substance.
At that moment,
her appearance was striking. A pale blue screen flickered with streams of data before her right eye, while her left eye was obscured by a helmet, giving her a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. Pointing to her sealed left eye and then to the metallic sphere, she explained, "This is my eye.
If you throw it into the air,
it can assist you in surveying your surroundings and identifying the correct game location." Lu Su applied a slight pressure to the sphere, gauging its hardness, and nodded in acknowledgement.
"Additionally, you will wear this."
Xie Antong, resembling a treasure trove, produced a headset from seemingly nowhere.
"Stay in contact, and remember not to lose it."
Lu Su accepted the device, and as he touched it to his ear, the headset instantly morphed into a fluid form that enveloped his ear, creating a sensation of weightlessness while ensuring it would not fall off.
"What caliber of weapon is this?" Lu Su instinctively inquired.
"Epic grade," she replied. Lu Su could not help but pinch his coat, contemplating that he had finally encountered an epic grade weapon even less useful than himself.
"Furthermore,
there are a few matters I am uncertain whether you have noticed, but I shall mention them nonetheless. Firstly, the temporary restrictions imposed by this game may very well increase with each level we conquer.
Secondly, it is highly likely that there is more than one teammate on Park Buqing's side. Xie Antong probably realizes the current temperament of the criminal,
which is why she refrains from unnecessary words and directly states her conclusion. For Lu Su, in his state of furious mask, this form of communication is precisely what he prefers.
He indeed pays little attention to such matters, believing them inconsequential.
His instincts do not perceive these events as threats to his existence. "Be careful," he advised.
After speaking,
Lu Su stepped out of the classroom and leaped from the 3rd floor to the ground, forcefully tossing Xie Antong's eyes skyward. The metallic sphere spiraled through the air before vanishing from sight. In the eerie silence of the classroom, Xia Antong chose a seat in the rear, holding her breath and closing her eyes. The campus was eerily quiet, the sun was obscured, and no clouds graced the sky. The atmosphere was not blue, but rather a muted gray, as if a bucket of paint had been overturned onto a canvas. The entire world seemed shrouded in a pallid haze, infused with an oppressive stillness that weighed heavily on the heart, igniting Luce's anger. He wandered aimlessly through the campus, deeply contemplating a singular matter: what magnitude of hellish roar would be required to utterly collapse the teaching building before him? Even if it could be obliterated, would it not still pose a challenge to destroy the entire school? Truly troublesome. At that moment, Xia Antong's voice resonated through his earpiece. She had entered her focused state, her tone calm and steady, almost robotic in nature. The other locations were uncertain, but within this school, there exists only one gymnasium. Thus, the sound of basketballs echoing in an empty gym must originate from that singular place. Location, Lu Su replied, glancing upward. The all-seeing metallic eye overhead began to move rapidly, refracting a spectrum of colors to form an arrow guiding Lu Su's path. Furthermore, although Park Bucheng's abilities are vastly inferior to yours, I must remind you once more, he may possess high-level support and impressive equipment, so do not underestimate your opponent. Perhaps with Lu Su momentarily absent, the oppressive aura of fear dissipated, allowing her mind to return to a more normal state, emboldening her to express her thoughts. I did not underestimate him, Lu Su replied, raising his gaze. I only wish to eliminate him. His voice was steady, devoid of personal vendetta, as if stating a mere fact. Lu Su stretched his body, and amidst the gray mist enveloping the campus, a legendary symphony of bone and sinew erupted, reminiscent of a martial arts master. Countless prior punitive strikes had been nothing short of a battle. Lu Su was now in a state of readiness. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before even stepping inside, the sounds of fierce competition emanated from the court. A cacophony of excitement that starkly contrasted with the somber ambience of the school. Lu Su stood before the main entrance. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode in boldly, unabashedly presenting himself as an intruder. Upon entering, the incessant sound of table tennis echoed throughout the room, while the badminton court resonated with the fierce friction of feet and the slicing sound of powerful smashes. The basketball court was alive with thunderous shouts, occasionally punctuated by the sharp whistle of referees. Shouts of anger and cheers erupted within this venue, indicating that the sporting atmosphere of this school was indeed quite commendable. Ah! Lu Su stepped further inside, looking around and muttering to himself. There seemed to be quite a few people standing at the entrance. He had a comprehensive view of the entire venue. Amidst the cacophony of activity, it was utterly deserted. Chapter 74, The Unyielding Task. Your mission is to hold the fort. The once bustling stadium now lay eerily vacant, an unsettling silence pervading the air, amplifying the already ominous atmosphere of the school. A chilling dread enveloped the surroundings, though those who ventured here remained blissfully unaware of its true nature. Lu Su stood at the center of the desolate arena, cloaked in an oppressive aura of darkness. The sounds around him were strikingly vivid, echoing nearby. Yet nothing was visible to the eye. Though surrounded by hundreds of voices, he perceived no one, standing alone within the gymnasium like a solitary island, beset by both fear and loneliness. This place could drive one mad even in daylight. At night, it would surely induce fainting spells. To facilitate the audience's understanding for their future roles as players, the visuals were presented from a first-person perspective. Having previously watched videos of deranged individuals torturing games, this horror-themed dungeon was a new experience for them. Why create something with a horror theme? No way, my cabinet just moved. I'm not watching anymore. The other miraculous tales on campus are already eerie. The completion method of this crime is violent enough. A normal decryption might be even more terrifying. Xia Antong observed through the all-knowing eye, sensing the situation was rather precarious. The scene bore a distinctly Chinese horror essence. Crucially, the apparent emptiness made data analysis exceedingly difficult. Standing resolutely at the center of the arena, Lu Su slightly raised his chin, a look of perplexity gradually forming on his masked visage. So many people. Though visually imperceptible, his instincts were acutely aware. Within this seemingly confined space, countless eyes were fixated upon him.
It was a primal instinct, one of fury, heightened and magnified. Just as everyone felt the situation reaching an impasse, Lusu inexplicably raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air twisted momentarily as a bullet pierced through, leaving a hollow mark on the distant floor. Yet, apart from that, nothing else transpired. It was merely a casual shot. However, the expression on the furious mask turned serious, his brow furrowing as he swiftly drew his gun and fired again at another location. The gunfire erupted incessantly. Lusu's right hand transformed into that of a Western gunslinger, wildly shooting at various points around the room. Though each shot was singular, the rapid fire and lack of cooling time melded the sounds into a continuous barrage, resembling a machine gun sweep throughout the space. The once pristine and bright gymnasium was instantly transformed into a war-torn zone, as if it had been thrust into a battlefield. The backboard of the basketball hoop shattered, the badminton net fell to the ground, and everywhere, on the floor and walls, were punctuated with bullet holes. Yet within the vast expanse of the arena, the atmosphere remained as vibrant as ever, the cacophony of various sports resonating without the slightest abatement, harmoniously intertwining with the sharp reports of Lusu's gunfire, as if they were performing a duet of sorts. Spectators stood transfixed, bewildered, unaware of his intentions. Within the confines of this stadium, it seemed as if madness had taken hold, with gunshots ringing out aimlessly, yet yielding no tangible effect. What does this mean? Has he lost his mind? It appears that resorting to violence here is futile. Of course, how can one be violent when not a single living soul is in sight? Shooting into the arena is pointless. I had thought he might charge through, but it seems a different approach is required. Given Lusu's increasingly bizarre behavior, many observers suspected he had succumbed to insanity. Through his earpiece, Xia Anton's voice pierced the chaos, inquiring, "What on earth are you doing?" The expression on Lusu's masked visage twisted into a frown as he surveyed the surroundings. He sensed an omnipresence of malice within the space, all eyes seemingly trained upon him, imbued with a palpable hostility. While much of this malevolence felt faint, creating an illusion of specters surrounding him, just moments prior, a strong intuition had tugged at him, sharpening his awareness of a more formidable presence of malice in a particular direction. Thus, he fired his weapon. However, he was acutely aware that he had not struck his target. The moment he raised his gun, that overwhelming sense of hostility vanished, only to reappear behind him. With each subsequent shot, he aimed at the unmistakable sources of malice, eager to discern the outcome, yet each attempt met with failure. In this expansive void, it was as if countless stars flickered dimly, some occasionally illuminating briefly, captured by Lusu's perception. Yet, these stars would only gleam momentarily. As soon as Lusu shifted his aim, they would relocate, often to a position directly behind him, entirely contrary to their previous locations. Lusu's firing quickened. Yet it proved futile, the elusive malevolence evaded even his bullets. To onlookers, he appeared to be spiraling into madness, as none possessed his acute intuition to sense the enmity permeating the room. In a shadowy corner of the arena, an unseen figure held its breath, intently observing as Lusu ceased firing. It quickly initiated contact with Park Buching through the game's internal messaging system. "Hello, Mr. Park. This sin is now in my sights." The figure spoke with urgency, striving to avoid superfluous chatter. "Yes?" Park Buching replied, his expression shifting to one of elation as he recognized the caller. "The arena, is it? Excellent. Fanren, detain him for me. I am aware of your capabilities, ensure he is eliminated here." Fanren swallowed hard before continuing. "That brings me to my next point. It seems I may have been discovered." "What?" Park Buchang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood up, gazing towards the distant location of the gymnasium. How did he manage to achieve that? "I cannot ascertain, but among my myriad spiritual entities, he fired a shot directed at my true self. Although my spiritual transformations are swift, each subsequent shot he fired was aimed at the position of my essence. I had evaded many of them." Only then did Park Buchang's expression ease slightly as he remarked, "So he just cannot catch you, can he?" Fan Ren replied, "Regardless, the challenge of this eerie tale primarily rests upon your shoulders. Confound him, mislead him, and delay. Your task is simply to hold him back. You bear the weight of the aspirations of the great cold underworld." Chapter 75, Where the Eyes Cannot See, the Heart Will Guide You in conclusion.
Park Buchung could not resist the temptation to make a grand statement, casting a shadow over Fanren. He remained oblivious to the pressures Fanren faced, indifferent to his fate, and took pleasure in witnessing the antagonist's predicament. The game comprised 7 stages, each presenting its own eerie tale, all within a stringent time frame of 24 hours. This time frame was indeed quite pressing, should any stage become obstructed. Combined with the additional restrictions he had placed on Luce's allies, time would slip away rapidly. Moreover, he could not fathom Fanren's abilities or any potential solutions to overcome the challenges he posed. The capabilities perfectly aligned with the haunting narrative of the sports arena. While he did not aim to defeat the antagonist outright, merely delaying him could lead to his demise. In his original strategy, this stage was intended to be the most time-consuming, yet unexpectedly, the antagonist had already approached the second stage. Fanren, do not be so ineffectual. After concluding the call with Park Buchung, Fanren took a deep breath and continued to navigate the tense atmosphere within the sports arena. Indeed, after thorough preparation, his abilities rendered him invincible in this domain. His entire prowess was encapsulated in his skill, Furious level ability, Psychic Doppelganger. Fanren could manifest psychic doppelgangers, which required time to prepare and could not stray too far from the original, with a maximum distance of 100 meters. The doppelgangers possessed no offensive capabilities. They merely instilled feelings of despondency and fear upon nearing a person. However, Fanren was perplexed as to why this effect was entirely ineffective against the antagonist. Though seemingly a lackluster ability, as long as he remained within 100 meters, he could seamlessly interchange between his spiritual form and his physical body. His physical form, concealed and undetectable, was nearly impossible to locate. While this ability lacked aggression, Fanren's actions with the psychic doppelganger were not entirely within his control, yet. In the context of this haunting scenario, it became a potent tool for stalling. Fanren firmly believed that, as long as he had ample time to prepare, no one, regardless of their stature, could best him. Now, he had indeed arrived at the moment of truth. However, when truly confronted by Lu Su, he could feel the weight of an oppressive force, an inexplicable aura that instilled a sense of dread, rendering him hesitant to approach. Moreover, this was a matter of evading bullets. With each of Luce's raised arms, he swiftly exchanged positions with his doppelganger in the gun's blind spot. Although he managed to evade harm, the psychological strain was considerable. Additionally, he remained utterly baffled as to how the antagonist discerned his true position. The most formidable in this world, his abilities seemed excessively comprehensive. Yet, to outsiders, Lu Su's earlier actions appeared as though he was merely firing into thin air, devoid of purpose. Coupled with his previously reckless and aggressive approach to overcoming obstacles, most assumed he was simply exhibiting madness. Beyond the concealed Fanren, no one could comprehend the sheer abnormality of Luce's previous actions, nor the precision with which he fired each shot. Shall we explore another location first? Venting frustrations by firing at the stadium is ultimately futile. It seems the current state of affairs is rather unsuitable for analysis and decryption. Perhaps we should allow the blank to take a look and move on to the next scene. With just 24 hours left, time is indeed quite pressing. We must not succumb to the Koreans. The audience began to brainstorm strategies, though their suggestions were merely casual musings. Seasoned spectators knew that the protagonist never heeded their words. Suddenly, after a period of calm, Lu Su raised his gun once more, aiming it at Fanren's position. At that moment, an alarm rang in Fanren's mind, prompting him to swiftly reposition himself behind Lu Su. Engaging in a tug-of-war with this formidable figure was no easy feat. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Rumor had it that this individual could kill without a flicker of an eyelash, and one of his missions was said to have even consumed lives. A wave of fear washed over him. However, Fanren soon realized something was amiss, his pupils dilating in shock. The gun did not fire. Lu Su's action was merely a means to ascertain how Fanren had evaded him. A cryptic smile gradually emerged on the pale green mask. So, you do not dodge bullets. You simply observe my movements? With that thought, Lu Su relaxed his grip, allowing the hell roar to fall to the ground, vanishing into his backpack. He pressed his earpiece and said, "You should leave now and scout elsewhere." Siat Antong responded, "Are you certain?" Observing Lu Su nod. The metallic sphere in the air spun twice before decisively flying away. Xia Antong understood that since the protagonist had made his decision, her presence here was likely of little significance. Soon, the vast stadium was left with only Lusa standing quietly. Gradually, beneath the mask, his eyes closed slowly, the cacophony around him fading into oblivion as he immersed himself fully in the instinctual perception of the beast within. After all, the stadium was devoid of spectators. It was better to shut his eyes. Sometimes, the unseen can guide the heart. Tell me, which is swifter, the bullet or I? His voice, though soft, resonated above the tumult of the stadium, akin to a tiger's roar overpowering the cries of all creatures, distinctly reaching Fan Ren's ears. Fan Ren was momentarily taken aback, unsure to whom the statement was directed. How could a person possibly be faster than a bullet? But in the next instant, a chill crept over him as a figure loomed larger in his vision, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. Transformation. Boom. In the following moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Lu Su brought his raised leg crashing down, akin to a mountain-splitting axe striking the ground. Amidst the tremendous sound, the floor of the badminton court was instantly cratered, with massive fissures rapidly spreading throughout the stadium. Fan Ren stood at a distance, steadied by his shock as he gazed ahead. He comprehended the reason behind Lu Su's decision to sheath his weapon. It was because his adversary exhibited no inclination to raise his hands. He could very well have maintained his gaze forward, yet he surged backward with remarkable swiftness. Though not as rapid as a bullet, his movement was infinitely more unpredictable. However, how could this be possible? How could a human possess such speed? Fan Ren had never encountered an individual like this, even if his opponent were the world's foremost fighter. He could never have fathomed that a person's physique could be transformed into a lethal weapon. Were his Achilles tendons forged from steel? Yet, at that moment, he had no time to be astonished. Before he could catch his breath, a terrifying gale once again rushed towards him, the grotesque mask of fury, imbued with the essence of death, surged back into his line of sight. Fan Ren felt but one overwhelming sensation: this seemed utterly untenable. Chapter 76, Rampage and Loss of Control? Pain amplified. Transformation. With little time to ponder, Fan Ren could almost feel the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, penetrating his very pores. In an instant, he hastily repositioned himself, narrowly evading the onslaught. Boom! Turning back, the floor where he once stood erupted once more, debris and smoke swirling, obscuring Lu Su's figure within. Moments later, the smoke was shattered by a powerful gust, and from within, Fan Ren instinctively knew that yet another calamity was upon him. Did his muscles not require respite or a buildup of strength? Panic surged within him, yet in the following moment, he vanished from his spot again, swiftly exchanging places with his spiritual form. The next instant, the basketball hoop behind him was obliterated by a single strike, fragments scattering across the ground. Fan Ren's back was now completely drenched in cold sweat. These two blows demonstrated that the infamous sin was indeed deserving of its reputation. The sheer intensity of this body surpassed any player he had ever encountered, even those ranked at the top of the game. Was everyone at that level? While he could switch places with his spiritual form merely by a thought, his pursuer was physically charging at him in such a manner, he felt as though he was evading a myriad of life-threatening dangers. As for why he must evade rather than confront, Fan Ren could only scoff at those who dare suggest such a notion. Why not try to resist? That he had not retreated outright was already a testament to his resolve. He could scarcely fathom holding off his opponent for 24 hours, in the face of direct confrontation. One thought consumed him: could this game truly allow him to triumph? The condition for victory was merely a peculiar tale, yet in a one-on-one duel, he doubted this monster before him could be subdued. If that were the case, it would truly be a lost cause. Transformation. Once again evading a lethal strike, Fan Ren distanced himself, warily observing the beast ravaging the arena. He could only exert his utmost effort, attempting to stall this creature for as long as possible before his energy was depleted. After all, this challenge also represented the great Han Ning kingdom, and leniency was an unlikely option. He. Suddenly, within the vast and echoing sports arena, a chilling laughter resonated. It was Lu Su's laughter. His fury escalating as he failed repeatedly to land a hit, the power of his furious mask intensifying, prompting a twisted smile.
The brat runs quite fast. Doesn't he?
On the mask, a grotesque grin bisected it, stretching from ear to ear.
Boom! The ground beneath him instantly caved in, a terrifying repulsion launching his body toward Fanren.
This time, Lusu had entered a state of rampage, teetering on the brink of losing control, involuntarily laughing maniacally. Without pausing for breath, without rest, without respite, Lusu's entire being surged into a relentless sprint. Like a wound-up machine, his speed was so swift that it left afterimages nearly impossible for the human eye to capture. Each of Fanren's transitions was a sweeping maneuver, an effort to decelerate the relentless pursuit of guilt. Yet, the results were far from tangible. Lusu's rapid reversals showed no signs of abating, his relentless pursuit creating a stifling atmosphere that made Fanren feel as though he were suffocating. Though merely a shift in tactics, the psychological weight was unbearable. An eerie laughter reverberated throughout the stadium, devoid of joy, instead sending chills down the spine.
Fanren felt an unsettling sensation,
akin to that of a helpless young girl fleeing through a dark alley, pursued by a deranged killer. While perhaps an inappropriate analogy, the psychological strain was strikingly similar: fear, helplessness, and the grim anticipation of dire consequences if caught. The stadium lay in tatters, with shattered equipment strewn about, and the floors and walls violently torn apart.
Suddenly, the cacophony of thunderous sounds abruptly ceased. Lusu stood amidst the wreckage, enveloped in smoke and dust, finally halting his advance. The arena was a chaotic scene, with dust swirling and the scoreboard above swaying precariously before crashing down. A mask of fury adorned Lusu's face, silently laughing as he gazed down at his right hand. In that hand, he clutched a half-foot-long gray fabric, a remnant of the initial attire worn by players just moments earlier. Fanren had faltered under the weight of prolonged psychological pressure, his mind momentarily stalling, allowing Lusu to rip a piece from his clothing. The sensation was akin to death brushing past him. Fanren's face flushed crimson as he breathed cautiously, bewildered by Lusu's sudden halt. Yet, this brief moment of respite was invaluable. The pressure was overwhelming. This game was supposed to be a challenge posed by Pu Bucheng. Yet it felt as though he were trapped in a hellish nightmare. Staring at his torn clothing, Fanren was still shaken and hastily attempted to contact Pu Bucheng during this fleeting moment. The game's internal channel connected. "Hello, Mr. Pu. Prepare for what is to come," he said. Pu Bucheng, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean, prepare for what? I can't hold on much longer, this guy is truly terrifying." Terrifying. Fanren's repetition of the word terrifying underscored his mental unraveling and distress. What? Can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What is happening? Pu Bucheng exclaimed, but Fanren had already ended the call. In the arena, Lusu examined the tattered fabric in his hand, his fury slightly abated. He did not wish to lose control entirely. The evidence in his grasp confirmed his instincts were correct. There was indeed someone here, exuding malice. How did he manage to evade capture? You cannot escape. As he beheld the fragments of clothing materializing in his hands, the audience, who had previously regarded the unfolding events as mere madness, found themselves utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Indeed, it is real. This implies that the esteemed individual was pursuing someone just now. The physical expulsion of spirits truly works. It sends chills down my spine. Given the adversary's remarkable speed and the fact that they have yet to be apprehended, it seems they are quite the expert. This is precisely why Fanren was oblivious to the audience's comments regarding Lusu. Had he witnessed them, he might have coughed up blood. Fanren thought, what? An expert? Me? Lusu stood still, fixated on the fabric in his grasp for several seconds, the smile beneath his mask growing increasingly audacious. Before he reflected in his mind. Very well, it is reassuring to confirm that someone is present. No more games, the pain chosen can enhance. Chapter 77, Did I Let You Go? With a mere thought, my personal strength data panel materialized before me. After dismissing my equipment and other items, Lusu's personal power points were undeniably lavish. Strength, 30, Speed, 15, Agility, Coordination 15, Fate, 3, Spirit, 3, aside from the enigmatic Fate.
which Lu Su had yet to utilize. The remaining statistics surpassed the capabilities of other players.
The allocation for spirit seemed rather inefficient at a ratio of 1:10, leaving Lu Su unconvinced of its necessity.
He preferred the tangible strength of his physical form, a power he could clearly perceive. In the previous encounter, Lu Su had amassed a considerable amount of pain points, and with some earlier contributions, he now boasted over 40. Under the mask of fury, he had little desire to meticulously calculate. Since he intended to engage with his opponent earnestly, he decided to enhance his attributes significantly. With this resolve, he raised his speed and coordination in one swift motion. It was almost a gamble. Speed increased, 1530. Coordination increased, 1520. For now, he set strength aside, focusing primarily on speed. His personal speed value had doubled, fueled by his pain points. He remained oblivious to the nature of the entity lurking in the shadows, be it human or ghost, another player, or some other aspect of the game, yet he was determined to unearth it. The sensation of being toyed with was infuriating, while Fanren felt perilously ensnared. Lu Su harbored a contrasting sentiment. In his perspective, he was merely chasing a bothersome rat that evaded capture with its incessant flight. Each failed attempt only heightened his internal fury. After a protracted pursuit, although Fanren had not delayed much time, he inadvertently contributed to the accumulation of Lu Su's anger. While wearing the mask of gluttony, Lu Su had not entertained thoughts of devouring a person, but now, the desire was palpable. This elusive specter seemed to possess the extraordinary ability to teleport, a skill that vexed him greatly. Now, having doubled his speed, he felt as though he were skating on the wind, his entire being imbued with a sensation of lightness. If he had previously been able to corner his opponent, his chances had now improved exponentially. Fanren, concealed at a distance, held his breath, keenly observing for any sign of movement from the foe. Although uncertain of why Lu Su had paused, an ominous premonition prickled at him, akin to a thorn in his back. Suddenly, Lu Su turned his gaze towards Fanren's location, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though their eyes met. Fanren was acutely aware that he was cloaked in invisibility, yet that singular glance stripped him of his cover, leaving his heart racing as though it had skipped a beat. "Friend, you've revealed your breath," the mask of fury grinned, addressing Fanren's position. "Fear, much like the scent of blood, has the power to lay bare all that one wishes to conceal." Instantly, Fanren's muscles tensed, his breath held, bracing himself for the next round of the deadly chase. However, Lu Su did not hasten to act. Instead, he leisurely adjusted his cuffs and took measured steps towards Fanren, speaking in a tone that was neither hurried nor slow. "I hope you are prepared. The boss has entered the second phase." "What?" Fanren was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning of this statement, sensing an almost uncanny shift in Lu Su's demeanor. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Su's calm strides transformed into an abrupt sprint, bringing him right before Fanren. Transition. Fanren's nerves were taut, and the instant Lu Su initiated his charge, he had already executed a shift. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Despite having transitioned, a howling wind still whipped against his face. That pale green mask was already upon him. With no time to ponder how this was possible, or why he had been thrust back into danger so swiftly after his transition, he was compelled to shift again in a flash, narrowly evading disaster. Lu Su's assault this time was calculated, driven by fear. Fanren instinctively transitioned to the farthest point from Lu Su, maximizing his escape angle, which granted him a sense of security. Yet, such behavior became predictable. Hence, Lu Su's initial strike was never aimed at securing victory, rather, upon reaching his destination, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and propelled himself backward with tremendous force. Indeed, as soon as he moved, the predatory instinct he possessed had already sensed the presence nearby. The second attempt still eluded him. Yet, Lu Su's hand shot forth like an iron bar, cleaving the air and painting it crimson. Though the space before him appeared empty, blood inexplicably splattered onto the already damaged floor. The air was saturated with the unmistakable sound of a muffled groan of agony. Fanren was wounded. However, he could not evade Lu Su's third onslaught. Without pausing, Lu Su returned for a third strike, and his hand finally latched onto something tangible, his fingers digging deep into the flesh of his opponent.
Crashing through two advertisement boards beside the court, Lusa forcefully slammed his quarry to the ground, rendering him utterly defenseless. The air twisted violently as a figure gradually materialized. It was Fan Run, who had painstakingly concealed himself for half the day. Cough, cough. A bitter taste filled his mouth. And Fan Run violently expelled a mouthful of blood. At least he was a competent player, managing to survive the crushing blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment of capture, his mind went blank, a true emptiness that succumbed to an overwhelming and unreasonable force. Lusa's fury clouded his rationality while imposing an unparalleled psychological pressure on others, particularly his adversaries. The sensation of fear stifled his thoughts, and the searing pain coursing through his body awakened memories embedded within his very genes. Especially in the current position of the two, one above and one below. It evokes a primal fear ingrained in the marrow, a sensation of being hunted, slaughtered, devoured. Fan Run was too stunned to react, his mind was solely consumed by the instinct for survival. With a swift motion, he produced his withdrawal token. Yet, the moment it emerged, an immense force seized his wrist. In an instant, it felt as though his wrist had been placed within a hydraulic press, inflicting a pain so severe that it rendered him oblivious to all else. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst the agonized screams, the overwhelming pressure constricted his muscles and tendons, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds that thwarted his grip. As he pulled the withdrawal token from his backpack, his hand faltered, letting it slip and fall to the ground. Before him, mere inches away, loomed a grotesque, grinning face of light green. "What's the rush? I asked if you could leave." Chapter 78, Even crying counts as time. Lusa's grip tightened increasingly, and blood began to seep from Fan Ren's wrist, the flesh pressed agonizingly against the bone, as if Lusu intended to crush it completely. Ah! Fan Ren continued to scream, utterly consumed by terror, his mind clouded with senseless cries. He deeply regretted agreeing to participate in this game. Though it had nothing to do with him, why was he the one suffering when it was Park Bu-chang who had issued the challenge? The moment he saw the exit token fall to the ground, he realized that his fate was sealed. While Jean Erlu had managed to escape the game and preserve his life, what about him? His nearly 30 years of existence flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. And as he began to reflect on his past, it felt as though he was waiting for death. At that moment, the excruciating pain in his wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling sensation as the pain vanished. Fan Ren thought, what does this mean? Has my hand been crushed? Images of mangled flesh flooded his mind. And he turned his head away in despair, only to discover Lusu had loosened his vice-like grip, refraining from applying further pressure. Fan Ren froze. Overcome by a sense of relief akin to having escaped death, however, his moment of respite was interrupted by a deep voice. "Why are you screaming?" Lusa pressed down on him, feeling slightly bewildered. He could not comprehend why a grown man was wailing so pitifully. It diffused some of his own anger. It seemed he hadn't even stated his intentions yet. What was wrong with this person? Was it merely a matter of grasping his wrist? It hadn't even been broken yet. This was not at all what he had envisioned in an adversary. Lusu had anticipated encountering a classic, mindless villain who, once subdued, would hurl insults before retaliating with all their might, only to be swiftly dealt with. Instead, he found himself faced with someone so pathetic. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his own appearance conveyed a fearsome aura. The pale green mask gave him a ghastly, ferocious look, resembling a ravenous specter risen from the depths of hell. When Fan Ren glanced up at Lusa's mask, an involuntary scream escaped his lips. "Ah!" Luso asked, "Do I look so hideous now?" To Fan Ren, it seemed he was not gazing upon a man, but rather a monstrous beast, drooling hungrily, while he stood before it like a meal awaiting its fate. "He wants to kill me. He wants to devour me." The veins in Fan Ren's forehead throbbed, and his mind spiraled with these two thoughts, rendering him incapable of rational thought. The moment the exit token slipped from his grasp, he felt as if he had glimpsed his own demise. "Please, don't kill me. I was merely trying to survive. I didn't dare to lay a hand on you. It was Park Bu-chang who challenged you, not I. Not me. I have no thoughts on the first. I beg you to spare my life and let me go. Killing me would bring you no benefit, would it? I have an elderly mother to care for, and
Lu Su, to be honest, looking at such a contestant, he feels quite amused, it's almost laughable.
Previously,
I thought his escape skills were exceptional, likely indicating he was a master.
But upon closer inspection,
it seems he is so terrified of death that he has invested all his points into survival skills.
With a hint of sarcasm,
Lu Su chuckled softly and lifted the individual, placing him against the wall. To have amused the furious Lu Su is quite the feat, indeed.
Lu Su then spoke,
I have a few questions for you.
Feel free to ask your questions.
Lu Su's previous laughter nearly frightened Fan Ren to the point of urination.
Why are you laughing so calmly?
His body trembled, and he barely registered what the culprit had just said, rambling on, please, don't kill me.
We can talk. I'm not tasty, don't eat me.
Seeing him like this, Lu Su decided not to waste words.
He patted Fan Ren's shoulder and inquired, this place must contain many things, right? The unseen and untouchable kind. Can you tell me what's going on?
Seemingly concerned about alarming his interlocutor, Lu Su spoke in a calm and gentle tone, if you do not provide an explanation within 10 seconds,
I will force your head into your pelvis. I strike swiftly, it won't hurt. In that case, your two heads will be reunited. Ah!
Fan Ren's previously stabilized emotions exploded once more, echoing in his ears the single thought that this man intended to crush him. He immediately began to wail again. Though his cries were devoid of sincerity, they were loud yet tearless.
Boom! Lu Su kicked the wall beside Fan Ren's head, impatiently stating, crying? Is that counted as time? I will count to 10. 1. 10. As he spoke, Lu Su unleashed his hellish roar. No, no, no. What about the 8 numbers in between? Let me think. Fan Ren lunged forward, clutching Lu Su's thigh. Yes, it was me, it was my doing. If you sensed many things, they must all be my spiritual entities. Spiritual entities? Lu Su echoed.
Precisely so, just like that.
As he spoke,
Fan Ren hastily laid bare all his abilities, fearing that if he concealed anything, he would be killed on the spot.
Lu Su listened, astonished. Spiritual entities? Can you retract them?
No, truly, I cannot, they can only dissipate once I am out of range. Fan Ren quickly replied, thinking to himself that if he were released,
those entities would vanish. Cannot? That's just perfect.
With that, a smile appeared once more on the mask of rage.
To be honest, Fan Ren is the person who has elicited the most emotions of laughter from the mask of rage. In the depths of his confusion,
Fan Ren suddenly felt a tightening on his shoulder as Lu Su's hand firmly grasped him, pinning him against the wall.
Did you truly dedicate yourself to your studies? He admonished. You ought to read more. What?
Before Fan Ren could fully comprehend the situation, a gray book materialized before his eyes. Seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that rendered it impossible to look away, captivating his very essence.
In his peripheral vision,
he caught a glimpse of the cover's inscription, the confession of the disheartened. Amidst the mesmerizing gray, the cover of the book gently unfurled, revealing the first page.
In that instant,
Fan Ren felt as though his life was a profound failure, dwarfed by the might of the strongest player, akin to an ant. Perhaps it would be better to succumb to despair, to relinquish the will to live.
Concurrently, the gymnasium reverberated with a series of unearthly shrieks, reminiscent of otherworldly wails.
Chapter 79, Teaching skipped, Background skipped, Animation skipped, then kill, kill, kill. In the arena, a haze of gray mist erupted and quickly dissipated, leaving an unsettling impression as if one had merely imagined the spectacle. The entire spatial dimension twisted momentarily.
A chorus of shrieks followed by faint explosions echoed,
resembling the sound of dust being disturbed by a gust of wind, creating an illusion of an invisible fireworks display within the arena.
Lu Su could distinctly sense the malicious gazes that once filled the venue gradually diminishing, their retreat akin to the vanishing of blocks in a game of Tetris. Moreover, the once cacophonous arena was steadily becoming tranquil, the vibrant sounds of athleticism waning into silence.
It appeared that even these disturbances were orchestrated by Fan Ren's spirit,
designed to ensnare Lu Su and prolong his stay.
Park Bu Chang and Fan Ren had meticulously devised their plans. Yet they had failed to account for Lu Su's formidable prowess. The S-rank sealed artifact had been active for merely a few minutes.
Yet the arena transformed into an extraordinary stillness, the previously overwhelming multitude of spirit avatars obliterated entirely.
With a resounding thud, Luso forcefully closed his book, tucking away the confessions of the disheartened. The S-rank sealed artifact was indeed remarkable. With just a simple page, it had decimated Fan Ren's spirit, and the backlash was palpable. The primary adverse effects on him were emotional and mental, however, due to the influence of the rage mask, he felt none of it. Luso could only sense an unnameable fury igniting within him the moment the book was opened, as if everything in the world displeased him.
Fan Ren before him was utterly loathsome, inciting a desire to kill.
The arena appeared dismal and deserving of destruction. This school felt irksome, prompting thoughts of obliteration. In essence, nothing in this world aligned with his desires. It was as if a black hole consumed all warmth and reason within him, transmuting them into an overwhelming urge for annihilation. Luso now comprehended the essence of rage encapsulated in the phrase, "I am the fierce fire that incinerates the world."
Indeed,
this book should not be perused excessively. The wisdom within could lead one to commit heinous acts without a flicker of remorse. Once the book was closed, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, as if the previous clamor and vibrancy had been mere illusions, never truly occurring. The tranquility was welcome, except for one individual.
"I feel so defeated. I am nothing.
Perhaps death would be better."
Fan Ren collapsed onto the ground, muttering incoherently,
as if he had been utterly broken. His nerves, repeatedly twisted and contorted, had rendered him nearly unrecognizable. Previously terrified by the rage mask and subsequently affected by the concept of the disheartened, his psyche was on the brink of collapse. Although Luso was in a foul mood, witnessing Fan Ren's pitiful state prompted him to inquire with unexpected kindness, "What is wrong?
Do you wish to die? Do you require my assistance?"
In an instant, a spark ignited in Fan Ren's eyes, and he sprang up from the ground, distorting as he retreated a few steps.
"No, brother. I was merely jesting with you.
I am merely speaking nonsense. I yearn for life with an intensity that is almost unbearable.
Each day,
the desire to live consumes me to the point that I find it difficult to sleep, fearing that if I succumb to slumber, I may never awaken again. All negative emotions have been swept away from my mind. The powerful instinct for survival renders me indifferent to any sense of failure. I now perceive how precious it is to salvage one's life in the face of such dire circumstances. Although the challenge mode does not impose conditions of victory or defeat, being captured and killed by the embodiment of sin is solely one's own responsibility. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the token for exit lying on the ground, pondering how to retrieve it.
When Luso effortlessly bent down to collect it, I was taken aback.
Luso paid no heed to my inner turmoil and strolled towards the center of the gymnasium,
faintly hearing the sound of a basketball being dribbled. However, my primal instincts failed to detect any malevolence lurking within the gym, nor did I sense anything amiss.
Although I had identified all distractions, the actual game content eluded me. Eliminating errors does not equate to discovering the correct option. After playing for a considerable time, Luso, faced with such circumstances, lost interest in a conventional resolution. Wasn't there already a person present? He turned back to me, who was wearing a bewildered expression, and inquired,
"What is the nature of the game here?" I cautiously replied, "I implore you, can you refrain from killing me?
You have the option of withholding information from me."
Luso calmly responded, "No. Please. You must tell me."
I stood at attention, realizing that my counterpart was indeed a basketball player. The swiftness of my change in demeanor astonished all onlookers, yet it must be acknowledged that this was indeed a clever survival tactic.
"What then?" Luso inquired, observing my cooperation.
"Beyond that, I truly do not know. I possess a slight awareness due to my ability to discern spiritual entities.
The specifics of how to succeed in the game are known only to Pu Buqing. Perhaps you should seek him out?
Interrogate him, but spare me."
"I would be of no use." Luso remained silent.
At this moment, I had all but abandoned my principles, eager to betray my allies for survival. Knowing that had it not been for Pu Buqing, I would not find myself in the presence of this harbinger of death.
Luso,
disinterested in the complexities of spiritual entities which yield no tangible rewards, preferred to expedite the resolution of this predicament. This situation may require an analysis of the background story. It appears that the protagonist of this tale has long awaited someone capable of defeating him on the basketball court.
Moreover, he likely harbors a tragic past. Once one relinquishes their principles, they experience minimal psychological burden.
I earnestly spoke as though I were Lu Su's ally.
Enough, do not speak further, Lu Su interrupted. Tell me where he is.
In the context of the game, deciphering and analyzing are exceedingly inefficient endeavors.
If it were the mask of greed,
there might be some thoughts regarding these matters, but at present, he is engulfed in fury. This rage is akin to that moment in a game when one bypasses the tutorial, skips the background narrative, and ignores the cutscenes, diving straight into the gameplay. Seizing a weapon, and preparing for carnage. I know not who I am, nor where I stand, I only know that I yearn for bloodshed.
Fan Run,
somewhat perplexed by Lu Su, found himself in a state of earnest submission, seeking mercy. Thus, he gestured towards a certain location, which had already been ravaged beyond recognition. The basketball hoop lay toppled, having been struck down by Lu Su's earlier blow, now sprawled across another area. Lu Su approached, retrieved the hoop from the ground, and with a resounding thud, plunged it firmly into the earth. He then produced the confessional of the disheartened once more, unfurling it and laying it flat upon the rim.
Chapter 80, The Game of the Undead. I also wish to use a max-level character.
Fan Ren stood momentarily stunned before the scene unfolding before him.
Observing Lu Su as he placed a book flat in the basket, utterly perplexed by the action.
However, clarity soon dawned upon him. The confession of the disheartened, resting atop the basket, was impervious to the gentlest breeze unless manually disturbed. The rhythmic sound of a basketball echoed softly through the gymnasium, when suddenly, with a swish,
it seemed as if something had been thrown into the air.
Moments later, the pages of the book fluttered slightly, as if something were dissolving upon them.
And then silence enveloped the atmosphere. The air fell into a 3-second stillness, void of all sound.
Subsequently, a piercing roar erupted from beneath the basketball hoop, as if a tempest were brewing within the arena, heralding an impending explosion. Lu Su's gaze sharpened, his body surged forward, leaping to perch upon the rim of the hoop. Crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance as he grasped the confession of the disheartened, bracing himself for the imminent clash.
An aura of fury emanated, intertwining with unseen resentments, reminiscent of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Lu Su, albeit uncertain of what would transpire next,
observed Fan Ren huddled in the corner of the gym, trembling with trepidation, hoping to remain unscathed. Then, as the chaotic and confrontational energy gradually subsided, tranquility returned.
A game notification, one that Fan Ren had never envisioned, suddenly resonated in his ears.
The 7 wonders of the campus, the sound of basketballs in the deserted gymnasium.
Black team's challenge successful. Challenge progress, 2-7, remaining time, 22:39:46. Fan Ren was taken aback. Is this for real? That was it? What then was all the torment I endured? A social experiment?
Yet, reflecting upon the damage inflicted by the book upon spiritual entities, alongside the remarks made by Pu Bucheng at the onset of the game, many elements began to align rationally.
Pu Bucheng had previously stated, "Your abilities are unique. The gymnasium challenge holds no significant difficulty.
However, I have tailored it specifically for you, making this level particularly harmonious with your spirit. As long as you can withstand and remain undetected, none who enter this challenge can escape." Regrettably, Fan Ren had faltered.
In Pu Bucheng's vision,
hundreds of spirits akin to basketball-playing phantoms would blend together, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the correct target.
Coupled with Fan Ren's interference, no one could pinpoint his location.
Had a normal individual attempted to navigate this confusion and uncover the key to breaking free, they would have fallen into Pu Bucheng's trap. However, it was Lu Su who had arrived. The wrathful mask, detecting a presence lurking in the shadows, resolved to eliminate the threat immediately.
Who dares to harbor malice towards me? Seeking death?
Lu Su observed the situation resolve itself, feeling slightly irked as he had prepared himself for another encounter.
Soon after,
a peculiar game voice emerged, stating, "White team player, Fan Ren, has exited the competitive challenge mode."
Lu Su mused, didn't I already seize his exit token? Did the other party also receive exit coins from game rewards?
Upon turning around, Fan Ren was surprised to find himself still standing behind, wearing an expression of bewilderment. as if he were checking his body for any missing parts.
Lusu furrowed his brow and spoke, "Did you not claim your name was Fanrun? Are you deceiving me?" "No, brother. I'm truly perplexed. What has happened? Why did I exit?"
Fanrun had never encountered such a situation. In fact,
it was likely that no one in the world had ever experienced anything quite like it. He was still within the game, yet somehow considered to have exited.
The game announcement had concluded, and his attempt to communicate with his teammates through the internal messaging system had failed. The channel had been abruptly closed to him. His own livestream had vanished as well, and upon opening his screen, he was met with a blank display.
What am I now? A living dead in the game?
He feared that, upon seeing him, his teammates might mistake him for someone else entirely, suspecting a conspiracy at play.
Fanrun felt utterly lost.
His exit coins were no longer in his possession, and even if he genuinely wished to leave, he found himself unable to do so.
Moreover,
all traces of his presence within the game had vanished. No audience, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering about.
Especially now. Could he trust that this ominous figure before him truly believed he was Fanrun? If this fellow failed to comprehend his own identity, he likely wouldn't bother to discern the truth. With a forced smile, he addressed Lusu, "Truly, brother, you must believe me, I have no reason to deceive you. How about returning my exit coins?"
"I can leave now, you can calm down and refrain from violence."
Lusu remained silent, merely lifting his weapon, the hell roar, into his right hand. "Wait. We can talk this out, why resort to gunfire?"
Fanrun was nearly terrified to the point of losing control.
Why did this man refuse to believe he harbored no ill intentions?
"You can ask your audience, I've lost even my own livestream perspective."
Lusu did not respond to him, instead switching hands and holstering the hell roar. He pressed down on his headset. "Hello?"
After establishing a connection with Xia Antong,
Lusu turned and walked toward the exit of the stadium.
"I see you've progressed swiftly."
The headset remained silent for a few seconds before a voice finally replied. "It was quite simple," Lusu succinctly responded. "Do you have any leads on the next location and content of the ghost story? I've basically pinpointed the general area."
The voice from the headset replied, surprising Lusu with its optimism. Xia Antong continued, "The music room and the art room have clear directional indicators. So I have a rough target in mind and will guide you there shortly. The restroom and the 13th step have less clarity, I have a few general ideas.
And I will need you to scout those areas based on the triggers within the game."
It seems that one has become accustomed to the manner of speaking typical of Sin, issuing commands without unnecessary elaboration. The two individuals resemble merciless machines,
solely focused on conquering this game.
The intense pressure emanating from their conversation is palpable. It raises the question of whether Park Buchung can withstand it.
It is rather inconsiderate. Has it only been a short while?
To be candid, I immersed myself in the experience, and it felt exhilarating. Whenever I perceived an issue, I could simply inform Sin, who would then proceed to overcome any obstacle with ease.
Undoubtedly, having a max-level character at one's disposal is undeniably thrilling.
I too aspire to be a companion to a formidable player.
Pray tell, does someone upstairs have access to legendary-grade weapons? Chapter 81, each with their own agenda.
Dealing with you is quite simple. Lusu had reached an exhilarating pace in the game, leaving spectators breathless. Finally, having completed the challenge, a moment of leisure allowed for casual conversation on various topics. At this juncture, Xia Antong's gaze had once again returned, whirling in the air as she prepared to guide him towards the music classroom.
Lusu understood that many elements of the Seven Wonders were shrouded in mystery.
If the confessions of the disheartened had a potent counteractive effect on spirits, then possessing such a document could be more advantageous than wielding a firearm. He held the book in his hands, straightened his attire, appearing remarkably refined, akin to a university professor.
This striking contrast momentarily rendered Xia Antong speechless,
leaving her at a loss for words. The metallic sphere spun twice in the air before it caught sight of the despondent Fanrun in the gymnasium and inquired,
"Who is this person?"
"Just a passerby, his life's ambition might merely be to survive," Lusu replied.
"Understood."
Furthermore, Park Buchung should also be devising new restrictions,
considering another level has been cleared. "Do keep a vigilant eye on things," he added. As Lusu's figure gradually faded from view, Fanrun finally exhaled. collapsing onto the nearly ruined floor.
His mind was a blank slate, and he felt a profound sense of confusion regarding his current predicament, uncertain of what to do next.
He had been ejected from the game system. Was he to remain here, waiting idly? What did Park Bo-ching think of him? How did the populace of the underworld perceive him?
Given Park Bo-ching's character, he likely deemed Fan Run a failure, possibly berating him vociferously. He feared that if Park Bo-ching faced adversity, he might unjustly direct his frustration towards Fan Run. Setting aside other concerns,
Fan Run's self-assessment of Park Bo-ching was indeed accurate. Damn it! How long has it been?
This was a level meticulously tailored for him.
And he couldn't even endure for an hour before it concluded? Moreover, why was there not a single message relayed back before he exited? How could they all be so inept, failing to communicate even a word?
In a fit of rage, Park Bo-ching was seething with frustration. He had not anticipated that 1 or 2 games would secure his position as the world's best, yet the silent exits of his teammates were utterly unacceptable.
Meanwhile,
with Fan Run's gameplay completely vanished, the audience of the underworld in the livestream, particularly those who had not been exposed to Fan Run's first-person perspective, began to speculate and slander. Fan Run's performance is indeed questionable. The level that consumed the most time ended so swiftly.
I've looked into it. It seems Fan Run has some Chinese heritage.
That explains it, a traitor from within. How infuriating.
At this moment,
Park Bo-ching was utterly disinterested in maintaining his image or conversing with his audience. He was finally beginning to feel a sense of crisis. Although the game grew increasingly challenging as it progressed, and despite the numerous limitations he could impose, the thought of an unseen adversary achieving such rapid completion at this level left him feeling somewhat uncertain.
After all, we are all human. How could there be such a vast disparity after only 3 matches? Damn it!
It must be due to the incompetence of my teammates that things have turned out this way, pure incompetence. The suggestion interface had long since appeared. Yet he had not exercised his authority to impose new restrictions on the opposing team. His confidence had begun to wane. He was unsure how to ensure his victory with absolute certainty. If he were to lose, he could hardly bear to contemplate it.
Damn it!
It must be the stupidity of my teammates that has led to this predicament. I designed it so meticulously.
Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration,
Park Bo-ching's urge to curse momentarily halted, and a thought crossed his mind. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as he began to input new limitations on the game interface.
Since my teammates are utterly useless, no matter how formidable you are, can you guarantee your teammates are equally capable?
At that moment, Lu Su had been guided by Xie Antong's gaze to a peculiar arts and physical education building,
arriving before a classroom on the basement level. This is indeed the most definitive location for a ghost story. However,
how to trigger it and how to complete the game depends on you. Lu Su nodded. Accustomed to individual completions, this feeling was the epitome of freedom for him. This method of collaboration imposed no constraints on him.
All right, I will handle this area first. You can verify the others later.
Lu Su's words bore a hint of urgency, a rather restrained expression of his mounting frustration. Just as he was about to step inside, a thought seemed to strike him, and he inquired, "Wait.
Didn't you mention only 4 subsequent games? We've only completed 2, which means there's still 1 left?"
In response to Zue's question, Xie Antong replied, "Yes. That one should be the most concealed. I haven't discovered it yet. I'll take a look around shortly." Lu Su furrowed his brow slightly. He did not sense any immediate issues, yet his intuition suggested that Xie Antong's tone seemed somewhat off.
However,
he refrained from commenting and simply acknowledged her before entering the classroom.
In the biology classroom, Xie Antong sat alone in the disordered and quiet room.
Her legs crossed as she communicated with Zue. When she mentioned that she had yet to discover something, no one noticed the subtle smile that crept upon the lips of a plaster sketch model behind her, shaped like lips.
Who said a classroom could only harbor 1 ghost story?
Unbeknownst to all, Xie Antong, with her back turned to the plaster model, wore a similar slight smile as she uttered those words.
The all-seeing eye, how could it possibly have blind spots? After all, I possess eyes that see even behind me. Amidst this subtle atmosphere, the constraints of the game finally made their delayed appearance.
The black side player has already achieved the second campus miracle. Now the white side player announces the second restriction. Among the black side players, each one must have a record of overcoming the campus miracles in this challenge mode. The moment Sia Antong heard this restriction, she could hardly suppress a smile, nearly bursting into laughter. Raising her head, her expression carried a depth of meaning. Oh! How naive, how naive! Although analyzing the mindset and behavioral patterns of guilt is challenging, predicting your next move seems rather simple after all. Chapter 82, Schemes and Predictions. Conditions. Lu Su entered the classroom before him, immediately halting as he heard the voices surrounding him. Sia Antong had nearly perfectly anticipated Park Bucheng's intentions. However, Lu Su remained uncertain about the extent of Sia Antong's capabilities. The all-knowing eye, a legendary weapon. While indeed impressive, seemed to lack combat prowess, or perhaps she had yet to reveal such abilities. Did she also have to pass a trial? Was that not absurd? What if she failed? Would that mean he had also faced a challenge failure? It was utterly nonsensical. This game operated under a challenge mode. A test between himself and Park Bucheng, without any stipulations regarding a potential loss on her part. As he pondered this, Lu Su sensed that the situation might be more complex than he initially thought. Upon entering the room, the door closed automatically, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. Nevertheless, Lu Su paid little heed to it and pressed the microphone again, stating, "Did you hear the game restrictions just now?" "I did," Sia Antong replied. "You confirmed the game difficulty is hell level before selecting your character, which means the game matched your teammates accordingly. It has been confirmed that Park Bucheng has multiple allies, indicating he possesses greater support. However, for you, the challenge is inherently hellish, implying that the teammates matched to you, including myself, are intended to hinder your progress." As she spoke, Sia Antong stood up and wandered aimlessly around the classroom, appearing rather bored, occasionally adjusting the positions of the sculptures within the room. At that moment, she had rearranged all the sketch sculptures in the classroom. Listening to her words, Lu Su paused thoughtfully before replying, "You seem quite self-aware. Is your manner of speaking always so brusque? Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Among these monsters, do you find any comparatively simple?" Lu Su asserted with a slight seriousness. "You may select an easier one, I shall incapacitate them for you to deal with, let's not delay the game." Sia Antong. At this moment, she had not disclosed her circumstances to Lu Su, as she had likely surmised Park Bucheng's forthcoming strategies. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed her all-knowing eye helmet, causing the armor surrounding her ears to liquefy, subsequently extending to envelop her headphones before reforming. Following this, a remarkably thin neural spike pierced her skull, the pain causing her brow to furrow. Yet, without uttering a word, her thoughts transformed into sound, directly reaching Lu Su's ears. "Sin, I hope you keep this quiet. The words I am about to say cannot be heard by the audience, nor can Park Bucheng know, only we two shall hear them." Lu Su. "The weather at this school is truly dreadful." Sia Antong nodded in satisfaction, continuing to reflect in her mind, to put it succinctly. "Whether I become your burden is not for you to decide, but rather for the game itself. If the game has such an objective, then your strength might even produce counterproductive effects, and Pu Bucheng is already approaching this matter from that angle. However, I believe we might be able to turn the tables." Lu Su was somewhat at a loss on how to feign anger, as wearing a mask of fury was not his forte. Hey? Why the silence? In any case, the upcoming game is unlikely to focus on restricting you, rather, it will seek to exploit me as a breakthrough point. Your current game must still be completed with thunderous momentum. You must instill fear and panic in them, and once accomplished, I predict the next additional restriction imposed by the opponent will likely be the death or withdrawal of any member from the black team. Counts as a failure in challenge mode. The previous additional restriction was insufficient, so this one is essential. As long as you strike hard and fast enough, I am 90% certain of what Pu Bucheng has in mind. Sia Antong spoke rapidly in her mind. And although only she and Zue understood the conversation, leaving the audience perplexed, the content of her discourse was indeed captivating. That is to say, she had fully accepted that Zue could conquer the horror story, and do so with remarkable swiftness. She did not even propose a contingency plan, as if she deemed it a matter of course that Zue would not fail. Upon hearing this assertion, Lu Su offered no dissent, seemingly in agreement. At that moment, Their mutual confidence reached an astonishing harmony. No one entertained thoughts of failure, nor the scenarios of overcoming the first two levels. Xia Antong had defined Zue's prowess as the strongest player to an exceedingly high degree. Noticing Luce's silence and lack of opposition, Xia Antong tentatively stated, "Therefore, I believe this can be leveraged. If, after you clear this level, the additional restrictions imposed by the opponent align with my judgment, I hope that during the subsequent clearing process, you may consider my suggestions, even if I sometimes may not provide reasoning." She understood that communicating with Zue during his furious state was not conducive, so she could only present her conditions in a relatively calm moment. Otherwise, everything might slip beyond her control, and if Pu Buqing were to exploit her as a breakthrough point to achieve victory, she would find it intolerable. Lu Su was uncertain of what the other party was contemplating and was not entirely sure of their intentions, but he detected the confidence in their words. If truly allowing her side to fail could also impact him, it seemed to be the only currently troublesome issue. It appeared she was confident in resolving it. "All right," Lu Su replied, "is this room an art classroom or a music classroom?" Listening to the voice emanating from the other side, Xia Antong appeared to have emerged victorious. Her emotions barely contained as she pressed her lips together. Though she found herself amidst an eerie setting, filled with peculiar sculptures, the psychological strain of negotiating with the entity known as Zue was undeniably far greater. After engaging in 2 rounds of challenge mode, she had finally achieved a preliminary breakthrough. Thus, everything was in readiness. Moreover, she discerned that, under normal circumstances, Zue retained a semblance of rationality and the capacity for communication. For instance, in this moment, Zue was deliberately uttering irrelevant remarks to divert attention. It seemed that when caution was warranted, Zue could indeed exercise it. With that, she acknowledged the necessity for constant contact. As she concluded this peculiar form of brainwave communication, fatigue washed over her, leaving her complexion pale. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lu Su pondered, "So, is this classroom an art room or a music room?" Chapter 83, Your melody is enchanting, yet I am in a hurry. Why is there no response? This inquiry is not intended to be disregarded. Lu Su raised his head and casually glanced around, his gaze landing upon a portrait on the wall. The figure within the painting bore a resemblance to the Mona Lisa, gazing ahead with a serene smile. "I recall my teammate mentioning a peculiar tale regarding tears from the eyes of a portrait, correct?" Without much contemplation, Lu Su approached the artwork, curious. "Is it you? What is the source of your smile? Do you not intend to shed a tear?" He stood before the portrait for a considerable span of time, seemingly engaged in a mental standoff, locked in a gaze with the painting. He found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Typically, one waits for the adversary to make a move before devising a strategy. However, this time, he sensed no eerie atmosphere emanating from the portrait, nor any trace of malice. This entity appeared to be rather formidable, its ability to conceal its aura remarkably adept. As he maintained his silent confrontation with the painting, a melodious piano tune resonated through the empty room. Lu Su turned, somewhat stiffly, toward the source of the sound. In the corner of the room sat a Steinway piano, draped in a crimson cloth, exuding an air of classical elegance from the previous century. The piano, now quietly ensconced in the corner, played a graceful blues melody, as if it had been there for countless epochs, imparting an overwhelming sense of solitude. Lu Su swore that the piano was not present when he first entered. It had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This indicated that the eerie scenario was not the weeping portrait, but rather the haunting melody emanating from the piano in the music classroom. He had been engaging in a mental duel with the air itself. In an instant, the once relatively normal mask of fury began to overload, its hues shifting chaotically until it coalesced into an expression of vexation. "Tisk, that woman, Xia Antong, could have been clearer. If it is not you, then why do you not speak?" In a fit of indignation, he struck the wall with his fist, shattering both the portrait and the wall itself, sending wooden splinters and bricks flying in all directions. "Portrait. Can I speak?" "No. I vaguely recall this being a horror game. Why does it feel so comical now? Is there a master analyst who can decipher if there is any deeper meaning behind this sin?" Even the piano is bewildered, it has now emerged. Park Budong has miscalculated. Had this piano remained hidden, it could have prolonged this challenge significantly. Seemingly accustomed to the rhythm of sin, The audience continued to revel in the cheerful atmosphere of this horror game challenge. Suddenly, all the curtains in the music classroom were drawn, plunging the room into utter darkness. With a crack, a fire starter ignited, casting a flicker of light upon the piano's position in the pitch-black room. Gazing at the dim and flickering light, Lu Su remained motionless, merely uttering, "What a heartwarming scene!" The audience, who had begun to immerse themselves in the horror atmosphere, found themselves at a loss for words upon hearing this statement. Only you could find warmth at a time like this, they mused. In the room, the melodious strains of a piano seemed to soothe the soul. When a transcendent female voice suddenly resonated, "Would you care to join me in playing a piece on the piano?" The voice was ethereal and enchanting, embodying every ideal of beauty, compelling one to feel reluctant to refuse. Such a lovely voice, it feels like falling in love. Wait. Don't fall in love just yet, hasn't T blank mentioned the characteristics of each eerie tale? I researched this urban legend. And if it's indeed a nocturnal piano piece, one must neither listen to it nor attempt to play along. Supporters of Lu Su began to grow anxious. Yet their concerns were futile, as such information was obscured in challenge mode, and Lu Su would not see their comments. Thus, guided by the ethereal voice, Lu Su slowly advanced toward the piano. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the ancient Steinway, its keys dancing freely, producing a mesmerizing melody. "Would you care to perform a duet with me?" The enchanting voice beckoned once more, seducing Lu Su like a siren luring sailors in the depths of the ocean. Simultaneously, several keys began to flicker with a pinkish glow, seemingly guiding Lu Su to play in a particular manner. Lu Su stared at the piano, paused for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned slightly forward and bowed gently. "Your music is beautiful, but I am pressed for time." Just as the audience was left wondering about his intentions. Believing he had inexplicably turned hostile, he abruptly stood upright and, with all his might, struck the ancient Steinway with tremendous force. A gesture of courtesy before hostility, indeed. The exquisite, time-worn Steinway shattered instantly, its ordinary metallic and wooden structure utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. Boom! The sound resembled a demolition explosion. As the piano disintegrated like a toy, parts scattering across the entire classroom, some even raining down upon Lu Su, disintegrating into dust. Lu Su paid no heed to any passage methods or taboos, in his view, since the essence of the urban legend revolved around the piano's sound. Shattering it was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. At the moment the piano exploded, the room plunged into darkness. And Lu Su's instincts alerted him to the presence of entities within the space. The presence of something was indeed a matter of clarity, be it human or spirit. As long as it existed, it could be addressed. A passionate, melodious, and somber piano piece erupted almost simultaneously, as music possesses the power to influence human emotions. Each composition strings together the soul, seeking to enthrall. A row of keys radiating red light flowed forth, indeed, flowed, encircling Lu Su and forming a grand circle around him. The room had plunged into an eerie darkness, punctuated only by the blood-red hue of the piano keys. The once soft pink light had extinguished, leaving an unsettling void. Lu Su remained rooted to the spot, then suddenly advanced a few steps, drawing the classroom curtain shut with a swift motion. It was pitch black, utterly, incomprehensibly black. Outside the window, day had given way to an inky darkness, as if such profound obscurity had not graced the world since the dawn of humanity. Lu Su pressed the earpiece against his ear and inquired, "Is it dark outside?" "No, you might have entered a tale of the uncanny," Xia Antong deduced, realizing that the ominous events were likely beginning. "Very well," Lu Su nodded. "In 10 minutes, if there is no indication of having cleared the level, please remind me." Chapter 84, The Unyielding Contestant from the Cold Nation, 1 shot, 2 lives. Upon concluding the call, Lu Su hung up and began to observe his surroundings. His greatest concern was the potential for his mind to be ensnared, leading to a misjudgment of time, much like the sudden onset of darkness outside moments ago. He required an accurate sense of time, thus delegating the task to the relatively secure Xia Antong. If it were not a genuine anomaly with time, it would indicate that they had indeed entered a game scenario, clearly signaling the triggering of a new eerie tale. After all the haunting piano music emanating from the empty classroom at midnight. "Dear classmate, might you join me in a duet?" The ethereal voice resurfaced, this time alarmingly close. As if a beautiful woman were leaning over his shoulder, whispering softly into his ear. Lu Su felt as though he were adrift in a dreamlike starry sky. enveloped in darkness, with a row of strange, ethereal piano keys floating before him. These keys formed a circular arrangement, encircling his form, even wrapping around him from behind. At that moment, Luce's instinct was unmistakably attuned to the presence of another individual behind him. It felt as though someone were pressed tightly against his back. Akin to a spirit possessing him, softly pleading with a mournful invitation, reminiscent of a sorrowful beauty. Luce raised his fist and struck forcefully at the piano keys before him, yet his blow passed seamlessly through the shimmering illusion, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. Realizing his attack had yielded no result, he frowned slightly and pivoted to deliver an elbow strike, only to find nothing in his grasp. The entity clung to him like a relentless parasite, refusing to be shaken off. The 7 great ghost stories of the campus. Why did they all revolve around such spectral entities? "Hey, handsome, care to play a tune with me?" The ethereal voice echoed once more from behind him, laced with a teasing tone, even hinting at a tinge of arrogance, as if reveling in Luce's inability to counter her. "Luce, are there no other words?" Sheets of music began to float into the air, golden notes swirling gracefully, adorned with various symbols, while the corresponding melodies played repeatedly around Luce. There were romantic ballads, filled with melancholic allure, and the clashing sounds of clanging swords and galloping steeds, transporting one to a raging battlefield. Lyrical, blues, jazz. An array of both refined and vulgar compositions from across the ages resonated ceaselessly. Luce even questioned whether he was imagining peculiar internet songs, such as Banana and Banana. Suddenly shaking his head vigorously, a surge of intense emotion welled up within him. As he listened to the cacophony of music enveloping him, Luce felt his feelings being stirred repeatedly. The sheets of music continued to multiply, generating new melodies as the music flowed. Meanwhile, the entity persistently affixed to Luce's back began to exude an air of growing self-satisfaction. The power of emotions is boundless. When a person experiences a whirlwind of joy and sorrow in a short span, it resembles a wire being incessantly bent. There will inevitably come a day when it snaps. As long as Luce enters without a solution, he will ultimately sink into eternal despair, becoming a mere slave to music. At least, this is how Fan Zian perceives it. Indeed, Park Buching has numerous teammates, each possessing remarkable skills, many of whom have reached the levels of legendary figures in the realm of wine. Yet she remains a buried teammate, currently filled with discontent. This dissatisfaction stems from Park Buching's recent phone call, during which he issued certain commands. Luce's swift victories in the past had left her teammates without any updates, instilling fear in Park Buching. Even a pig could sense the terror of guilt at this point. Thus, Park Buching has somewhat lowered his expectations, simply wishing to secure his ultimate victory. As for whether he bears any guilt, he has long abandoned that obsession. In his view, does strength truly matter? What matters is who claims the top position. He has already devised a plan to seize the first place, leveraging this momentum to garner attention and ultimately become a spiritual leader, where fame and fortune would come easily. Who would continue participating in the game? Exiting the game leaves one with nothing. Losing could even lead to dire consequences. With so much wealth at home, why risk it all? Therefore, Park Buching temporarily suppressed his foolishness, restrained his arrogance, and began to adopt a more prudent approach. Advising Fan Zian, the power of guilt is peculiar, perhaps formidable. Your role in this endeavor is not so critical. Do not aim to defeat guilt, but rather prolong the encounter. The most crucial issue is to ensure the message is relayed back. In a sense, Park Buching does not believe Fan Zian can triumph over Luce. He is already plotting the subsequent tales of horror. However, at this moment, Fan Zian holds a different perspective. Her abilities are indeed well suited for this challenge, and the guilt before her appears to be rather unremarkable. She cannot discern how this guilt could pose a threat. Although initially taken aback by the opponent's ability to shatter a piano with a single punch, this also escalated the narrative to the second stage. The opponent has not even attempted to decipher the situation but has instead launched an attack, raising the stakes. Her assessment of guilt is that it possesses a simple mind yet robust limbs. She wonders how previous teammates could have faltered. "Classmate, may I accompany you in playing a tune?" She teasingly inquired once more, resolved to confront this so-called number one in the world. She truly does not believe in evil. "Are you human or a ghost?" Luce asked, turning several times, noticing that the entity clung to him tightly, a sensation both intangible and suffocating, causing his brow to furrow.
I am both human and ghost, Fan Zian proudly declared. Lu Su had merely posed a question, not expecting an actual response. Yet that was not all, Fan Zian continued. Let us play a piece, if only for a fleeting moment of being number one in the world. My ability lies in spirit possession, and the girl behind you is a mere manifestation of the game itself. She has now become my vessel. Your attempts to seize me are futile, do not waste your efforts. Lu Su. Who even asked you? When will you learn to abandon this habit of self-introduction? So, you lack a physical form. Yet, you can possess one. As she spoke, the girl leaned against Lu Su, her ethereal form gradually solidifying. To an outsider, it appeared as though a man and woman stood back to back in this music classroom, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Fan Zian slightly controlled her corporeal presence, provocatively leaning against the back of the sinner. The line between the tangible and the intangible blurred, entirely under her dominion. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed. A fiery tongue of hell erupted as Lu Su fired a shot into his own abdomen. One shot, 2 penetrations. Chapter 85. I am not bloodthirsty, I merely struggle to maintain control. As Fan Zian felt the subtle movement of Lu Su's muscular back, she had already transformed into a spirit. Yet, it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the harmonious piano melodies that filled the classroom. The pain and restraint in that sound were palpable, disrupting the previously chaotic yet melodious notes within the room. Now once again a spirit. Fan Zian cast her gaze downwards to her upper abdomen. There, she found a gunshot wound. Though in her spectral form, blood would not flow, and the sensation of pain would be significantly dulled. The waves of agony and the unstable tremors of her spirit made it abundantly clear that her current condition was dire. Especially troubling was her psychological state. She was engulfed in discomfort as she grappled with the harsh reality of having been shot. This was the first time in her life that she had experienced such a trauma. She was utterly at a loss about how to respond, let alone how to revert to her corporeal form. Would it hurt? Most importantly, she could scarcely believe what had just transpired. In her original design, she intended to tease the figure behind her, waiting for him to turn and strike before she would instantaneously possess her ghostly form. This was not merely an act of provocation, it was a strategy to elicit his emotions, an integral part of the eerie narrative. This man would eventually be driven to madness by her. But he shot me directly? The angle from which he fired left her no time to react. And the only conceivable scenario was that he had aimed straight at her abdomen. 1 shot, 2 penetrations. What a perverse individual! The crime had not yet driven her mad. Yet she was already teetering on the edge of insanity. Amidst the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, the song within the room began to falter, becoming intermittent. Meanwhile, Lu Su's voice resonated once more, calm and steady, seemingly devoid of any sign of injury. Classmate, would you care to perform a piece together? Fan Zian could only reflect on the countless times she had uttered those very words, now echoed back at her by Lu Su. She was at a loss for a response, but she resolutely vowed that she could not revert to her physical form until she resolved the matter with this man. Do you know I spared you? Lu Su's voice was tranquil yet restrained, as if he were fighting against some internal struggle. Uncertain of his meaning, Fan Zian remained silent. Due to the design of the eerie narrative, in her spectral state, she was forced to remain back-to-back with Lu Su, unable to discern the situation on his side. Had he truly suffered no consequences from firing at her? What a ruthless individual! No, she could not afford to delay, the notes must continue to increase. With this thought in mind, her ephemeral hands began to dance over the piano keys behind her, each sheet of music floating into the air. Every score tugged at Lu Su's sanity, assaulting his nerves and deepening his fury. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. If I had struck my neck just now, you would have perished. A chill instantly coursed down Fan Zian's spine. The position of Lu Su's neck corresponded almost perfectly to the area of her head. Although the notion of shooting oneself in the neck may seem utterly absurd, she suddenly felt that the person behind her spoke with a grave seriousness. There was no doubt that he would dare to do such a thing. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped her. She felt as though she were teetering on the precipice of life and death, even in a disembodied state, impervious to the threat of nuclear annihilation. She found no solace. The man behind her exuded a suppressed aura, poised to erupt and consume everything in its path. Unfortunately, you will not have that opportunity. Fan Zian retorted defiantly. swiftly crafting a score, weaving a web to ensnare her prey. You should withdraw now.
Lu Su uttered another remark.
Classmate, would you care to join me in a duet?
This was Fan Xian's response. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that this statement would determine her fate.
I regret to inform you.
The suppressed tone of Lu Su gradually dissipated. If one were to observe closely, they would see his eyes transforming, as if the pupils were dilating.
Slowly, his gaze turned entirely black.
I am not a killer, but I may find it impossible to restrain myself. This eerie tale was adept at manipulating emotions.
And he would likely lose control for a time thereafter.
If he were to spiral into chaos, it would not be he who bore the brunt of the consequences. A suffocating aura of despair enveloped the classroom, instilling in Fan Xian a profound chill. The pale green mask of rage manifested two black holes for eyes,
its mouth beginning to crack and dissolve.
The confessions of the disheartened suddenly floated into the air, standing alongside the scores, causing the musical sheets to tremble.
Subsequently,
Lu Su turned the page of the book with his left hand while placing his right hand upon the piano keys. The scholar's right hand demonstrated masterful technique. As the first page turned, the text of the disheartened's confessions appeared chaotic, resembling a haphazardly assembled lexicon, twisting with frenzied sequences. Lu Su gazed at the disordered script.
And with his right hand, he commenced the performance.
The scholar's right hand, regardless of how it played, transformed the confessions into a symphonic score.
Instantly,
an unusual sound erupted in the classroom, strikingly discordant. It was as if the Vienna Golden Hall had been performing a symphony one moment,
only to be interrupted by a raucous band the next.
Emotionally, Fan Xian's score was diverse, designed to intricately torment the depths of human sentiment.
In contrast, Lu Su's emotional output was singularly rage, unreservedly furious.
This emotion possessed an overwhelming aggression, swiftly overshadowing all else. While the ethereal scores and piano keys began to tremble under the illumination of the disheartened's confessions,
Fan Xian exclaimed, "What is happening?"
No one answered her query. As Lu Su turned to the second page with his left hand, the speed of his right hand was so swift that it left a blur in its wake. Within the expansive room, it appeared as though a legion of demons had materialized, relentlessly assaulting the other musical notes, countering the very core of the formation, Fan Xian. From the moment Lu Su expressed his regret, barely 2 minutes have elapsed. Fan Xian felt a suffocating sensation in her soul, her spirit trembling incessantly. She sensed that the ghost she was inhabiting could shatter at any moment. Should this fragile state collapse, it would mean her demise as well. Yet, if she were to materialize, with that perverse entity behind her and the gunshot wound she bore. When Lu Su turned to the third page of the book,
Fan Xian finally made her decision: retreat.
She transformed into her corporeal form, retrieving her exit token. In the fleeting moment it took to execute these two actions, the grotesque mask loomed before her, its right hand wielding an overwhelming force, swinging towards her face with ferocity. The scene resembled a heavy hammer descending upon pliable clay.
2 minutes prior, Lu Su had uttered, "I am very sorry."
Chapter 86, The Brutal Side, refreshing the fastest record. 2 vials of poison lay before you.
Which one would you choose to drink?
A reasonable person confronted with such a dilemma would naturally decline both options. Yet this very question was the predicament that Fan Xian had just faced. She had not anticipated such a swift and drastic turn of events, nor the ferocity of her opponent's retaliation, which threatened to shatter her spiritual form. Ultimately, in a desperate bid for survival, she opted for the vial that appeared less lethal. However, the moment of reckoning had now arrived. Unlike Xie Andong, who possessed a vigilant disposition, Fan Xian had been overly relaxed. Having taken her exit token into the game the moment she discovered her teammates were criminals, the ability to manifest as a spirit had granted her a false sense of security, leading to her negligence.
Lu Su's movements were astonishingly swift, surpassing the reflexes of a human being. The scene that unfolded was both brutal and grotesque. With a resounding crack, a slap struck her face, producing a sound akin to an explosive detonation, even igniting a fleeting spark. The exquisite contour of Fan Xian's face crumpled instantaneously, reminiscent of clay disintegrating under pressure. As crimson flesh and ivory shards of bone erupted into the air, mingled with glistening fluids. Her teeth were obliterated, along with her jaw, which was sent flying. The state of her remaining half of a head was beyond the realm of decency. The force of that slap was utterly merciless. On another note, the emotional provocation of this bizarre tale was indeed formidable. This was the moment of utmost fury for Lu Su in this game, nearly driving him to madness. The one remaining eye of Fan Xian was now entirely bloodshot, trembling violently as though it beheld the most horrifying sight imaginable. Her entire body convulsed involuntarily. A manifestation of her mental collapse and the instability of her nerves. Her half-open mouth remained agape, yet no screams escaped, only pitiful whimpers emerged. As her oral muscles and the structural integrity of her throat had been utterly annihilated, her vocal cords torn asunder, and even her cervical vertebrae fractured. It was nearly as if her head could have been completely dislodged. The impact of Lu Su's slap was sufficient to earn the accolades of a doctoral graduate in plastic surgery. Her body was spun like a top, flipping through the air before it crashed heavily onto the distant floor. Fan Xian had completely lost control, resembling a discarded sack, her brain matter jostled within. She should have already succumbed to unconsciousness, however, the excruciating pain on her face and the terror within her heart compelled her to remain alert. The only action within her power was to clutch the exit token tightly, as though it were her last lifeline, unwilling to let go. Just as her consciousness began to wane, a laugh that echoed like that of the infernal reached her ears. He. In an instant, Fan Xian, who seemed on the brink of death, exhibited a glimmer of survival in her remaining eye. Retreat. This was the sole thought lingering in her heart. In the next moment, a terrifying betrayal descended upon her. Fan Xian vanished, her last footfall crashing down upon the floor. Yet, the ground bore witness to a grotesque display of dismembered flesh and a pool of fresh blood, leaving one to wonder if remnants of the other party had been left behind. He. Lu Su continued to cackle ominously. As the edges of his mask of fury exuded a dense black mist, imbued with an aura of malevolence and peculiarity. A potent energy surged through the space. And following Fan Xian's departure, the original spirit began to collapse rapidly under the radiance of the lamentations of the defeated. This marked the first instance of such sanguinary imagery in Lu Su's game, and it was also the first time he exhibited such a brutal facet of his character. He. Lu Su remained rooted in place, surveying the shattered remnants beneath his feet in silence, his right foot relentlessly grinding the flesh into pulp. Ultimately, the floor itself was punctured beneath his weight, revealing a glimpse of the layer below. Such a brutal scene was far more disquieting than a straightforward execution. Leaving the spectators in a state of shock, even through the screen, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Moreover, the earlier Fan Xian had been a living woman. A beauty at that, and nobody anticipated the sudden shift from a relatively composed demeanor to this gruesome fate. Is it just me, or does he seem a bit off? This is far more terrifying than murder. I can hardly bear to watch, that scene made me feel nauseous. But she's a girl. How could he be so ruthless? Honestly, it's a bit disheartening. Many among the audience were struggling to comprehend the viciousness with which Lu Su had struck, leaving an indelible shadow in their minds. Some discerned that his emotional state was decidedly abnormal, and he had yet to calm down. Lu Su was not inherently a perverse individual, he was, in fact, somewhat rational, yet at this moment, his wrath had nearly eclipsed all reason. Although his earlier strike against the enemy had alleviated some of his pent-up rage, that fury had not fully dissipated, and his rationality had yet to regain its authority. He had foreseen this, hence his warning that if Fan Xian did not withdraw at that moment, her fate would be left to chance. He was unable to restrain himself, and his desire for destruction remained intensely potent. The melodies that lingered in the air began to shatter and vanish, signaling that this eerie tale was nearing its collapse. Just then, a voice crackled through his headphones. "It's been 10 minutes, how are you holding up?" Lu Su, unable to rein in his frenzied spirit, continued to emit incoherent laughter from his throat. He. Xiat Anton, what do you mean, man? As she stood bewildered, uncertain of what affliction had befallen him, a series of explosive roars erupted from the other end of the headset, akin to the cacophony of a demolition crew invading a village. Xiat Anton furrowed her brows, perplexed by the unfolding events, and quickly directed her gaze towards the scene. The music room echoed with the sound of a piano. A testament to one of the 7 wonders of the campus, a successful challenge against the Black Pieces. The progress of the challenge stood at 3 out of 7. with a remaining time of 22 hours, 27 minutes, and 56 seconds. The triumphant announcement of completing the challenge resonated, marking this particular endeavor with an astonishing completion time of just 10 minutes, indeed, the swiftest triumph since the inception of the challenge mode. Undeterred, Fan Zian had managed to push herself to the brink, thereby etching her name into this illustrious record. Upon Xia Antong's arrival at the scene, she was met with the sight of numerous classrooms laid to waste, an entire floor utterly ravaged. Amidst the ruins stood the culprit, calmly adjusting their cloak. Chapter 87, Perfect Prediction, Hunter and Prey. What transpired moments ago? Initially, Xia Antong, who had just received the notification of passage, felt a twinge of confusion. If they had indeed cleared the level, then what was the meaning of the inexplicable laughter and the sounds of battle just now? After arriving here, had they engaged in such chaos? Had they encountered a formidable opponent? Nothing, absolutely nothing happened, Lu Su replied with remarkable composure. Brushing off the dust from his attire with a tranquil demeanor, holding the confession of the defeated with an air of scholarly elegance. The devastation surrounding them was, of course, a result of his earlier outburst, a product of his uncontrolled rage that had indiscriminately wreaked havoc. At this moment, the cloak of delirium revealed its true purpose. Had it been mere ordinary clothing, Lu Su would have found himself stripped bare by now. Indeed, the epic weapon proved its worth. With the release of his pent-up fury, coupled with the immediate closure of his book upon clearing the eerie tale, Lu Su managed to stabilize his emotions, allowing his rationality to reclaim dominance. Now, he appeared exceedingly calm and collected, a stark contrast to the tempestuous persona that had earlier shattered half of Fan Zian's skull. Yet, as Xia Antong surveyed the chaotic scene, she found herself at a loss, unable to discern which classroom was which. She could surmise that this wreckage was a consequence of Lu Su's earlier loss of control. Pondering what sort of individual could provoke him to such extremes. Driven to desperation, he had expedited the clearance within a mere 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the audience, who had been witnesses to the unfolding chaos, were beginning to struggle with their composure. Wait, such a drastic change in demeanor? How can he converse with his teammates yet don a different facade? Is this not a sign of potential mental fracture? In the span of less than 2 hours of gameplay, Lu Su oscillated between grace and brutality far too often. Yet, it was inevitable. The moment he donned the mask of fury, he understood that he could not afford to relinquish control. He must constantly wrestle with the anger that sought to dominate his very being. Anger is a distinct entity from chaos. It is an abyss that possesses the capacity to consume reason. Should Lu Su wish to prevent complete surrender to his rage, he must perpetually remind himself to maintain control. Thus, the current manifestation of his character appeared almost as if he were suffering from a split personality, oscillating between violent outbursts and a facade of harmlessness. Circling around the Sin, Xia Antong noted that he seemed to be relatively stable at this moment, silently wishing he would not fall into utter chaos. If he did, it would spell the end of their endeavor, and she feared she might need to make a hasty exit herself. Very well, we mustn't dawdle. Lu Su adjusted his trench coat, securing the book at his side. Where to next? In truth, there was no pressing urgency. Xia Antong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. She could sense that the fury within this individual still burned fiercely, albeit now subdued by reason, indicating a clear need for an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Immediately thereafter, she continued, wait a moment. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? Let's see how Park Buchang plans to proceed. You have cleared a level so swiftly, yet his limitations are about to come into play. Indeed. Park Buchang was now fixated on the game screen, veins bulging on his forehead as though suffering from varicose veins. Glancing at the clock, he noted that barely an hour and a half had passed. The game had nearly reached its halfway point. With a mental preparedness regarding the strength of his adversary, he found himself not overly concerned. The prospect of failure no longer seemed utterly intolerable. Particularly in this round. He had never anticipated that he would definitely retain Lu Su. Should he lose, then so be it. He had already devised subsequent plans. However, what he could not abide was the game's notification sound. White player, Fan Zian, has exited the game. Damn it, what a useless fool. Why has no information returned? Is there something wrong here? He had clearly stated that he did not seek victory. Nor was he averse to retreating if necessary. There was no need to exit. The crux of the matter was to relay information about the opponent, a thorough account of their abilities, combat strategies, gear, and special skills. Was this request too arduous? Why did they all exit the game without uttering a single word? To understand that leaving meant losing everything within the game. At that moment, Park Buchang found himself questioning his own existence. Earlier, he had remarked how Fan Ren's impressive skills had only delayed matters for a brief time, whereas Fan Zian had managed to grant the opposing team achievements in a mere 10 minutes. Was there truly no issue with this? Park Buchang once again directed his inquiries at the game. After muttering an expletive, he could only begin to speak to himself. It's all right. It's all right, everything is still under control. It's merely 3 games, and we have yet to reach the conclusion. His calmness stemmed from having placed substantial bets on the last 2 games, one of which he was confident could eliminate any player in existence. The difficulty had exceeded his expectations. Even if that adversary truly possessed the extraordinary capability to conquer that level, he still had means at his disposal. His traps would target another member of the opposing team, Kong Bai. That is, Xia Andong. Dealing with an unranked female player was certainly manageable. Even if he were to lose to Lu Su, he could not lose this game, as he had prepared contingencies. In his mind, he envisioned himself as a spider weaving an elaborate web. The more the opponent believed they were on the brink of success, the closer they were to failure. With a sinister smile, he inscribed the limitations he had meticulously planned. The black team player has passed the 3rd campus miracle. The white team now proposes the 3rd limitation. The death or exit of any member of the black team constitutes a failure in challenge mode. At the moment the voice resonated, Xia Andong burst into laughter. A perfect prediction. Dealing with you seems rather simple after all. At this moment, she began guiding Lu Su towards the next location of the eerie tale. It appears my previous thoughts were not mistaken. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? In Lu Su's earpiece, the voice of Xia Andong resonated. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "It seems your conditions have taken effect. Now, what is it that you wish for me to agree to?" Xia Andong rose from her seat in the classroom, stretched her back, and then began to retrieve equipment from her backpack. First, make sure the headphones do not fall. Second, when you are nearing the completion of this level, remember to inform me. Understood. Lu Su also fulfilled his promise not to inquire into the reasons. Chapter 88, Dual Line Operation. After verbally assenting, Lu Su took a deep breath and re-entered the room. He had previously felt a twinge of boredom, as the scenes before him evoked no sense of impending danger. Engaging in the corresponding eerie narrative, he merely vented his frustration. However, after Xia Andong articulated her requests, an instinctual sensation surged within him, hinting at the prospect of intriguing events to unfold. The mundane tasks presented by Pu Chang could not merely be a series of monotonous challenges. There was surely something more captivating awaiting him. I hope you can provide me with both pleasure and excitement, otherwise, my wrath shall be unleashed upon you. Stepping into the spacious central exhibition classroom, adorned with various masterpieces across its 200 square meter expanse, Lu Su recognized he had arrived in the appropriate chamber. He relaxed his taut nerves, allowing the restless beast within to gradually emerge from its confines, preparing for a new wave of conquest. The pale green mask he wore began to shimmer with a different brilliance, gradually revealing a countenance that seemed both irate and yet tinged with a semblance of compassion, accompanied by a smile. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the empty room. "This is an art classroom, isn't it? Is there anyone here who wishes to shed a tear? We are pressed for time." Outside the classroom, the omniscient eye, a dark golden metallic sphere, circled twice before confirming Lu Su's entry. The light within the classroom twisted and became impenetrable. She was aware that the game of sins had commenced. Thus, she maneuvered her omniscient eye back, retrieving an object resembling an insulin syringe, and injected it into her temple. The sight was rather alarming. Such a large syringe prompting a wince from the audience watching the game. Yet, she appeared to feel no pain. In fact, after the substance coursed through her, an expression of pleasure enveloped her. As her eyes opened, her pupils transformed into a captivating deep blue, reminiscent of sapphires hidden in the depths of the ocean.
radiating an unusual confidence. She too was a warrior of drug-induced prowess. However, unlike Lu Su, whose substance aimed to restore his physical form, allowing him to fight without reservations, her drug magnified her mental acuity, a pure brainwave enhancer. The omniscient I would extract her cognitive potential, the greater her mental capacity, the more she could achieve. At that moment, under the influence of various stimulants, her cognitive development had reached a remarkable 25. Raising her head, the entire classroom, the world itself, seemed transformed. Every object was no longer merely an object, they reflected not only light but also their intrinsic information, their past and present. In other words, she, too, had evolved into someone entirely different from her former self. After spending an extended period in this classroom, the second eerie tale, which had remained dormant, began to seem rather simplistic to her. It was merely a reenactment of a scenario she had envisioned countless times in her mind. Rising from her seat, she sifted through a collection of meticulously arranged sketch sculptures until she discovered the head of a David statue. This figure epitomized the quintessential handsome Western man, with deep-set features and a lifelike quality that radiated a semblance of human spirit despite being a mere sculpture. Sia Antong smiled, her demeanor, usually calm, now tinged with a hint of morbidity as she gently caressed the David head, her tone soft as if soothing a child. He has already begun. I sense he will act swiftly. Shall we commence as well? Why do you not smile? Come, let me see that smile. I recall you laughed 4 times when you were behind me. As Siat Antong stroked David's head, her gaze fixed upon it, the room succumbed to an eerie stillness. In the next moment, the sketch sculptures in the room began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The face of the David statue, which Siat Antong held down with one hand, contorted, displaying a grotesque and furious expression. Ah, you're angry. I urged you to smile, yet you refuse. Perhaps you should meet that fellow, it might make you more compliant. With that, Sia Antong hurled the David statue to the ground. Simultaneously, both of them initiated a new round of challenges, one compelling the portrait to weep while the other forced the statue to smile. Meanwhile, Pu Buqing observed the unfolding spectacle with a slight smirk, taken aback by the situation before him. Although he was oblivious to the status of the two adversaries due to a teammate's departure, he was well aware of the triggering conditions for the eerie game. At present, the weeping portrait and the animated statue had entered a state of activation. He was indifferent to the portrait's tears, as this was the only scenario devoid of teammates. Purely a game element. Initially, under the matching mechanism, there had been 5 participants on the white side, including himself, though 3 had since withdrawn. With insufficient personnel, he did not harbor high expectations for this round. Having navigated previous challenges with ease, he felt this one would pose little difficulty as well. The crux of the matter lay in the animated statue. This was a design he had meticulously crafted, mirroring the first airy tale, shrouding their actions and forcibly separating the two players. In his design, the weaker of the two would likely choose to remain in place, poised to trigger the game scene at any moment. Now that this scene had activated, it validated his judgment. Pu Buqing felt a surge of happiness. This was the first piece of good news he had received since entering the game. He had initially planned to wait until the adversaries were sufficiently exhausted before unleashing his most formidable eerie tale, hoping to secure a decisive victory. The eerie tales from the void serve as a trump card, a contingency plan, if one were to encounter insurmountable odds upon discovering guilt. One could resort to these ghostly narratives to ensnare him, and while he is ensnared and bereft of reinforcements, one could personally intervene to resolve the matter concerning that woman. Unexpectedly, this scenario has been triggered prematurely. It appears fortune does not favor her. Fortunately, I possess foresight. Having anticipated such possibilities and established a game restriction whereby the failure of either party would signify defeat. I fear she remains oblivious to the web in which she is ensnared. Chapter 89, Simultaneous Triumph. A surprise for Park Buqing lost in delightful thoughts. Park Buqing initiated a conversation with his final teammate, his face momentarily adorned with a hint of infatuation. Curiously, among the formidable allies matched with him from the icy realm of Dahanming, there was also a budding star he had pursued for several months, yet had not yet made any significant progress with. Logically, a figure of his caliber should have little difficulty engaging with a minor celebrity.
Yet the fact that they had not yet connected only intensified his yearning to do so. When he had faced the initial challenge, he brimmed with confidence, basking in the collective attention of the audience. However, a series of unfortunate failures against an array of formidable foes had dimmed his spirits, leading to the defection of teammates and leaving him in a state of dismay. At long last, a glimmer of good news emerged. His careful planning had borne fruit. This was not only an opportunity to boast but also a chance to allocate roles wisely. Hey, Shoya, we've finally caught a break here. The significance of his opponent, Sin, had diminished in his mind. Their prowess would not impact the ultimate outcome of the game. I want you to take a look during the exchange. He conveyed that the opponent had fallen into a trap while simultaneously encouraging his last teammate to swoop in for the victory. This strategy not only ensured safety but also served as a gesture of goodwill, as it was only fitting that she be credited with triumphing over the female adversary. Moreover, it spared him from the embarrassment of directly confronting Sin, a man facing a woman, an act he deemed beneath him. It was, in essence, a masterstroke. Despite Sin's ongoing success, his own teammates had proven inadequate. Nonetheless, his schemes and designs had consistently triumphed. In gaming, as in life, one must wield cleverness rather than brute force. Only a person of my caliber can claim the top spot. Victory! Strangely, while Xia Andong had yet to face defeat, Park Bucheng had already concocted an elaborate narrative in his mind, comprising at least 10,000 words. His imagination was remarkably vivid, and his daydreaming prowess far surpassed that of the average individual. Observing him through the lens of the game, the audience from Huagua, who occasionally tuned in, found themselves at a loss for words. What on earth is he so jubilant about? Does he realize that blank is on the verge of clearing the game? This guy seems a tad unhinged, yet his condition is entirely different from Sin's. What level of cerebral prowess is this? Is it some sort of superhuman ability? Amidst a barrage of playful jibes, which contained veiled insights into the match, Park Bucheng remained blissfully unaware. He periodically opened the livestream, where the content reflected accolades towards the prowess of De Hanming and the commendable feats of Mr. Park, discussions irrelevant to the game as substance, thus visible to him. This was a vast information cocoon, facilitating his daydreams and allowing him to revel in the scant good news available, freely drifting through his fantasies. The audience could only remain speechless, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. In the art classroom. In a disordered art classroom, Lusa pressed down on his headphones and initiated a conversation with Xie Antong, as the task he had previously promised to complete was now at hand. At this moment, every piece of artwork in the space lay in shambles. Masterpieces such as sunflowers and starry night were carelessly strewn across the floor, since they did not depict human figures. Lu Su refrained from damaging them. The Mona Lisa, with a single puncture at the center of her forehead, wore a smile that was now devoid of joy, and tears of blood streamed from her eyes. The creation had been torn in two, the portion representing the human form crumpled beyond recognition. Various renowned and obscure paintings from the medieval world fluttered about, their frames shattered, their canvases torn, some littering the ground while others were impaled upon the walls. Indeed, all partitions and decorative walls within the room had been obliterated. What was once an elegant space had been reduced to a mere shell. Upon entering, Lu Su began the demolition immediately, initially expecting the presence of another individual, but finding none. Thus, the progression of the game was somewhat simpler than before. The confessions of the disheartened floated through the air, suppressing the vengeful spirits within the room. To Lu Su, this game felt exceedingly straightforward, lacking in complexity. Completing it at a pace even quicker than the last, he found himself in pursuit of Xia Antong. Hey! I'm almost done here, what are your plans? Given the relatively low difficulty of this level, Lu Su remained calm, his emotions easily manageable at this juncture. Oh. Hello there, it seems you truly have finished quite swiftly. Hearing Xia Antong's voice, Lu Su furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? Xia Antong, after a brief moment of confusion, seemed to grasp the situation and cleared her throat, stating, I received an injection that temporarily enhanced my cognitive capacity, which may have altered my demeanor slightly. How much more do you need to complete? Lu Su glanced back at the portrait before him, a full-body depiction, where the air in front of it twisted in a peculiar manner. Steel pins had been thrust into its chest, limbs, and now writhed within the painting, tears cascading from its eyes. Despite the grotesque imagery, it inexplicably evoked a sense of pity.
I just need one more shot.
Oh, Sia Antong replied,
turning to survey her surroundings. Unlike Luce's chaotic environment, the biology classroom retained its original state, desks and chairs intact, devoid of debris or disorder. The sole distinction was that in the center of the room, the assembled sketches and sculptures formed a 2-meter figure, standing in a most eerie posture. Each segmented statue was affixed with a small jet propulsion device, monitoring its actions from every conceivable angle. Whenever the sculpture attempted to move its legs, the device at its knee would provide a counterforce, preventing its movements from taking shape, even causing a recoil.
Moving statues? Every action you take is under my control.
Countless such modules are intricately assembled, giving rise to the grotesque figure before us, an immobile corpse that, regardless of the ultimate power of this eerie tale, remains utterly impotent. The eyes of the David sculpture are wide open, fixated intently on Sia Antong, who, in response, raises her hands in a gesture of surrender and utters 7 words, "I'm sorry, it's physics." Subsequently, she addresses the perpetrator on the other end of the earpiece, saying, "All right, I will count down from 3 to 1, and then you shall fire to resolve the situation over there." Let us add a touch of surprise to Park Boo-chung's otherwise mundane existence.
Chapter 90, No Path to Take, The Last Resort Surprise? Luce furrowed his brow, immediately sensing something amiss. Sia Antong had never spoken in such a manner before. She must have executed some actions on her end, necessitating synchronization with his side. Translation? What did surprise mean?
A surprise amounted to 1,800,000 taels of silver.
Sia Antong blurted out, then quickly retracted, saying, "Just fire your weapon." 3, 2, 1.
Regardless of the circumstances, the bizarre game before them had to be completed. Lu Su moved his right index finger, piercing through the portrait of despair before him with a single shot.
Did you shed tears? One shot obliterated it.
Subsequently, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the headphones,
crackling like firecrackers.
Luce's brow furrowed deeper, perplexed by the events unfolding on the other side. In less than a minute, 2 connected notifications resonated throughout the game. As if preordained, the 7 wonders of the campus, tears of the portrait, black side challenge successful. Challenge progress, for 7, remaining time, 22:14:26. The 7 wonders of the campus, moving statues, black side challenge successful.
Challenge progress, 5-7, remaining time, 22:14:24.
Though the 7 wonders of the campus seemed numerous, coupled with various permissions, it appeared daunting from the outset. Yet, having traversed less than 2 hours, they were achieving a remarkable pace, even accelerating. Particularly with the last 2 challenges, there were no prearranged teammates or messages, everything transpired unexpectedly.
Pu Chang had been cornered to the precipice, suddenly facing the ultimate gamble, devoid of any buffer. However, upon hearing the 2 completion sounds in his ear, Luce felt no joy. Instead, his brow knitted in displeasure, the pale green mask reflecting his irritation. This seemed to be the bizarre tale you claimed you couldn't find before? You intend to complete it yourself? I can resolve it, why complicate matters? Luce's expression was tinged with annoyance. In his view, such actions, while potentially advancing the game's progress, heightened the risks. He was unaware of Sia Antong's strength and had no intention of discovering it. From the game's inception, he had resolved to conquer it single-handedly, especially after the addition of the teammate limitation. To refrain from such actions would allow him to predict her maneuvers. By proceeding this way, we can anticipate her judgments. Sia Antong offered a rough explanation, though she did not delve into excessive detail. Moreover, by acting this way,
we can confine the opponent's limitations within a predictable and acceptable range. She had long prepared relevant arguments, but Lu Su was not particularly receptive.
Therefore, what is your combat capability? Sia Antong felt a throbbing headache.
At times, she questioned whether she had overestimated Park Boo-chung. Uncertain of the extent of the privileges granted to him by the game, which left her hesitant to voice her thoughts. As the hunter, she had discerned his intentions. Yet the exchange of positions between hunter and prey hinged upon discretion. Should he uncover her deductions, a myriad of complications would ensue.
She could only hope that Park Boo-chung was indeed a fool.
Thus, she cautiously remarked, "I assure you, from now on, every battle will be executed solely by you."
You are the pivotal factor. Ensure your headphones are on and heed the upcoming restrictions. Lu Su. It was soon evident that Park Buching was indeed a simpleton. In his fervent daydreaming, he had given little thought to the nuances of strategy and counter-strategy, a common flaw among those in advantageous positions. When he learned that two cryptic tales had been resolved simultaneously, one of which was from the blank side, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. No way? How can your teammates be so skilled? Mine are like imbeciles. He never considered whether his own judgments were flawed. Instead, he floundered in desperation, constrained by the formidable challenge of sin. He had already expended all three restrictions targeting the blank, binding the outcome of the game entirely between the two players. Now, faced with the task of devising a new set of restrictions to effectively counter sin, he found himself at a loss. The sunk cost was too great. Not attacking the blank meant wasting the first three restrictions. Moreover, with two games concluding simultaneously, he now had two opportunities for restrictions before him, yet no particularly sound plan. The remaining two games were formidable, one of which was designed to counter sin. The other trump card was that moving statue he mistakenly believed had gone unnoticed, which had just been deciphered. Thus, the only source of security he possessed was a remarkably powerful cryptic tale. Yet he had no information regarding the two players on that side. Alas, it had to be this way. His brain, muddled and disorganized, struggled to turn. And inevitably, he found the sole path before him. Why not forego using the trump card against sin and instead devise a strategy to tackle the most challenging game against the blank? Consequently, without ample time for reflection, Park Buching began inscribing his fourth demand within the game interface. The black player has successfully completed the fourth campus miracle. It is now the white side's turn to propose the fourth restriction. The white team as Park Buching may now be aware of the movements of the black team members, view only, no dialogue permitted. As the announcement concluded, two hazy screens materialized before Park Buching, revealing the previously uncommunicated messages from his three teammates, which he had squandered within the game's conditions. The sinner has always donned a mask, an unwavering facade that has remained unchanged, yet the blankness of it still left Park Buchan at a loss. Encountering its visage for the first time, the helmet obscured over 60% of the face, rendering recognition nearly impossible unless one was well acquainted with the individual in real life. Why does everyone conceal their faces? As he observed, the figure of Xie Antong in the image suddenly lifted her gaze towards him and waved her hand in greeting. Park Buchan felt an immediate sense of discomfort, perplexed by how she had managed to find this angle that aligned perfectly with his own. He turned to look at the other screen, where the sinner resided, and discovered Luce's pale green mask, his expression indifferent, also gazing at him. In the next moment, he brandished the hell roar and fired a shot in his direction. Chapter 91, What Constitutes a Perilous Situation? Fenrin, feeling a sudden trip beneath his feet, was startled by the unexpected turn of events. He instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance as he witnessed the other party draw a weapon. In that fleeting moment, his mind momentarily blanked, the surge of fear impairing his basic judgment and prompting an involuntary reaction of evasion. However, the distance between him and Lu Su was considerable. In fact, he was not even within the confines of the campus. It was highly improbable for any malevolent force to transcend such spatial boundaries to harm him. Yet, emotions are often uncontrollable, and in that instant, he could not help but feel a pang of dread as he gazed upon the pale green mask, a warning bell resonating within him. As time progressed, the initial confidence he had begun to wane. He cautiously glanced at Lu Sui, only to find that the pale green mask was still fixated on him, prompting him to inquire of the game. "Hey, does the game display my perspective of them?" "No." This marked the first instance the game acknowledged him, albeit with a similarly dismissive tone. "TSK. How are they able to see me?" With little time to ponder this predicament, Fenrin hastily resumed his task of drafting the next limitation. The certainty he once felt had morphed into a matter of survival. On the other side, Xie Antong's ability to perceive her surroundings stemmed from her extensive familiarity with the room. She knew every crevice between the bricks, even the amount of sand lodged within them, and she could sense any anomaly in the air's flow. Thus, she understood her approximate observational position. Albeit limited to this particular room, once outside, her comprehension would falter.
As for Lu Su, it was far simpler, pure intuition. Rage guided his instinctual responses.
Xia Antong,
Fixated on what seemed to be a scrutinized position, murmured into her headset, "I suspect this fellow will soon impose restrictions to drive me away.
in this room, it may prove somewhat challenging to eliminate me."
Just as she contemplated this, a message from Funren arrived. The black team player has successfully navigated the fifth campus miracle. It is now the white team's turn to propose the fifth limitation. No member of the black team may linger too long in a single ghost story scenario.
Xia Antong,
Sometimes, when things progress too smoothly, I can't shake the feeling of being ensnared by the opponent's machinations. Originally, her intention was to play along, gauge their actions, and apply pressure through the formidable strength of Zue, disrupting their thought process and compelling them to continue along the path dictated by her judgment. It was merely a game of exchanging roles between hunter and prey, for she detested the sensation of being manipulated from the shadows. However, she now felt that the situation had escalated beyond reason. This was no longer a mere hunt between predator and prey, but rather a dynamic reminiscent of puppeteer and sorcerer, with her opponent's maneuvers eerily mirroring the thoughts she harbored within. At this juncture, they had nearly reached the final moment. The intricate dance of decoding and strategic rivalry had reached its zenith, and the opponent's lackluster intelligence was rather evident.
naturally,
Under the influence of cognitive enhancement and the omniscient gaze, she deemed the opponent's folly to be quite justifiable,
provided that all proceeded smoothly. The ultimate outcome hinged solely on the sheer might of the adversary.
It was at this moment that an irritable voice from Lusa broke through.
Evidently,
These constraints seemed disproportionately directed at you. A feeble opponent only seeks out the softest fruit.
Xia Antong,
She too had noticed that beneath the mask of fury,
emotional intelligence was utterly absent.
So, what is the next challenge?
Hurry up.
Before I complete this level, do not place yourself in peril, should I lose because of you. Her tone carried a palpable threat, yet after her intellect had been augmented, she inexplicably sensed a hint of intimidation in the opponent's words. I am no longer in any danger, I will guide you and manipulate the psyche of the inept opponent. My role is complete, and now, the peril lies with you. Xia Antong settled into a chair, crossing her legs with a casual air. In truth, the earlier designs had ostensibly directed his focus towards her, but in reality, the level of danger had been amplified for him. Lusa paused, clearly perplexed, unable to grasp the implications of her words within the simplistic thought process dictated by the mask of fury.
I shall pose but one question. You are absolutely confident in your strength, are you not? Xia Antong stated with a slight gravity,
noting that the subsequent two challenges might be somewhat peculiar. If you were to find yourself thrust into a hellish predicament without any preparation,
do you believe your combat prowess would suffice?
Hell? Xia Antong could distinctly perceive a shift in the tone from the other end of the line.
I am the embodiment of hell.
In an instant, her declaration ignited a sense of imminent chaos within the already strained mask of fury.
Very well, then follow my lead.
With matters reaching this point, Xia Antong refrained from further banter, her gray eyes tracing a straight line through the air towards Lusa's position. Should the adversary truly prove insurmountable, there would be little recourse for her. Within the campus, a girl in 12-centimeter heels, exuding a girl group aesthetic, was engaged in conversation with the inept opponent, discussing what the latter deemed the most critical moment. Her name was Yiya, the final teammate of the inept opponent.
At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Appa, I think I see someone.
Who? The tense Lu Su inquired sharply.
It seems to be
Fanren, our teammate, Yiya replied hesitantly. Oh, my teammate Park Bachong had just exhaled a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized something was awry.
Hadn't he withdrawn from the game?
No, this is not right. Hurry, you must enter the haunted game venue first.
He is not Fanren, he is likely Sin. He possesses a mask that can alter his appearance. Upon hearing the name Sin, Yiya's complexion turned as pale as death.
She discarded her high heels and sprinted away like an athlete.
Hey, Yiya? Fanren,
who had finally managed to display a hint of joy upon seeing his teammate, soon discovered she had fled. He chased after her for a few steps,
only to find she was running even faster. Alas!
Coming to a halt, Fanren, who could roughly guess what she was thinking, stopped in despair.
What on earth is happening in this game? Why is there no one willing to converse with me? What is the situation now?
He shouted in frustration, only to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine as a voice emerged from behind him. What do you wish to say?
Turning around,
he was confronted by a face adorned with a pale green mask.
Chapter 92, Are we deceived or robbed?
Luring the snake out of its hole, Fanren. He was unaware that his lack of charitable deeds in daily life had now brought upon him retribution.
How could he encounter him here? Why are you still present?
Lu Su gazed at the player before him, the one who had caused him the most trouble in the game, and felt inclined to engage in further conversation.
I actually wish to withdraw. But my exit token was seized by you.
Fanren lamented helplessly, his voice dwindling with each word, eventually even retracting his statement, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke the individual before him. Although the current demeanor of his opponent appeared calm and reasonable, he had witnessed the other's ferocious side. A memory that filled him with dread.
Oh? Are you implying this is my fault? Luce's mind processed this notion briefly, reaching a conclusion, and casually drew out the hell roar. Fanren? No, that's impossible.
The fault clearly lies with me. It's all my fault for participating in this game and wasting your esteemed time.
Let us discuss this amicably. Why draw your weapon?
Upon seeing the gun's muzzle aimed at him, Fanren's brain activated suddenly, spewing forth a stream of words, and he hastily leapt aside, hands raised in surrender. His desire for survival was as fervent as ever, casting aside all notions of dignity.
Lu Su would deem him the only clever player in the icy realm of the great cold underworld. What are you doing? Fanren hesitated momentarily,
as he could hardly admit to seeking his teammates.
At that moment, after being declared out of the game and witnessing Lu Su's departure,
he had felt a flicker of joy, relieved that he could survive without having to exit the game, preserving his powers and abilities.
After all, who would willingly withdraw unless their life was genuinely at stake?
However, he soon realized the gravity of his situation. He had become a complete outcast,
utterly lost regarding his next move.
The game had classified him as in a state of withdrawal, barring him from participating in any in-game activities, no live broadcasts, no contact with teammates, and nothing to engage in. He initially thought he could wait until the game concluded to exit automatically, but the bizarre atmosphere on campus left him feeling uncertain, unaware of the game's current status.
Ultimately, after what felt like an eternity,
he could no longer remain idle and resolved to seek out his teammates, feeling a semblance of hope. Yet, he found himself caught in a predicament. First distrusted by his teammates, and now confronted by this calamity. Fanren felt despair wash over him. All he wished for was to survive.
Yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge.
Lu Su observed Fanren's expression, one indicative of profound distress, yet remained silent while keeping his weapon trained on him.
Wait. I'm not here to find my teammates. Lu Su. Fanren.
With those words spoken, both fell into a state of speechlessness. And Fanren, realizing he had misspoken, could only respond with resignation. I have been declared out of the game, you heard it as well.
I find myself utterly bewildered.
Uncertain of when I might emerge from this confinement, and even questioning whether I will ever be able to leave.
My teammates seem to have mistaken me for you.
By the way, if all else fails, she just headed in that direction, you may as well deal with them and refrain from seeking me out.
Fanren,
burdened by no psychological constraints, readily sold out the previous Yiya, embodying the adage better a dead comrade than a dead monk. With a pistol's muzzle that appeared quite menacing,
Lu Su glanced towards the direction indicated, listening intently to something through his earpiece before resolutely proceeding forth. Alas! With a bold heart, Fanren called out, could you possibly return my exit token?
It serves you no purpose.
Return?
Lu Su turned his head, his tone becoming more pronounced.
No. I meant exchange. I'm speaking of an exchange. Fanren quickly caught on,
jogging a few steps forward to retrieve various odds and ends from his backpack. These primarily consisted of some medicinal supplies and other items akin to energy cells. Energy cells, items produced in any game that require energy consumption to use, capable of restoring energy. This is all that remains with me, its total value.
should certainly exceed 1 exit token. All of it?
For the first time, a hint of surprise seeped through the voice beneath the wrathful mask.
The expression on the mask tinged with disdain. Is this all you've got? It's quite substantial, I assure you. I've only completed 2 levels.
And all the treasures I possess consist of this skill and the potions to enhance spirit.
I've utilized them, so I certainly cannot offer you any more. Fan Ren's face radiated sincerity, his pupils seemingly pleading, you must believe me.
After a brief silence, Lusa scrutinized him for a moment before nodding and stating, very well. With that, he collected the items before him and turned to depart, vanishing around the corner of the corridor.
The swiftness of his actions left Fan Ren feeling rather relieved. After all, holding the exit token in his possession brought some measure of comfort. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Gradually coming to the realization. Where is my exit token? He didn't return it to me?
He sprinted forward only to discover that the culprit had long since vanished. Even if he could give chase, it seemed futile.
Fan Ren stood there, dumbfounded. Have I been deceived? Or was it outright theft?
Having walked quite a distance, Lu Su was still conversing with another on the earpiece. The individual appeared quite amiable, previously. He had forgotten to seize his belongings, yet he had offered them willingly. Xia Antong on the other end was barely able to contain his delight. It had been several minutes. Lu Su gradually halted, pondering why he was compelled to traverse the campus in endless circles.
What was happening? He grew impatient.
As his instincts failed to reveal any suspicious locations, it seemed as if the campus's eerie tales had been entirely expunged.
The last 2 tales of the supernatural were likely transient, devoid of fixed locations.
Previously uncertain, after having walked a full circuit without any intuitive response,
he could now surmise with certainty. So what now?
Lu Su twirled the gun in his hand, realizing that the subsequent eerie tales would indeed prove to be more challenging.
Thus, it was time to lure the serpent from its lair.
Xia Antong stated as she approached the doorway of the classroom.
Opening her game interface,
she noticed a countdown before her. It represented the latest restriction imposed by Pu Bucheng, forbidding her from lingering in one scene for too long. Considering her prior time spent, only 5 minutes remained. Now, proceed to the direction indicated by Fan Ren, to the nearest restroom.
Upon entering, remember to refrain from taking any action and maintain communication with me.
Oh, and do not forget to enter the women's restroom.
Chapter 93, Simple Malice. Ultimate enjoyment. Lu Su.
He found the notion of this women's restroom somewhat perplexing, however, considering the game was rife with the supernatural. He presumed it would not be overly scrutinized. He dismissed his thoughts and proceeded towards a previously chosen direction.
At this moment,
it seemed he was the sole inhabitant of the campus, aimlessly wandering about. Even Fan Ren had vanished without a trace, presumably finding a place to hide. Though he was ostensibly a challenger, he resembled a boss figure, meandering without any pretense of stealth, seeking those who were concealed. Park Bucheng and the others were adeptly concealed. In fact, they were indeed hiding. Since learning of the movements of the two, Park Bucheng had become an aficionado of silent films, intently gazing at 2 soundless screens.
Now,
observing the trajectory of Zue, it appeared that the void had intentions of exiting the room, prompting him to urgently contact his final teammate, Yiya.
Xiao Ye. Zue may be heading in your direction.
Yiya was instantly alarmed. By virtue of her abilities, she was the weakest among the ranks of Dehan Minghua,
having stumbled into the game due to Park Bucheng's influence.
As a mere songstress lacking connections, her psychological fortitude was fragile, and upon hearing that Zue was approaching, she nearly trembled.
In a high-pitched voice, she plaintively implored, "Appa, must I really stay? Let's change places, or perhaps you could confront him instead. I lack confidence."
The coquettish tone from the other end left Park Bucheng feeling flustered, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. He gently reassured her, "My plan is foolproof. You need not confront him. Simply confine him within the realm of the ominous tales."
"Victory is imminent, do you not trust me?"
"Yeah." She longed to express her disbelief.
Her proximity to Park Bucheng was solely motivated by his background and wealth. What capabilities did he truly possess? Enough of this.
He should be arriving shortly, and I am quite anxious. Remember, do not engage. At this moment, Lu Su had arrived before the women's restroom. Having never entered such a place in his life, he was about to embark on this inaugural experience.
Is this the place?
He mused aloud, not pausing for a response, and confidently stepped inside. In any case, it was prudent to investigate first. Upon entry, he noted the decor was indeed distinct. The urinals had vanished, leaving only stalls within the space. The cleanliness was rather mediocre. Yet, the most striking aspect was the large mirror directly in front of him.
Lu Su gazed into the mirror, only to find it devoid of any reflection.
He was met with an empty visage.
On the pale green mask, a grotesque smile gradually emerged.
Lu Su was uncertain why, after wandering for so long, he had finally located the destination.
I have arrived.
I can confirm, the child in the restroom is indeed here.
Pressing the earphone's opening, Lu Su stood before the mirror, raising his gun. Yi trembled, pleading, "Do not shoot."
At that moment, Xia Anton, seemingly aware of his intentions, urgently called out, her heightened brainwaves amplifying her anxiety for the first time.
Please, do not act. Do not trigger the game's scenario.
Stay there, you cannot escape. Try to close your eyes and avoid the mirror, it is crucial,
as it pertains to the outcome of the game.
Driven by rage, Lu Su instinctively desired to inquire why, yet, sensing the gravity in her tone, he restrained his temper. He holstered his gun, closed his eyes tightly, and replied, "All right, be quick." Xia Anton was somewhat astonished at how effortlessly she calmed him. But there was no time for reflection, it was now her turn. With the time limit reached, she stepped out of the room and casually approached a staircase on a different level. Raising her gaze, she discerned approximately 12 steps. Her omniscient eye had surveyed the entire campus, including various basements and deserted corners. There was no 13th step to be found. There were either standard 12-step staircases or grand stairways with over 20 steps.
Thus, if her judgment was sound. Lowering her head,
she observed the steps beneath her feet and ascended one by one.
1, 2, 3, 11, 12.
Having clearly ascended 12 steps, she now faced the final step. Suddenly, the surrounding light dimmed, the atmosphere turned eerie, and a suffocating tension enveloped her. Both the information from her omniscient eye and her developed brain warned of the risks in this place, cautioning visitors against entering.
Yet, Xia Anton smiled.
This uncharted sensation ignited a thrill within her. Adjusting her headphones, she took a step forward. The 13th step.
In an instant, silence enveloped everything.
The space and staircase appeared unchanged, yet felt eerily like a vacuum, inducing a sense of unease.
The oppressive atmosphere seemed to materialize,
imparting a dampness to the air that felt thick and viscous. At that moment, a figure descended slowly from the upper steps, his voice rhythmic and imbued with confidence.
"Hello, Miss Kong." A stylishly handsome figure, with a hint of androgyny, emerged before Xia Anton. With a scoff, Xia Anton's amusement spilled forth as she bluntly retorted, "Fool."
The simplicity of her insult was an exquisite delight, leaving Park Bucheng momentarily stunned. Park Bucheng, taken aback, thought, I had envisioned a myriad of scenarios for our meeting, anticipating a more favorable response from this girl, yet this scene was beyond my expectations. Before he could speak, Xia Anton placed her hand on her forehead. Her earlier excitement waning in the face of Park Bucheng's presence, and she could not help but say, "Let me guess. The final two tales of the supernatural are mobile in nature, particularly the staircase of 13 steps, which you can summon at any moment. Thus, this should have served as an excellent means of stalling for time. You were confident, initially believing that possessing this would guarantee your victory, however. I suspect the game imposes certain constraints upon you. Nevertheless, this represents the most formidable level, and you are wary of the power of sin. Thus, you sought to ensnare it within a relatively defensive level, compelling me to reveal myself through the game's limitations, and then to eliminate me.
And then you would claim victory. Correct?"
Park Bucheng's expression fluctuated from pale to deep purple, ultimately culminating in a cold smirk as he remarked, "So what if you guessed correctly?"
"It is already too late."
Xia Anton, facing the fool before him, revealed a captivating yet perilous smile beneath his helmet. "So, all my caution, all the misdirection of my gaze,
including my body language after realizing you could see me, were merely for the air, were they not? Did you ever harbor doubts about any of this?"
Park Bucheng replied,
Is that truly the case? Chapter 94, The King's Gambit Greetings. Ah. At this moment,
Xia Antong felt a twinge of discomfort as she beheld the rather unimpressive figure of Pu Bucheng.
This individual, ranked 79th?
While she was aware that his abilities were merely a result of amassed equipment, how could such a lackluster contender infiltrate a realm filled with so many heroes? It could only be said that the game had only just commenced, and the true prowess of the experts had yet to manifest, granting opportunities to these lesser players.
Initially,
Xia Antong had thought she had stumbled into a high-level arena, facing a challenge of the utmost difficulty, which filled her with an unprecedented thrill.
Yet, was the only true elite among them the notorious Zue? Previously, the immense pressure she felt in Zue's presence had led her to harbor unrealistic expectations of those on the leaderboard. Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not even glance at your opponent's information before challenging him?
Thus, the only task before her now was to eliminate me, and everything would be perfectly resolved.
Wouldn't it?
In the air, at least 10 unseen eyes were fixated intently upon Pu Bucheng, an indication of the omniscient gaze operating at its maximum capacity. She meticulously scrutinized every muscle in his face, particularly, assessing whether this individual was indeed the finest of actors.
Pu Bucheng chuckled.
It is not strictly necessary to act in such a manner. We are civilized beings, unlike the uncultured savages, we do not indiscriminately attack women. Especially a beauty such as yourself.
If you are willing to withdraw now, there is no need to take such risks.
Alternatively, if you wish to avoid losing your equipment, you may cede it to me, and we can discuss a potential trade once we are outside. As he spoke, he revealed a self-satisfied smile,
which he considered to be quite gentlemanly, yet in reality, it appeared exceedingly greasy. Xia Antong thought, this man is rather too humorous. If it were not for Zue's insistence on selecting a hellish difficulty, this challenge would lack any semblance of meaning. Yet, one must concede that any rational being would never challenge the world's top player without understanding the game's reward and punishment system or the strength of their opponent. Pu Bucheng seemed to believe victory was assured, as he slowly descended 2 levels and continued his monologue. Sometimes, the outcome of a game is not determined solely by the power of a single piece, that would be entirely inconsequential. Much like in chess, if the king is slain, you lose. And the game concludes. However, the king is not the most powerful piece. In fact, in terms of combat capability, he is rather weak and resembles more of a burden. The queen is formidable, as is the rook, yet their strength holds no significance if the king is dead, they too would face defeat. You, under my design, have gradually become the king of this game. And you have so effortlessly stepped into my trap. As for the prior players, your teammates, they were merely pawns in my grand scheme. All part of my meticulous plan. Did you truly believe you were destined to win? Without anyone prompting him, Park Bucheng confidently articulated his strategy. Then turned to the now petrified Xia Antong. Well, I trust you are now acutely aware of your predicament. Make your choice. I can spare your life. Let us consider it a budding friendship. Xia Antong replied. Your foolishness resembles a caricature crafted by a mediocre novelist. The only distinction being your overconfidence lends you a rather humorous demeanor. Upon hearing the insult, Park Bucheng's expression darkened, and with a cold laugh, he retorted. It appears Miss Kong is somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Do you truly believe you can surpass the challenge before me? In the words of your people, is it a case of a not shedding tears until faced with the coffin? Gazing at the self-assured Park Bucheng, Xia Antong shrugged and stated. This is a dead-end scenario. Once triggered, the only recourse is brute force. I am well aware that I am not your match here. Her assertion was so self-evident that Park Bucheng found himself momentarily at a loss. If you recognize your inferiority, why do you continue to speak? However, she provocatively inquired. But do you have confidence in defeating that fellow over there? Park Bucheng scoffed derisively. Him? Sin? He shook his head dismissively. This challenge was designed specifically for him. I possess ample confidence in overcoming him. Yet, since I have captured you, the king, why should I concern myself with his fate? To Park Bucheng, victory was imminent. And history would be written by the victors who cared whether he could triumph over sin. It was merely boasting. Xia Antong observed the simplicity with which he could be deceived and felt a twinge of curiosity. She had intended to inquire further about the resolution of this enigma should the opponent fail to act. Just then, a voice crackled through her earpiece, Sin's voice. Is it nearly time? Can you refrain from engaging in idle chatter? Let us commence. Sia Anton raised an eyebrow and asked, Did you anticipate this? It was rather evident. Came the reply. At that moment, Lusa stood in the center of the women's restroom, facing the eerie, vacant mirror, eyes closed. When Sia Anton had insisted he keep his eyes shut, her tone had been tinged with urgency and a hint of panic, a panic Lusa recognized all too well. It was the kind of fear stemming from an inability to secure one's own safety. At that instant, Lusa gleaned the unspoken truth behind her words and ultimately resolved to heed her advice, refraining from taking action. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have smashed the mirror upon entry. Park Buchung interjected. So you've taken to conversing in my presence? Perhaps you should inquire whether he has any reflections after his failure. Surely, he has basked in the glory of being the world's #1 for long enough. Sia Anton looked up, casting a gaze of pity upon him. You spoke at length about chess, yet did you not consider the concept of castling? Best of luck to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sia Anton swiftly raised his hand to press against his earphones. A shift in position. The space around him warped momentarily, and Sia Anton's entire image became an ethereal vision, only to shatter and reassemble in an instant. Everything transpired so swiftly that Pu Buchan could hardly comprehend it. The confident smile he wore lingered on his face. Before him, the figure that had initially appeared relatively frail vanished, replaced by a silhouette adorned with a pale green mask. Greetings, Lu Su remarked, lifting his gaze. Chapter 95 The Sole Deadly Urban Legend. Do not be defeated. The air and time seemed to crystallize in that moment, as two individuals stood face to face upon the 13 steps of the staircase. Lu Su scrutinized Pu Buchung, whose smile had completely frozen on his face, subsequently twitching at the corners of his mouth, his facial muscles evidently unable to muster any semblance of mirth. Merely standing there, his psychological state was palpably altered from moments prior. In the face of the previous void, Pu Buchung had felt a sense of confidence. Yet the entity before him now instilled an inexplicable sensation of his heart momentarily halting. Even the most primitive of creatures, when confronted with the aura of a predator, would inevitably experience trepidation. Pu Buchung swallowed, casting a wary glance at the figure before him, having entirely forgotten his earlier bravado regarding dealing with sin. Meanwhile, Lu Su was also appraising Pu Buchung, encountering for the first time this young noble who dared to challenge him. Weak. Far too weak. The limbs alone revealed no signs of any physical training, let alone combat experience. His skin appeared remarkably smooth, and even with a commendable attempt at concealment, the traces of indulgence were evident. Lu Su even speculated whether this individual had adorned himself with makeup prior to the game. Why the silence? I recall you were quite loquacious when challenging me. Lu Su squeezed his shoulders, observing his seemingly non-threatening opponent with a newfound interest. His mood had significantly lifted. He had already encountered all 7 urban legends, and now, only the confrontation remained. To fight, beneath the mask of fury, was the only endeavor in which he excelled. And indeed, the simplest of tasks. How could this be? The urban legend had clearly been triggered. This was another realm. How could you have crossed over? Pu Buchung uttered incredulously, yet at this juncture, his musings were futile, rendering his predicament almost comical. Well, you would have to ask her. Interconnected headset, the true essence of interconnectivity. On the surface, it merely facilitated communication, indistinguishable from any Bluetooth headset, yet it was an epic weapon. In truth, its genuine function lay in spatial exchange, controlled by the user, allowing two individuals to swap positions while disregarding any constraints, spatial barriers, or incantations. The exchange could only be utilized once before requiring recharging, but this singular ability to transcend any limitations rendered it an epic weapon. Lu Su, relying on his sharp intuition, had discerned something amiss when Sia Antong emphasized the importance of bringing the headset. Indeed, they were wielding remarkable items, while his own ethereal cloak remained the weakest among the epic weaponry. Contemplating this, Lu Su instinctively rubbed the hem of his cloak. You may need to be more attentive, I require your assistance here. From the headphones, the voice of Sia Antong echoed. At that moment,
The pitch-dark restroom began to emit the sound of water, as if there were a leak somewhere. If one could open their eyes, they would observe that all the sinks and stalls were seeping forth bright crimson blood. The scarlet liquid was rapidly approaching Xia Antonia's feet, and in the mirror, a girl with black hair slowly materialized. The girl's eyes had vanished, and within the hollow sockets, a tongue writhed restlessly. The entire restroom was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, yet Xia Anton stood motionless in the center, her eyes tightly shut. She even closed her all-seeing eye, remaining utterly still. For she understood that this particular challenge was one where opening one's eyes would lead to death. The mere act of truly opening her eyes or directing any object towards her surroundings would inevitably trigger the catastrophic switch. This was a common affliction among tales involving mirror monsters. However, she firmly believed that if she refrained from looking, the entity would not unleash its full potential, allowing her to endure. Thus, even as the sounds, temperatures, and atmosphere around her narrated a terrifying story, she steadfastly kept her eyes closed, refusing to court disaster.
I understand. Lu Su responded swiftly from the other end.
Moreover, in every version of folklore, the 13th step is the most perilous, possibly the only instant death tale.
When I was there, my all-seeing eye alerted me to the level of danger. You must be cautious and not underestimate your adversary. Be careful not to be killed. What did you say?
Lu Su's voice suddenly shifted, his rage evident.
Me? Killed by him?
Xia Antong hastily ended the call, as her words were merely intended to amplify his fury,
hastening his engagement.
After all, she was already taking a considerable risk. Should the sin truly falter, her current predicament would undoubtedly be dire.
On the other side,
the epic weapon interlink headset creaked under Lu Su's fingers. In truth, he hardly required Xia Antong's assistance in gathering his anger, although he appeared composed. He was already quite incensed. The sheer stupidity of the adversary before him was aggravating, triggering his disdain for ignorance. Particularly infuriating was the thought that such a being could dare to challenge him. How could this individual, given their background, rank 79? For reasons unknown. Pu Buqing suddenly felt a chill, while the expression of the sin before him grew increasingly sinister, resembling a black hole, with the surrounding space collapsing inward.
Gritting his teeth,
Pu Buqing summoned his strength and commanded Yiya, eliminate that woman over there. Then, gazing at the sin before him, he remarked, it matters not, you are no different.
Suddenly, Lu Su interrupted him, questioning, do you not feel that you are too close to me?
In that instant, a warning bell rang within Park Buqing's mind. The eerie tales had bestowed upon him a fragment of demonic power, significantly heightening his vigilance. He instinctively leaped back, only to behold his right side and arm severed and grotesquely connected by flesh and sinew.
That was his own right arm. Lu Su lunged forward, intending to sever his opponent's head, but alas, he was only able to claim a hand.
A cacophony of agonizing cries erupted. The excruciating pain, unlike anything he had previously endured, caused Park Buqing's body to contort and swell. His skin tore apart, muscles bulged out, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head, transforming him into a demonic figure. Subsequently, a sinister writhing began on all the steps, on the walls, the ground, and the stairs. It appeared as if countless malevolent entities were yearning to break free. Chapter 96, The Power of Expansion, a song of ice and fire. Upon ascending the 13th tier, one is enveloped by a realm unlike any previously encountered. Here, the entities that emerge are no longer mere spirits or manifestations of the mind. Instead, they are tangible malevolent spirits and demons, adorned with wings and horns. Their forms grotesquely amalgamated from various creatures. Since the inception of this chosen paradise, such a scene, completely detached from reality in the human world, has never before materialized.
It is as though one has suddenly traversed from the comprehensible domain of humanity into an entirely different sphere.
The audience, having witnessed merely 3 games,
remains unprepared psychologically for the spectacle unfurling before them. This is rather excessively supernatural, isn't it?
No, this is pure combat. It appears there is no puzzle to solve here.
Doesn't that mean entering would inevitably lead to death?
I find it rather unfair. If this challenge features such ghostly apparitions, isn't it essentially a guaranteed victory for Park Buqing?
The tide of discussion among the onlookers swiftly shifts, their concerns regarding the nature of sin beginning to surface.
Meanwhile, Park Buqing, now fully transformed into a crimson demon, clutches his severed right arm, wailing in agony. Yet, as he cries out, he gradually becomes aware that the pain has lessened. The site of his amputation begins to congeal, forming a grotesque growth that heralds the onset of a new phase of development. With astonishment, Park Bu-chung gazes at his body, clenches his fist tightly, and feels the tumultuous and overwhelming power coursing through him, a wave of elation swelling within. Is this my body? Is this the power I possess? The Red Demon, now towering at a height of 3.5 meters, looks down upon the diminutive figure of Sin, a surge of confidence washing over him. The demons within this subspace have largely emerged, and the staircase has expanded significantly from its original compact form. However, as dozens of monstrous bodies accumulate, the once ample staircase now feels constricted and overcrowded. On the walls, a grotesque head protrudes, its diameter measuring nearly 2 meters, with a deformed mouth oozing a viscous mixture of green and yellow saliva. Surrounded by these colossal demons, Sin's human form appears frail and insignificant, akin to a solitary vessel tossed upon a tempestuous sea, seemingly isolated and vulnerable. Yet, his presence exudes an aura reminiscent of a black hole, drawing all surrounding forces towards him in a whirlpool of overwhelming energy and essence of fury. Every demon is shrouded in an ominous aura, a foreboding presence potent enough to unravel the sanity of any individual, driving them to madness. Even through the veil of a distant screen, many spectators experience a visceral discomfort. Yet, all of this serves merely as sustenance for fury. The pale green mask, adorned with a chaotic mosaic of frenzied patterns, remains silent, embodying the figure of Sin. Beneath the mask, his rationality swiftly ebbs away. As he observes the emergence of formidable demons surrounding him, he feels as though he has entered his comfort zone. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, the immensely empowered Park Bu-chung suddenly erupts into laughter, realizing how foolish he had been. Concerns about caution and claims of being the world's strongest seem trivial in the wake of his newfound strength. How could he possibly fail now? The sheer amplification of his power has entirely disoriented him. With a mere touch, an entire line of railings collapses, as light as a feather, devoid of any tangible weight. Have you thought about how you will meet your demise, Sin? In the corridors of the subspace, Park Bu-chung opens his gaping maw and bellows at Lu Su before him. Power can lead one astray, especially such ephemeral strength. When Lu Su first shattered his genetic locks and acquired formidable enhancements, he too experienced a surge of arrogance. Though Park Bu-chung is far more foolish. I shall kill you. At this moment, Park Bu-chung's mental state has begun to deteriorate. The gaping maw of the Crimson Demon reveals sharp fangs, with his original teeth now shattered, inadvertently spilling blood and saliva. His consciousness has become clouded, rendered fragile like paper in the face of the demon's assimilative force. The wind howls as his colossal form generates a terrifying gust. The demon, transformed from Park Bu-chung, charges toward Lu Su, raising what remains of an arm with ferocious intent. The arm, resembling a battering ram, swings down toward Sin. Yet, Lu Su mirrors the charge. Advancing rather than retreating, undeterred by uncertainty regarding his opponent's strength, he opts for a direct confrontation. Both engage without knowledge of each other's capabilities, yet their motivations diverge profoundly. Lu Su's speed is astonishing, allowing him to arrive first, colliding with Park Bu-chung's fist before it has fully extended. Fist meets fist. Boom! The initial impact resonates like the thunderous blast of a missile, releasing a scorching plume of white smoke at the point of contact. An invisible shockwave radiates outward, scattering debris on either side, reminiscent of a cinematic explosion. It is difficult to fathom the magnitude of such a disturbance emanating from human forms. Crack! Then, a strange sound follows. Out of the corner of his eye, Park Bu-chung notices his shoulder protruding unnaturally. His entire arm feels numb, with acute pain radiating from the shoulder. Clearly a result of immense force dislocating it. His red eyes suddenly flickered with intense disbelief, and he now comprehended the terrifying power that resided within the man before him. This extraordinarily frightening scene seemed to immobilize even the monstrous demons that had emerged around them. For a moment, the air grew thick, and the unconscious murmurs emanating from the demons diminished. Lu Su raised his head, and the pale green mask he wore began to emit a dark aura. I sincerely hope you possess the capability to slay me. In the next instant, his fist transformed into an open palm, seizing the massive fist of his opponent, then twisting it with great force. The sound of crackling fireworks erupted as the entire demonic arm contorted like a twisted pastry, its once orderly musculature violently distorting. Blood gushed forth, akin to wringing out a cloth. Pu Bu Cheng emitted a howl of anguish, no longer human in sound, while behind him, the spectral image of a grand tome slowly unfurled. The legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire.